very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
5 seconds to Sharp, top of the key, lost the dribble. He's got to pick it up. It's scooped up by Condon. Condon secures it, and Florida found a way. From 12 down to the school's third national championship in men's basketball. 65-63 the final. The Florida Gators are the national champions once again.
Good morning, DFW. That is Westwood One with the call on a crazy finish in the NCAA tournament and the final game, the Natty for March Madness, as Florida wins, and they beat Houston 65-63. I hate to even say they won. I hate to even say that. You can't trail for 39 minutes. Doesn't sit right with my pH balance of life. I don't need the final score to know Houston was the better team.
Houston was better yesterday, and they.
This is what I hate. I rooted for Florida. I bet on Florida, but I hate this because the better team didn't win, and that throws me up. My whole week is now ruined.
Yeah, this was an instance of Houston playing better. This was Houston had actually managed to do yesterday what you thought was going to be pretty difficult, which is they forced Florida to play their game. Like they were able to slow them down. Boy, Vegas is good.
Yeah, they are.
What was a 1.5 and then 140 on the over-under?
It finally settled at 1.
Did it settle at 1?
So last night, right before the game, I waited till about 5 minutes before tip-off, and I just took Florida money line because it was at 1. So there's no point, right? Just take the money line. Same. The juice was the same. Essentially the same. It was 105 to 110. So I was like, all right, I'll just lay the extra juice. And I was like, I'll just take the money line because what if they win by 1? Then you push. So I was in a tough spot either way because, the whole game I was losing. But the over-under was at 140, and this thing ended at, 128? So that's, they were kind of off there, but they didn't expect Walter Clayton to do nothing. They did a great job on him throughout the entire game. Well, until the very end.
They were. I mean, we think about it. Yeah, that's low. They were off by 12, but that's a couple made extra baskets. So in general, I think they were right around what the pace of the game was going to be and how this was going to end up. But I mean, man, I do feel bad for Houston. And
I feel bad for Kelvin, man.
This is where, gosh, look at this. The Florida second half deficits. 12 to Houston, 9 to Auburn, 10 to Texas Tech. I think they should have beat Auburn. Like them winning that game against Auburn, I think that's fair. There were 3 games in this run that Florida should have lost.
They should have lost to UConn. They should have lost to Tech. They should have lost this one.
Houston, Tech, UConn, they should have lost those games. And I don't know the last time we watched a tournament where it's like, man, this is one of the best teams in the tournament, and yet we walk away from it going like, they shouldn't have won. You picked them from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And you're going, they shouldn't have won. There were several stops along the way where they should. Dan Hurley was right. I hope they don't do you like that too, Houston. I hope they don't do you like that too.
Well, I mean, the refs were awful the second half. They completely stopped that game down. They had 4 first half fouls. And what they call in the second half? 30?
Yeah.
It was like 26 or 30 in the second half. It was an insane number. Like just the worst officiated game. And I don't think they were on anybody's side. I don't think they were like bad in either way. But it was just, you can't stop the flow of the game like that. Houston forgot how to play offense down the stretch.
Which has happened a couple times.
It's happened. It's happened. But how do you not get a shot off?
Yeah. That's the biggest problem because there was how much time was left on the clock when they inbounded?
Oh, they just started too late. There was like 26 seconds left.
Yeah.
They started, I mean, they were like, it was down to 10, 12 seconds. They're like, guys, you got to go here, man. You got to go.
It's just it's disappointing for them because they were just Houston was so much better, I felt like, throughout this game. I thought Houston was better throughout the tournament. Houston played better pretty much consistently. When you look at the run, who had a better, more consistent championship-worthy run to the title? It was Houston.
Yeah, I mean they played well against. I mean the closest game they had was Purdue.
I mean the Duke game.
Oh, the Duke game. Well, I mean get to the Final Four.
Sure, yeah.
Was the Purdue game, and they beat Tennessee pretty good. They beat Gonzaga.
Handled Gonzaga. They were up 12 basically the whole game.
And like they played a really solid tournament. And look, I mean Florida played great when it mattered in the tournament. They kind of sleptwalked through a lot of it. But you've got to feel disgusted this morning. If you are a Houston fan, you got to feel disgusted. If you bet on Houston, you've got to feel disgusted today.
You know who's really at fault for this, though?
Peyton Russell?
No. We will get to Peyton here in just a second. Sean.
Why?
So yesterday I tweeted.
Oh, did he do a Game Blouses tweet?
No. No. But I tweeted, heading for the absolute best outcome. Peyton and RJ both have to host, and I ultimately win the bracket. And I put that up there. So technically you could say that I jinxed it. Yeah. But it literally did not start to turn in the game until Sean retweeted it. And when Sean retweeted it, Sean came back around and was trying to say, you shinxed it. And it's like, no, you shinxed it, Sean. You retweeted it. And that's what caused the issue. But now we are set up for the Peyton Russell solo hosting.
Here we go,
I cannot
baby.
believe this ended up being the final result. That if you would have asked me
Chalky McChalkerson over here.
Exactly. If you would have asked me 2 weeks ago if Peyton Russell was going to be the one who ended up losing this tournament, I would have said, probably not going to happen. But he trusted too much in a few different things. One, he trusted too much in Rick Pitino and his choking ass with St. John's. And he trusted too much in Auburn being better than Florida. And that was a bad call. But other than that, Peyton, have you figured out how you're going to approach things? What you want to do yet? Is it going to be very sports heavy? Is it going to be bit heavy? Is it going to be sports with a bit twist? What are you going to do?
It's going to be whatever I think about. I'll have about a week to brainstorm things. I thought about just reading our group text for 2 segments straight.
Well, you got to get Choppy's approval, and you got to have a member of the Notary Public, and you got to have a judge there.
Before 6, so we'll be fine.
That's true.
Yeah.
Safe harbor. So no, but I think I have to make it funny. I can come in here and try and be sportsy and stuff. Plus, I mean, my luck, I'd steal the 6 o'clock, segment, and then Sean would kill me.
Well,
because I'd spoil everything, or I just go through his run sheet or something.
Let us know on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Because Peyton lost, next week he will have to host one day from 5:30 to 6. It'll be like a throwback day. Let us know what you want from Peyton. Do you want to hear sports Peyton, like his sports takes, or do you want him to do bits, or how do you want this to play out? Because Peyton's all ears. He's got to have to talk for, what did we figure it ended up being? You could, 19 minutes is the bare minimum you'll have to talk for?
Yeah, if I use all 2 minutes of audio, I don't know. It's like, because I guess I could use audio, and I probably will use some, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll go up to the 2 minutes. But yeah, if I use the 2 minutes of audio, then you have commercial breaks. You're about around 20 minutes total of talk time.
Okay, I think you can handle it. I think it'll be good. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to play it back like a McCarthy interview and then get Kevin Hagelin's scorn. But overall, this is a good outcome, I think.
Yeah, I still feel like I'm so weird this morning. I know that Peyton, and I'm a little disappointed. I put all this legwork in. Mm-hmm. I had all this legwork. I was getting ready for my segment that I was going to do, my 2 segments. I still might do it.
You can still do it within the show.
I still might do it within the confines of the show, Peyton. So I'll work harder with you.
Oh,
I'll work harder with you.
Look at that.
I mean, look, all of Bobby's chat GPT, outcomes of RJ, only has one outcome he can win, and it actually hit. So I'm blown away, but it was a fun tournament.
Do you reflect back on anything you did with your bracket that you're just like, shouldn't have done that? Like should you have not been so chalky?
Well, my first round, I was really good. I picked a lot of the 10-7 upsets. I picked all 6 over 11.
A lot of the 10s? You mean the one?
No, there were 2.
There were
Arkansas and New
that's right,
Mexico.
Arkansas
I
and New
got both
Mexico.
those right. I had BYU on the Sweet 16. Like, a lot of those picks were genius.
Yeah, you did.
It just, I had to pick all ones to go to the Final Four.
You did. You picked all ones and all ones and all twos.
No, I did not. I did not pick all ones.
You picked all ones to the Final Four. That's what you no. What you did was you picked all ones and twos to the Elite Eight.
That's what it
and
was.
I got one wrong out of that. Like, that was
I know,
the thing.
that was your
I got
problem.
one wrong.
Yeah, because
That
it was
was
chalk.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
you know.
But you know
I
what?
get it.
God
know
came around with
Yeah.
that big old chalk eraser on your
Yes, he
blackboard, and he
did.
wiped
Yes, he
that. He
did.
wiped that ass off. I'll
Yes,
tell you what
he
also
did.
got in the way here was, as we actually talked about the game that occurred. You know, Walter Clayton ends up, being the
Player of the-
main star of what Florida's run was. But last night, Alex Condon was great.
He's very good.
That-
He
that-
had about 6 travels.
Yes, but
Somebody needs to teach him the travel rule.
somebody needs to teach the officials the travel rule.
Oh,
too.
you thought they were...
No, I mean there were several times where I thought he traveled more. I thought they had issues
just let
throughout
it go.
the game. They just let
it
stuff
go.
slide.
Yeah, the officials I didn't think were very good. Again, like they completely ruined the flow of the game in the second half.
But if you want to talk about defensively, the way he played, especially down the stretch, he was great.
He was very good. He was very, very good. Clayton made a couple of plays on the stretch like he had. He finally got he didn't take a shot attempt for about 16 straight minutes. They completely neutralized him. Their size was just too much for him. But, you'll never get this close, man. Kelvin Sampson will never get this close to a title without winning one again. And this may be it. Like, this was his best chance.
Is he the one you feel the worst for in all of this? Is just
Well,
Kelvin
yeah,
Sampson?
I hate to say I don't care about the players. They're kids. They're 20 years old. They have their whole life ahead. He's been in college basketball. He's been great in college basketball for 40 years. It's not like I don't care about the players. It's just like, a lot of these guys are going to go to the NBA or going to go play overseas or they'll come back to college. Like, I feel bad for him, but like Kelvin Sampson, I don't know that you barely know their names. Unless you follow college basketball, you don't know their names. So it's like, how can I feel bad for somebody I have no connection to? I got a connection to Kelvin Sampson. I've watched Kelvin Sampson teams for 25 years. He was at Oklahoma, when he was at Indiana, when he went to, he was always assistant in the NBA. The guy was at Houston. He's been an all-time great coach. He is, of the current generation of coaches that I've seen in the, 40 years I've been watching this. He's not on the Coach K level or the Dean Smith or the, on that level.
Yeah, who
Roy
is he?
Williams.
Who would you say he is?
Well, look, I know Bill Self's got rings. I actually like Kelvin Sampson as much as Bill Self. But there's a ton of coaches out there that don't have championships that are really, really good coaches.
I'm trying to think of a
Like, he's in the conversation. Rick Barnes in that same conversation. Although he's gone. Barnes never went to a championship. Went to a Final Four.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a college football parallel that we could. You know who he might be? Is he Brian Kelly? Like, he's more likable than Brian.
I think
Kelly.
he's better than Brian
But is he
Kelly.
college? Is he college basketball? Brian Kelly.
I think he's better than Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly's a pretty good coach.
Brian Kelly is a pretty good coach.
He's an awful person.
Yeah, I think he's
but he's
better
a pretty
than
good
Brian
coach.
Kelly. I think he's better than Brian Kelly. I don't know who he is. That's a good question. Like, who do you compare best to? But he's an all-time great. That's all I know. The guy wins everywhere he goes.
I feel most bad for Hakeem. That's who I feel bad for. No, honestly,
Because Houston was a nothing program, literally.
Yes.
For him to do that at Houston, which has a lot of students but no support other than Tillman, they got no support down there.
I think that. I didn't think I'd say it. We don't like Houston sports very much. But see, as we've talked about, UH is different to me than the Astros or the Rockets, or even back in the day, the Oilers or whatever. This is, I was rooting for UH. I was hopeful for them. And I do feel bad for the UH fans. And, feel bad for Reggie Atatula this morning.
Here you go. Mark Few, Bruce Pearl,
Okay.
Bob Huggins,
He's the best.
Barnes. I mean,
Those are the kind of names that he's along with.
Yeah, like those are the 4 or 5 names who guys are just surefire Hall of Famers that just don't have a title.
Rick Majerus.
Good one. So there you go. Florida wins, and Peyton is going to be in here at 5:30 in the morning one day next week. The Rangers have got to start helping out their pitchers with the bats. It's next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel. First 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Leg lift in the pitch, and Happ slices one through the left side into left field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Armstrong around 30 scores, and it's a 2-run single on an inside-out swing from Ian Happ to give the Cubs a 5-0 lead.
Oh, wow. That is Jared Sandler with the call.
Jinx.
He
is the jinx.
Yes, he is. That was an abysmal offensive performance by the Rangers as they lose 7-0 to the Chicago Cubs. Really doing nothing to help Nate Eovaldi, who made it 4 2/3, allowing the 3 runs. This game was over before they even took the field. That was a game of mental fortitude they did not have with the cold weather. That cold weather was in their heads, man.
Yeah, and this is a case of, you remember yesterday? We were just playing it during snacks. During yesterday, we had the segment about fear or fear not.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is the nature of baseball sometimes, that you go with the wind, the changes in the wind and everything else. I'm changing my answer to fear not on the Rangers offense. Holy cow. Not really. They're still hitting the ball really hard. It's not landing where it needs to, but guys, they got to be able to score. They got to be able to get to find green grass more consistently than they are.
You thought they were
now.
hitting the ball hard yesterday?
They were. Higashioka, if you look at the way that they were hitting the ball, they had 5 of the top 7 exit velocities yesterday in the game.
The entire game?
They were hitting the ball harder than the Cubs were generally. The top exit velocities yesterday, Jake Berger, Kyle Tucker, Higashioka, Bush, Tucker, Garcia. So, they were hitting it. It's not working out for them yet. They're not finding a lot of these. There's a lot of hard hit outs for them right now.
Yeah, that'll turn. Those hard hit outs generally do turn. Soft, weakly hit singles, doubles, whatever. You don't usually have weakly hit doubles, but you get the point.
Mm-hmm.
They generally become outs, and hard hit outs generally become hits. So that will change. But man, professional athletes can't be wearing a hoodie under your jersey. That's you gotta, you can't do that, man. That's some D3-ish right there. Let the D3 football kid who's a molecular biology major do that. You can't, a professional athlete, wear a hoodie under your jersey.
It's not acceptable.
Like Leote was doing. You can't do that. When you got everybody in a shiesty, that game's over. That game's over before the thing starts.
This was their offense right now is just, they're not going to win many games playing that way. And I know they have to this point, so I know somebody's going to jump in on the fan text and say, what do you mean they're not going to win many games? They had the best record in the AL yesterday. Yes, and that's great. And it's largely due to pitching, but that's not sustainable. It's not sustainable to hit like that and still be, an 80% winning ball club. That's not going to happen. This is something they got to figure out. And they will.
Being
it's
an 80% winning ball club is sustainable anyway.
Right. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In general, it's something that they're going to figure out. It's something that these will start falling for them. But yeah, right now it's concerning to look down. Right now, let's go through the rankings across Major League Baseball. Chop, would you like to do that?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Batting average out of 30 teams, where do the Rangers rank?
At best, 28th. At worst, 30th.
30th.
Oh, that's good.
What do you think their batting average is?
174.
184. They're better than you thought.
Wow.
On base percentage, where do they rank?
29th.
They rank 30th.
Oh, is that good?
Nope. What do you think their on base percentage is?
215.
257. Slugging.
29th.
26th.
Hey!
Up a little bit. 323 on that one.
Wait, so their team OPS is 570?
Their team OPS is, it's 570. In fact, let me look here. It's actually 580. So they are third worst in baseball in OPS. And just behind them, it's the Houston Astros at 29, and it is the bottom of the barrel Atlanta Braves at 30th.
Hey, the Braves won a game, though.
They did, but you look at that. Houston below 500 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta way below 500 right now. That's generally what you're going to see with a team that hits like that.
Wow. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They have not hit the ball well. They have not, they've hit them hard at times, but they have not hit the ball well at all.
Look, I mean, there are a lot of things here that are positive for the Rangers offensively, or positive indicators that say they're likely going to be able to turn some things around. So when you look at strikeout rate on offense, the amount, they're making contact. Strikeout rate, they're one of the lowest, their rate of striking out is one of the lowest in Major League Baseball. So they're making contact. They're showing decent plate patience and at a lot of different points. They have been able to run into some baseballs. Wyatt Langford's got a few home runs so far. We've seen the power, with the way Adolis is swinging the bat. Heim has a couple home runs. So there's some positive indicators, but man, this is not going to win you a lot of ball games if you keep hitting the way you have lately.
Shout out to our Chicago Tolos. You can go to the game today. You can also hear it right here on 105 through the Fan 640, but you can go to the game today for $3. That is the get in the door price at Wrigley Field today. For $3 for the game.
Why is that so cheap?
The temperature probably.
Probably that it feels like it's 20 degrees right now.
It's Chicago.
With a high of 39 today. That's probably. I would have guessed. I would assume that's why. It's so cold there. The UV index is a 0.
So what's your expectation today? You expect more of the same? Cold weather?
Cold weather. Patrick Corbin's pitching. Spot start for Leiter, who's on the injured list. The blister. Yeah, I would not expect an offensive barrage. The weather's not going to be conducive for it. Right? It's just not. Yeah. Now, maybe with a 1 o'clock game tomorrow, they might, or the day game, where it's sunny out still. But you get into the nights. I don't know. I would assume another game where the Rangers bats just don't come alive.
The only teams that have scored fewer runs than the Rangers, you've got the Rockies, who have played 2 fewer games and have 3 fewer runs. The Astros, who have played 1 fewer game, have 3 fewer runs. The Braves, who are just awful. Braves 9 games this year, Chop. The Braves have scored 24 runs, which is
not even 3 a game.
They've only allowed 36. They're pitching pretty well.
In the 4 road games the Rangers have played, they've scored 5 runs.
That's just bad.
And they're 2-2. They're 2-2. They're 2-2 in those road games. They scored 5 runs. That's really tough. Like, they just don't hit away from home. But they lost 14-3 to Cincy, and they won 1-0, and lost 7-0 to the Cubs. So they're back at it today. 640 right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you know that game where they got beat down by the Reds, 14-3? That is by far their best offensive showing on the road this year.
Yeah, it is.
5 hits, 3 runs.
Yeah.
The other games, it was 1 run, 4 hits, 1 run, 3 hits, 0 runs, 3 hits. That's been their output on the road so far.
It's been tough sledding. It has. I mean, they'll figure it out. You hope they better. They don't really have a choice not to figure it out. Like, that's the whole thing. They don't really have a choice, but they are up to in the MLB Power Rankings, despite the loss. They are up to number 3.
Hey, I'll take it.
They are up to number 3 in the CBS rankings. It's Dodgers aren't even number 1. The Dodgers have lost 3 of 4. They started 8-0, and they've lost 3 of 4. But the Phillies are up there at number 1. But the Rangers is one of the main reasons I love the Rangers so much heading into the season. The expected offense to be among the best in baseball. It hasn't been very good at all, but they're still 8-2. What does that mean? That means watch out. It means watch out. That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's exactly what it means. By the way, really quickly, I want to touch on this because we like to talk about these different peripherals and different things like that. I mentioned Higashioka. Do you know what his average exit velocity is this year at the plate?
I don't know. 91,
94, which is really way
good.
Up high.
That's
and
really
not
good.
just that, he's in the top. He's in the 83rd percentile on framing rate. Well,
he's a really good player.
So I mean, if you're talking about like overall, he's been good so far.
He's a really good player. Pitchers like throwing to him. He's a decent hitter. He's not going to be a 30 home run guy, but he is. I mean, he is good for a dozen or so home runs. I mean, I like him a lot. I've always liked him.
Yesterday,
I don't like the Dawson nickname for him.
I love the Dawson nickname for him. Sean didn't like it, but I liked it.
I like Higgy, man. It just makes sense.
I know.
And you're changing the pronunciation of the middle of his name.
I mean, but it's a funnier name. Yeah. It's a funnier nickname. I like it.
What's the name?
Dawson nicknamed him because the middle of his name, Higashioka. Dawson's nicknamed him Gash. He likes that nickname, and he thinks he's just smashing the ball and stuff. So
yeah,
that's
just, you're just changing the pronunciation of his name.
Yeah,
so it's not even his name. Call him Gosh.
Yesterday, this was Higashioka.
Good Gosh.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Why does nobody ask me I should just come up with everything.
That's pretty good. I did yesterday when he was at the plate, Higashioka, his exit velocity 97, 102, 103. So he's hitting the ball hard.
I mean, it's the only way not to make your hand sting. Hit on the barrel. That's it. That's the only way not to make the hand sting.
It's a torpedo bat, man.
You could use that. We have players of they have made their voices heard on the torpedo bats
in a positive way.
It is in a positive way. They do. We don't have time to get into it now, but they do like them. Mm-hmm. They do genuinely like them. But like the one thing that really stood out, and we'll kind of go more in depth on this a little bit later, but the idea that we have never heard of them before this year, but they all had.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that stood out is like, this is not a new technology. This has been around and we said that the day after, it's been around since 2004. Somebody invented this like 2004. They've been around with this. It's just no one has ever used it.
Yeah, this now definitely.
Although they said Lindor used it last year and Giancarlo Stanton used it last year.
Manipulating the sweet spot, Manfred said players have been doing for a while. I think the targeted, like scientific research that says here's where everybody's torpedo bat should be shifted. I think that's what's new is the team-wide research to, hey, each guy, you're tailored here, and doing all that. That's new. That's new.
But also the fact that it's got a name to it. It's a funny name. It's cool. Torpedo bat.
Yeah.
Like, if you didn't have a name to it, if you just said, oh, it's just a barrel shifted bat. That's not good. You got to have a name to it.
It's got to have something that's catchy, catches on. And torpedo bat does it. I like it. I like using it in everyday conversation.
And look, and that's why I think, to me, why is OPS caught on when, ex-WOBA hasn't? Because it's easier to say and remember.
Yeah.
And it's easier to explain.
It's also easier to just
on base plus slugging, as opposed to some crazy formula. So ex-WOBA might be a better stat. It's not, but
why is it? But WAR has caught on, for instance, and nobody knows really how to calculate
formula,
WAR.
But it's easy to say. WAR.
Yeah,
WAR was a good formula.
Exactly. Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. That's it. So it's about the name. It's all in the name, man. You got to be able to name these things. Trey Lance has a job.
What?
Yes. And don't try this new scam out there. You're going to go to jail. That's next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
My favorite segment of the week coming up in 1 hour. Ask
The Payload?
Reddit. That's your favorite segment, not the payload.
You've claimed on this show.
I love it. I love the payload.
What's your favorite 640 segment?
It's my favorite 640 Thursday segment.
Okay. I believe you.
I think it's my favorite 640 Thursday. But no, the Ask Reddit is coming up at 7:40. Maybe you have a special guest for that one.
We do. Eric Chiafalo.
Oh, baby.
We've smoothed things over. Now, I've not smoothed things over with Zach. Zach and I are still not on good terms. We're not speaking. And so I've figured things out with Eric. And so we're good. So he's going to come here and, as a peace offering, take part and Ask Reddit. But Zach, no. Zach's still done.
Yeah.
I'm not having it.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Not about it.
All right, that's coming up 1 hour from now during the commercial-free expressway. But Trey Lance, Bobby, is back away from the unemployment line.
Yeah, weren't we thinking there for a little bit he was going to end up with the
Saskatchewan Roughriders? Thought he was going up to Is it Saskatoon?
I thought for a little bit he was going to end up with the Frisco Rough
Regina.
Riders.
It's Regina.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, man.
It's pronounced what?
Regina.
Oh, okay. I like that. I didn't know that.
Did you not know?
I know that. I'm messing with you. All right, Trey Lance is heading back. He is going back to Cali, as he is signing with the Los Angeles Chargers. It's a 1-year deal for up to $6.2 million.
Seems high.
This has to be
high.
$1 million salary, and if you play 30% of the snaps, it's $1 million. 40%, it's another $1 million. Like, it's got to be that, because there's no way anybody's saying, Trey Lance, you're worth $6 million. There's just no chance that that's the way that that's being set up. But look, he avoided the CFL. He ends up with Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Good for him. Wish him nothing but the best. But
doesn't this make him vested too?
I think it does, yeah. So, I mean, that's locked in now. But this is good for him. I'm happy he found somewhere to land. I just think we already have the answer on him. I think we know exactly the type of player.
I feel bad for he's never played.
But there's a reason.
I know, but if you take all of his NFL snaps and all of his college snaps, he has played. I bet you Quinn's played more than he has.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. If you
played all of his
college.
NFL and college, if you do college and NFL, I'll bet you Quinn played more snaps at Texas.
Yeah, let me look here. So he has. This may have changed. This probably did change last year once he got into that final game. But I mean, you're talking about he had thrown so far in his career, he's attempted 143 passes at the NFL level, and at North Dakota State, I think it was not a ton more than 318.
Yeah.
So we're talking about he's under 500 pass attempts since high school. In fact, I don't.
That's why I think he needed to go to the CFL.
Yeah, but the only problem is once you get there, it's really hard to get back.
I know it is. But if you're a quarterback and you show you could throw, or go to the UFL. Go to the UFL then. Get some play. You got to get some snaps, dude. You can't just be sitting there. Now, you want to just collect the paychecks at the bench? Fine, go ahead. You've carved out a nice living for yourself. Trey Lance is going to wind up making $30 million playing in the NFL.
Gosh, in the last 7 years, he has thrown like 450 passes.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, and he's going to wind up, he's going to make $30 million in the NFL or more. He'll never have to work another day in his life. But dude, you've already made your money. Go, try to play. Try to play. Go to the UFL. Get some snaps in.
The UFL is what makes the most sense, I think. But, he probably doesn't want to walk away. He doesn't want to. He wants to hold on as long as he can. We saw him out there in training camp. That dude's never going to play. Like, you saw him throw. He doesn't see the field at all.
No. His vision, his decision making, his ability, his mechanics. He's a big guy. He throws the ball super easy. You love his. You can absolutely see why. Like, if you just put him in a lab, that's the kind of guy you want. He can move. He does everything right except decide where to throw the ball.
Yeah, look, he's a great athlete. There's a lot to like. He did go third overall for a reason.
There's some Joe Milton, there's some Joe Milton issues there with the same thing.
Honestly, it's just he doesn't see stuff. We would watch him out there in training camp. He would be looking directly at a defender and then throw it in their chest. It's like, what are you seeing? Like, it's not even tunnel vision. It's like it's a periscope. You're talking about he's so tightly focused, he doesn't even see a defender directly in front of him. It's bizarre. But you know what could have saved all this? This could have saved everybody if they would have just gone to Draft 101, Chop. Because if they would have gone to Draft 101, they would have been prepared. They would have heard Brian say how much he didn't like Trey Lance. And then they would have been all good to go. And it is our staple draft event with you, the Tolo. It's Draft 101 and our fan showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. This is going to be on April 17th. Our Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, myself, we're going to team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, dinner on us thanks to Whataburger, plus plenty of giveaways, completely free. And we can't wait to see you for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. No sign-up required either. Just show up. here to the station on April 17th, and we'll be here to hang out with you and look forward to a good time at Draft 101. All right, Trey Lance has a job, Chop, but it looks like a middle school principal doesn't or may not.
A Florida middle school principal got arrested for something that a middle schooler would absolutely do. So this is at a Walmart. Bach Academy North principal Gregory Lewis was at a Winter Haven Walmart. Asset protection. We used to call them loss prevention. I guess they're called asset protection now. This is like the eye in the sky. The eye in the sky comes out and stops him. And he was skip scanning at the self-checkout.
This is such a lame move.
So he had been caught placing a bag of disposable foam plates between more expensive items to steal them and only pay for the cheaper items. He tried to steal a large pack of light bulbs, bacon, and frozen butterfly shrimp, totaling just under $40, according to the arrest affidavit by the outlet. He's a middle school principal. His friends told him about this shoplifting tactic that he wanted to try out for himself. What a moron.
Sounds like a life hack.
It does sound like a life hack. Like, I wonder how often do people like at the self-checkout not check everything out? I mean, there's a camera. Literally, you're looking at the screen. You go to like a CVS or a Walgreens and you go to the self-checkout. The camera, you're looking at your self-scan.
Yeah.
How dumb do you have to be?
I forgot bananas one time in college because they're already bagged up. And so I was, bagging stuff, putting it in my cart, and I saw bananas bagged up, and I thought, oh, I already scanned those. And I was looking at my receipt when I got back to my apartment, and I was like, why aren't the bananas on there? And I had walked out with the bananas. To this day, I feel guilty about it.
Hey, you're a good guy.
But now, should I have gone back and paid for them? Maybe, but it was raining. I didn't want to,
risk. You probably should have.
Once you're out, I mean, you probably should have, but
I feel bad. I admit it.
Did you enjoy the bananas at least?
Yeah, I did.
Man, what
it was a big pack of bananas too. It was probably 5 or 6.
Yeah, I walked out with underneath the cart, you put some. I put a case of water under there,
and I just forgot
about it. Completely forgot. I went back in. I was like, man, I forgot to pay for this.
I don't know if I've ever.
And they said this happens like every day.
So I don't like taking the self checkout. If the regular checkout line is open, I'm taking that.
Look at you, helping the economy, keeping jobs.
It's just I don't want to do it myself. Like it's a pain.
I love it. I get that scanner, gun scanner.
No,
you get wild with that thing.
Oh baby, I love it. I'm so mad Costco got rid of the gun scanner.
I think it's gotten better, but I don't use it so long that it doesn't matter. The whole thing of just. You used to scan the item, and then you'd put it in the bag. And then if you didn't put it in the bag just fast enough or it wasn't heavy enough, then it go,
please place the item in the tray area.
Wait for an associate. And then somebody had to come over and unlock it. And then it's like, okay, all right, well, now that this bag is full, I have to take it off and move it to the side. And as soon as you lift it up and took it to the side, it's a please return to the bag in there. It's like, okay, I'm not doing this. This is a pain in the ass.
The only time I don't do that, I love the self-checkout. The only time I don't do it is if I have alcohol. Because then you got to get somebody to scan you in.
Or, well, I assume you don't use the things that come in the little box, maybe made of plastic. I assume you don't use many of those. You don't strike me as a guy who buys those for special time with the lady.
Oh,
because
you gotta use.
No, I'm set. Well,
you gotta get somebody to scan those in for you.
A lot of times when you scan them, then they'll say, please wait for an associate.
You have to be a certain age to buy those?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, or at least stores enforce it.
18, right?
The best is that
18.
Some stores lock them up. Like behind glass.
I knew that. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Kristen.
I hate that. I hate that, man.
Kristen went one time to the store and she saw him locked up and she just left. She was going to get some. She's like, I got to find a shady gas station to buy these.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
I'm not doing this.
No.
Well, you know what? That got that middle school principal. Which, by the way, did he get in trouble? Did he keep his job?
Yeah, he got arrested.
But do we know if he kept his job or does it say?
I did not see. This happened this weekend. Well, it just happened.
Here's some bad news for an English woman who was flying on Ryanair, and she had an issue with skip scanning of sorts. She got a can of Pringles while she was flying recently, and when she showed up to the airport, she was promptly arrested by police officers. She had 3 officers waiting there for her. Anne-Marie Murray ordered Pringles, water, and a Coke on a flight from Tenerife to Bristol on March 20th.
Hang on, I just found an update on this. he has been fired for gross misconduct. And now an update. He will not receive his retirement pay.
Oh, man.
Which is estimated about $133,000.
That sucks.
That is awful.
All in the name of some butterfly
What a
shrimp.
dope.
Anne-Marie Murray ordered Pringles water and a Coke on a flight from Tenerife to Bristol on March 28th. The bill came out to €7. She didn't have cash on her, and she was unable to pay when the in-flight card machine would not accept payment. So it wasn't working. It wasn't accepting the payment.
Right.
But she had eaten everything. So when the flight landed, because she'd consumed it, there were 3 police officers waiting for her and put her in the back of their van in cuffs to question her for stealing.
How did she steal? She gave her the card.
Because she ate them. She shouldn't have eaten them, I guess, is the issue.
But
the airline crew called ahead for police assistance after the passenger became disruptive. But she said, I wasn't disruptive. I just told him, what do you want me to do? Like, she was basically just like, what do you want me to do? It's not working. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And
I mean, how many times have they, if you order a drink on a flight, they give you the drink and they come back to your seat to collect the payment?
Right.
They don't do it all right. I've had it where sometimes they do it right there. Sometimes they come back. It depends on how busy they are.
How bad, how broke is Ryanair that they're like, we gotta.
I think they're the ones that wanted to get rid of bathrooms or charge you for bathrooms.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
They're like the super low cost European carrier. They put Spirit to shame.
That's ridiculous. But I mean, if she had Pringles, a Coke, and then what was it, a water? Yeah, Pringles, a Coke, and a water for €7. That's not. I don't think that sounds
not crazy.
Too bad.
That's not crazy expensive.
Like, yeah, if you want to talk about €7 is $7.66. If I pay for Pringles, a soda, and a bottle of water on an American flight for $7.66, that's not bad. So they should quit whining.
They should quit whining.
Like, that's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Just relax. All right.
Things are cheaper.
Take it easy.
Cheaper on Ryanair. Okay.
Big
Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan, 6 a.m. Club. Shout out to you. Was this the chalkiest tournament ever? Or the chokiest? College Kegger next.
Oh, we're laughing all morning. Ha, ha, ha.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Clayton dribbling on the logo. A little shot fake, drives left side of the lane, all the way to the rim. Count the bucket and the foul. Walter Clayton Jr., his first field goal comes on a rack attack.
He threw it away. Hey, Pagonis. Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow.
Confetti!
You have to feel disgusted if you are a Houston fan or a Houston bettor for that matter, as Florida wins a game they have no business winning, and they are the national champs. Congrats to Chuck Cooperstein.
Yes.
That's what they play. And Florida Hall of Famer now.
He was just put in their Ring of Honor, or their Hall of Fame, whatever, 2 months ago?
Yeah, for the broadcast Ring of Honor. I didn't know they had a broadcast. I asked him stupidly, is this going to be in the stadium? And he was like, haha, no.
But hey, the Florida Gators have won the title every single year that Chuck's been in the Hall of Fame. I don't think that's a coincidence.
I don't think so either. They got 2 more, though, too.
Yeah, but they've won it every year that he's been in.
Every year that
Their
he's been
winning
in.
rate.
Yeah, so he just needs to get inducted every year.
He's like the, he's the Will Smith of announcers. How he was on the title team every year.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Florida win, but again, they won a game they had no business winning. They were not the better team last night, but they win it, and this is what this tournament has been. You've seen like Houston was not the better team against Duke.
No, Houston
had no business being in this game.
I think Houston took it. Game. I think Houston took that game, but yeah, Duke was better.
Duke was better. When you're up 14 with 8 to go, you're the better team. Houston was up 12 in this game. You're the better team. When you're up 12, you're the better team. I don't need the final score to know who the better team was, but that doesn't mean who the winning team was. And Florida did not make the same mistakes down the stretch necessarily that Houston did not get a shot off in their final 2 possessions.
Yeah, I mean, it's unacceptable. Ultimately, you got to get a shot off. That's the biggest thing. But Florida, to their credit, Florida played some great defense
Honestly,
down the stretch.
They didn't get a shot off their final 3 possessions because on the third one, or the first one as in sequence, it was blocked. It was blocked by Condon, and then the next one it went off Sharp's leg, and the next one, Sharp, would have been called for a double dribble had he touched the ball.
Yeah.
By the way, had he play on him to know that rule?
Yeah.
Had he play on him? But Florida wins the game, and they made the better plays down the stretch. I can't believe it.
Houston's starting 5. What do you think they shot in this game?
Like a percentage?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
29%.
I don't think that's good.
29%. Because off the bench, Francis was 4 of 5. Wilson was 4 of 9. But then you go down the list, and it was just Juwan Roberts, 3 of 13. Emmanuel Sharp, 3 of 11. LJ
I am
Cryer,
stunned
6 of
Juwan
18.
Roberts was 3 of 13. It looked like he was making everything that was thrown up there, like in the first half.
3 of 13.
Wow.
So it was a rough showing, but yeah, look, I mean, good for Florida. They were opportunistic.
Yeah, they were.
There were a few different stumbles along the way where you felt like this wasn't going to be their year, whether it be against UConn or Tech, or they were down 9 to Auburn. You just thought at different points along the way. So resilience, they deserve a lot of credit for.
God,
They finished games.
That was the gutsiest, grittiest win I've seen all year by a team. It was such just to stay in there and keep crawling back. Every basket felt like a chore for Florida.
Yeah.
It was like that great. Houston was such a good defensive team all year long, and they were stifling. Walter Clayton did nothing in the first 35 minutes of this game, 30 minutes of this game, and they hung on. They just kept with it. They led for a grand total of a minute and 4 seconds. They led for.
Dude, what was that? So I'm just looking at some of the 3 minutes and 14 seconds left in the Texas Tech game. Tech was 94% chance to win the game. Auburn at one point during that game was I can't remember where they were at. Auburn was at 60%. They were at 70% with 12 minutes left. Houston was at 94% with 15 minutes left last night. There were all these improbable comebacks. They deserve, like I said, Florida deserves a ton of credit for being as gutsy and resilient as they are and finishing basketball games. What I need to look up is how much did they outscore these teams in the last 10 minutes of games? Or the last 5 minutes of games?
Quite a bit.
So they deserve it. They earned it. But man, I do feel bad for Houston. So
yeah, I do. I feel really bad for Kelvin Sampson. A lot of people coming in with his comps, his all-time comps, throwing out names like
for Kelvin Sampson.
Throwing out names like Bruce Pearl, Mark Few, Rick Barnes, Bob Huggins. So Brian Kelly, you said from football.
Yeah, if you're looking at football, I think Brian Kelly is similar. But I also get why you think that Kelvin Sampson's a better coach than Brian Kelly is.
I do. He's also more likable.
Yeah, because Brian Kelly is a jackass by all accounts.
He did have his cheating ways, but those cheating ways don't even count anymore, man. They don't even count anymore. So was this the chalkiest tournament of the chokiest? There was quite a bit of choke that happened. Tech, Duke, Houston.
Yeah, what was
UConn maybe?
What was who did Arkansas choked against Tech, right? Didn't they?
Yeah, they had a 15-point second half lead.
Yeah, and so there were a few different games that
there were quite a bit,
just wild, and then we had a couple others that felt just short. Didn't Gonzaga pushed it really close at the end against Houston?
Well, Houston was up, double digits the entire game, and then Gonzaga made it they got into a one possession game late, but for the most part it was.
Yeah, and it was in the last 2 minutes. They were down 11 with 2 minutes left, and then they pushed it down. But no, look, this is I enjoyed the tournament overall. If you're going to grade it overall, though, what'd you say? B-?
It's a B. Look, the tournament's always good to me. This was a B- tournament. It's there wasn't anything special. Although there was a lot of drama as you got every round past the Sweet 16. There was one game that was hanging in the where the team had actually before that with Florida and UConn in the second round.
Is that what we were missing though? Were we just missing Cinderella?
We missed Cinderella. We missed buzzer beaters necessary. We missed Cinderella.
And we didn't. It didn't feel like we got. Some people may say it's Walter Clayton, but again, that's Florida. That's different to me. We didn't have the standard tournament star. Like, oh my gosh, March made this guy.
Well, we thought we had it, and then last night he didn't play well. Clayton didn't play well.
No, but that's that's Florida. Like I'm saying, we don't have the typical oh my gosh, this you got this point guard from George Mason that my gosh, everybody falls in love with him. Like you start seeing people asking why isn't
Florida
this guy
Atlantic had that a couple years ago. Derek Queen at Maryland might have been that guy with the buzzer beater, but they didn't go any further than that. They lost the next round.
Boombox guy.
That honestly may be the guy.
Probably the greatest guy.
Yeah, that may be the guy.
Didn't he lead off the overrated One Shining Moment? I still don't. One Shining Moment does absolutely nothing for me. Absolutely nothing for me.
I don't have any strong feelings towards it. It's just it's whatever. Yeah. It's the corny song that plays.
Oh, it's such a corny song.
Yeah.
Who sings it, Peyton?
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Got it. I don't know who it is.
It's Luther.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was Luther.
Yep.
You know who Luther is, Peyton?
No. Does he have a last name?
He does.
Okay, good.
Starts with a V.
Luther.
Don't make him guess a word that starts with V, please.
I was thinking about it.
Was this the last game we'll ever see at the Alamo Dome? That is, they've said the Final Four basically say you need to overhaul this place if you want to have another one.
If that security guard has anything to say for it'll be the last one, because he's not going to let anybody on the court.
It's been built. It's been there for over 30 years. But it brings in about $440 million of economic impact to the city of San Antonio during this weekend. And they're going to need to have at least $440 million of. So $440 million.
What's the issue with it?
It's just outdated. There's not the suites.
Is it run down though, or is it just there's not a lot of perks?
There's not a lot of perks. It's not run down necessarily. It's also smaller, more intimate. It's always it's like a 65,000 seat.
I don't think I've ever been to the Alamo Dome. Maybe once.
Nothing
back
to
in the
it,
day.
man. It's just a square. It's a rectangular building. That's it.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
It doesn't have a whole lot of character to it.
I can't remember if I've ever been in it though. But I know that there's a little bit of. I think it's probably just the fact that it was like, all right, here's San Antonio's spot. Like that's probably some of where the fondness comes for it.
I think it would be a good place to watch a basketball game from the standpoint of of your football stadiums. It's the least cavernous because it's the smallest. So that's a good thing, but I think the NCAA just wants a more updated venue, and there's a lot of competition out there. They've Jerry World's it's coming to AT&T in 2030. Houston's always in the rotation. Phoenix is always in the rotation. Indy, Atlanta.
I don't know. I just feel like San Antonio's kind of like New Orleans with the Super Bowl. Like they're gonna make sure it swings through there.
I think so, but I don't know. They're kind of intimating that you gotta update your building.
That's fair. If it's behind the times, like they've got to do, you got to modernize it a little bit.
Yeah. College Kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. A little football here, real quick. There are 4 teams leading the pack in the SEC for your win totals that have come out for this year. 9.5, Alabama. 9.5, Georgia.
Yep.
9.5.
LSU?
No, not LSU.
Oh, okay.
LSU is at 8.5.
Okay.
Ole Miss is at 8.5. 9.5, Tennessee. 9.5, Texas.
Look at that.
7.5 for A&M.
My Longhorns, your Volunteers,
That's
and
right,
Peyton
baby.
Russell's Georgia Bulldogs and Alabama Crimson Tide.
That's right, baby. Texas is minus 200 to go over. So they're that's like a 66% implied odds or whatever.
Yeah, this is from what Sark has built with that roster, everything that he's done to kind of position them as a contender. This was supposed to be the 2-year window where they would really push, because you figured it was Quinn's last year, and so Quinn being able to take advantage of his best possible ball, and then you introduce Arch.
So
so that's the thought.
They're by far the favorites though, because they have the highest minus. They're the highest favorite odds. Georgia's minus 180, so not quite as good. And Bama and Tennessee are both plus money. So like they're expected. Vegas expects them to go under the 9.5.
I mean, look, not just Homer Texas fan here. Don't you feel like watching Texas the last 2 years? There's a bit of inevitability with them.
That they're inevitably going to win the title.
They're going to at least get to the title at some point.
Yeah,
it feels
like kind of like
it feels like a build. Like we're getting to like, all right, there's going to reach this point where Texas is going to win it. They're making.
It kind of feels like where Michigan was 2 years ago.
Yeah, similar. I mean, they've been on the doorstep. They've been inching closer, and they keep building better teams. Last year, I thought they were going to take a bit of a step back, and they were probably better. I mean, they didn't. The other team was probably closer in that they got right. They were hanging right there with Washington. I mean, they were right there with Ohio State too. But I think that what you see is Texas is a team that feels very much like it's going to get there. It's not there yet, but it's one of those things where everybody I think feels like they're inevitable. Nobody feels like a Notre Dame is inevitable. I don't think, but you do feel that way with. I think Texas is that way,
even though Notre Dame went to the title game.
Yeah, but I mean, I think everybody looks at Notre Dame, at least I did, as Notre Dame is just like, what a scrappy team.
I think it was an upset for them to get there.
Yeah, I don't think every year in, year out, that felt like their opportunity if they wanted to win.
The title game was the Final Four, Texas and Ohio State. That was the title game.
Yeah, that's how, essentially.
That was the title game.
So to me, I do feel like there's some inevitability with Texas, and eventually they're going to win it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, the question is, how long do you have Arch for? I know the Mannings say 2 years.
Yeah.
He could technically go up to this year, though, I think.
Yeah, I would assume it's this year. I would assume
he leaves up to this year?
That's my guess. Now, if the NFL scouts keep giving him some of the feedback that he's been getting now, he'll stay 2 years.
Think so?
Because some of the feedback he's been getting now is, dude, you need a little longer in the oven. You got to cook a little.
Okay. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. Sean is out this week. He is back next week. He's got paternity leave for a child he had a year ago.
Oh, congratulations. Yes. You had another baby.
I know, another baby.
That's so good.
It's such a wonderful time of year.
We'll get through this week, and then that'll be it.
That's it, baby. There is a new favorite for Shedeur Sanders. Would you take him at 12 if he fell to the Cowboys? Plus, we ask Reddit. It is the commercial-free expressway. Next on the fan.
Remember something? You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit. it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. You have reached the commercial-free expressway. Ask Reddit at 740. Special guest Eric Chiafalo.
He's back.
He is the he was the subject or one of the subjects of Bobby Belt's latest diss track yesterday. And he will join us at 740 for Ask Reddit.
He took it more humbly, so I've forgiven him. I'm moving on, and I'm forgiving Eric. I'm not forgiving Zach yet.
Okay, very good. Now, Bobby, there is a new favorite for one Shedeur Sanders in the NFL draft?
Yep, and you're going to want to keep an eye on the fan text, Chop, as I don't have access to it right now.
Right, sir.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We're about to get in some Shedeur Sanders discussion. And what happens if he is just sitting there staring you in the face at pick 12? In fact, I'll ask that now, and you can start pouring in your answers, and we'll go over them. But if Shedeur Sanders makes it to pick 12, what are you doing if you're the Cowboys? And Chop and I will kick that around here in a little bit. But what would you want the Cowboys to do if that's what happens? New report here. This is from Mike Florio yesterday, reporting that both DraftKings and FanDuel, Chop, have now shifted the odds. And we see this usually about this far out. You start seeing certain odds shift in favor of a certain team or a certain player going a certain place. And that's usually an indicator that somebody's starting to talk. And they're starting to get a sense of things. For instance, yesterday we found Travis Hunter going number 2 has become a favorite. And appears to be the betting markets are moving that direction. Abdul Carter, a lot of people are thinking now we'll end up with the Giants. And so you asked me this yesterday. Where does that put Shedeur? And a lot of people, I think, have felt like the Jets could be the floor. Maybe the Jets don't like him, though.
A lot of people pick the Jets like at 7 or something as the floor for him, but we'll see.
Maybe the Jets aren't fans of him. According to DraftKings and FanDuel, the new favorite to select Shedeur Sanders are the New Orleans Saints. They are plus 300.
They're pick at 9?
9. Plus 300. The next largest favorite is the Giants at plus 350.
Oof.
So basically, same question you had yesterday. If they get past the Giants, where's the fall? After the Giants, the next best odds are the Browns at plus 425. Then you have the Steelers at 7-1. Jets, Raiders, and Rams are 10-1. So we're basically looking at if he gets past New York, the next you're probably looking at a slide to the back end of the top 10. And now you're getting closer to Dallas. And if New Orleans passes,
he'll be there.
The next couple of picks are Chicago and San Francisco.
And
San Francisco's about to play. They're about to pay Purdy.
Well,
they're going to.
Would they change that plan with this?
I don't think so.
I
think they would pay Purdy.
All right, so here's what the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text says, 877-881-1053. Draft him, trade down, draft him. He is booty, don't draft him. Let's see. A fourth, a fifth, and now a first-round quarterback who won't play. I'm all out or more all out. I'm rooting for the Eagles. Absolutely not stay away. Trade down or trade Dak for a fifth. Trade the pick for a king's ransom. Let him keep dropping. He's this year's Brady Quinn. Trade out and get an extra pick. If Sanders there is 12, I trade back, hopefully pick up another 2, maybe a 3. I would not take him at 212. He is terrible. I would laugh and say no, but use the pick to trade back if a team is willing, but I don't see him going in the first. That'll put some heat under Dak's feet. So most say trade down.
So I'll get into some of my thoughts on Geno Smith, and then I want to hear what you would do, Chop, because you're Mr. Take the quarterback if he's sitting there, generally. So I'm going to be interested to hear what you have to say about this. I think Aiden's got this video. So we've talked about this before. The guy he's most similar to mechanically is Geno Smith. Like it's very there's a lot of similarities. If you look up on the fan cam, Chop, you can see the way that they drop, the way that they throw. It's very, very similar. Now, the only thing that's different is, and if you're seeing it, you can tell, Shador's got happy feet a little bit. It's a pitter-patter, whereas Geno's very solid, very stable. Base is good. But they are very, very similar in their delivery, the way that they drop, the way they stand in the pocket, the way that they move. It's all very similar. That's why a lot of people thought for a little while there that you could see Shador go to the Raiders and just learn under Geno for a couple of years.
Do you buy the tap? The tap?
What do you mean the tap?
When Shador taps the ball, do you buy that?
So like when he is he
that he has a tell that he gives away when he's about to throw by tapping the ball?
A little bit, but most quarterbacks do at this age. So most quarterbacks have some sort of tell that they still haven't ironed out yet. It's very rare you get Andrew Luck walking into the NFL.
Yeah.
And so to me, you look at Shador and go, okay, all the pieces are there to be, when you clean him up a little bit mechanically, he can be essentially what Geno Smith is now, which Geno Smith is a good quarterback that you can win with. Now, could he be better? Absolutely. Some of the different things, this is what I have Shador Sanders as my number one quarterback in the draft, but I have him with a second round grade. And so some of the things that I wrote about him when I had watched him was that he's a prolific signal caller, poise and touch are blinking lights. He throws with anticipation and confidence. He makes up for a lack of zip on the ball because he does not have like a cannon arm. He's got a decent arm, but it's not like a throw that's going to zip it through tight windows like Matthew Stafford. So he's got to throw with a little more anticipation, a little more touch, and that's how he compensates a little bit. He's not a threat to run, but he will use subtle movements in the pocket to buy some extra time. He will run when he has to. He's not just committed to staying back there like Dak has gotten to. He's got to work on the lower body mechanics. If you just saw it there, he throws from a sloppy base at times. It causes this uneven weight distribution that occasionally leads to the ball sailing on him. He's got these imprecise drop back mechanics that leads to avoidable sacks. He will not throw the ball away in a number of instances. And the problem is he keeps going backwards.
Oh, no.
So instead of throwing the ball away 9 yards deep in the pocket, it becomes an 18-yard sack. That happens a lot. So the throw mechanics reminiscent of Geno Smith, but he lacks a compact release. He'll occasionally allow corners to drive on the ball because of that, like you mentioned, the pat on the ball, the longer release, it tips corners off. But if I tell you that that's the guy, and I say Geno is the expectation, he could be more, would you say, all right, give me rookie contract Geno and figure out a way to pull the escape hatch on Dak Prescott? Do you just stand in, make a pick somewhere else, or do you trade down?
So the issue with Dak is obviously the contract. The reason that you would want Shador is that you get four or five free years of quarterback play. If you were to walk away from Dak right now,
it would not be now. You'd probably have to sit. Shador would have to sit for a year or two.
Yeah, then you're just wasting that's a waste. That to me, that's just that you're not getting the benefit of the free quarterback. But it is like, I do think you obviously have a chance to do a Green Bay Packers thing with Love and with Aaron Rodgers. So to me, when a quarterback falls in your lap in the first round and it's available that you weren't expecting to get there, I mean, I do think you have to take it. I don't care if it makes this team better this year. I'm not interested in that. This team isn't going to win the title this year anyway. So I don't really care. I don't really care.
So would you then? You would take him?
Yeah, because I also don't like. I also don't care what the scouts say about his prospects. Nobody thought Patrick Mahomes was going to be this. Nobody
thought he was going to be that, but he was a top 10 pick. He was considered he
was clearly 2 to Mitch Trubisky.
Right, but that's because there was some boom or bust with Mahomes because there were things you just didn't know about.
Right.
Because he was in a tech offense that didn't. Trubisky was coming from North Carolina. People had you had more solid answers about him.
Like Josh Allen had a lot of questions.
Yeah, but still went 6.
Still went six, but had a lot of questions about him.
Yeah, and still did the first 2 years of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Ironed him out, fixed it.
So we're very bad at evaluating people in general. So I don't really care what they think. It's just you have a quarterback that is a good player. You've seen him, you like him. If he's there, take him.
So here's the issue: if you trade down, Pittsburgh's the obvious target, right?
That's it. Now look, obviously first choice. If you could trade down with Pittsburgh, because they're at what, 20?
21.
What does it take to go 9 spots?
So this is the problem. You drop 9 spots, just going by the trade value chart that's out there publicly. Yeah. That's 1,200 to 800 points. So you need 400 points in between. 400 points is the 50th pick, which is the middle of the second round. Pittsburgh doesn't have a second round pick.
So next year's 1.
Pittsburgh has... So is that what you would do? You just trade for next year's 1 and drop down the spots and get nothing this year?
Yeah.
Or would you say a third and next year's 2? You could get a third this year and next year's 2. Which would you? You don't want instant gratification?
I don't need the instant gratification. No, we're not. We are in a rebuild. We are in a rebuild, and it's time this team recognizes that. Get next year's 1 and then trade next year's 1 for like a couple of 2s or whatever. You know what I mean? Like just keep moving. That's what we need to do, I think.
Now,
but short of that, if Pittsburgh doesn't bite and doesn't give you that, then dude, you know what? Just take him. Green Bay did it. Was Green Bay stupid when they had Brett Favre at the end of his career? Basically the same spot Dak was in, where you've got a couple of years left. Was Green Bay dumb to take Aaron Rodgers?
No. But also, kind of a different scenario. Like you had a very clear path towards they're out of here.
Was Green Bay dumb to take Jordan Love?
No, same sort of situation. It's the exact situation.
And we have a clear path here.
Right, but
2 more years and go.
Yours would take extreme financial discipline that like Green Bay and others didn't have to. They knew there was an end date coming.
Yeah.
Is the only difference there. Now, if you take Shedeur Sanders, which I don't think they would, if you could get the value for it, yeah, if Pittsburgh offers you a 1, sure, trade down, go do it. But otherwise, just stand in there and pick somebody other than Shedeur, I think probably. But if you take Shedeur, Chop, Joe Milton's going to request a trade because wasn't he pretty upset that he wasn't able to compete in New England?
That's one of the talking points that has come out about the end of Joe Milton's tenure with the Patriots. It's that there's a report out there that he was not going to be able to compete for the starting job. That they were going to just hand it over to Drake May in camp and not allow Joe to compete. And I get it. He drafted him very, very high. But Joe was like, all right, if I'm not going to be given a chance to compete for the starting job, I'm a second-year player. Trade me. And they did. And they were going to trade. They probably were going to trade him anyway because they got Josh Dobbs, their backup, and Dobbs was with Vrabel in Tennessee. But, this is not a problem, is it? Like that the guy wanted to be traded if he's not going to have a chance to compete for the job?
No,
he's not going to have a chance to compete here, but he knows Dak's got an end date on his career.
Yeah, he also wanted to be in Dallas, it sounded like. So I guess it is just a thing of like, well, if I'm not going to start anywhere right now or be given a chance to compete, I guess I'll just be comfortable. I want to be in Dallas.
I'll make some cash. I'll get a chance to play because Dak's going to get hurt. Does every year.
That's not a wish, to be clear.
It's not a wish.
You're just saying it's an expectation.
Just saying it's an expectation. And then, if Dak retires in 2 years and I'm still here and they like me, maybe I'll have a chance to compete for the starting job.
There is a chance, though, it's staring him in the face. But if not, then it'll be Kellen Moore and Shedeur Sanders coupling up. And that'll be what we're looking at. But either way, I think that you've got an opportunity to do something or develop something with Joe Milton. Stick with that. Make your pick. I would go ahead and say pass on Shedeur Sanders.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to criticize that. I would take the quarterback when they're there. But
I get it. But
I get what you're saying too. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. This HOV portion of the commercial-free expressway is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Let's hook you up for listening.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Arlington Renegades on Saturday, April 19th at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, it is time for my favorite segment of the week. It's Brian Broaddus' favorite segment of the week, and we have a special guest joining us for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit. We do it every Tuesday here during the Expressway. We kick around some of the answers with you, the Tolos, over on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We're also going to get your answers on the Twitch. So, I'm talking to One Love TX. I need you in here to give us some answers. Mike X Cowboy, Not a Fan 1053, Shoot Brown 78, The Sethnicity. All you guys jump in there over on the YouTube. We need Cordero, Christina, Little Dallas Cowboy, Carrie, everybody. We're going to get to your answers here in Ask Reddit as we kick these around the studio. And we kick it around with Eric Chiafalo. Welcome, Bleeder. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Gaylord Choppy, Peyton Russell, and Aiden Butler. I'm not sure who else is on the show with you,
Man.
Choppy, but it's great to be here with you.
Man, thank you for joining us. Someone get my man some help. My man over here with a half-painting wall. What is that in the background? You got a half-painted wall there.
This is our disaster class of a room. I don't really have a nice little studio set up, so I'm bunkered in the girls' little playroom that my wife decided to paint part of the wall and then just sort of punted on it a couple of months ago. So
you as a homeowner, Chop, and as an interior designer, you should know what an accent wall is. That's all it is.
Right.
It's just an accent
wall.
That's
right. I got one.
All right, that's what we're doing. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3. We're going to lead off with Eric Chiafalo. Eric, how can you tell if a woman has seen other dudes behind your back?
Not really a feeling I'm familiar with, Bob. I got to be honest with you.
Thankfully, yeah.
No, I think it's usually there's kind of a distance factor, right? Like there's less of of replying. They're all of a sudden a little bit busier on the weekends, and the ghost factor. I mean, that's really all I got for you. I don't really have too much experience in these waters, from my understanding.
DFW Dad says protective with the phone is one.
Protective with the phone, I think, would be one. Like if you're in a long-term relationship and she's like, it just starts cutting it off, or maybe she starts grooming more than normal.
That could be it. I'll tell you what.
Or picks up a move or two.
I'll tell you what, a lot of it is, I think a lot of what or at least I've seen, so I haven't had to deal with this specifically, but what you see, I think a lot from other friends that I've known who have dealt with this, it's usually they start becoming more accusatory. Like they start really ramping up what are you doing? Are you cheating on it? Like it just becomes a little more like reflecting out their own guilt or whatever that is. Some of the answers on the YouTube. T from the 203 says if she tracks you on Apple, Peyton, that's what you do. You track people on Apple. Let's see here. Some of the other answers. Gregory says she starts picking fights with you. Mike X Cowboy on the Twitch says getting texts from Pizza Hut at 2 a.m.
Yeah, those random Pizza Hut texts is a dead giveaway.
Usually pretty good. Peyton, what's your answer here?
Yeah, she just gets, it's probably what everyone says, but she gets weird when you're looking at her phone or being around her phone, it goes off and you kind of glance at her, have her phone in general. And she's like, whoa, what are you doing with my phone? Give me that. She doesn't want you looking through her stuff. That's probably a giveaway.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You can text us, 877-881-1053.
People say the fan text, a partially painted wall is a dead sign.
No. just gave up they gave up the paint. That's what that's Marion would never do that. I'm confident. All right. RJ Choppy, I know which answer you're going to give here. Okay. But what is a pain you can't truly explain until you've endured it?
A pain you can't truly explain until you know my answer?
Well, I mean, I think everybody's default answer for guys is going to be
childbirth. Yeah.
Well, no, for guys, when you get hit down there, you can't explain to somebody how painful it is.
When you get kicked there.
We had this debate the other day.
Well,
is the flick worse than the full-on hit?
The flick is absolutely worse because it's a delayed reaction. A kidney stone. I don't think I've never experienced that. I have no idea what the pain is. But the one I've actually experienced that I don't think I can explain to you, you got to just try it for yourself. And Chia, I know that you spend a lot of days at the gym. You ever dropped a weight or a dumbbell on your toe? I lost my big toenail.
Did you really?
Yeah, I got back. I came back. But the foot, I've never experienced pain like this.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're just putting plates on a bar, if you get a little too aggressive with it and your finger slips in there and gets smashed, even just 5 pounds is extremely painful. And I could imagine Choppy. I know you're a shoeless in the public bathroom guy.
Yeah,
or you might be shoeless in the gym guy.
I don't do that. I don't do shoeless. I know people who do. I don't get it. There was a guy yesterday with flip-flops on in there. I was like, what are we doing here, man?
No, that's a poor decision. I don't like that decision at all. What's your answer here, Eric? A pain you can't truly explain until you've endured it. I'll say for me, you're going physical pain. I'll go emotional pain. You cannot, like the first time like somebody hurts your kid's feelings or like really like hurts your kid and makes them like come home crying from school. So I get so like shared hurt by that and want to just the irrational things I want to like harm somebody is very high. It's really hard to explain it until it actually you feel it happen. So Eric, what's your answer?
You want to lash out at the elementary school kid who hurt your daughter's feelings. I totally
get what's his
shake
name?
the 7-year-old by the shoulders.
For me, dude, I would say the extreme sciatic pain.
Oh, gosh, that's awful.
It is. I mean, I describe it like you just have a sword that's stuck from the top of your hip down to your toes. If you get it all time bad, which I did some 10 years ago or whatever. And I mean, just writhing, you're laying down, sitting, standing, walking. Nothing really helps it. It's just pure misery.
Peyton, what you got?
So I went emotional pain rather than physical pain here, but it's the obvious that a lot of us felt over a decade ago, being one strike away from winning the World Series, and you see your team lose because it hurt me bad for many years. It still hurts me today.
I bet you Houston fans are feeling that today.
You know, Yankee fans saying, "Oh, well, we blew a 3-0 lead in the series." That's nothing compared to this. You're one strike away twice. You have it right there.
I think a lot of people would say a 3-0 series lead is worse.
But you can lose 4 in a row. No one's ever been a strike away though and lost it.
Let's hear.
No one's ever put a 3-0 series lead either.
True,
Some of the answers on the YouTube. Max says stepping on Legos barefoot. David Sullivan on the YouTube says a bad toothache. Let's see here. Some of the answers on the Twitch. Not a fan 1053 says full-grown adult circumcision is his answer for this one.
What idiot thought of that? Now, is that a religious? Am I speaking about a religious?
No, just when you're an adult, like maybe it didn't get done earlier, and you decide
there's no chance.
I don't want the I don't want the torpedo bat down there anymore.
There's no chance. Absolutely,
I want to get things cleaned up. You'll have to just that's what it is. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit. I very carefully stopped myself from making a joke that I shouldn't. I'm sure you saw it since
I know exactly where you were going.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Oh, Peyton, I've been saving this one for you. What famous woman that is widely considered attractive do you not find attractive at all?
I don't think this is that big of a hot take, but it's Kelsey Plum, the WNBA player. A lot of people just, I mean, and Eric can say this, you know, a lot of people bark at her. You know, that howl is loud for her, but
bark?
I don't see it. I really don't.
Oh God!
Like she's cute, but like I'm not.
I don't see it either.
I'm not going crazy.
Her eyebrows look like the Dow Jones.
Those are eyebrows that look like they want to tell me what to do.
No, those are Dow Jones, like starts up here and just start cratering down to the bottom.
Oh no,
rough.
man! Oh my God!
I agree with that take from Peyton.
Nuts.
No, I agree with that take from Peyton. The obvious answer here is Shakira. I've already listed 100 women that were more attractive.
You're just insane.
I've listed 100 women. No, honestly, you know what the answer was for this for forever was Paris Hilton. Like I never
I
understood why
thought
people
she
said
was-
she was
I never thought she was
attractive.
that attractive.
I didn't get it.
I don't get Charlize Theron.
Oh, I think she's gorgeous.
I don't get I don't get Selma Hayek.
What is wrong with you?
It's just I'm sorry. I don't know. The whole thing, she just goes around breastfeeding people's kids. It just bothers me.
Yeah.
I just don't get wow, cool. Like I'm not a boob guy, so like it doesn't do anything for me. I'm an adult, okay? I'm a butt man.
Eric, would you like
make me a kid again?
Would you? You're in the house, dude. You were at Radio Row the last time. You were safer there. Would you like this chance to say Paige Sporanic? Would you like to say that's your answer? I don't find her attractive at all.
No, I like Peyton's though. I think Peyton's is actually pretty strong.
Y'all are
Peyton's is probably the best. And this isn't an indictment on these individuals because it's not that they are in the unattractive world. But there's an overrated aspect to them.
Yeah.
And I think right now you're talking about the Sydney Sweeneys of the world and the Dua Lipas of the world. Just a little bit overrated.
See? Oh, DFW Dad has two really rough answers on the Twitch. One you just gave, Sydney Sweeney. But I mean, I get why people have said overrated. But the other one, Alexandra Daddario, DFW Dad, that's a swing to miss. She is wildly attractive. She might be my number one seed right now. She is gorgeous.
She is gorgeous. I do love her.
Eric, did you see White Lotus? Did you watch White Lotus season 1?
No, unfortunately.
Did you watch Baywatch, the movie?
Yes.
Okay, she was the brunette lifeguard in Baywatch with the blue eyes. She's not unattractive at all. I don't understand that one. I'm not seeing it at all. Not a fan 1053 says Megan Thee Stallion. We're getting a lot of Beyonce. Gingerbeard on the YouTube says Beyonce. We also got that from ESBY Texas on the Twitch. So a lot of Beyonce. What are some of the names we're getting on the fan text?
Let's see. Giselle, Cindy Crawford, any of the Kardashians.
Giselle's a great answer.
Cameron Brink, Taylor Swift. Dua Lipa is not overrated. Let's see. Kelsey Plum has the Joker smile. Shakira, Bobby needs to be fired.
It's more just trolling Chop more than anything else. But they could just be saying that as a commentary in general.
Sydney Sweeney, overrated. Just some boobies.
All right, here we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go next to Eric Chiafalo. Eric, let's go with, what's the most inexplicable time your gut instinct was 100% right, even though you had no evidence to back it up?
That is a great question. Let's see. Did I put anything down? I guess just, punting on the engagement. Some years ago.
I didn't include that line in the diss track. I thought about it.
Yeah, I thought you might be throwing something in there, which we might have something cooked up coming back your way for that one.
What?
Just for the record.
You're getting engaged again?
We might, no, God, no. We might have a response track. There's a meeting of the minds, and hopefully at some point this week we will be punching down at Roberto.
I hope you learned how to use ChatGPT to your benefit.
No, he's working on his own. He's working, which is good because I'll definitely win if they're working on it themselves.
What was phrase the question again?
What's the most inexplicable time your gut instinct was 100% right, even though you couldn't, even though you had no evidence to back it up? I'll give you my.
I feel like March 2020 comes to mind.
Oh, well, what was your gut instinct then?
I don't remember.
I think everybody had some sense something was going on in March of 2020.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Something was amiss. I thought something was amiss.
I'll tell you what mine was, and this will be a very legitimate time. I'm about to talk about my mom dying. So no bit here, no bit. When my mom died, she died in it was February of 2006. So she died. We started going back to church like 6 weeks later after everything had kind of settled back down, and while we were at church, somebody had walked up to my dad and like introduced themselves and wanted to like buy dinner or like bring us dinner, like join the meal train that was being handed out or whatever. And we got back in the car and my dad was like, I said, who was that? And he goes, oh, she's going to bring us food or something. And I was like, no. And he's like, what do you mean no? I was like, no, you're going to end up marrying her. And like everybody laughed in the car. And it was the most ridiculous thing to say. He ended up marrying her. That's who they did end up years later getting married, and I was laughed out of the car because like it's 6 weeks later, and so that wasn't his intention. But 6 weeks later, I'm just like, I don't want to introduce anybody new into the fold. And so I was like, nope, that's not happening. We're not bringing anybody into the house. And then, like, it was 4 years later they got married. So I was right.
She sounds hot, man.
I was right. Peyton, what's your answer for this?
I don't know if this is a great answer. It might be a little lame, but
Probably
I mean, there's been past relationships where, like, I just had a feeling like, okay, like she's maybe talking a little different. She's not wanting to see me as much, and I'm like, okay, it's coming. Like she's about to break up with me, and then a few days later, bam, it happens. Like we're still hanging out, but like, I just know like sooner or later she's gonna say, hey, we need to talk, and it happened.
That's a good one. Let's see here. Some of the answers over on the. Let's go to the YouTube. See if anybody's out there. No, they're just all reacting to my story.
From the Franklin Frankel injury attorney's fan text that LeBron is responsible for the Luka trade.
Oh, that was a gut feel it, but that wasn't right. It didn't technically turn out to be right, did it? Do we know that was LeBron who did that?
No, we have no idea. We have no proof.
I think there's been some receipts now, and like the tea leaves are pretty understood that LeBron, who acted like in real time he had no idea what was going on and he was just as shocked as the rest of us, that is absolute cap.
He is King Cap, as Lucius always calls him. All right, this is a good one for Chop, because Chop, I feel like you are always lobbying for this. Chop, what are some positive male traits / stereotypes you wish men would get more credit for?
Traits and stereotypes.
I know my answer on this one. Easy.
I don't know if this is a stereotype, but it's a trait I think men generally have that we don't get credit for, is like, at least like men, we just get up and go to work and we just don't tell you about our problems. We bottle everything up and we just handle it.
I knew that was gonna be
like, I don't want to hear if you have a hangover. Like your hangover doesn't, like, just deal with it, man.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Like I don't think we get credit for just handling
manning up, essentially. Just go, I've got to do something, so it's going to get done, no matter what limitations are there. Sort of similar. I don't think there's it gets almost like put down these days, but the natural inclination to kind of be protector of like our woman or whoever, where it's a little bit like, oh, are you just thinking we can't handle things ourselves? Like that's almost talked down and looked down upon today as the natural, I think, male instinct to say, I'm going to protect you, or I'm your protector, or you need my protection, or I should be with you and keeping you safe. That's almost talked down as like demeaning. It's like, no, that's just it's an instinct I think most men have to say, I'm gonna be the protector. Eric, what's your answer?
I think you guys both just hit it out the park. I was kind of leaning Choppy's way there. Just strapping on the boots and going to work, man. Just putting your head down and getting it done. Crap's hitting the fan all around you. You're getting in the car and you're going to work and you're continuing to put food on the table. I'm with you boys on that 100%.
Peyton, what's your answer?
Yeah, kind of like what you guys said, just being able to calm your emotions. We go through so much, but it's like we keep it inside and we go about our business.
And then we have a stroke and then we're fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Compartmentalizing.
Compartmentalizing. That's exactly what it is.
I think at the end of the day, we are all sociopaths as men.
To some extent, probably. All right, last one here. We'll wrap up with Eric Chiafalos. He joins us for Ask Reddit, and we appreciate him. Eric, you just passed away, and you're allowed to be reborn, but not as a human. You got to be something else. What do you want to be?
Okay, I want to be something that gets aerial. So, I mean, I don't know if I want to be a bald eagle or, I mean, if we could go back in time, could I be a pterodactyl of some sorts? I want to be able to roam wherever I want to and really be out of the way in terms of, like, you don't have many predators coming your way when you're that far up in the sky, right? I mean, especially if you're a bald eagle, people aren't even shooting at you. So you just get to roam free and go. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking if I want to be around a particular person that I love, I can be around them. If I want to go watch, I mean, think about being a bird and a sports fan at the same time. You're at every game.
Yeah,
you are.
That's pretty good.
Bird gets to be at every sporting event. Bird's a good one. Apparently now I want to be a dire wolf. They just bring back to life.
You have been dying to talk about this.
I am so mad.
We will get into it. We will.
So mad about what they're doing.
We will get into
and that's a local company too.
We will get into the dire wolf. Peyton, what's your answer?
See, you guys got this wrong. You guys went with animals, birds, creatures. I'd rather just be like a sports bra. Just let me be a sports
Oh,
bra.
shoot, man.
Very, very close.
Let me
Okay.
get a woman's
Underwear.
bicycle
Yeah,
seat then.
So that's what I was gonna go with. I was gonna say I wanted to be the
Sports bra.
the breast pump in one of those villages that Salma Hayek visits.
Was it wasn't that the question of being an animal?
No, you passed away and are allowed to be reborn, but not as a human.
Oh, yeah.
A shower head or something, you know?
A shower head.
Hey, no, okay,
A
we're done.
shower head.
We're done.
A shower
We're
head.
done.
All right, that's
Eric
enough.
Giafala,
All right, thanks,
thank you
Eric.
so much.
Holy cow. Oh, my God.
Peyton's with his luck. He's gonna be Kelsey Plum's sports bra.
Oh, my God.
you're like in
Mark,
the
that is the commercial-free express with Mark
my
Cuban.
gosh.
Says what I've been saying for months. And now an NBA insider torches the Mavs front office. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
8 o'clock hour here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
R.I.P. We figured out a new segment for Tuesday at 7:40 yet?
No, because Peyton just got Ask Reddit canceled.
He did not.
But he got Life Hacks canceled. Epic work by Peyton Russell. Aiden alongside. Sean is out. Back next week. He's got paternity leave. So
damn, that's his. I didn't think he wanted more than 2 kids. I thought he didn't want to.
I know he got another one. Yeah, that vasectomy didn't work. Didn't take.
Because I mean, the youngest, she's what, like 12 now?
I think he's 12.
I mean, 12 months. But
12.
Yeah, but still, I've been thinking. By the way, when you mentioned Life Hacks getting canceled just then, we need. I've been thinking about we should do a segment sometime called Statute of Limitations, where we just go like enough time has passed that we're going to tell a story on the air. That is, we wouldn't have told previously, or that we've referenced previously, but enough time's passed to where now we feel like we can tell it.
Oh, yeah, I could get down with something like that.
I think there's, like, I'm thinking of a couple right now that each one of us could probably do.
Okay, fair. The Tolos came up with what we talked about when we had we were talking about the skip scanning at 640.
Yeah.
Tolos came up with that because Peyton said he forgot to pay for bananas once. Tolos came up with an idea that he needs to go back to that store 6 years later, record it, and say, "Hey, I forgot to pay for these bananas in 2019."
And just be like, I felt guilty. I wanted to pay for
guilty.
This. Imagine if he goes viral as like this upstanding citizen.
Yeah, restitution
on a bit.
you gotta make restitution there.
I've done that before with I forgot my wallet going to work, and I went to stop by to get Wendy's on the way to work, and I didn't have my wallet with me. And I was like, hey, I got to the front of the line. I was like, guys, you're not gonna believe me. I don't have my credit card with me. Like, I don't have my wallet. I was like, I can't pay for this food. They were like, if you pay for it again, if you come back and give us the money tomorrow or whatever, we'll give you the food now. And I said yes. And so the next day I came back and gave them the money.
That's great.
Who at this station would not go back? Because it's not.
I would have guessed Peyton.
Yeah, because I'm so frugal. You think I'd take it as owed, like I just got free food.
Yeah.
Life hack.
I mean, it would have been Mike in the past, but he's not.
Yeah, it would have been Mike.
Zach probably.
Maybe.
I can see Eric doing it.
I can see Eric.
Whoever's the slowest to pay us back at dinners usually, which is usually Zach or Eric, I feel like.
Hagel.
Oh, Hagel, yeah.
Hagel's slow to pay back at dinner. Mark Cuban was on Stephen A. Smith's podcast. The full thing, I think, is released today.
Well.
But, so Cuban was on with Stephen A. And what did I say? What did I say the moment the Luka trade happened about Nico and Luka and European basketball players?
That he hates European basketball players.
And he just doesn't get. You've got to look at him differently.
That's how he views them. Which I've since had somebody posit the theories I've told you about, where they're like, they think that dislike probably came from playing overseas after he left college. That he played there and didn't like him after that.
It's not that he doesn't like them. It's he doesn't like and agree with the lifestyle.
Yeah.
The lifestyle of a European basketball player is just, or the European person is just different. They take August off.
Oh, dude.
They don't work in August or whatever month it is. They take holiday.
Jokic was like, if I win what. Wembanyama, before he got drafted, talked about how there's bigger things than basketball, so I'm not going to prioritize this as the top thing.
Yeah.
Giannis went viral afterwards. Same sort of thing, talking about work-life balance. Different. Yeah, it is a different mindset.
It's a different mindset. It's not right. It's not wrong. Just different. And I've always said Nico just doesn't jive with it. It just doesn't work for him.
Yeah, he's very regimented, very intense. That's the way he is.
I get it. He's in charge of the organization. It's his team. He builds it how he wants. I don't have a problem with it.
He wants Kobe.
The return sucked. End of story.
He wants Kobe obsessively just committed to your work.
Right.
That's what he wants.
That's it. So Cuban went on Stephen A. and he basically just brought this up out of nowhere when they were talking about the trade.
I mean, look, everybody saw him. It wasn't like he was ripped and had a six-pack. But what I think what the biggest mistake was in trying to understand Luka is he's from the Balkans, right? He's Slovenian, and you look at Jokic, who's Serbian, and you look at Serbian players in general. They're just a different mindset, right? They look at the game different. They look at life differently. They look at they're emotionally. The guys that I've gotten to know from that region of the world are different, and I think that was what was not considered as fully as it should have been. That you've got to understand what people are like, what their backgrounds are like, who they are personally, what their families are like, how they interact with other people. And from that part of the world, in my experiences, Luka was just, other than the basketball talent, he was just like every other guy. And, and I think that was one of the reasons he loves to play with the Slovenian team. He relates so well to all the other players from that part of the world. And, over the summers, that's who he's hanging out with. That's who he is.
That's it. That's a lot of it. It's just a lifestyle difference.
Yeah, and he's clearly, they never saw things the same way.
They didn't.
Luka and Nico never saw things the same way. Obviously, I hesitate because there's always the risk of you can go back and watch an interaction once you know something and potentially read something into it that you see that now because you know how it ended, but it may not have been that way at the time. But you see some of these interactions that have gone viral, people sharing videos of just when he goes up after a game and he sees Cuban and Kid and Nico and the way he greets all of them, and it's different. It feels different the way he's interacted with Nico.
Cuban continued on what he's noticed about Luka and other players from overseas.
What are the kind of things that you noticed about him and about players from overseas, from Europe, etc., and how different they are?
Not even overseas, the Balkan players,
the
right?
Balkan players. How are they different?
If you've never seen a game in Serbia,
okay,
they're going, like Jokic has said before. Joko said, guys are yelling at me. No, dude, have you ever seen a game in Serbia? And you watch them, that's where you see the videos of the entire stadium bouncing up and down. Right. And, look at Jokic's brothers. They're aggressive, right? They don't put up with anything. When we had Boban was a big teddy bear, but he could be aggressive too on the court. And so just that mindset that when you're on the court, your intensity is at a different level, and you see that with Jokic, you see that with Luka, you see that with other players, and that historically has been who they are. And you have to understand where people are from in the world. That culture, the culture you grow up in makes a difference into who you are as an athlete, as a professional in any sport, and as a business person for that matter.
It's just a lack of understanding. And it ultimately burned the Mavericks.
It did.
Which is it's upsetting because it didn't have to end this way.
No.
I know we've talked about it, and there have been a few people who've said, You should absolutely trade. You should have traded Luka. A lot of people who just didn't like him. They thought he was out of shape. Same sort of things. And we've always talked about the issue of like, yeah, but the biggest problem is no one can defend the return. That's the problem. You can't defend the return that you got for Luka. It's so much deeper than that to me, though. You traded away the guy for the next 10 years, 12 years.
Yeah, you gave away age. You gave away 10 years for 3, and that's a major problem.
And you didn't. The return was the worst part of it. But even still, secondarily, like you shouldn't have moved on. You should have said, "I'll figure it out." Just like 28 other teams have said behind the scenes when talking to people, they'll go, "Should have figured it out. If we had him, we would have figured it out." You figure it out.
I will stand by it. He does not like that lifestyle. He does not understand it, and he thinks it is counter to being great. Joker could argue that. I mean, Joker's a perfect example and Giannis of that take. It's a bad take. It's an outdated take.
I mean, he clearly doesn't like that aspect of it, but
Joker's going to finish in the top 2 of MVP for 6 straight years?
Now, Joker reached a point where he was more locked in on his conditioning at one point. Like, he did have a moment where he pivoted.
I mean, he went and watched harness racing all summer.
Right, but I mean, he did have a moment about 3 years ago where he changed his approach.
Yeah, that's true.
3 or 4 years ago, whatever that was.
As he got older.
And that's the thing, though. Like, have that patience to see it through with Luka.
Right, absolutely. One more time from Cuban on Luka on the floor.
You know, when you see Luka, like when I went to LA with my son when we played there against him for the first time, and I told him I was going to boo him when he was on the free throw line, so I did, and I was smiling and laughing, and he was, he got really intense because he's always really intense on the court. Always. You see his response to the referees. You see his responses to anybody. He is intense. And while, Joker may not be as purely emotional, and I don't get to see as many of his games, the guy is intense, but when the game is over and he goes back home, he's more interested in harness racing, which, by the way, I grew up watching my entire life, so I don't blame him. But, they go back and they live their lives. It's just different. And you've got to accept those differeces in players from that part of the world. And I think that was part of our mistake.
Ooh, that's generous to say our mistake.
Our mistake, yeah. He's still a part owner, so it is our mistake. He
tried to stop it.
He said when Nico texted him, like, wait, it's not done yet. And Nico's like, no, it's done. He goes, okay, then nothing else to say. That's it. Nothing else to talk about.
It's just a miserable existence.
It is.
It's miserable to realize this is what this team did.
Brian Windhorst is not happy about this.
Oh, my gosh. So we heard the reports. The Mavericks were talked out of the Austin Reeves portion of the trade. That initially this was supposed to include Austin Reeves, who's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
And that the Mavericks were effectively talked out of like an extra pick and some Austin Reeves. And, great job by Rob Pelinka devaluing things enough in the conversations that Nico went, yeah, you're right. I can't give you much more than that. Brian Windhorst, after Austin Reeves continues to play well, and with the Luka Dallas reunion on deck for tomorrow night, Brian Windhorst absolutely went off on ESPN yesterday.
I'm going to say one more thing because there's a game coming up in Dallas in a couple of days. I know we're all going to focus on Luka, as we should, but the Mavericks not getting Austin Reeves in that trade is malpractice. Austin Reeves has been, as Shannon alluded to, Austin Reeves has been awesome in this last month, especially in this last week and last couple of weeks when LeBron hasn't been great. And the fact that the Mavericks didn't get Austin Reeves in that trade remains insane. And Reeves is just proving it night in and night out.
I don't know that I've ever seen Windy get that worked up.
He got worked up there.
He's hitting the table. He looks fierce. It's just
angry.
And that's the problem. Just from a pure basketball standpoint, as somebody who appreciates the game of basketball, as somebody who loves the NBA, as somebody who loves that game like Brian Windhorst does, he's offended that the Mavericks would do something so stupid.
He really is.
He's not a fan of the Mavericks. He's not a fan of the Lakers. It's not anything like that. He is offended as a lover of basketball that you would just devalue Luka to that extent. And people will say, well, he's not even worth throwing Austin Reeves in there. It remains and will remain until God knows when the dumbest trade made in the history of sports. It's just stupid. There was no justifying.
It really is dumb.
And tomorrow, we'll get into some of it tomorrow. I'm thinking I'm going to go down to Victory Plaza on Wednesday night. I just want to record. I just want to get raw fan reaction to Luka coming back to it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be nuts in there tomorrow night.
Yeah, it might be. I think it might. Although
now they've got a back-to-back tonight. Do you think Luka sits?
Well, no.
Luka sits tonight because they've got. I wonder if they just say no, Luka, you sit tonight because you're going to want to play tomorrow.
You're playing. Yeah, it's going to be interesting with the crowd. I mean, the crowd's going to be. I don't think it's obviously there's not going to be vitriol towards Luka.
No.
It'll be 75 to 80% Luka fans in there.
Oh,
yeah. Luka first.
No, it will sound like
they won't
Luka
cheer
crowd.
when Lakers score. They will cheer when Luka scores.
Now they're on the road against Oklahoma City tonight.
They're not really in a. They need to. I mean, they want to They want to secure a home series. He might play them both.
I wonder if they just manage his minutes a little though.
Yeah, maybe. How do the Rangers get their bats going in the Windy City? Plus, Bobby's become a NASCAR fan, and I am heated about this dire wolf situation. It's dire. It's a very dire situation. That's all next on 105 through the Fan. After we get.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Suzuki swings. That one is lobbed weakly into center field. Coming on, Pilari's got to play it on. He raced in as quickly as he could, but he couldn't quite get there as Tucker scores from second. An RBI base hit for Seiya Suzuki.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How do the Rangers get their bats going? That is one of the questions that we've got to answer right now.
Steroids.
Well, I don't know if steroids would be that's not the right thing to do.
They're making contact.
So
they just need a little boost.
More boost.
A little bit of a boost.
They lose 7-0 to the Cubbies. Cubs team that does have has had they've scored the most runs in all of Major League Baseball this year. They've played the most games. They have now played 13 games. They're 8-5, but they've scored 84 runs. Nobody else has scored more than 78. That's the Yankees. And other than that, there's not even
Yankees have done it in 3 fewer games too.
They have, but there's no other team in the 70s besides New York. So
best run differential in baseball, which I know you're out on this early in the season, but it's just noting that they're beating teams pretty well.
Cubs have, yeah, they're plus 28. It's a little skewed. You get one blowout win, and it's going to skew your run differential.
That's why the Reds are plus 3, and the Rangers are still. What are the Rangers? They're -8 now.
Yeah,
the Rangers.
Yeah, I mean the Rangers are sitting there at 8-3, and they've been outscored by 8 runs this year. It's just the way it is, right? You get that 114-3 game. And then you have a 7-0 game, so now you're down 21. You're 18 in the hole.
Yeah. No, there's nobody. The fact that you're dug back that far with an 8-3 baseball team is just kind of funny to look at. In standings.
It is kind of odd to look at, but that's where they are. It's just about getting the bats going right now. But you said that they did not have, they had a high exit velocity of all the hard hit balls yesterday. They had a majority of them.
Yeah, they were hitting the majority of the hard hit balls yesterday, like the ones where they were really squaring them up and driving them. Texas was hitting the ball harder than Chicago. So again, some of this is luck factor. The old adage, Baseball America's talked about this, Fangraphs has talked about this. Like if you hit the ball hard and you hit it consistently, it's gonna start falling. Mm-hmm. So they do have that working for them, but yeah, it's just right now it's not falling where it needs to. They're not striking out a ton. So, you're talking about they're making contact pretty consistently. They are hitting the ball pretty hard. But, as it stands now, you've got a 184 team batting average. It's awful.
Lowest in the sport?
Lowest in the sport. Third lowest OPS in the sport. They're not getting on base very frequently. They're not, whether it's beat through walks or hits or whatever else, they're not getting on base enough.
It was cold. It was cold. There's no doubt about that. And, did that hurt Eovaldi at all as pitching with, some feel? Maybe. But, Steele had the same conditions to work with. They have Patrick Corbin today, Jamison Taillon going for the Cubbies. You can get into the game for as low as $3. And then tomorrow you get in for $2.
But so you can get for free?
You can get the game for free right here on 105 through the Fan.
So 6
o'clock pregame, Jared Sandler.
Same wavelength. And then tomorrow's a day game.
And day game, yes.
Day baseball tomorrow.
Barely has to work tomorrow. They'll get a 2-hour show.
They barely work most days. So
That's fair. That's fair. But it's going to be cold again today. It's going to be in the 30s. Now, yesterday may have been more chilly.
Yesterday was, because I remember I was looking on, when it was the 5th inning, I went and looked to try and see what it was. I think game time when the first pitch was thrown, it was 32 is what it said on the ESPN box score. So, it was cold. No doubt about it.
What is going on with Dale Jr. and Lamar Jackson?
All right. So this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So, Lamar Jackson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. have been fighting. And do you know what they're fighting over?
No.
What do they both have in common?
Professional athletes.
Mm-hmm.
They both. The number 8. They don't wear number. He doesn't wear number 8, but he drove number 8.
Not just number 8. The style of the 8,
huh?
The stylized lean of the 8 and everything looks too similar to each other. So Lamar Jackson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. have been fighting over who gets to use the exact slant or font of the number 8 the way that they want to. And ultimately, Lamar Jackson won out. NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt Jr. announced Friday on social media that he has secured the right to use a stylized version of number 8 and will abandon the original number 8 logo used by Earnhardt Jr. Motorsports. This decision came 2 days after Jackson filed an opposition claim with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office to stop Earnhardt from putting that JR Motorsports version of number 8 on merchandising. Earnhardt said, "We are looking forward to the remainder of an already successful season." Jackson, who has worn number 8 since his college days at Louisville, previously registered the trademark Era 8 by Lamar Jackson. His filing had argued that Earnhardt's attempt to trademark that particular version of number 8 would create confusion among consumers. I got to be honest, I don't think of either of you when I think of number 8 anyway. So I think of Aikman. I don't think of your stylized. In fact, if I saw the stylized version of 8, you know what I would probably think of is Dale Earnhardt Jr. Because it's that kind of like.
Well, it's yeah. A lot of the NASCAR numbers are tilted.
Right. So that's just naturally, if I saw one like that, that's probably, if I thought about it for a second, I go, oh yeah, Dale Jr. But still, they're sitting out here fighting over that and fighting over ridiculousness. But ultimately, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Walks away from the number and allows Lamar Jackson to have it.
So Dale walked away.
He walked away from trademarking that specific one that Junior Motorsports uses. So that was the one that Lamar Jackson was arguing was too close to his. So he couldn't have it.
Interesting. Okay, so the 8s I think of Dale and Lamar and Troy and Bo Jackson.
KNC just did this segment yesterday.
And,
they did the
Yogi Berra.
They did the greatest 8s of all time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. They did their whole segment on it.
Big 8?
Because what inspired it was Alex Ovechkin, number 8, who of course just broke the goal scoring record.
Yes, he did.
And now the New York Islanders are trying to price gouge people.
So this is funny. I'm cool with this. I'm actually okay with this. The Islanders obviously were the home team in the Ovechkin record-setting game. And they're going to auction off some things. Not auction off, but sell some things. So you can so now no tickets are printed anymore. They're all on your phone, right? You can actually get your ticket printed to look like an actual ticket. They'll do that for you. You can get that thing taken care of. It's $45.
Okay.
It's $45. They will charge you $45 to print an actual basic ticket that you would get from like a ticket,
They'll sell those. They'll sell plenty of those, I bet.
For sure. I would absolutely get one.
Yeah, it's a memento, it's a keepsake, whatever else. Okay, so no problem with that.
Yeah.
Are they gouging in other ways?
They are. So they also are selling the warm-up pucks from the game to any fans hoping to savor the moment. This will cost you $375. They just they keep they'll keep the pucks. If you ever go down by the penalty box,
yeah.
When the pucks come off the ice, what they do with them?
No.
So in the minor leagues, they would put them in they used to have those thermos coolers. They would put them in the thermos cooler back in the day.
Okay, why?
To keep them frozen.
Oh,
The pucks frozen. Now I think they have I think the NHL arenas will have an actual freezer that they're right there by the penalty box where the public address announcer sits.
So they're giving you a warm-up puck.
So the warm-up pucks, they just have like a bucket they just dump on the ice before the game.
For how many?
$375.
And there's no guarantee that even
touched him?
Touched any of those pucks.
Yeah, there's no guarantee, I don't think. It was on the ice. It was because they just sent a bunch out there. And I guess
I get the ticket.
I guess they know which ones that were used on the visitor's side. I don't know.
But if they're all shooting them around, how do they know which one he touched?
There's no way.
There's probably a handful that he didn't touch.
There may have been. But it's like a basketball. You get your rack of balls. Chances are you're going to touch one of them, right?
The closest example I can think of with this is if they would have sold baseballs from batting practice from the day Bonds broke the home run record.
Yeah.
I would get my ticket if I'd gone to the thing to watch Mike give up that home run. I would have paid to have my ticket printed, probably $45. Okay, cool. That's cool. Keepsake to have. But if you would have told me you want to buy a batting practice ball for $375, I'd say hell no. That's you just go to batting practice, they just toss them up there. They don't even care. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's comparable, right? It's the same thing.
It's comparable. There's no doubt about it. It's definitely comparable. I would like to see.
I don't know. I think that's stupid. There's no chance in hell I would pay for that at all. But you know what?
None?
You only live once, and we're about to get killed by dire wolves.
We are.
Chop.
We are going to get killed by dire wolves here. This really hacks me off. I saw this yesterday, and I wasn't scared, but like it was more like what the hell are we doing?
You were a little scared this morning.
What the hell are we doing? So dire wolves have been extinct for over 10,000 years. Colossal Biosciences is a genetic engineering company. Where are they based? Right here.
Oh,
DFW.
Where specifically? Does it say?
It says the Dallas, Texas-based biotech company.
Oh,
Doesn't give the address.
So it's a national article, though, right?
USA Today.
Okay, so if they're calling it Dallas, that very well could be like
anywhere here. Yeah, it could be
Prosper.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you never know.
But they revealed on Monday the recent successful birth of 3 dire wolf puppies. Now, a dire wolf, like I said, is an extinct animal, an extinct wolf. It is 25% larger than modern-day gray wolves. They had thicker, more muscular legs, more powerful shoulders, a wider head and snout, large teeth and jaws. They stand 3.5 feet tall. They could be longer than 6 feet, and they weigh up to 150 pounds. What in the hell are we doing?
So,
and don't go all semantics on me. What?
I'm about to go semantics on you.
Say it.
It's not semantics, Chop. This is. I think I'm just asking. You tell me if this is a legitimate difference. So I went and looked it up. I was like, all right, what is it? Because I saw some people disputing that this is a thing. So here's what the claim is. Colossal Biosciences or whatever the group is, they're claiming that they've done this. The articles that are out there are saying that they basically took 2 modern wolves and genetically altered them to have the appearance, like basically like you're dyeing somebody's hair blonde, but they're not really a blonde. Like that's kind of what they've basically altered these 2 modern wolves, altered them a little bit so that they have the appearance of dire wolves, but they're not like genetically dire wolves.
So are they 25% larger than gray wolves?
That I don't know. They just look like them though. Like the I think it's the appearance.
They just you're just manipulating science here, but you want to get all semantic on me?
I'm just asking you a question,
and you just took the greatest land predator in North America, and you just made it 25% larger. Cool. Go ask people in Colorado what happened to their dogs.
Like
they reintroduced wolves in Colorado. Nobody has dogs anymore. They're all dead. Livestock gone.
Boy, these things are like, you look at photos of them too. Like these are like little angry man-eating dollies.
Yeah.
You remember Dolly?
No.
The first genetically created lab-grown sheep.
Oh,
yes. Or the cloned sheep.
Yes. But like the Colorado right here grappling with the reintroduction of gray wolves, concerns over livestock and tensions between ranchers, wildlife officials, wolf advocates. What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, maybe this wasn't like if this thing really.
Just get a pterodactyl. You know, just end it all. Just get a pterodactyl.
It is
T-Rex or Velociraptor. Just put those out there.
It is Jurassic Park like. That's true. Yeah, I mean, if they're really doing this, I don't understand what they're doing. Like, I mean, they're just. This is. You said Colorado is where they're releasing them.
Well, no, that's Colorado reintroduced wolves like a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Oh no, I saw that documentary. Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be like it was supposed to control certain things in the ecosystem. Like them being gone had proved to cause a problem.
The problem is that these things are like the greatest hunters ever alive, and now you have a massive lack of elk.
But wolves are cool.
But they're cute.
They're cool.
They're cute when they're a puppy, and you can hold them in their hands, and then all of a sudden they eat you. And your dog.
Exactly.
Cool. What's up next to Below the Belt?
The prophet has spoken. Let's talk about who the Cowboys will pick later this month. Next in Below the Belt.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, Chop, the prophet has spoken. He has now given us a 2-round mock draft. Mel Kiper is who I'm talking about.
All right.
Let's see if Mel's changed his tune at all after the first 2 drafts he put out. He had Omarion Hampton, the North Carolina running back, going to the Cowboys at pick number 12.
You know, I don't think Mel has capitalized on his. So McAfee's really capitalized on the Pittsburgh Yinzer accent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Mel has capitalized on that kind of mid-Atlantic twang that
he
he's
seems
got.
he seems a little humorless.
Baltimore twang.
He seems a little humorless at
Hoagie.
times, doesn't he?
Humorless?
Yeah. Doesn't he seem like he takes himself a little too seriously?
He absolutely
Like
takes himself a little
I've
too
never
seriously.
met him. Maybe he's more lighthearted than I know, but he
had to though, because when he came in, he came into the media in an era where if you were going to be an analyst, you better have been like.
Oh, he created an industry.
He created an industry, and there's a lot of pushback.
Yeah, and
who the hell is Mel? Wasn't Polian that said that?
It
right?
was one of the Colts people.
It
So
was
I don't think it was,
who the hell is Mel Kiper Jr.?
Yeah,
still one of the greatest clips I've ever heard.
It's Bill Tobin.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper Jr.?
And look, he is, like I said, he created an industry. He's a legend. I don't think he's as active on some of the study as some folks like the great Dane Brugler, who we will talk to tomorrow here on Sean and RJ. I don't think he's as active in that sort of study. I think more it's just now he kind of talks to me. He basically works as a reporter now, sourcing stuff.
Yeah.
And so because of that, his stuff I think has become more projection based on conversations that he has. So that's how he was able to get. We've talked about it before. Everybody was surprised by Tyler Smith when he was picked. Turned out to be a great pick, but everybody was surprised by it. People were like, "That's a 3rd-round tackle," and he goes in the 1st round of the Cowboys. He had that his very first mock draft in early January. Cowboys taking Tyler Smith. And so, I mean, he's hit on some stuff with the Cowboys in recent years. And so it's worth noting when he weighs in on things, takes a listen on things. We'll get to really quickly what he said here in just a sec. First, I think this is so funny. Yesterday, reporters were talking to Geno Smith in Las Vegas now that he signed his contract extension. And when you think of like the great quarterback coach pairings, do you think of Geno Smith and Pete Carroll?
No, not. No, I'm thinking more like Bill and Tom.
I get it.
Reed and Mahomes.
Yeah, like Bill and Joe.
Bill and Joe. Even though Belichick wasn't like an offensive guy, it's still a coach quarterback
Holmgren
pairing.
and Favre, like what you got those combos, right? This is yesterday. Pete Carroll and Geno Smith both kept referencing unfinished business that they have to take care of. Did you get the impression at all when they were in Seattle? Like, boy, they
got some unfinished
opportunity
business,
left right on the doorstep of Seattle.
No.
How close was that to a dynasty?
No.
And I get it. You're going to go in there, you're going to talk a certain way and fluff things up a little. Geno Smith said, I think there's unfinished business. And I think when people think about my story, Coach Carroll was a big part of that. He gave me an opportunity when not many people would have. And that's a nice story. That's the good aspect of this. And Pete Carroll did gamble on Geno Smith. I will say this. Is Pete Carroll going to get more credit in retrospect for being a wise quarterback coach than he did in the present? Because you got to remember, he did take a gamble on Geno Smith when his career was in the and Russ did not like the more Russ played, the more you went, maybe Carroll was right to kind of hold him back a little bit. Like, are we going to let that go? He knows he knows what you're capable of, and he's gonna let you maximize it to that extent, and then that's it.
I think Pete's a fine coach, and I think history is going to look back on him fairly fondly. And we already look back on his Patriot and Jet tenure more fondly than those fan bases did at the time.
Yeah, 100%.
He's been a really good football coach everywhere he's gone, and he'll be good for the Raiders. Even though he is a little old school, and I don't know that I love some of their offseason moves, but
Pete strikes me as
they won't make mistakes.
Pete strikes me as a push the ball over the line guy, though. Like, that's why you'd hire him.
He loves to push the ball over the line, except at the goal line in the Super Bowl.
Yes,
literally.
I set you up on it. Yep, very good, very good. You deserve credit for that. But just in general, like, he strikes me as that's the hire you make of, like, we're close. Let's see if he can get us over the like the Raiders. That's still not a hire that makes a ton of sense to me. I don't get why he goes there. He's the oldest coach in the NFL now. It just seems like a weird pairing. All right, NFL draft. And by the way, we should say that it is our staple event with you, the Tolo. It's Draft 101 in our fan showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Our Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and myself, we team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, dinner's going to be on us thanks to Whataburger, plus plenty of giveaways, completely free. We cannot wait to see you guys for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. No sign-up is required. You just show up here to 4131 North Central Expressway on April 17th, and we're look forward to doing it. Looking forward to hanging out with you guys. Okay, Chop. Mel Kiper, brand new mock draft. Let's go through it. Number 1, Tennessee Titans select Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami. They talk about how there's still a chance, obviously, that a trade could happen, but he thinks that the Titans very well could stand in there and ultimately pick Cam Ward, which would then mean trading Will Levis, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got to do something there. Brian Callahan last year seemed like he hated Will Levis. They had some moments last year where Callahan just seemed like a total jerk in post games.
Yeah,
talking about him. Number 2 pick, the guy who has become an overwhelming favorite at number 2 in recent days, Travis Hunter, which the Browns are going to play him at receiver. That's going to be the discussion. He said, Mel Kiper said he debated Hunter versus Penn State's Abdul Carter for Cleveland. He said there's no doubt that slotting Carter opposite Myles Garrett would destroy opponent game plans, but Hunter is a special prospect in so many ways. Browns would start him at receiver and then play him partially at corner, is apparently their thought on it. Number 3, the New York Giants. We've talked about this. Mentioned this during the Expressway. This feels like the first Shedeur Sanders spot, and if he doesn't go here, there might be a little bit of a fall. So what did Mel Kiper say? Abdul Carter, edge rusher, Penn State. So he thinks the Giants pass on Shedeur Sanders.
Well, they have quarterbacks now in their room.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That could be, boy, could you imagine Russ, Jameis, and Shedeur with Tommy Cutlets in the same? I mean, that's a toxic room.
Sean Stellato just dropping in on their meetings with his fedora looking like Matt Drudge.
Has Shedeur hired an agent?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Is he gonna?
But I haven't looked.
Is he going to go solo like Lamar kind of did?
So I know Travis Hunter went with Young Money, Young Moolah, baby. He went with Young Money's sports agency, so he went with Lil Wayne's agency. I don't know if Shedeur went there too or if he's solo. I have to look it up. Number 4, New England Patriots select Will Campbell, offensive lineman from LSU. Jaguars take Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan. This one hurts. Raiders. This has become a popular pick. Running back, Boise State, Ashton Jeanty goes to the Raiders. Ashton Jeanty was just at the Star in Frisco last week for the Dallas Day workouts. Number 7, the Jets take Armand Membu, offensive tackle, Missouri. So they pass on Shedeur Sanders.
How are his arms?
He's a shorter guy. So that's
6'3", right?
Yeah, he's a shorter guy. I mean, he's really good. He is good. I would play him at tackle.
Would you rather short height or short arms? Like if you're 6'7", short arms, or 6'3", long arms?
6'3", long arms, I would.
Well.
Yeah. Number 8, Carolina Panthers take Jalen Walker, linebacker, edge rusher, tweener from Georgia. 9, the Saints take Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado. The Bears take Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State. And then the 49ers take Will Johnson, cornerback from Michigan. So 2 of the Cowboys' favored guys are on the board here. Tet McMillan, the receiver from Arizona. Michael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, who's kind of raw and is mainly a run defender at this point, has not developed a lot of his pass rush tools yet. What do you think they do here? What do you think Mel Kiper does?
Did you mention Will Campbell yet?
Will Campbell went 4th to the Patriots.
God, that's high. They go Tet McMillan.
No. They go
Michael Williams.
Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina. He is not moving off the Omarion Hampton.
He knows
and that's
something,
a little.
He knows something.
Now, here's the thing. He has been pretty solid on Omarion Hampton. This is what he wrote up. I was torn here as I think Dallas will look at all offensive playmakers. It needs a difference-making wide receiver, too, to take some of the load off CeeDee Lamb. I'm not sure Texas's Matthew Golden or Arizona's Tetaroa McMillan will go quite this early. Ted McMillan was like the 4th overall pick, the Sheik pick for months. This is Kyle Hamilton all over again of people just overthinking a player getting fatigue on him or overthinking, like, oh, is this 40 time just what we want? That dude's
sexy pick.
That dude was widely considered slam dunk top 5 player. And now all of a sudden everybody's overthinking him, and now we're just going, is 12 too early for Tet McMillan? I think that's ridiculous. They end up taking Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, who I do think the Cowboys like, and I think they're going to have highly ranked. I'd be surprised if he's above McMillan. Go down the list a little bit. Let's see where Michael Williams and we'll say Matthew Golden, too, from Texas. Arizona Cardinals take Matthew Golden 16. And so that's the receiver from Texas. He goes ahead of Tet McMillan. Then you get pick 20. The Broncos get McMillan with their picks. So Sean Payton gets a weapon there. And then Michael Williams, who, again, was a top 10 pick, kind of slam dunk for a long time, 23 to the Packers, according to Mel Kiper. And then we'll jump down here because it is a 2-round mock today.
All right, who's Washington take?
In the first round?
Yes.
Washington ended up taking Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M,
right,
defensive
end.
end.
The NFC matters.
Eagles took James Pierce, edge rusher, Tennessee.
Of course. Mike Kiper had him there last time, too.
It would be a punch to the gut for you, having to watch James Pierce just wreck things in the NFC East. I'm just like, he was sitting right there for you.
He was right there.
Could have told you, go Vols, baby. Giants at 34 do get their quarterback, allegedly. Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama, is who they take there. But the Cowboys at pick 44 in the second round, cornerback Trey Amos from Ole Miss, which I don't love that pick.
That's Torrey's kid, right?
Yeah, that's Torrey Amos's child.
Right.
Yep, you got it. That I would not love that pick there at 44. That to me is just
what position is he?
Cornerback from Ole Miss. That'd be
Selectively aggressive.
I'll be honest. If it was Omarion Hampton and Torrey, see what you got to say. If it was Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, and Trey Amos, the cornerback from Ole Miss, I would be pretty disappointed at that. But you know what? Just to be different, Chop, here's what we're going to do in Below the Belt tomorrow. We're going to go over the reasons, since Omarion Hampton keeps getting mentioned, the reasons you should like Omarion Hampton.
Okay.
Because it'll be an outside-the-box exercise for me because I don't think you can take him at 12. So we're going to give you the case for Omarion Hampton, and I'll present some of that tomorrow in Below the Belt.
All right, Below
the Belt.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Dodgers made their way to the White House. Bobby Marks, NBA insider, will make you disgusted and angry at the Mavericks and what they could have gotten for Luka Doncic. It's all coming up along with the KNC Masterpiece and Crosstalk in the 9 o'clock hour here on 105.3 The Fan. But
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
.53 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. It is the 9 o'clock hour. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. Bobby Marks coming up at 9:20. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Big day tomorrow. Lots of guests tomorrow. We got Brett Boone.
We got Brett Boone.
At 9:20.
Yep.
Right now, at 24 hours from now, we'll have Adam Schefter, right, at 9 o'clock.
The one, the only Adam Schefter. We're gonna chat with Adam Schefter about some draft stuff and maybe get his thoughts on some other things around the league. We'll have Dane Brugler at 8. And of course, it's Luka Day.
It's Luka Day. Big day tomorrow.
It is, and we'll have hopefully some Ranger reaction. Hopefully they score some runs.
Maybe they'll score some runs. That'd be a positive. Today. You know, maybe you'll be at the Maverick game tomorrow.
I don't think I'll be at the game. I will be. I think I will be in Victory Plaza before the game because I just want to see. I want to see the anger bubbling outside. I don't want to pay $800 to go sit inside there and just go, oh yeah, this was nice. We used to have this all the time.
It's gonna be nice weather today.
I don't know what it's supposed to be like out there.
Hopefully, it looks
raining.
Nice.
It looks good out there.
I hope it doesn't rain tomorrow. That way you can really do some damage out there.
Mm-hmm.
No, it looks clear. Ooh, wow. Ooh, 79 at 7 o'clock.
Nice.
Oh, baby. There we go. Rangers tonight in Chicago. They lost 7-0. 6:40 first pitch. You hear that game right here on 105 to the Fan. Maybe they could use these torpedo bats.
I would hope so. That'd be a nice thing.
You know, one thing I looked at, and I was looking around ESPN.
Nobody's using them right now, are they? On Texas?
I have not seen anybody officially.
Jock said he was going to,
I thought I saw Jock.
Yeah, but it's like some guys like Ellie De La Cruz, he would use them. Like for Cincinnati, he would use it in certain at-bats against certain pitchers.
Jock did use it on Friday. So Jock used it on Friday. He did go 0 for 3 with a walk. So, I mean, the torpedo bat did help his batting eye a little bit.
Yeah, so some people have come out and they asked a bunch of players what they thought about it. And Max Muncy of the Dodgers, who's local, Keller, said it felt good. The swing felt good, but after one at bat in which I struck out in the 6th inning, I felt like the bat was causing me to be a little bit off plane, a little bit in and out of the zone. My swings felt really good, but just a little bit off. So the last at bat, I went back to my regular bat. Another guy, Matt Shaw, I've used it in batting practice, wasn't a big fan. The weight felt heavier. The feedback wasn't good. So the ball feedback wasn't good, but we'll see. Dansby Swanson, it's not the perfect product. There are so many nuances involved. Like, this is going to be one of those things that it's a trial and error situation, but like, I think we're going to look back on at the end of the year and we're like, man, did we overreact to these things?
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. There's a lot of players who have talked about, not specifically in just this one article at ESPN. I saw them asking a couple others, and I think it was one of the pitchers had said this when they're talking about, like, oh, do you feel like you're at an unfair advantage? And the thing is, like, I think it's cool for, like, right now, and they're probably all going to go like, you know what, I don't actually like this. Or, I feel more comfortable. Like, baseball players are such creatures of habit that I think eventually what we're going to get here is looking back on it and going like, oh, that was a cool fad. Like, I'm trying to think what's similar. I feel like we've had something similar in sports recently where there was something that was like a fad that it was like, oh, this is going to change. And then it disappeared after a month. And I'm trying to remember maybe it was something to do with like the basketballs or something like that. I can't remember.
Well, remember they had the new basketball that came out, like that was like maybe 20 years ago. They had that new weird basketball. I mean, they're constantly having new golf clubs out.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to look back on this as the same as the juiced baseballs from a couple years ago.
Right.
The juiced baseballs was like a thing. That you could see the data shot up home runs that year. And so that, I mean, I don't think we're going to look at it like that. I think it's just the Yankees are really good at hitting the ball out of the yard in their tiny little park.
Well, and
that's
they also like, it was the Yankees that did it.
Yeah.
If it was nobody, if the Yankees didn't hit 9 home runs in one game, the second game, that was also like the early part of the year. It was just a regular July game. Nobody thinks anything of it, but they hit 9 home runs in one game.
Right.
That's going to like raise some eyebrows.
Yeah, and that catches the attention, and so it's easy to have it pop and make a big deal out of it. But at the end of the day, I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see ultimately it's like, oh, guys don't feel like there's really any difference. Like, you know, how the corked bat argument, which is not allowed. But, you know, they talk about how there's a lot of research that says corked bats don't even help necessarily. Like, there's not a lot of definitive evidence that the corked bat actually does anything to really help batters.
You don't think it does?
No, there's basically been a bunch of different studies on it that just say it might, but it's really not definitive. It's more just a matter of some guys find it easier. But
I think what it probably does is it lightens the bat because you're hollowing out the bat and you're throwing cork in there, or you know, there's this one guy back in the 70s. He hit the ball at the end of the bat, and like the bat kind of splintered. And those little rubber bouncy balls, those super balls came flying out of it.
Now, I think that one, because Mythbusters did something on this once too, where they found that I think the bouncy balls was more. It more likely.
They created trampoline effect or something?
So that's the thing. One of the things I'm reading here right here, and this is according to Illinois University, where they've done a study on it, that despite the popular belief that corking a bat creates a, quote, trampoline effect, which causes a batted ball to travel further, physics researchers have shown this is not the case. And so it's very inconclusive. So I think it could be similar where it's just one of those things where the torpedo bat seems like it's doing it, like is helping you out, but in reality, it's not doing nearly as much as the buzz initially sounded like.
The LA Dodgers had a trip yesterday.
They did. They went to the White House, which is like, are you in favor at this point of just ending the sports teams going to the White House in general? It just seems
it always gets politicized, but I think it's pretty cool. I mean, I would want to if I won a title, I would want to go to the White House.
But sure, I think the photo op
when I win the U.S. Open in golf, senior U.S. Open,
yeah,
because I'm 5 years away. I'm gunning for that senior tour. 5 years away, man.
I got 5 years to get you up to speed.
and I win, I'll go to whoever's in office. I'll go. Give me the
I would
invite, man.
Yeah, I would too.
I want to go.
Regardless,
I want to chip on the South Lawn.
Regardless of who's in office, I would go. But it's also reached this point where, regardless of who's in office, it becomes like a thing.
It becomes a why did you go?
And it's so irritating. But
so irritating.
The Dodgers ended up going. Shohei Ohtani was there. Mookie Betts was there. The reigning Los Angeles Dodgers visited the White House on Monday to congratulate them for winning the World Series last season. This is from ESPN. President Donald Trump complimented the very talented people who beat the New York Yankees in 5 games.
They're very talented people.
While also
some of the most talented people you've ever met.
I like this. Trump complimented the very talented people who beat the New York Yankees in 5 games.
Whoever wrote that is speaking like him.
They put it in quotes, the very talented people. It's what he said. Trump complimented, quote, the very talented people who beat the New York Yankees in 5 games, while also refusing to introduce some Democratic senators at the ceremony because, quote, I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce them. What are we doing? What is this?
Very talented people.
The event came during a manic Monday. Oh, it's just another manic Monday. Ooh. Came during a manic Monday for U.S. stocks after Trump doubled down on his tariffs. It seems like I don't know why ESPN's jumping into that. Is that their commentary line? But no, you did get Mookie Betts showed up to the White House. He said
Mookie Betts.
He did say nobody else in this clubhouse has to go through a decision like this except for me, as he was the lone black player on the Dodgers who returned from last season's World Series team. He said that's what makes it tough, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's what makes it tough, but it is what it is. I'm not trying to make this political by any means at all. All it is just me being with my team to celebrate something. It's a privilege to get an invitation like this. I just want to be there with them. So they did go.
Did you hear any of the clips
of what?
Of Trump talking about the players?
Oh, no. I mean, I read the quotes. I didn't hear him.
This is him talking about. He's Mr. Captain Obvious sometimes with the Ohtani, but here's him talking about Mookie.
Including superstars, Mookie Betts. Oh, is he good? Good looking.
Good looking.
Mookie, that guy can play, can't he? I mean, unbelievable. You really, Mookie is. I've been watching it. I don't want to say I watched him when he was on Boston, but I did. I didn't think that was a particularly good trade when they made it, and I happened to be right.
I got it. You know what? It sounds like when I talk about hockey.
Just very generic terms.
Ooh, Ovechkin.
Oh,
that guy scores a lot of goals, doesn't he? Just like Wyatt Johnston. He's man. Y'all love Wyatt Johnston.
Well,
he's so good.
I mean, it's weird if you're a president, you don't want to.
I don't expect you to have in-depth details. If you're the president, I would hope you'd have more going on than to know the ins and outs. Yeah. I don't want them to be like, if the Rangers won the World Series, I wouldn't want them to be like, look, Leody Taveras, there were some questions along the way. We know it.
Why'd you keep him batting 8th?
Jonah Heim,
why did he drop down in the order?
What happened to the framing rate with Jonah Heim in 2024?
Yeah.
But he bounced back in 2024. If they started referencing framing rate.
If they started doing that, you'd be like, dude, what are you doing all day? Are you just do you scroll?
That would be great as a bit. If you would have one of those White House aides.
Just give
him prep for hey, just talk about talk about his war.
Do you think presidents sit on their phone in bed and scroll Instagram like the rest of us do?
No. I bet they are so damn exhausted most of the time that they just collapse, fall asleep, and they're just running on caffeine the next morning. That's what I think happens.
That sounds about right.
I'm getting to the point, dude. I literally, the last couple nights, I'll be sitting in my bed scrolling, and I've woken myself up by the phone dropping on my face.
All the time.
Dude, it's happening a lot lately. I got to start napping during the day.
So just go to bed earlier. Or just don't scroll at night.
Because I can't go to bed earlier. Can
you do a cat nap?
No. If I lay down, I'm sleeping for 2.
Because there'll be times where I'm just getting work done in the middle of the day, and I start I type something on my email prep, and I'm like, that's not English. I don't know what that was. And I'll just sit there on my couch or in the in my office, and I'll just tilt my head back for about 5 or 10 minutes. I'll wake up. It literally takes me a 5-minute nap is all I need.
Can't do it. I take the Peyton Russell 3-hour naps. Peyton will take 4-hour ones.
Powerful, man. He'll change you.
He gets deep in there. We got some other news.
All right,
Tigers assistant GM Sam Menzin has had to resign amid an investigation He went the Minot, North Dakota route, Chop. Lewd photos that he was allegedly sending to female staffers. He resigned on Thursday shortly before the team planned to fire him for improper workplace conduct. Team officials did not specify Menzen's conduct, but the Athletic spoke to 2 former Tigers employees who said Menzen sent them unsolicited lewd photos. When are people going to learn?
Yeah.
Like, why does this happen in this day and age where it's like, you're not going to be able to get it? Like, that's just bold.
That's just bold.
That's a complete disconnect from reality and how that's going to get you in trouble.
You're running a power play here, and you think you're untouchable or something.
I mean, it's like,
or you're just stupid.
It's like somebody walking in and just being like, "Yeah, I'll just say the F-bomb." Like, they're not going to be that mad. I'll just say it a couple times here and there.
It's only a fine.
Exactly.
It's not going to be a big deal.
He thought he was going to get the Ja Morant treatment.
Yeah.
From Adam Silver.
We are monitoring this story here. There was a nightclub that had a roof collapse in the Dominican Republic, and they believe the former major leaguer Octavio Dotel was inside, and a girl by the name of Nelsie Cruz, who, from what I'm reading, is the sister of Nelson Cruz.
Oh, geez.
So that's what a couple of outlets have said, that they are related. Others have just called her by name and did not say they were related, but we're keeping an eye on that.
Nelly was first pitch on, I think it was opening day for the Twins this year.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. They brought him back, and he threw out the first pitch for them. That's awful.
Yeah, that really is. So we're keeping an eye on this. There's like 18 people that are unaccounted for right now in this roof collapse at a nightclub. So very, very sad. Very sad. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA insider, joins the show. Coming up next, it's Luka Week on 105.3 The Fan.
first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. We got Ranger baseball tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. 6:40 first pitch. Pregame get you going at 6 o'clock. But tomorrow is Luka night, and it is Luka week around here. The Lakers are in town, and we saw this article yesterday. And I saw this article, and then Bobby called me like 10 minutes later. Bobby Belt, not Bobby Marks.
Yeah.
And you brought the article to my attention again. I was like, I'm reading it right now. And you said, why don't we get the guy who wrote it on the radio?
Let's get Bobby Marks on the air here from ESPN. And so that's what we did. We got it all set up, and Bobby Marks from ESPN joins us now to talk a little bit of Mavs, Lakers, Luka, and a little bit about this article. Bobby, thanks so much for joining us here.
Hey, guys. How are we doing?
Fantastic. So, Bobby, I'm curious, you wrote about this trade that occurred, and we're about to reach this build-up where the culmination of it, where he returns to Dallas here. When that trade first occurred, I'm just curious, what was your initial reaction, and how do you think the way things have played out over the last 2 months, if you think there's any sort of regret or any sort of thing that Dallas would have done differently in that process?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I remember going on SportsCenter the next morning, Sunday morning, and said, like, hey, if he was ever made available, to the other, 28, 29 teams, it would probably be a list of things teams would be willing to offer here. I think, certainly you look at what Dallas got back with Anthony and Max and a pick in 2029, and I think, Mark Cuban hit it kind of on the head. It's like, hey, if you're going to move the guy, like, at least get more for him. And it's kind of like why we wrote the article. Like, it's just kind of like, it's a hypothetical article, and it does answer some questions, because although you say, like, hey, everybody would basically give everything for him, really not the case there. The market is, whether it be rebuilding teams or knowing that Luka could leave in a year and a half, it kind of, it shrinks it a little bit here. But hey, I get it. Like, I understand the direction of moving off him, especially the ability to go into a contract year. And if you're not willing to commit, whatever, $345 million to him. But I do think what the Lakers had, whether it been, Austin Reeves or Dalton Knecht or a 2031 first or a 2030 swap, like, if you're going to do it, you try to get as much as you can. And if it's not that, if it's not what you want, there's no reason to, that you can't go into the summer and then try to figure this out again, get through, the plan or the playoffs here, and then kind of reevaluate. I know you lose about a half a season, because then he's going into last year's contract. So yeah, I think there's a lot of, and you guys, there's a lot of layers, right? Is it trading him? And then there's the layers of basically kind of what you got back in return.
Bobby, that's an important part of it for us. Bobby Marks joining us here from ESPN on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Lakers and Mavericks on ESPN tomorrow night at 6:30 with the return of Luka Doncic. That was the issue for us, is that this city's been angry for 2 months now straight. And the issue for a lot of people was, all right, I didn't want to trade Luka, but even if you got to the point where you said, we've got to move on from Luka, it's the return you got. Brian Windhorst was really worked up on ESPN yesterday, saying,
I texted with Brian earlier, and I said to him, because he used the word that teams hate. The word malpractice is like taboo.
Is it really?
I know it. And I said to him, shoot, the last time I used that, I had an owner that wanted to fight me. So listen, I'm surprised Nico didn't call him, and maybe he did. I don't know, but yeah, it's like, and I get it. Like, and I've been there, and some people haven't in the front office, and it's like, it's basically, do you have the flexibility? As I said, do you have the flexibility to push this into the off season? And maybe what we see always is, you guys know this, there's always desperate teams who lose in the playoffs, right? Like, there's going to be 2 or 3 teams this year, maybe Houston, maybe OKC, maybe some of these other teams that would maybe give you more than what probably the Lakers would be willing to give you in February. But then you kind of turn it around and be like, well, then on the other end, and Nico came at it. So like AD, like, that was the guy that zeroed in on, right? Like that was the guy that he zeroed in on. But as we said before, like then it's okay. What else could you get besides just that one pick in 29 and certainly Max added to it?
Bobby, as somebody who's been in the front office, is there really such a thing as an untouchable player?
Oh, it's a good question. There's probably 3 guys now. Like, listen, I thought before Luka, I thought maybe there was 5 or 6. I mean, certainly, I thought he was one of them. I really did. Now I think it's certainly, Shea, Jokic, Curry, just based on everything he's done. Certainly, LeBron, I guess, certainly with a no trade clause, but Giannis, I think too. I do think there's 2 ways to look at it. There's the untouchable, but they're in on if you get to a point you're going to move that player, there's a conversation where can we move you to based on what you've done for our organization. And then there's a group that I thought with Luka as far as that, that's not untouchable and, preference as far as where the next destination really doesn't matter for that player.
Bobby Marks Jonas here, 105 through the fan. I said basically the week after the trade, and Mark Cuban talked about it with Stephen A. This week on his podcast about the differences and the lack of understanding of a European basketball player and just their lifestyle that they have off the floor versus, say, an American-born player, and that just didn't jive with Nico and Dumont and the way they want to run things. Can you tell when you're in the front office, like there's a distinct difference in, say, how a European player would approach the game, the off season, just they have hobbies that may not be like Kobe Bryant or something?
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting question. I haven't really thought about it. I would say this, and I remember being in Brooklyn and working for Billy King, who was in Philadelphia with Allen Iverson. And I asked him one day, and this was prime Allen, right? This was MVP, but listen, Allen was, I mean, there was a lot going on, and I'm not saying Luka's in that, off the court element there, but I said, like, do you ever get to the point where you got tired of dealing with it? And he was like, I knew he would come and give me 40 every night, and we'd have a chance to win, and I can deal with everything else that comes with it. And I think when you have generational stars in this league, and there's probably 5 or 6, I think you have to have that mindset there as far as whether it be off-court habits or whether it be conditioning or whether it be other injuries and stuff. I think when you have a generational player, I think you deal with everything else that comes with it.
Bobby, I'm curious, and we're talking with Bobby Marks here from ESPN about the return of Luka Doncic here in Dallas tomorrow night against the Lakers, 6:30 on ESPN. Bobby, I'm curious, when they made this move, it seemed like Nico Harrison and Patrick Dumont, the new governor, they all kind of seemed surprised by the reaction. Rick Welts has talked about that they were a little caught off guard by it. Was that a reasonable expectation? I mean, there should have been an expectation here, right? That if you were going to trade away a generational superstar, especially for that kind of return, that was going to be received poorly and there might be fallout here.
I don't know what else they were expecting. I mean, considering you had just gone to the NBA Finals, he's a generational player. He's 25 years old. The expectation was, at least from the outside, was that he admitted it, that he was going to commit the next 5 years in a new contract. Have I ever seen a reaction like that? No, I haven't. And I said this on TV a few weeks ago with Malik Andrews. I don't know if the fan base in Dallas will ever forgive. And even if this team got to an NBA Finals, I still think there's a majority of people that will never forgive what happened back in February. And they set the bar pretty high a year ago. And, they probably won't get out of the play-in. We can chalk this year up into injuries. But, man, there's some significant collateral damage if this doesn't work out for them.
When, as an organization, do you make a decision to tank if you're, like, in a play-in?
Yeah, I know people are mentioning what happened 2 years ago, and I think that was a little bit different because the pick was going to New York. Here, you're basically kind of locked in. I mean, I said I said this, I think when I was on with Mike Greenberg on Get Up, I said, listen, like basically you got like 9 guys, basically what you have on the court basically will dictate the results. And you're basically kind of locked into that 12, 13, 14 range as far as where the draft is. And I think and Anthony came out and said a big reason why he came back is basically you look on the court with about 8 guys every night. So they'll get into the play-in, likely, even if it's funny, even if they don't win another game the rest of the season, they'll still probably get in because of what's Phoenix happening. I don't think they'll get out of it, especially even if you got to that 8, to play the loser of that 7-8 matchup here. But they'll have a lottery pick. They'll go into the offseason. I've already written our offseason article for when it comes out, probably next week sometime. And you've got to, listen, you got to figure out what you want to do with Kyrie and his health, and that dictates a lot of things. And what some of your other contracts, whether it be PJ on an extension, and maybe there's a big fish out there that you can go out and try to get. So there's a lot of work to still do in Dallas.
Bobby, last question for you here, and this is obviously a little bit of a broader one, but just from your experience within the league, there was a concern immediately after Luka was traded, and I don't know if it's so much a concern now as people angrily wishing it, but there was the thought that this is a play from this new ownership to they eventually want to get to Las Vegas. They want to move the team out of Dallas. That's their end goal, and that's something that's been kicked around a little bit. Do you think, A, that the NBA will eventually land in Las Vegas with a team, and B, do you think there is a path potentially ever in the future where it would be Dallas moving out of here, or would the league not let that happen?
I don't think they would ever. I think the Dallas market, it's a terrific market, and I think there's a terrific fan base, and it's not like Seattle, way back when they moved to Oklahoma City. I do think eventually, and I think the sale of the Celtics probably helps this accelerate. I do think eventually there'll be an expansion team in Las Vegas. Hopefully there'll be an expansion team in Seattle, but there'll be 2 new expansion teams with a lot of money committing, and that money goes to the other 30 NBA teams as well as the league here. And I would be stunned if it was ever that it was the Mavericks. That was one of those teams.
Hey, Bobby, great stuff. Thanks for joining us. Love the article. Can't wait for the offseason plan.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, joining us here, 105 through the Fan on the D&M Leasing Hotline. It is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up next.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon sisters?
Eovaldi.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It is Crosstalk, the KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, you guys got another full show today until tomorrow rolls around.
Exactly, and then not a full show.
What are we even doing?
Hey, so we're going to try to get as much content in today as possible about people peeing in Gatorade buckets, dire wolves. We got it all.
Dude, the dire wolf thing. You know
okay.
what? We'll talk about that in a second.
Can I tell you something real quick? Until you sent me that story, I did not have any idea the dire wolves were ever real. I just thought they were only from Game of Thrones.
Okay, can I also? Well, I knew they were real at one point.
I thought they were from Edward.
I had that, but I didn't know about this story until I saw Choppy freaking out over it on Twitter, and then I was like, "What the hell is this about?" And I had to go look it up, and so we'll get into it, and we'll ask the question: what will we bring back next?
You're a tastemaker. Look at you. You're getting Corey's eyes on all sorts of news.
What do we have coming up on the show?
We do have Bruce Bochy joining us at 12:30 today, and at 11 o'clock, also in the Dire Wolf segment, we will talk about what Kevin really wants to discuss with Bruce Bochy today.
That's right.
As we learned yesterday that Kevin was at a game which Andre Dawson was hit in the head. This is a man, Bobby, who wore number 8, and he was hit in the head, and Bruce Bochy was also attacked in that game as well. So we'll get more information from Bruce Bochy on his recollection of the time that Kevin watched people fight on fields.
Is that tied to the setup you wanted Peyton to have when he's hosting for a solo half hour? Or is that going to be how you're going to?
That is an off-air discussion.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know.
Your top 5 since 2000?
Oh, no. No. Number 1 might surprise you. Yeah, no. Don't talk about that one.
The whole direwolf thing, though, I can't even with this.
I love it. Let's do more of this.
What do you think is going to happen?
Bring back my grandma?
What?
Why not? If we can do this, why can't we bring grandma back?
Well, I guess you could bring grandma back.
Thank you.
But, they're using the DNA of a tooth of a direwolf, and, they can say all they want. It's going to be a gray wolf. It's still going to be 25% larger.
Mm-hmm.
It's still going to be an apex predator. It's still going to be the most feared predator on North America. Outside of humans,
not just
or you when you were single,
right? I wasn't a predator. I don't like to be called.
I don't know. You did just say
I don't
right.
like to be referred to as a predator. Okay, that's got a legal connotation to it. I don't really care for that. But I mean, do you want to just? Does anybody want to lose their dog? I mean, that's what's going to happen. We're going to lose their dog. All of our dogs are dead.
Yeah,
all of our dogs are dead. Cattle gone. Elk gone.
No
Deer,
more elk meat.
The dire wolves are going to kill all of these animals?
Wolves in general.
Okay.
They're
hunters,
eating the dogs.
That's right.
So, Corey, you mentioned that bring grandma back. but it wouldn't be grandma, right? Like, so it would be somebody who just looks like her. You can't like bring her soul back like that. That's staying.
So
in
that's
heaven.
the next step.
But that's staying in
The
heaven.
next
How do
step
you
is
retrieve
to
it
the
from
next
heaven?
step is to collect memories before people die.
Oh,
and
like
then
upload.
install and then upload those memories into
and it's like a Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom or whatever it is. The little girl. Spoiler alert. Sorry.
Oh my gosh,
the little girl. Yeah, cloned her.
Are the Jurassic movies still good?
You know, I like the first two.
Wow.
The first two of the
that last Jurassic World movie is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. The third one,
I haven't seen the third one yet.
It's
the
like,
first two of the Chris Pratt.
Yeah,
Platt.
This one's
those are pretty good.
2.5 hours long. I would have told you it was at least 4 hours and 47 minutes long.
It was like the Master and Commander.
Oh my god!
Well, I think I'm going to watch that on my flight to Europe.
You could probably keep watching the same time on the way back from Europe, and you'll be like, "This is still the first time I'm watching this movie because it's so effing long."
Someone's going to have to show me how to download movies.
You don't know how to download a movie?
Hit download.
No idea.
He knows how to download some movies.
I'll tell you. Download those.
That's a good point.
Watch them live.
I don't know. I'll tell you what.
Live
or whatever.
The first Jurassic Park does not hold up for me.
The first one?
Yeah, so I think at the time, like it's so innovative and it was such a cool idea and things like that. When you reflect back on it, and like you watch it today, and it's probably the fault of everything that's come after it. I think you look at it and it's just like it's okay. Like I don't think it's like an exceptional story or anything. It's just it was cool at the time, and now it's
You
less
don't think
cool.
they brought dinosaurs back from the dead and had to deal with internal corporate espionage along the way while saving the planet is an interesting story?
No.
It's going to happen now that we've brought back direwolves.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, now we've got real life Jurassic
I
Park.
thought Laura Dern was 40 in that, but she was like 22.
I did too.
I
She was
know,
really-
right?
I did too, man. She looked so old at such a young age.
She looked 40 in Mask.
She was
But
like
that's
Greg Oden of
everybody.
women actors.
Everybody bet that. Look at the cast of Cheers. They were like 22. Norm was like 30.
Ted Danson looked
Cliff.
80. Yeah.
So the person I always go back to, and I know we've talked about this before, is Arn Anderson.
Arn Anderson!
Arn Anderson he's a wrestler. He looks like he was 45 when he was like 23. And so that's just led to my belief, what you said
Yeah.
about Cheers, is that people just used to look way older.
The cast of the Golden Girls was like mid-30s.
Dude, and wasn't Sophia the youngest
not
one?
Not quite mid-30s, but you get the point. Yeah, she was. The old lady was like the oldest one.
So weird. And she was also in the movie Mannequin.
How does Arn Anderson look younger now than when he did as a wrestler?
I don't know. It is but he never but he never looked young. He never looked young.
No, this is like he stalled out in a Benjamin Button phase. But it's
I've never
it's
seen
weird.
that movie.
Hey, is it
I haven't
good?
either.
You want to talk about long? It's okay,
You
but
should see
it is not worth 3 hours and 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah,
it
watch
is.
it like
It's
I do.
long.
Watch it like I would watch a movie, Kevin.
I've never seen it either.
It's long. It's
You
also
watch the first 30 minutes, stop, do something else with your life for a couple days, come back to it, watch the next 30 minutes, stop, do something else with your life, and then come back and finish
Is
it
that the Matt Damon movie or automatically just becomes an old man?
no Matt. That's the end of Saving Private Ryan.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's him reflecting on the beach, the Omaha beach. And
no,
then he,
really?
Yeah,
I
and
don't
then
remember that scene. I must have turned that movie off.
No,
by
it's
then.
Brad
what?
Pitt. It ages backwards.
Dude, no, the Matt.
Oh, I
Damon-
love Saving Private Ryan. I just feel like
Hold on. Saving Private Ryan starts off, he's at the memorial in Normandy, and he's reflecting back. So it's a story being told in his mind. And so then at the end of the movie, goes back forward.
Right,
but it is a little weird. I'm going to spoil it for you. Sorry, Hagee. It is a little weird, like when Kate Blanchett's like holding her husband, her 90-year-old husband, who's reversing into being a baby, being born. She's like, oh, this is his moment of death because he's like being unborn now because he ages and revert. It's a
wild.
weird movie, dude.
It's wild.
But it's whatever. You want to get into some Ask Reddit real quick? Some of the leftovers? we got?
yeah, sure.
All right, let's jump into these. This is a great one right off the top for y'all. Anybody can jump in whenever they're brave enough. What's the hardest lesson a woman has ever taught you?
Just because you're engaged don't mean you're going to get married.
Come on, Hagee.
That was a tough
That's yours.
lesson. That was a lesson I learned the hard way.
Peyton, you've always got the answers. What's the hardest lesson a woman has ever taught you?
Just because they say I love you doesn't actually mean they do love you.
Boy, there's a bunch of hurt feelings in this building right now.
Wow.
My gosh.
I don't know that I have a good answer for this. I mean, I feel like anytime I talk about Sarah on the radio, it's a hard lesson.
So that's what you're learning.
I'm sure I'm going to
learned-
hear about the Kelsey Plum conversation
You've
today.
learned-
I'm positive I'm going to hear about that one.
I'll tell you what the hardest lesson. Pick your spots. The problem is that I want to be, when I'm right, I want to communicate that. There's sometimes I just have to go, I can't be right because this is not worth the potential fallout from this. So I have to pick my spots where I go, yeah, this is something important enough that I actually have to correct this because this isn't right. Some of them I just have to go, yeah, you're totally right. You were right in that argument, even though you weren't, and you're mad at those people for no reason.
That's the last part you don't need to say.
Right,
you
I
just
didn't
leave
say
that part.
Just theoretically, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
You just
say
say
too much.
You just go, okay.
You say too much. Yeah.
And then you walk away from it all. You just say, okay, and walk off. And then she knows she's wrong at that moment. She knows she's wrong.
She
but
figures
you didn't
it
tell
out.
her. You didn't tell her she's wrong. You said okay and walked off.
Yeah.
And she's like, crap. He thinks I'm wrong. And then she's going through her mind, and you don't even have to argue about it. You can just leave it alone. I think the good isn't good enough. And that's the reason. This isn't from Adrian or my mom or anything. This was from a teacher, and she was a woman. Does that count?
Yeah.
So
it's just from a woman.
I've told this story before, and I told it at the Super Bowl. Marjorie was there. You met her, Kevin.
Yeah.
And I laid out a newspaper. I thought it was good. I was like, this is really good. And then she destroyed it and said, I think you can do better. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then I challenged myself, and it was better. And I won awards in newspaper design. And so it was because of her that set that up.
And you felt that way in the moment too. You certainly did not cuss her in your head.
I felt down. I felt really down because I was like, I left a 6-figure job to go pursue this industry, and
Someday, Chop, you'll get there, buddy.
and then so I felt really down. I was like, I'm not good enough. But then I was like, I can either pout about it or I can kick my butt up and go do something about it. And so that's how I learned.
Kick your butt up.
Kick my own butt.
What was easier to do 100 years ago than it is today?
Parent.
Diet.
Oh, parent makes a lot of sense.
You just tell them what to do back then. Now their parents TikTok. I don't parent my kids. TikTok does.
Yeah, now they're like, I'm your spouse.
They don't even know my name.
I'll probably stay married too, right?
Or end being married.
Oh yeah.
Like Dave Chappelle's got this bit where he talks about like back in the day, like 50 years ago, you just moved to the next town and like you could avoid seeing them for the rest of your you could just go, hey, I'm going out for a pack of smokes.
Yeah.
And they never come back. You're just like, I guess he just disappeared from the face.
Died.
And he's like 20 minutes away.
Yeah.
You didn't know.
I feel like it was easier to work on your car back in the day.
That is 100% true because everything's all the computers now.
Yeah, fix a home appliance.
100 years ago, you thought it was easier to work on your car.
We're just talking about back in the day.
I mean, 1925. I mean, it was
around for 100 years.
Work on your plane.
Your question was 100 years ago.
I mean, yeah, you can build a plane.
That's why I said diet, because you probably starved. Like, that was kind of a situation that happened. You were
I've seen the Grapes of Wrath.
And you also didn't have all the processed foods like Cheetos and stuff.
I mean, you could build a plane 100 years ago.
They did.
Get like a lawnmower engine and a wing, and you'd be fine.
What? They crashed about as frequently as they do today. It's amazing.
Glad they weren't the Wrong brothers.
The Wrong brothers. That
would have been tough.
That's if it's well, never mind.
Okay,
thanks, Dad.
This is really dark, but somebody said kill people, and
that's true.
That is probably true.
I was listening to the show about DB Cooper, and they said they had the guy who hijacked the plane. They said they had a whole bunch of cigarette butts of his, but they just threw them in the trash 50 years ago because they didn't have DNA. And I was like, man, 100 years ago. Hey,
brought him back to life.
What should we do?
Again,
I don't know.
The amount of like forensic files that we watch, and it's like DNA was just coming out, and I was like, man, you get away with so much back then. Now,
dude, the OJ trial, like when you hear. That was in the very early stages of like blood evidence and things like that, where that was
DNA.
People were kind of like
fancy science.
How
now we got dire
reliable is
wolves.
that? Like, how reliable is that stuff right there? It is. John Mulaney again. We talk about stand-up bits. Mulaney has one where he's like, back in the day, you could get away with crimes because you didn't even have DNA stuff. You could go, look, Captain, it's some of their DNA. And they would go, gross. Let's go over here and follow my hunch. And that's how they solved crimes back then. That's how you get a lot of really bad, like when you look back over some of the convictions that occurred 100 years ago or 80 years ago, you look at some of that, it's really bad. It's not good. So
bad evidence.
That's Ask Reddit.
Bad evidence. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
2.0.
Bochy on the show. What time again?
I'm going to get back to you on that. We've been informed of new information that could change that.
But you know what? That's why
you came out. This breaking news.
Yeah.
Just stay tuned in then.
Breaking news brought to you. I'll get it.
Just tell logo. Turn it on, leave it on, get it on. Everything will be fine.
There we go. KNC Masterpiece is next.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
Well, everything was fine, Kevin, until I saw that I don't know how to use the fan text right now. So give me just a little while.
Did you get a warning email about that yesterday, though?
Probably. Yes, I got a warning email yesterday. I got 2 of them. Did I read them? What have I told you before? Sometimes I look at the email, it's long, and I say, that's too much to read, and I go on to the next thing in life. All right?
Instead of thinking that could be important, intricate information, you're like, it's too much.
Yeah. 877-881-1053. Text in a short text that lets us know if you think the same thing. Is it too long or not?
So if you would have been a journalist and like somebody would have sent you battle plans or some such that were really detailed,
Probably wouldn't have read them.
You'd been like, it's too much.
I've been like,
I gotta go.
Actually, depends on how interesting it is. When you get an email about something from the company, you're like, how interesting is it? How long is it? Those things matter a lot.
Okay, let me ask you this. But if somebody sent a newspaper-wide email about how they didn't want real Christmas trees because it fired up their allergies, would you or would you not engage in multiple emails back to that person to troll the situation?
Of course.
See?
I would want to be, well, I mean, I do understand the situation, but just to troll them, I'd love to do a Gavin Dawson on that. Gavin Dawson wakes up in the morning, sees his Twitter, and goes, you know what? It's time for me to fire back today. And I'm not that kind of troll. But on something like that, I'm in on it. I'm in on trolling people about Christmas trees.
From the 561, let's go MF and stars. That's right. That's always something we accept around here. Same thing here, Corey, from the 817. Yeah, just like the terms and conditions, way too much to read. Now, there's a South Park episode that goes into a ridiculous wormhole of creating a human centipede. But the purpose of that episode is to
bring that up once a month.
Okay. But there's an important lesson to learn there. The lesson is that you need to learn. You should learn and read the terms and conditions.
Write it down so I can log in over here, Kevin. Or I could just use my friend's login because I've been using Reggie's for the last 6 years.
I thought you wanted me to draw my diagram of the centipede again.
No, I don't want to see that diagram.
There's a clear, if you have to be in one position.
Okay, we get it. Have you ever seen them interviewed, by the way, the people, and they're like, I'm the middle one, and you can see the disgust on their face?
What?
Oh, I got to go find that. Give me a little bit.
All right.
It was on
oh my God. In the meantime, let's talk about the Texas Rangers. Look, I know that's a tough transition. We'll get to the NCAAs in about 20 minutes. Question about that. Are you okay with calling the Gators the champions?
No.
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
I mean, yes, I think it's clever.
No.
Okay.
I agree with Alec, though. I'm not going to do it that often.
Okay.
Hold on. Did that really hurt your feelings because you came up with that?
No.
Did you come up with it?
No. I mean, it crossed my mind, but no.
You came up with Data Davis, and you've been very offended that people have tried to steal that from you.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't actually mind. All right, give me cut number 4 because Alec did the right thing here. I said, will you get some Rangers highlights? And he goes, I will get highlights that happened in the Rangers game. But did you see the Rangers game?
Valid.
Did you listen to the Rangers game?
Nah.
There's nothing positive out of that game. Go ahead.
Beto, leg lift in the pitch, and Happ slices one through the left side into left field, a base hit. 1 run scores, Armstrong around 30 scores, and it's a 2-run single on an inside-out swing from Ian Happ to give the Cubs a 5-0 lead.
It would continue like that for the rest of the evening. I do believe the Rangers got a robust 3 hits on the night as they were shut out 7-0. So there's that.
Dawson yesterday said he's prepared to push the panic button on the bats. And like that's the feeling right now is he's a little bit concerned about that. And we all should be. Like the what we've seen so far is not giving us enough proof that they can win a game without great pitching. And last night was another introduction to that, right? Like Nate Eovaldi was not great last night. And there could be a variety of reasons for it. My personal reason is I think that he struggled with the grip on the baseball. It was cold and he just wasn't really into it that much. And I think that was a problem for him last night, and we needed that because the Rangers can't score runs. That's a struggle right now.
Now, I see a text, and I want to address this because I remember this from yesterday, from the 903. There's no point in the fan text. LOL. Y'all never respond to my text, and half the time it tells me that you've been unsubscribed.
Dunked on.
Two
Kevin
things.
just responded to you.
And also, we responded to 2 of these texts on air yesterday when the person said, wait, Leiter is on the injured list. We responded to that one on air, and they can't afford the draft capital for the proposed 12-2 jump up. We responded to that on air as well. So doing the best we can. I appreciate everybody who texts in. I will tell you that the fan text is sensitive. If you put the word stop in there, it will tell you that you're unsubscribed, but you can still text in. You'll be okay. You're not going to be blocked or anything like that. Now, Kevin Pillar talked about the temperatures, because we talked about during the day there was snow on the ground, floating around and everything like that. But the game,
and then as you predicted, when the nighttime comes, snow goes away.
And it was just colder.
At night, according to Kevin.
And I'm not saying never, but Kevin Pillar gave a very succinct description of the game last night. It wasn't pleasant, but it's part of the game. You don't really like it, but you've got to do it. It's not really baseball conditions, but they played a lot better than us. So essentially, and I'd be willing to bet that is the thoughts of a lot of the Rangers players. Hey, I didn't really like this weather, but hey, we lost because they played way better than us. So we put that in there and you move on. Another thing that happened in the game yesterday, Josh Smith, he got walked and then tried to steal second. He was thrown out. That was the first time a Ranger had been caught stealing all season. We talked about this yesterday, how I believe it was them and the Red Sox at the time had not been caught stealing at all. And instead, that broke their streak of 14 for 14 steals.
Yeah. And it is nice that when you're capable of doing that. But I do wonder if something like that goes, all right, now it's time for us to back off a little bit. And Boch is like a little more apprehensive about stealing because they were so effective at it before. Can I flip it to the other side there? Sure. Because last night it looked like Chicago said we can run anytime we want. And
they're not wrong, are they?
I said it yesterday, then Mike said it on air last night on the game. You don't want to get the MO that, hey, we can run on. If you get that reputation that you can be run on at any point, then every team is going to be confident with it. And when it comes to playoff games, if you haven't fixed this or corrected it by any point, then it becomes even more problematic for you. Because teams, their confidence is, I can just get on base and get to second. All we have to do is get on base. A single, a walk, whatever it takes to get to first. And then we can get to second. We don't even have to worry about doubles. Those things, those confidences start to build up in them. You don't want that. You don't want the idea that you can't hold runners on, or the idea that your catchers can't throw guys out. But the guys have to do a better job of holding on to help their catchers out.
I agree with all of that. Now, there's a couple of things to dive into because I saw somebody's text. There are a lot of texts coming into the first segment. Here we go from 325. Rangers are batting a whopping 184, and Wyatt Langford leads the team with a batting average of 216. Now, I'm going to go back to the Chris Young interview yesterday with the G-Bag Nation, and I want to really hammer this home for people that are hoping for an imminent change. It's not going to happen. I'm not saying they won't make a change in the lineup eventually. Like, obviously, Marcus Semien feels like he's become the flashpoint for everybody in terms of why is he still leadoff, everything like that. I understand that. But Chris Young yesterday, he said with the G-Bag Nation, but it's way too early to panic and it's way too early to make any sort of dramatic shifts. That's not to say the lineup wouldn't change at all, but for people who are hoping that we're a day away from Marcus Semien being banished from the leadoff role for the rest of the season, that's not going to happen. Per the GM, or the president of baseball operations, not me.
And Chris Young is, I don't know how much of last year he's letting roll over into this year. Fans are doing that, right? Fans are like, oh, last year was the first sign of it for me. And now, you hear Bobby yesterday talking about exit velocity in his hands and how much they're a little bit slower than they used to be and all these things. And you're like, oh no, is he at that age? Or where you just can't do the same things that you used to be able to anymore? Last night, Kevin, first pitch, pop up, foul ball. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
First pitch is going to be an out? Dude, I can't have that. And then eventually it worked out. He didn't get on. But that's Chris Young's. I don't know if he bleeds from some of last year into this season or if he just says, nope, we're starting right here and we're going to take 25, 30, 40 games before I ever make a decision on that. I know Bochy is patient, and that's probably where that comes from, Bochy's patience. Bochy saying, hey, guys, we'll eventually get to a point where I'll go to the hot hand, but this is a leader in my clubhouse. I need to keep him locked in and mentally into it so I can keep these other guys around him because he's a rallying point. If he gets hot, the rest of the team's going to feel it too.
Now, this is going to be a weird stat. This was prior to yesterday's game where the Rangers were hitting 192 and somehow they managed to drop their team average.
How?
Yeah, by getting 3 hits. So, believe it or not, there's a weirdly positive spin to this I can try to make.
Okay.
Now, I understand the counter argument could be, yeah, but there you can't hit the ball.
Yeah, they can't hit the ball.
That's a fair counter argument. And it's tough for me to counter that. But I'll tell you this. Rangers are one of just 6 teams in baseball history to start off at least 8-2 with a batting average of 192 or worse, because that was their batting average going into the game yesterday. The crazy thing about it is, here are the other ones. The 1906 White Sox, the 1907 Cubs, the 1910 White Sox. So I think you see the trend. A lot of them were a really long time ago. The 1944 St. Louis Browns, that doesn't even exist anymore, in that iteration. And the 1988 Los Angeles Dodgers. 3 of those 5 teams won the World Series.
The other one won the pennant, right?
That's correct. Which is really strange, but I think
and awesome at the same time.
Agreed.
We're going on to win the World Series.
I think the idea there is your pitching has been so good that eventually you trust that your offense will come around. And if you're able to win 8 out of 10, now 8 out of 11 games with such a just subpar batting average, that when your offense does pick up or get closer to what you would anticipate it looks like, that you'll probably continue or maybe even accelerate the way you win games.
Yeah, I think that's at some point the bats are going to get hot. That's what Boch is kind of relying on. Corey Seager is not going to be what Corey Seager is right now for the rest of the season. That's just a reality for him. Simeon, I'm a little curious about because of age and what we've seen over this time.
Because we were hoping this was a bounce back.
Yes, exactly. Wyatt Langford, all these guys, you can just go down the list of all these guys and you're like, all right, some things are going to get corrected at some point, and you just saw them piece together runs when they needed to. So that's not left them. They're going to keep battling and keep fighting for it. Right now is a drought, if you will, of at-bats, or of hits, and stringing together lots of hits and runs and home runs. I think the power is the biggest concern, is where is the power for this team, because you're expecting doubles and bombs.
Well, and you look at 2 of those players that you brought in to help address those concerns. Jake Berger and Jock Peterson. Not only lack of power thus far, but they have not excelled at hitting the fastball. And that is something that you're like, hey, it's only 11 games. I think it will balance out. And that's probably where I am. If we get 25 games into the season, then you're like, ooh, we're almost a sixth of the way there, and it's not really changed whatsoever. But Berger and Peterson have also not excelled against 4-seam fastballs thus far, and that was probably the primary reason both of them were brought in. And I think that eventual change, I think they're eventually going to get it together. That will change your fortunes as well. Plus the return of Josh Young today.
Yes. That's an exciting thing. Really is an exciting thing because, again, go look at the history of Adolis Garcia and when Josh Young is healthy, how excited, how much more he gets into a baseball game because of Josh Young. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, their relationship. I don't see them in the clubhouse hanging around and, eating red vines together all the time. I'm not sure how it goes, but there's just something about it that I'm looking forward to.
Now, I wanted to go back to one other thing, and it's the Rangers team struggles in general against the 4-seam fastball. Now, we just talked about the 2 new additions. Now, prior to last night's game, the Rangers were hitting 232 against 4-seamers. 231. Last year, they hit 232, which was 5th worst in Major League Baseball. This year, they're actually middle of the pack thus far because it seems like people have gotten off to a slow offensive start in terms of league average. Mm-hmm. I know obviously the Cincinnati Reds would agree with that. I'm sure there's plenty of teams that you could be like, their offense is doing just fine. But they haven't turned a corner on the 4-seam fastball so far. that is going to have to happen in a big way. I'm talking about you need to probably see an 18-point increase. Like, you need to be in that 250 batting average range against the four-seam fastball if this offense is going to look anything like we hope it does.
Oh, absolutely. If a pitcher knows that he can go out there and effectively use his fastball against you the entire game, then he's going to be able to set you up and fool you with off-speed pitches. Like, that's what you're trying to avoid. That's why Marcus Semien says, I'm going up there trying to hunt fastball, because there's a more likely that your off-speed pitches aren't going to land for strikes. Like, that's the more likely thing, is they're not going to, because you're trying to fool somebody with them. You're using your fastball to run it by them and to set up different places you feel like you have good command. If you feel like they can't hit it, you're going to have confidence that your command is going to be there. And then what's happening? I got 2 strikes on you. You're down in the count. You have to swing. I know I got you set up. So you're going to give confidence to pitchers if they know that you can't hit their fastball.
And I hope this makes sense. I'm not saying that Garabito was particularly lights out or anything like that. But what he did get accomplished was pitching the rest of the game, which, I mean...
Yes, that's big for today with Patrick Corbin on the mound, because Patrick Corbin, you don't know what you're going to get out of him. So you might only get a few innings out of him. You might only get 1.2 innings out of him. And then you got to go to the bullpen.
Yeah.
And so what happened yesterday, Garabito doing his job definitely helps out for what could happen today. And if all else, maybe he does get you 5 innings. Then your bullpen can take the rest of the way, and you feel comfortable. They got their work in, and then tomorrow you still have them available if you need them.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, one shining moment. Barkley is still a hater. Nance was fired up, and Florida wins the title. Let's talk about the men's college basketball final next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
5 seconds to Sharp, top of the key, lost the dribble. He's got to pick it up. It's scooped up by Condon. Condon secures it, and Florida found a way. From 12 down to the school's third national championship in men's basketball. 65-63 the final. The Florida Gators are the national champions once again.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where straight away got a text that doesn't really make me feel any better from the 806. Houston had it, man. And then they went and pulled a Duke.
They did. They definitely. Actually, I think that was more of a choke job than Duke's loss.
Yeah.
It's the final for one. Like, you have a lead, you're doing fine there, and then you cannot find any offense. There's no way. And then at the end of the game, you don't even get a shot off. I think that's more of a choke job.
I do not understand how they didn't get the shot off. Like, I watched the game. I saw. I watched the second half of the game. I did not watch the first half of the game. I didn't want to watch the game at all. And then I was like, all right, I guess. So I watched the second half of the game. So I saw what happened, but it's still mind-boggling. But my question to start this whole thing, Alec, I want to get your thoughts as well, because I don't think I've ever landed on a definitive answer. Do you root for or against the team that beat you? Because on the one hand, I get it. If Houston would have won, you'd have been like, we lost to the champions. But on the other side, I'm kind of like, screw them. They beat my team. I want them to lose. I don't think I've ever come to like a concrete opinion about this.
I've always been the kind of guy that's like, hey, if you're going to go ahead and take us out of the race, you may as well go win the thing. Okay, so I would definitely, if I were in your situation, I would totally root for them, because I'd say, hey, it would make the sting of it sting a little bit less. I know that there's no moral victories in any of this, but for me, I'd at least say, all right, we lost to the eventual best team in the country. Okay. I'm okay with that.
All right. Now let me ask you this. You're a Rangers fan, correct?
Yes.
Lifelong Rangers fan?
Yes.
You lost to the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
Are you pulling for the Yankees in that respect?
There's different levels of hatred.
Okay, I think that's the hatred right there that's lining up.
If all things are equal on whatever the next opponent is, and you don't care, okay.
Everything's situational. Yes. Not all models are exactly correct. That's what I'm learning in my economics class.
Man, watch out. We've got a Stringer Bell situation going here, where Corey is slowly but surely building up on economic knowledge. Hopefully he does not get as cocky about it as Stringer did.
He was very cocky.
That was because that was his downfall. I went to a community college at night. Hey, calm down, okay, buddy? So hopefully Corey does not get as cocky about it, and that will lead to his success in hopefully a more legal enterprise.
See, Kevin, that's the thing about Stringer Bell's situation, was he was trying to take an education, a collegiate studies, and apply it to the streets.
Yeah.
And the streets have different rules.
They do.
They don't have the same restrictions and red tape that other businesses have to go through.
And it was probably be tough to ask the question.
That tape's yellow.
You probably can't raise your hand in class and be like, hey, what if you had to teach one of your dealers a lesson? And so now they only have 3 fingers on the one hand, and to slow down their distribution. Like, that's probably not
Nobody's going to have an answer for that.
That's going to work in your community college class.
Yeah. People that are going to have answers for that are probably kingpins. They've already gone through that, experienced it, worked their way up.
Sure. Absolutely. From the 214, sadly, I didn't get to listen yesterday, but how many broken headsets and kicked in windows and F-bombs were there? You know what's sad about that? I want to be offended, but I have done all of those things.
It's true.
I've kicked in a window, which therefore eventually got me fired from Blockbuster. I have broken a headset, and I dropped an F-bomb on air. I've done all 3 of those things. Now, they're really far apart with the window thing. But
and you know what? None of that was ever directly aimed at me. It was all about you, and so that's why I never got personally offended by it. Because I'm like, it's not me.
From the 903.
Maybe I caused a little bit of the hatred, but it's not about me.
Definitely on the second one. let's be honest, Kevin. Duke couldn't even beat the second place team. Okay, and that's the part that hurts my feelings just a little bit. From the 817, it's just like in Warzone, Kevin. If someone takes me out, I'm spectating until they die.
Exactly. That is a good point there. You do spectate. You watch them if they die. If they win, you report them for cheating.
Oh.
Not all the time. But.
Okay. Now, this continues. Is it fair to say that Houston lost last night in heartbreaking fashion?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I can't imagine being a person that not misses the final shot, but doesn't get the shot off. Like, I can't imagine, as he went down and he put his hands in his head, or his head in his hands, I felt very bad for him in that moment because he knew. He knew, and he knew he let his whole team down, and they drew up the play for him.
Now, believe it or not, despite I agree, the heartbreaking method in which they lost, this will not go down as the craziest Houston loss in the finals. I don't think it will because of Jim Valvano running on the court like a crazy person looking for somebody to hug, but it was the airball three-pointer that Lorenzo Charles dunked home at the buzzer to beat Houston 54-52. This was only their third final. They lost in 83, and that was the Phi Slamma Jamma era. You had Olajuwon, you had Drexler. How the hell did they lose that game?
Because they wouldn't keep Olajuwon on the court.
Okay, that was a different incident. And then they lost the next year in 1984 in the final again. This time they lost to Patrick Ewing in Georgetown. And again, this time they lose in just close last-second fashion. So 3 appearances, all of which decided by 10 points or less. 2 of them decided by a bucket apiece, and 2 of them decided right at the end of the game.
Wow, man. And there were plenty of moments where I thought it was shifting just strongly in one team's direction. It was over time that it shifted back to Florida.
For sure.
Houston looked like they were on a run, and they looked like the more powerful team inside the paint, and they definitely were for most of the game. But they couldn't get their 3-point shooting off the ground, man. And that being said, I mean, Florida was 6 for 24 from 3 as well. So both teams struggled at that, but they just couldn't find the offense they needed to sustain staying in the lead.
Man, I think we did the stat yesterday. This is the first game Houston has lost when their opponent didn't score 70. They were 33-0 going into that game. So this game was paced out exactly like Houston would like it. And for a good 30 minutes, they had control of it.
And Kevin, what did you say about Duke on Monday morning? The one thing that you gave credence to was free throws.
Oh my God, yes.
Florida was 17 of 21.
Okay.
Houston was 9 of 14.
And I know
that's the difference.
I know it doesn't work this way, but you can't help but look at it and think.
You get to go to that line for free.
We make a couple more of these free throws. Like, you might not have even found yourself in position. I know you can't automatically just add the points to the final score, but that could totally change the complexion of the game going down the stretch. That's exactly what happened with Duke and Houston. I do want to say one more thing about Duke and Houston, though. This isn't going to make Houston fans feel any better. But you know how we've had multiple AEW representatives on the show?
Yes.
All right. So AEW had a pay-per-view on Sunday night. And as sometimes is the case, a brawl broke out between the wrestlers into the stands, at which point a dude in a North Carolina hoodie and a North Carolina hat held up his cell phone and zoomed in on the final score that said Houston 70, Duke 67.
Dang.
That is on the pay-per-view where you think, I can watch some wrestling. I can escape this really sad sports outcome. And like, he's not jumping. He's not yelling. He's standing there as calmly as possible, holds up his phone, has it zoomed in on the score while people are like hugging, or I can't remember if it was a fight or if he was hugging somebody, a family member or whatever, but like right there.
that is one of my favorite bits in sports fandom is whenever you see the one person in the middle of every chaos that's going on. Like you got the one Texas fan in the middle of all Michigan fans or whatever,
Yes.
and he's just standing there smiling. Oh, it's the guy. It's the Texas fan at the A&M game, isn't it?
Yes.
And he's the one dude that's just like everything's good right now. Like those kind. And I'm sorry, that's another shot at your team, but
okay.
it's the example that I had.
We probably deserved it, and
I enjoyed the game last night, though, Kevin. Like this was a fun game to watch. It was physical. You could see at the end of the game. I mean, who wanted it more? Who really wanted it more was really ultimately what it came down to. Both teams were battling for it.
Yeah,
that's all you can ask out of those guys.
I do feel bad for Houston that they got so close yet again. You have an opportunity to run it back. You can make an argument that Houston will be among the favorites, if not the favorite, for next year, depending on at least one of their players, Milos, if he's going to come back or not.
Kevin, I do have some Mavericks news.
Tell me.
It is not that Luke is not playing tomorrow night. Okay, that's
what an F you.
That's still up in the air though. Mavericks will convert two-way guard Brandon Williams on a standard 2-year NBA deal later this week.
As they should.
So he's averaging 8.3 points, 2.4 assists, 51% shooting. Shams is saying, hey, Mavericks are saying we're bringing this dude back for the end of the season.
Well, and you know that you need to put him on a real contract because you exhausted the max possibility of a two-way contract. That doesn't happen a whole lot. Now, I realize injuries was part of that.
Yeah.
But the fact that the Mavericks had to max out a two-way G League contract is incredible. But I want to take you to the biggest trash talker of them all. We're going to go to cut number 17 right here. Say what you want. But this is Charles Barkley, I don't know, trying to make himself welcome in San Antonio?
Thank you. And yes, y'all got some big here.
And you hear the cheers for y'all got some big old bees up in here.
And he didn't say boobies.
He didn't.
Or buttocks. He was talking about the whole, the entirety of the body of a woman. Or a female dog.
What?
Right?
What? Explain the other part, not the female dog, but what did you say before
You
that?
said bees.
Uh-huh.
And I wasn't saying he wasn't say y'all have some big boobies here or some big female dogs. He did, that was, or the buttocks. He was referring to the other version of it. Saying the entire woman, the whole woman. Much like Men's T Clinic takes care of the whole man. This is him discussing the whole woman in this situation.
Now, what I would really like, I'm not saying this is a Men's Tea Clinic special. I would really like you to go to Men's Tea Clinic and recount all of what's just happened. Verbatim, if you can. And just really explain that all to the Men's Tea people and see. Just let us roll on how they react.
Explain
I want to
also
know
how I was trying to be kind throughout the entire process. That's what I was looking forward to.
He was trying to be kind by saying he's describing the whole woman.
Yeah, the whole woman, not just parts of a woman.
You good?
It doesn't make it any better, I guess. But that's an old joke that he has, right? Is that San Antonio has large women there. And he came back and said, you know what? I'm doubling, tripling, quincing down on this one.
Now, against my better judgment, I'm going to bail Corey out here. And
I'll keep talking. Yeah, you know
it. I know. This is usually where I put my feet up on the desk and just let you say what you got to say. So let's go to ESPN. They're way too early. Top 25. Number one on the list is, in fact, Houston. Duke is number 8. And again, some of this will depend on which players come back and which players do not. I think a lot of people are assuming the top 3 players for Duke are going to go into the draft. I think that is a fair assumption. Florida is at number 19, but then when you look at the betting odds, we talked about this before. Duke is kind of like the Cowboys in terms of the premium you have to pay on betting on them. Now, they're entirely different from the Cowboys in that they've won numerous times in this current generation. But Duke is a 10-1 favorite to win next year's national championship, followed by Houston at 12-1. So you might see some of these teams back again next year.
I just don't understand why you keep taking shots at Dak like that.
It's at the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to point out for the record, yeah, I see you, Bobby. by no means are the failures of the Dallas Cowboys only on Dak Prescott.
Yeah, move on.
But when it comes to the quarterback position, it's pretty important if you're going to win a championship or not, correct?
I mean, look, unless someone's going to dispute this, he's no Jalen Hurts. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was for one person alone. Coming up next.
Nor Lamar Jackson.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Who's here to dispute that? The happiest and saddest stories in baseball today. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Suzuki swings. That one is lobbed weakly into center field. Coming on, Pilari's got to play it on. He raced in as quickly as he could, but he couldn't quite get there as Tucker scores from second. An RBI base hit for Seiya Suzuki.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for some baseball nuggets. Now, of course, I guess we have to start with mentioning that the Rangers lost 7-0 to the Cubs last night. That we'll get back after it again today. We will talk with Bruce Bochy tomorrow morning. We had a scheduling change there, so we will talk with him tomorrow morning. But there's a new documentary out on Netflix today, and it's an 8-part series about the Boston Red Sox. It's called In the Clubhouse, A Season with the Red Sox. The last thing I watched about that was the Red Sox comeback over the Yankees in the ALCS, and I thought it was freaking phenomenal.
It was really good. I enjoyed it too. And I'm not even a huge... I told you yesterday, my buddy texted me, he was watching the house that Steinbrenner built, and then he was like, but then I remembered I don't give an S about the Yankees, so he stopped watching it. And I don't really care that much about the Red Sox, but that was a group of guys that I was intrigued by because of their character.
Now, something that's already come out from this, and who knows, this might take up the rest of the segment. We'll see. Jarrett Duran, the outfielder for the Red Sox, he gets really open and emotional in this, and he talked about some of the struggles that he had, and he goes, I was already hearing it from fans, and what they said to me, it was like I've told myself 10 times worse in the mirror. That was a really tough time for me. I didn't even want to be here anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And now we move to the next part where you're like, maybe some people, and you know what? Maybe if you're listening right now, you have had similar thoughts. This is the level that Duran took it to. He said, I got to a point, again, this is in the Netflix documentary. I got to a point where I was sitting in my room. I had my rifle and I had a bullet, and I pulled the trigger and the gun clicked, but nothing happened. So to this day, I thank God. I think God just didn't let me take my own life because I seriously don't know why it didn't go off. I took it as a sign of I might have to be here for a reason. So that's when I started to look myself in the mirror, and I was like, do you want to be here or not? And so like, that is incredible. I just wanted to say,
he's lucky.
It for sure. I wanted to say thank you to Jarren Duran for being willing to speak out about that, because you're like, hey, you're a professional baseball player and one of the most beloved teams of all time. And he is like, no, I pulled the trigger. And so, like, it can happen to anybody.
Yeah, it's very lucky that it didn't happen. And you're right, Kevin. For so many years, it feels like our dads, their dads would never, if they did something like this, would never talk about it. And it is more likely that we today will talk about those things because we see the benefits of it. Like that, we've seen the benefits that it has of having a conversation with a therapist, a counselor, a friend, even. And a lot of times it isn't about the answer that you're trying to get. It's more about just opening up. And then that takes a huge weight off of you in a lot of instances. And that, I think our hope on this show, we've put that out there, is the more people are willing to take that opportunity to talk to somebody.
You know, with my talking doctor, one of the things we've kind of joked around about a little bit, because obviously we've been meeting together for a really long time, is I asked if he had fixed me yet. And he laughed and he goes, maybe so. Would you accept that? And I said, that's a good point. Probably not. And if nothing else, I just need somebody to talk to every week to bitch about things too. It's like, that's fair.
And that's and I use you for that a lot. I think, I come in here and I'd say all these things and you just, you either agree with me or you just listen. And I'm like, oh man, thanks. And I feel better about my day. But when I spoke to my therapist, I did ask the question. I was like, am I fit? Am I cured? And he was like, I think you are, man. Go have a good one. And since then, I've felt pretty good about a lot of things. But I also listen to myself. And I think that's an important thing, listening to who you are and what you're feeling, and then try to seek out some opinions that are expert opinions that can really help you out in that. And it is always a struggle to have the conversation, because I always felt I had a friend that committed suicide and I thought it was very selfish of him. And I was in the 4th grade when it happened. So I had this idea all along this time. I mean, 43 now. How old was I in the 4th grade?
9.
Yeah. So it's been that many years that I was just like selfish. And then I came to a conclusion that he was hurting. And you go back and look at, and the story is the story Jeremy from Pearl Jam. He was my neighbor and he was my friend. And I didn't understand what he was going through at the time because I didn't understand what mental health was then. But now I look back at all the things and all the signs that were leading to it and all the people that were trying to help, and he wasn't going to find that. And he wasn't seeking help. He was seeking revenge. And that was the part that really hurt to see that. But for Duran here, he did get lucky that didn't happen. And now he can use not only his story, but his platform and other opportunities to not just help other people, but give other people the inspiration to not pull that trigger.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think that's his hope from telling his story. And we just saw this was a Drew Robinson.
Yes. I was going to say, it is very reminiscent of that, although obviously it's the bullet did go off and he's dealt with the consequences of that. But it is really fascinating to get those people's thoughts on the other side of that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that is every person. I'm sure Kevin, the fan text is lighting up right now, but every person out there is dealing with something a little bit different. And all I'm asking is, and Kevin's put this out there many times, is find the friend that you can talk to. Find the person that you can talk to. It doesn't have to be a friend. No, that might be the thing that's making you feel that way, is you don't have any friends. Find somebody that's going to give you some tools to be able to combat these feelings that you're going through.
Yep. Yeah.
And I hope that he never feels like he has to go into that place again, that he never finds that place again. But Kevin, I can also imagine in professional baseball, professional sports, this is very prevalent because these guys are dealing with a lot of money. Their families are probably relying a lot on them. They got a lot of stress that comes with it. And then Mike's even told us before, if you're not performing well, what else do I do? I played baseball my whole life. I'm nothing but a baseball player. Who am I? Yeah. And if I'm not good at baseball, I'm not worth it to be here. You're a lot more than that to a lot more people.
So I feel like maybe you need to pick me up. You need a happier story, because obviously that story was very much a downer. But so Sung-Shae Sheng from the Cubs, he remembered his wife's birthday. So first of all, good job.
That's a tough thing to do.
He's 23 years old. Hopefully he'll get better as we go along. But he did remember his wife's birthday, and he made a cake for her. He didn't really do anything else or plan anything or anything like that. So the potential for trouble was there. Not saying he would have gotten in trouble. Potential for trouble was there. However, as the two drove back to Indianapolis after the Pirates AAA club's first series, they got a call.
From Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens?
No, not from Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens, though. That would be cool. That would be cool. And it was that Chang was getting called up to the majors.
Nice.
Now
he's in the majors.
That's true, like your Twitter handle. This is my favorite quote. It feels like this is the best this is kind of the best birthday gift for her. All right, two things. First of all, I'm inclined to agree. But second of all, does that potentially open you up to trouble when you're like, no, the best birthday present you got was me getting called up to the majors? And she's like, does that mean you did not tangibly get me a birthday present?
It means what you need to do is save that. What is it? Stipend money? What is the money that they get while they're out? Yeah, you save that money as much as you can.
And buy her.
And you buy her something a little extra better than you probably would have gotten her for her regular birthday. Because now she's expecting, she's like, hold on. So how does this benefit me? How does you getting called up to the majors benefit me? And you buy her a present and you show her. And there you go. And you move on.
From the 817, honestly, I'm in that place, going back to the Duran story, and y'all help me out day to day, bros. I really appreciate that. And again, I've said this a bunch of times. If you need somebody to talk to, we will talk to you. I will talk to you. If you have nobody else to talk to, text in. Give me your phone number, and I will send you my phone number. All right. Do you need a nonsense story then?
I love nonsense.
Oh, this is tough. I have two good nonsense stories. All right. I'm going to go with the more fun nonsense story. Because the other one's about this guy sending D pictures and he got fired. Well, look.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. So we won't do that story.
Don't do that, y'all.
Instead, we will go to Kike Hernandez, who's complained to the Dodgers social media team. Why? His hat getting on the plane was photoshopped.
What?
So.
What did it say on it?
I'm going to do my best. Alec, be prepared on the dump button. I'm going to do my best to describe it. Had an image of a skeleton.
Okay.
And the skeleton's nose looked like it might have been going in a curvy backside. And the hat said the Beehole Whisperer.
Oh, my God.
Now, I could see why the Dodgers social media team was like, you know what?
Oh, my God.
I told you. And so the Dodgers social media team's like, hey, we could not censor this and deal with a lot of problematic fallout. Or we could censor it and just deal with Kike being mad. And then deal with that and go about our way. They chose the latter. I think, Alec, and I believe you'll agree, they made the right decision.
They did, but at the same time, it's amazing. I want to know how many people would have actually taken the time, though, to like zoom in on the hat had it not been photoshopped. And been
you'd have had to double take, really be looking really close.
Like, how long would that post have been up before somebody quote tweeted it? Like, hey, zoom in on Kike's hat and tell me what you see. Someone would have found out, but it's all good fun.
I really do hope that somebody tipped them off. Either that or they're the best social media team in the world. They're like in on everything.
What? Why that hat? Why?
I don't
What's
have
the meaning of the Beehole Whisperer hat?
I have
whispers.
We'll probably table that conversation for hopefully never. Coming up next, we will bring in Bobby Belt for this discussion. How and why do NFL teams continually miss on quarterbacks in the draft? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime. by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan for this segment. And because he kept saying inappropriate things off air and we needed to try to rein him in, we bring in Bobby Belt for the conversation. Now, there's a couple of things here, but the how and why NFL teams continually miss on quarterbacks in the draft. Now, I think it's last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, Corey, we went through the study of first-round draft picks for quarterbacks in the last 15 years, and it is not encouraging.
Struggle bus.
And so I wanted to open it up to you guys to start, and then we'll dive into some of these things that I read in an article from CBS Sports about why quarterback is the position. Broadus has talked about how difficult that position is to scout. Do you guys have theories or a hypothesis about why it's so tough to scout this particular position?
I think, Bobby, this particular position requires so much more than just the physical act of being on the field and doing the job. Like this requires a leadership, an ability to process information fast, an ability to learn beyond what you've already learned, in addition to the ability to throw and all the other physical attributes that come along with it. And I think sometimes scouts like to just go, he's 6'4", he's got all the physical things. We'll teach him this, and then it doesn't work out, or they don't know enough about the person to know if they have the drive. Whenever they studied Dak, they were like, this dude's been through it, and he's keeps coming out stronger on the other side. These other things might not matter as much as this part of, we know that he's going to be there fighting for everything.
Yeah, I think a large part of it is because obviously the baseline is physically what are you capable of.
Yep.
And so that's going to be the foundation for anything. And then you just start, when you're building from there, you have to understand certain things like character and specifically football character, which is not necessarily the same as character, but football character, leadership, mental processing, what kind of a student you are, how well you take to coaching, what kind of coaching did you have access to when you were at the college level versus what you'll receive at the NFL level, and having to make those sort of projections. And so I think in a lot of instances, some of these guys that we would talk about who are busts, you would say teams probably went into it eyes wide open, and they knew this was a potential. They were just projecting out. So I don't even know that in a lot of instances they misevaluated a player. They knew who they were right then, and they just misevaluated what they were capable of tapping into. Like I think of Trey Lance. When Trey Lance got picked, San Francisco knew that dude is not ready to play football right now.
Yeah.
And they knew exactly the type of, what they had to fill in the gaps on was, what can he learn? How, adept is he at picking those things up? How quickly can he take to it? And how much more can he tap into? And that's where a lot of the, scouting side comes in, where you're doing a lot of research.
I think the other addition to this is I think teams misevaluate themselves all the time. And they think we're more prepared to take on this quarterback when they're not really. Their team's not built for it. When Trevor Lawrence was drafted, it made sense. He's the number 1 overall pick. It looks like he checks all the boxes off. But they didn't have a team. And they still don't have a team. They didn't have a good coaching staff. They didn't have a good environment for him to go into and be part of. And I think owners a lot of times are just like, just fix it. And guys are like, we don't have all the things to fix it yet. But man, as Broadus says, if I tie myself to a quarterback, I'm there with him for the next 4 years probably.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these guys see it that way, and they're like, all right, I'll figure out something there. But a lot of times they misevaluate what they are as a team and whether or not they can support said quarterback.
So there are two things in this article that I wanted to key in on that y'all have started to kind of touch on. Incomplete experience and trait degradation. So incomplete experience, let's go back to the SEC. Tua had 71.4% completion percentage. So it was like, oh my gosh, unbelievable. Immediately gets smoked by Mac Jones. All right, so Mac Jones, 77% completion percentage, 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. But what the incomplete experience is, did all the teams look at the starting wide receivers and say, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Smith? There is no receiving corps in the NFL that you're going to put together that has that much of an advantage on their defenders. And so he was throwing to 4 future first-round picks.
Right.
And do you factor that in and you're like, hey, do we need to like take points off of that, or like take a look at games where maybe some of those players aren't playing, or they're not getting open, or whatever the case might be?
That's interesting because Joe Burrow is a perfect conversation on that because of who he was playing with in college.
And clearly it has worked out.
And he's turned out okay.
Absolutely.
But he's also, I guess he's been lucky that he got to a place where he had T. Higgins and his best friend Jamar Chase. Obviously, that came a year later, but he has those 2 receivers to run with.
Well, and like you said about 30 minutes ago, Corey, like, I mean, the quarterback is ultimately a large part of things and responsible for it. So you could say that Joe Burrow was a bust because they missed the playoffs this year. So I liked that point you made earlier about Dak.
Oh, my God.
No, but here's the thing is that when you look at, like, I think the NFL did take that into account. Mac Jones went 15, which a quarterback going 15 is, if you're even sort of in the range, they're going to take you top 10. And Tua went 5, and Tua was the second quarterback taken off the board. So I think they do kind of factor those things in. I remember specifically somebody saying about Chase when he was coming out after Justin Jefferson's rookie year, where when you're talking about those kind of comparisons that maybe people make, I remember a scout saying, well, you saw what Justin Jefferson did this year, and it was a year ago that everybody thought Jamar Chase was clearly the better player.
Right.
Yeah.
So like they did make that connection of just like, there's another piece of evidence if you need to see it of why Jamar Chase is going to be successful, because we know we felt like we knew for a fact he was better than Jefferson at college, and he just had a lot of success in the NFL. And so they'll make those connections occasionally. I think at the quarterback position, they definitely will factor in what kind of offense you play in. One of the reasons why Trubisky went ahead of Mahomes years ago was because there was just a question of Mahomes coming out of Texas Tech, like what was he capable of?
Yeah.
It's not so much that they said he couldn't do it. They didn't know. And so for them, they go, yeah, the physical tools are there. We don't know what kind of a study he is. We don't know what he's capable of in terms of processing and different things like that. And it turned out he was great at it. But that was something you got to kind of just fill in the gaps on.
So do you like the person? Do you like the guy? Do you like the things that he can do? Those things help out. Then how long is it going to take him to learn how to take a snap under center? Or how to do things that he's never done in college.
And I agree with that, but I go back to somebody like Marcus Mariota, who they fell into a trap of looking at college production versus what he was going to go up against in the pros. Like, because for him, and he's a number 2 pick in that draft, is he was chomping people out on zone reads and outrunning everybody. And then when you saw his 4.52 speed, I would have thought that you would be able to do at least some calculations and be like, hey, that basic I'm going to run free is not going to work.
How much did game plan help his anticipation on when he could run?
Yes.
Chip Kelly's offense and the way that it was built, you saw that it worked very well for college players. I've said this for years. OU has a very good system for quarterbacks in college. Mm-hmm. Outside of college, they have a lot of stuff to learn. And that's one of the systems that I don't trust, because quarterback after quarterback has come out and not looked prepared. Now, granted, they all went to bad places too. A lot of them, like Sam Bradford, landed in a bad spot. Baker Mayfield, he had to deal with Cleveland, and so he had to grow up there.
He was good at first.
Kyler landed in Arizona. Well, actually, he was good the second year, I believe.
I just mean early.
But so like their offense is built to help the guy, so it makes the guy. He's a star in college, but he doesn't have the ability without that head coach that's in his ear or working with him on a weekly basis to say, here are the things that we're looking for and here are the things that we're not. A lot of it does feel like we're looking for these things. You should be smart enough to figure it out because you're a pro at this point.
I mean, that was literally the Goff conversation when he left LA. Was like, McVay's in your ear telling you everything to do. So how good a quarterback are you really? And then he goes to Detroit and he's shown he's a good quarterback. Yep. and he's capable of things. And so I think also the context matters too on when did you get picked? Like Shedeur Sanders could go in the top 3. Yep. Cam Ward is probably going to go number 1.
Yep.
There's a lot of teams that I think are heading into this draft saying that they don't think Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders are ever going to be like real big time franchise quarterbacks.
So do you think it's more of a disconnect of like, that's fine, that's what your scouting staff thinks, we think differently? Or do you think, I'm in this position, I need a quarterback, this guy is supposed to be the best of the bunch, so the hell with it?
Mostly that. It's mostly just
stupid.
It's mostly just an approach of, I think people go, I need a quarterback and I think this guy is good. I don't necessarily think he's great. I just got to take the lottery ticket, though, because the lottery ticket to me is that, like, if Abdul Carter hits, I don't totally care because I can take Abdul Carter and that's not going to mean anything. Cleveland's had Myles Garrett and they're still picking second.
Yeah.
And so I think to them, they just go, I'd rather take the chance on, great, that's nice that he's good, but if I don't have a quarterback, it means nothing, so I got to pick one. And I think that's how a lot of teams approach it generally. That's why Kenny Pickett got picked in the first round. A lot of people thought Kenny Pickett was a second-round player.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And
that a lot of people saw that.
And when you hear rumblings about Jalen Milroe, like why he accepted the thing to the invitation to the draft, I realize it could just be day 2, but there are some people who think because he's in the mix as a day 1 pick, and I would be like, wow.
I mean, Kuiper mocked him very top of the second round today. So, I mean, he's right there on the edge.
The position itself is valuable for sure, and then he's got a lot of things. And day 2 is the day where anybody can move up. You know, anybody can make those changes because they slept on it overnight and they were like, all right, we did what we wanted in the first round. Day 2, let's go get this thing that we really think we can have.
I don't think Milroe's going in the first round, but I would, if Milroe went in the first round, I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh. Like, because now if he went top 10 like Michael Penix did a couple years ago, that's surprising.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's a lot of people who thought Penix was going to go in the second round last year. Then he goes 8. And so it's the approach, quarterbacks are going. There's also a lot of people a few years ago when Pickett went in the first where they're like, Malik Willis will get taken in the first. And if he doesn't, he'll definitely go the second. And then he went like mid-third round. So it kind of depends how patient are teams willing to be to just say, well, I'll take the gamble because I want the lotto ticket.
Lottery tickets are fun, dude.
Yeah.
Scratch offs.
I agree, but I'm also one of the people who dabbles in the $1, $2, and $5 scratch off tickets
rather than $1 million ones.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm probably not buying the.
You're also a Duke fan. That's like playing the lotto. Like it's just as risky.
It's kind of like winning the lotto a lot of times.
But I'm not playing the $50 or $100 one. I wanted to throw in one more thing that went along with all of this. Is one of the suggestions is do a better job of isolating what that particular quarterback does on every single play. Like, don't look at the completion as much as, well, was the completion because that wide receiver was wide open? Did the quarterback create the time? Did the quarterback read the defense correctly? And if you isolate the things that quarterback specifically did, that will at least, not that it's foolproof, but that will at least give you a better idea of what that player can do.
Now, look, last year did not go as well for C.J. Stroud, but after year 1, C.J. Stroud was clearly ahead of Bryce Young. And everybody had said, Bryce Young's the pro-ready quarterback. C.J. Stroud's the one you might have to gamble on it, clicking into place. I remember a scout had told me at the end of year 1, he was like, maybe we should have all paid a little bit more attention when he put up numbers against Georgia at the end of his career. Like, that should have made that's an NFL defense, basically. They're putting all these players in the NFL. Maybe we should have paid more attention to that instead of the S2 test that he took. Mm-hmm. And does he process like that as quickly? And Bryce Young was considered, that's the floor. That's a guy who's going to come in and he can start today. That dude's pro-ready. Everything's good to go. And then you can see just how much confidence can kill you. And so, I mean, there are some flawed aspects of it. I also think, again, teams understand what they're getting into and they're taking a risk. They're willing to take a risk. But they've also missed. Everybody thought Trevor Lawrence was a slam dunk. Ready to go, and he's not been.
No.
If you watch Caleb Williams this year, it looked like Chicago said, you got the reins, just go make some plays. Like, it really did look like they were like very reliant on you. We gave you receivers, we gave you talented receivers, go throw to those guys. And the reality is that there are some things that he can and some things he can't do. And some things he can't do because your team's not ready for it. Maybe you don't have the offensive line for it or whatever. But that goes back to the thing you heard Tom Brady say with Belichick. He never asked me to do something I couldn't do. If you know a guy can't make a throw, don't put that play in there.
Agreed.
Don't ask him to do it if you know it's going to fail and practice over and over and over, and then he can't do it, then don't put that play in. Ask him to do things he can. Grow him from there. Help him learn how to do that. Say you need to practice on this offseason, but for this season specifically, we know you can do these things. You're going to do those things, and we're going to try and win games that way.
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah?
Do you think Caleb Williams is like Samson, where if he doesn't have his bleep you nails, then he doesn't play as well?
Yeah, maybe, Bobby. For the purposes of ending this conversation, maybe. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the new generation is officially here. You're going to hear from it next on The Fan.
Stars fans.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Really? Cinnamon sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Gets it back. Shot clock at 5. Rejected on the perimeter by Houck. Running the floor and Houck twisting and turning for the bucket of the foul.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Florida reigns as the men's national champions in college basketball. They defeat Houston 65-63. We're going to have Bruce Bochy tomorrow morning getting you ready for some afternoon baseball right here on The Fan. And since we just talked with Bobby Bell, of course, I need to remind you, hopefully you already know, that a week from Thursday, it's Draft 101 here in our showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway. You get Bobby, and if you're like, what else you got? Fair enough. I got Wolchuk, Broadus, the staff of DallasCowboys.com. You can talk draft, debate, ask questions. So April 17th, a week from Thursday. Don't got to sign up, just got to show up.
How much does it cost?
It costs $0.00.
And which registration form did you say?
None. You just need to show up. Plus, we might also give you free Whataburger.
I'm sorry, what?
Do I think this is too much of a good deal? Yes.
For free?
But I was told to shut up and slap politely with a white glove. Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. As always, we will have the question of the day. Plus, I'm going to make everybody feel a little bit old by running some sound from who might be the future of the Boston Red Sox. It's going to age you a little bit. We'll get to that here in just a second. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line that I am still working on trainings to get access to again. So, Corey, I see your hand is raised.
I would like to report something on the Stars.
Ooh.
Is that okay, Alec?
Yes, please.
Pete DeBoer says Tyler Seguin is not at full contact yet, but, quote, really close, according to our friend Brian Ray. So
I like
we added an injection of Seguin into the arm of this team. What could it do? We'll see.
He was probably just giving a statement and maybe not taking questions, but my question would be, can you not give up 40 shots?
Or what about really, really close?
That's a good point.
Is that closer than just close?
Yes, it objectively is.
Yeah, there's got to be a scale of closeness there. I would like to know. I want some more specific detail there. But I do want to remind you also.
Research that, Corey.
Yes, please. Get back to me by the end of the segment, please. I'm going to make you do the producer's job. That's going to be fun. But I do want to remind you, since you brought up Draft 101, that the path to the draft also this year is brought to you by Pluckers. You can join us at all Pluckers locations Thursday, April 24th for our annual draft party. Get to partake in that myself for the first time this year. So looking forward to that. But the question of the day is going to tie into a story that I read this morning. This is a super specific question that will make sense later. If you could have any exotic animal as an emotional support animal, what would you want it to be? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well, please.
You know, I think it would have to be the Komodo dragon.
Ooh.
And there's a very specific reason for this. People help me out. Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053 or the Twitch or the YouTube. There's this movie, probably came out about 1990, give or take. Matthew Broderick, I believe, stars in it, where he's a student who is helping transport these exotic animals, and he's getting paid this unbelievable sum. What he doesn't know at the time, I do believe, and eventually finds out, is that he is bringing those animals around so they can have these fancy people eating club thing where they eat the exotic animal. And the rarer the animal there is, the more money that you get to charge to have a plate of, you know, Komodo dragon or, you know, whatever the case might be. And so because of that, I've always thought it would be badass to have a Komodo dragon, not to sell for consumption, just to be on my side.
Okay, I like that. That's the purpose of a emotional support animal, not to eat them, but to actually enjoy them and get emotional support from. Which, hey, some of these animals that I'm sure people are going to think of, I don't know how they're going to emotionally help you, but that's the purpose of the segment.
Alec, I'm going to double check this. I think we might have a winner. We do have a winner from the 214. The movie was called The Freshman. It starred Matthew Broderick and Marlon Brando. I knew somebody from The Godfather was in it, but I couldn't remember who it was. Yes, I hope you just knew that because you had also seen that movie.
And you still haven't seen Benjamin Button. That's crazy.
I guess that's next on my list.
Yeah, it better be. Majors?
I've always liked lions for some reason. I always thought they were really cool. So I'm going to go with, I'm going to have a big one. Might as well be the king of the jungle.
Ooh.
If I'm doing that correctly. They have a nice mane too.
That's true.
So that you can always kind of cuddle the mane or whatever. Because
Are lions good for cuddling?
I don't know. I guess this one would be if it's my emotional support animal, Kevin, you know?
That's a fair point.
I just feel like the cleanup afterwards a problem, you know? Like do I have to clean up? That's a lot of work. I don't know how large it is when a lion decides to make a poo. So I've never really known this. If y'all know, let me know. Don't text it in because I can't see it. But
because I assumed by a problem he meant like something that had to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Not did that lion take a
kangaroo would also be an awesome option because you know you can just hop in the pouch if you get scared and just kind of. Even though I have been told that pouch, much like the pouch in Severance, very nasty, very gross inside of that thing. So maybe not. Maybe a hedgehog. Hedgehog would be something nice to have.
That's nice.
I had a girlfriend who had a hedgehog, and it was cool. It was quiet. Every once in a while, it would flutter.
Do you worry that the hedgehog is setting you up for disappointment? Because there's part of me that thinks if I can just roll it a little bit and push it on its way, it will just take off. Or if it got hit by an object, all kinds of shiny gold rings would pop out of it.
Yes. And then his friend Knuckles is going to show up. And yeah, I totally understand where you're going with that. Don't try to roll your hedgehog.
Huh. Okay. PSA from Corey Majors.
It sounds like a drug deal that you're making. Hey, can you give me some of that? Roll that hedgehog.
Roll up that hedgehog tonight, boys. We're having a good time. Man, there's a few different directions I would go because I'm like, If I'm going for emotional support, do I want something like Corey was saying, something that, is there available for cuddling? It would have to be something bigger. So do I want like a chimpanzee or something? Like, anytime I come home, I can just dap him up because he has hands. That would be amazing. Have your own handshake with a chimpanzee or an orangutan.
Can your dad dap you up?
Sure.
Okay. I just wasn't
that's
sure.
That's not his pet. His dad's not his pet.
No,
that's my dad.
Okay.
What are you saying about
I
it?
don't want it to be that I'm confused that your dad is not your pet.
Do you
I
look at your kids
understand
like
that.
they're your pets?
Look, Corey.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
I don't
feed them.
No,
I
see,
take them for
you
walks.
feed them, but they're better than my pets because I was never able to train my pets as well as my children. Because now Noah, if I'm like, hey, can you give me that remote? He goes, sure thing, Daddy. And it's great.
Yep.
And the dog has all the enthusiasm in the world, but they can't do it.
Thing about pets, though, Alec, is the pet will, once they've learned the trick, they will do it for most of their life, like almost all their life.
Yeah.
Once this kid turns into a teenager, he's never getting that remote for you. He's probably saying, why don't you let me watch the TV?
That's why we had another kid. Once the other one had phased out of listening to instructions, we just had another one. What medical wonders are in store in 15 years?
Man, I think for me, if we're going to go exotic, I was thinking in the bird range, but a lot of birds are easily accessible. I would go with the toucan.
Oh, toucan, and so you can spell Fruit Loops wrong. Or a macaw, the blue macaw. I love that one.
Oh, that's a great
one.
one.
From Rio.
Yeah.
I just need Alec to be honest, and whatever you say, I'm going to believe you.
Okay.
Is there any part of you that thinks the toucan might come with Fruit Loops?
Yeah. I think there would be like a starter pack, how you can buy, you can get bundles for like your electronics and stuff. It comes with a charger. It comes with this, or you go adopt an animal somewhere, and they give you a dog bowl and some food with it. Yeah. Give me a nice little bowl, a little ceramic bowl, and give me some Fruit Loops.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, and then some bird feed too, because I'm gonna have to keep that thing alive, and I don't think Fruit Loops is gonna do the job. So I think that would be mine. But I wanna know what the Tolos think. Keep those coming in 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube as well. If you have an exotic animal that you would want to be your emotional support animal, the reason I ask, gentlemen. We haven't.
You kind of forgot there was a story that went with it, didn't you?
You haven't heard the name Joe Exotic in a while.
Oh, True. I haven't.
But there's a story that connects to him that has reached NBC News. So, there's a 71-year-old man named Carl Mitchell, a Nevada man. He was just recently arrested, and police seized 7, quote-unquote, emotional support tigers that have ties to Joe Exotic.
Really?
So when Joe Exotic was arrested, all of his different animals, all of the tigers were eventually removed from his care, and they were dispersed to different areas. Well, 7 of them somehow made their way to this man in Nevada, and he caught the attention of police whenever they realized, that's a lot of tigers. We should probably check if this man has the right credentials to actually own these tigers. And it turns out he had none of the required certifications to manage these animals. So he had 7 fully grown tigers that he was just keeping at the house out there in Nevada. And he gets arrested.
So I've always wondered this, PETA. What would satisfy, like, hey, these tigers are pets, and look at how well they're treated and how much space they have? Or is it going to be continued to argue, no, they belong in a place where humans aren't even around them?
They can be with more other tigers than just 6 others. I think probably that one.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what is there ever a bill?
I don't think so.
That PETA or whoever's like in charge of this stuff. I don't know. I'm just directing all this at PETA. That they go, you know what? That's the perfect one. That's a great zoo that you got built there. That's a perfect tiger zoo for us. Because, dude, we watched the Joe Exotic stuff. Those tigers, and I've been to some places where I'm like, those things are malnourished. Like, they're not doing well.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, man, let's get this thing. This is sad. So what is a good one, though? Maybe somebody out there is taking care of these things.
If you're a tiger expert.
So Joe Exotic ruined it for them, though, right?
Kinda,
Yes.
I think so.
Like, if you came across, Nancy Wacky, and she has 3 tigers, you're not going to think that she's taking care of those Tigers because of Joe Exotic. She could take better care of those Tigers than anything. Those Tigers could need her emotionally to live, but it's not going to work out because of Joe Exotic.
Yeah.
And before we go, I just want to make y'all feel old real quick. Christian Campbell might be a name that you remember from the opening series with the Rangers and the Red Sox. Made his major league debut at 22 years old. And he was talking with ESPN in the dugout during a game. I think it was over the weekend. And he was talking about the little bit of a cultural divide in the clubhouse because of the age disparity.
They talk about some of the guys they grew up watching, and I have to explain to them, I watched literally like Mike Trout, like guys who are still playing today. So like we were watching two different eras. They're talking about like
Stargell and Clemente and you're like, I'm sorry. What about Mike Trout? What about Aaron Judge?
Aaron Judge, you got all those great players who, like Christian Yelich, even him, like kind of, that's why I watched in middle school and high school and college even, like not too long ago. So it's kind of funny. They always tell me like, how do you not know who this is? Bro, I wasn't born yet.
In middle school, he was watching Christian Yelich.
When he said, when Ravitch said Stargell and Clemente, I was like, dude, you missed a gap of like Ken Griffey Jr. and Frank Thomas. He's like, I've heard of him probably.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do NFL teams adjust internal trade charts based on how good the draft class is? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You buy Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second and goal. Ewers sprint right to the end zone. Touchdown, Longhorns. Matthew Golden.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, we'll talk about that gentleman a little bit as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now, Corey, Matthew Golden is visiting with the Buccaneers. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Obviously, that has been a potential target that has been discussed quite a bit around here in terms of Cowboys at 12 or if the Cowboys made a trade down or anything like that. But I'm getting closer to putting together a formula for what you want. And this article was helpful for me. So, Corey, will you explain to everybody the draft value chart that you want to see?
Yeah, and I think you can add this to the draft value chart. I think it can be a companion for it. What I would like to know is, based on position, what is valuable at what time? Because when we first started in this radio business, Kevin, we would have brought us on for an hour, and we called it the Power Hour at 9 o'clock every Wednesday night. And he would always tell us, quarterback, guy who gets to the quarterback, then guy who protects the quarterback. Is it that order?
Yes.
And then, so those were the first three positions. So if those are the first three, is there, since quarterback's 1, is quarterback worth 10 points? The guy who protects him is worth 8. The guy who gets to the quarterback is worth 9. What are the point values for those specific positions? So I've been trying to come up with, how valuable is a safety?
Yep.
Are they 1 point, 6 points? Where do they land on this? And so I'm trying to come up with a chart for that so that it can be a companion to the draft chart.
So in my attempt to figure this out, because even Broadus, when you asked him for help, he goes, that guy.
Yeah, he was like, shut up about the numbers.
No, he's on board.
He was like, no, I'm watching tape, Corey. Come on.
So I think this was really fascinating. The Athletic has an article with a couple of different former executives. And one of the questions was about this year's draft. So there's kind of a thought of there are, let's say, like 9 elite players in this draft. And then players 10 through 50 are all more or less the same. Now, clearly, a variety of teams aren't necessarily going to agree with that same logic. But there are some folks out there who believe like a high second-round pick is actually no different than a mid to late first-round pick and all of that. And so what I learned was you don't change the trade value chart for the actual draft picks. But what you consider is you're probably not going to have to throw a premium on this anymore. Because, you know, like, hey, if I'm jumping up in the draft specifically to draft a quarterback, you're going to have to pay a premium that is outside of the chart because of your idea of that's the top position. So now, if you want to trade down, for example, I think this is interesting. Or if you wanted the Cowboys in the second round to trade up, maybe you don't have to trade 100% of the value.
Okay.
Maybe now to trade up, you only need to trade 80 to 85% of the value. So the other team would love it because they're like, we're picking up extra draft assets for sliding down at a point in the draft where we do not think there is a discernible difference in talent level.
Right.
Whereas the Cowboys or whatever team you're rooting for might look at that and be like, oh, yes, there is. And I can buy up there for 80 to cents on the dollar.
Right.
And I just thought that was really interesting and something to keep an eye out on. Are you going to undervalue, not you, but are people going to undervalue the trade value chart in this one because of like that glut from 10 to 50 and how some people think that all those players are essentially the same?
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, the draft is a market economy, right?
Yes,
whereas
it really is.
The command economy, there's a set amount of things that you need. In the market economy,
night school,
the yellow truck could be more valuable than a red truck. And so I'm too much economics, Kevin. But yeah,
I like it.
It's the same thing because it's valuable to you,
yes,
but not as valuable to them. So let's split the difference on this and come up with a good price for us. I like it.
I just thought for this in particular draft was really fascinating.
Good conversation.
Now, I wanted to thank a couple of different Tolos who sent this over to me. And I hope this is not too much mental health talk for one day. If it is, I apologize. We'll get back to nonsense and shenanigans really quickly after this. But Braden Smith with the Indianapolis Colts, he's the right tackle. I missed this story last night or earlier today somehow. So, he missed the last month of the season for the Colts, and they just said it was for quote unquote personal reasons. So the 27-year-old has started to talk about it. So he had a type of OCD that essentially had him considering suicide.
Yep.
He said, quote, "I was physically present, but I was nowhere to be found. I did not care about playing football. I did not care about hanging out with my family, my wife, my newborn son. I felt like I was a month away from putting a bullet through my brain." Now, my situation was different just because I was so much younger and didn't have the same responsibilities attached with that and everything like that.
His is religious scrupulosity.
Okay. Which I had not heard of that particular version of it.
Very strict
yes.
Attachment to his religion.
And it's interesting that would lead to him contemplating suicide. So I just remember when I was a kid, I needed to touch everything 4 times and I needed to have things in a certain direction. And I just remember finally having that come to Jesus talk with my mom when I was I'm sad all the time and I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just wanted to throw it out there again. I know this is twice in one day, but we get new audience members all the time. That's an NFL player that was talking like this. Earlier, we talked about there was a Major League Baseball player who said he pulled the trigger and was spared by the grace of God. Those people are out there. If they can step out and say, hey, I'm not okay, I need help, then I think we should all take that as license that if you're not okay and you need help, you should feel free to talk to somebody about it.
And if you're sitting there going, hey, y'all are dumb for this, check in on your friend. Do that part. If you're one of the people that's no, everything's fine, check in on somebody. See, there might be somebody in your life that you're they're weird, and you don't know why.
Right.
But it's not weird when you find out why.
Absolutely.
So check in.
I agree with all of that. Now, you will be shocked, I say shocked to know that the Vikings did go ahead and cut Nahshon Wright.
No.
I know. It is a shocking turn of events, but here we are. All right, let's go from that to Travis Hunter. Now, I thought this was interesting because of something that Alex said yesterday and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm paraphrases. Let's say you draft him primarily as a wide receiver. You could use him as a spot corner, essentially, and vice versa. Is that more or less the gist of yesterday?
Hit the nail on the head.
Okay. So Travis Hunter continues to dispute even that idea of his usage. He said, I want to play both.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you saw me in college. I could play all of the snaps if you just give me the chance and opportunity to do it. So what I thought was fascinating about this is when Alec brought it up yesterday, and Corey, I know you were on board with this, is even this hybrid model of you're primarily a wide receiver, but we'll use you at cornerback, or you're primarily cornerback, we'll use you a little bit situationally as wide receiver. He has doubled down and he's no, literally the exact system you saw in college when I was out there for every scrimmage play. I can do it.
Okay. So then let him.
Would you?
Yeah, absolutely. Until he proves that he can't do it.
Okay.
Because there's, from what I've seen of him, and Dion said this in one of the first episodes of Coach Prime, Dion was there's a lot of him, a lot of me in him. when I watch him, when I watch the way he prepares, when I watch how competitive he is, there's a lot of the same attributes that I had whenever I was a player. And so let him try. I mean, now again, you have to be the right situation where, and the right GM and coach where you're comfortable in your place. Otherwise, you're like, hey, we're going to throw that guy out there. I don't know. He gets hurt. You're going to get blamed for it. He isn't successful at it. And then you can go to him and say, look, man, we tried it. It didn't quite work. We feel you're better for this. We're going to give you, I want all my players to have every opportunity to be successful on the field that they want and they can have.
Okay, I'm just
if they can do it.
Devil's advocate. He can do it for now and next year, maybe then, whatever. Does that shorten the back half of his career? And do you have to factor that in, like if you're giving him contract extension and everything like that? I know that's a down the road conversation, but do you think that would shorten the rest of his career?
I mean, there's definitely a possibility that it could, because an injury that he didn't expect that maybe he wouldn't get while playing cornerback and not receiver. Like that's definitely a possibility. Also, for this year, I'm trying to win some football games and trying to get to a championship.
Yeah, you might not have the luxury of waiting around.
But I
got
do
that.
And I want to see something special. I know the NFL gives us some really great things, but hey, Ohtani's fun to watch. He's special. And if Travis Hunter's a special type player, I want to see if he can do it. Because if he can, and he's really that good at it, and there's another guy that comes along, we're not having this discussion again. There's people that are going, no, he's just as good as Travis Hunter was, and he can go out there and do the same thing.
The Commanders did pick up Wes Welker to add to their coaching staff. He will serve as a wide receiver coach, as a personal analyst for the wide receiver coach.
Good for him.
So there's that.
He's been involved a lot.
He really has,
and with a lot of different areas of the game, and I think that's really cool because of a lot of people didn't expect much out of him as a player, and he turned that up, and now here he is doing this too.
And I know you guys know that Ashton Genty is far and away the favorite to be the first running back taken. So much so that you'd have to bet $5,000 on it to win $100.
Really?
But now, what's interesting, the Raiders have taken the betting line lead and are now more likely than not, per DraftKings, to select Ashton Genty at number 6.
Oh yeah,
in the NFL draft.
Yeah,
you feel good about that?
Once I heard, multiple things. That the Raiders were interested and they were ahead of Cowboys. Made sense. That makes sense for them. And then I heard, I think it was their GM's son was like, if you don't pick Ashton Genty,
I do remember
I'm
that.
leaving the fan base. I was like, oh, that's another solidifier. We know how ridiculous they'd make their picks on.
That's true. Did we find out if that family member was beloved?
Oh, that's good.
Statement?
That is a good question. Who's the most beloved family member in your favorite team's hierarchy?
Man, that's a good question. I immediately started thinking about my own family, and I'm glad you added the rest of that before I answered that question.
Like, I'm going to say Dan Hunt is the most beloved Hunt.
Oh.
Because he has FC Dallas.
In your face, Clark. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if it's winning the green jacket in golf, what is immortality in other sports? Because I don't think it's as simple as winning a title. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Pepper.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into this in just a second. If you want to start sending in your thoughts and opinions, we'd love to pick y'all's brain as well. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. If it's winning the green jacket in golf, what is immortality in other sports? Because I don't think it's as simple as I won a title or anything like that. But in the meantime, wanted to throw this out there that former MLB player, and this is an odd story, it's very sad too, Octavio Dotel, who was in Major League Baseball for 15 years, People Magazine and USA Today are reporting that he's currently alive, but trapped in the rubble of a collapsed Dominican Republic nightclub that killed 18 people. One of the other people who was there but escaped before the club completely collapsed was former Texas Ranger Esteban Herman.
Wow.
And so it's just a wild story, and obviously it's very sad anytime that many people die, or really anybody dies in a situation like that.
Yeah, I know, like, this is it is different, but remember when we were working on Sundays and Eric Chiafalo had kind of just gotten to the station?
Yeah.
And he was in there, and there was news that an apartment, I believe, the second floor had collapsed.
I do remember that.
And it was out in Denton.
Yeah.
And I just looked over there and I said, Eric, you're currently attending UNT. Like, what was like, do you know anything about this? And he was like, yeah, I was there. And we were like, holy crap. And we're talking about 3 segments later, he tells us that he was joking. And I was like, oh my God. And that's how I got to know Eric Chiafalo, was knowing that like I could not rely on him as a reporter. But I could rely on him for humor. And that's in some other fun things too. But he ball sacked us on that one. That's for sure. That is.
He did. So go ahead and give me
interesting
cut number. Did somebody update that?
Wormhole in cyberspace says on the YouTube says breaking the NFL rushing touchdown record. That makes you immortal. And see, that's exactly kind of where I'm going. So Scotty, go ahead.
Give me cut number 9 on this, because let's go back to another local guy that we like. This is Jordan Spieth doing great things at the Masters.
Widens the stance. 4.5 feet for birdie. On its way. Got it. Oh, a little right-handed fist pump, then a little double fist pump. Jordan is pumped up. And why not? He's 21 years old. He is what could be a tournament record 19 under par right now. And he leads by 5.
All right, so that's pretty exciting. I want you to hear this just so you have the context. Give me cut number 10. This is when he won, and listen to this enthusiasm in audio.
He'd already decided to celebrate, and why not?
One of the epic performances in the annals of the sport.
All right, so there's some enthusiasm, mostly from the fan. But the point is, you win the green jacket, you become immortalized.
Scotty Scheffler is there right now, and he's playing phenomenal golf. Like, phenomenal golf. I do believe... Go check his major wins so far. Okay. I think he's been capturing everything money-wise, but it might be just the Masters. I might be wrong about that he's captured.
Scotty Scheffler has won the Masters twice.
Okay. Any other majors?
Nope. He tied for second in the PGA Championship and the U.S. Open, and tied for 7th at the Open.
Now, again,
the
run of golf that he's playing might only be surpassed by Tiger Woods. Not like the way you look at it is this dude has been dominant, but Masters twice.
Yep.
But everybody talks about Scotty Scheffler, not just because of the great prowess he has in all these other tournaments, but because he wears a green jacket. And whenever the Masters rolls around, that's the biggest one. Everybody knows, hey man, if you're one of these guys, you are rare. You're a rare golfer that's made their way into this. So you're looking at that. And that's a DFW guy right there.
That's true.
It's kind of nice. He is immortal though in the world of golf. And when it comes to other sports, I started thinking, all right, baseball. A little unfortunate because the home run record, Barry Bonds has it.
Yeah.
But is he immortal? He is. It's just he's immortal with this like chip in his statue, you know? Like there's some cracks in there.
So this is kind of a famous versus infamous idea right there as well. Yeah. And I think he's both. But you'd probably rather just be the one.
Babe Ruth is legendary.
Yeah.
And he's immortal. Like, everybody will talk about Babe Ruth forever, even though none of us got to see him. None of us got to watch him actually play. We only just got to watch how fast he was on those little videos that we used to see when he would run around the bases super fast. But I feel like Nolan Ryan, strikeouts, immortality.
Yeah.
Like that. Individual records are definitely immortal type things. The ones that will never be surpassed. Wayne Gretzky's points record will never be surpassed. But Wayne Gretzky could have been that alone with just goals and just assists. He could have been that alone with those. So that's where that comes into play. I do feel like multiple NBA championships, if you're the star on that team, makes you immortal. Not just one. I don't think it's just one that gets you there. Although Dirk is, but that's local for us for sure.
So the one that I think about time and again is Nikola Jokic, just because he's obviously playing right now. Do you think Nikola Jokic has reached immortal status, or
I don't.
I don't.
He's won one title,
and that right there,
and all his individual accolades still aren't enough.
he needs to win another title because when you're thinking about the greatest NBA players of all time,
Hakeem,
I'm pretty sure every single one of them has multiple titles, whether you're going Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Russell, Magic,
Kobe,
Bird, Kobe, Shaq, Hakeem. Every single one of those players has multiple NBA titles. Like if you think, Steph should be in the mix, Bill Russell. My apologies if I didn't say
Durant.
that. Yeah, so Kevin Durant is tricky. Man, Kevin Durant is tricky because I would argue that in terms of pure basketball dominance, you have seen a more dominant run from Jokic than you have Durant from a statistical standpoint. But the counter argument would be 2 titles to 1.
Right, yeah. No,
right?
Yeah.
Like
that is the
Kevin
conversation.
Durant wins.
In football, Tom Brady is the immortal.
Agreed.
Joe Montana definitely is too. Quarterbacks seem they're going to get that pretty easy. But a championship alone doesn't do that for every player on the team.
And it's funny that you say that because you know who I was thinking of when you were going down that list? Terry
Jeff
Bradshaw.
Saturday. Okay.
Not Jeff Saturday. Terry Bradshaw. I wonder if Terry Bradshaw was always going to go down as like one of the all-time great sports figures, or if it was, hey, I was in some crappy romantic comedy and showed my butt, or hey, I was a staple on the pregame show. Like, I do kind of wonder if like those ancillary things are what made him immortal, or if we're overthinking this and it was just the 4 Super Bowls. And you're like, you know what? If you're a quarterback and you win 4 Super Bowls, you're set.
Yeah. And even if you weren't the key factor for it, like he wasn't the key factor. Their defense was.
For sure.
Like that they cheated with the Franco Harris thing. Like that's
we have no proof that football was caught.
No, nobody has proof of it. Every angle is cut off a little bit. You can't see it. So it makes a lot of sense. But that's in baseball, I don't think it's championships. I think it is individual records. And in basketball, I don't know how much the scoring record matters in the grand scheme of things because LeBron has the most points, right?
Yep.
But he has not matched Michael Jordan in championships.
That's true. And
championship efficiency.
But at the same point, let's say
But LeBron is immortal.
Let's say Shea goes out there and scores 100 points. I think that gets it done.
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
Because I don't think then it matters.
That's legendary.
I get it. For him, it matters. For Oklahoma City, it matters if you win championships and stuff. But if he were to go out there in their next game and drop 100 or 101 points, I think you're set.
Can you name everybody that's ever done that?
Will Chamberlain.
Okay. Now,
and you know what he got for that? Piece of paper.
Can you name every person who's ever pitched a perfect game?
No, I can't.
But so that doesn't count either. Like an individual pitching performance doesn't do it.
And do you think, oh man,
does it have to be on a national stage for it to become that? Or can it be a local moment? I don't know.
And see, and that's why I remember like Roy Halladay, because his was in the playoffs.
Yep.
And it does depend.
And those are rare.
On the stage. Somebody brought up this point. I'm fascinated by this. I think this is probably right. From the 972, the Heisman Trophy. Because you are literally on TV every single year. You get a vote every single year. And that's the thing. I think you're much more likely to be iconic as a Heisman Trophy winner than you were on an NBA championship winning basketball team. Now, that would depend on what role you played on the team, but I would be inclined to agree. And that's one of the cool things about that and the Stanley Cup is the list that is kept, in some instances on the actual trophy and the reverence that people have for that history.
There are approximately, 77,000 NCAA football players across all divisions.
Okay.
The Heisman Trophy is the one dude out of 77,000 that's the best.
Right.
That's another thing that kind of adds to that lore and the history. Go back and why are people attached to those dudes that they saw play in those days? Barry Sanders and all these guys that won these Heisman Trophies. The Heisman Trophy is a perfect example of that.
And somebody brought up Dirk, and I hate this part of the conversation because this is where you have to separate it a little bit from the 682. So does that mean Dirk failed with that narrative because he only got one? I hope this is heard loud and clear and in context. He is not one of the 10 best players in NBA history. Like, I don't think there's anybody that is debating that. And part of the reason is you don't have those multiple titles. Now, look, it could also be because the top of the deck for the NBA is incredibly stacked. Yep. And if you don't win 3 MVPs and 5 NBA titles, like, good luck. But, like, Dirk had, I still think, one of the greatest playoff runs in history if you look at the people that he beat.
For sure.
He will always be iconic here. Nationally, I think he comes up short of that stat.
And so I'm glad you brought that, because local immortality for Dirk Nowitzki exists.
And that's all he seems to care about.
He has a statue that I know Alec goes and tries to rub every single time he's down near the AAC.
That's right.
I would too. Like, why wouldn't we want to do that? Is Nate Eovaldi? Is he locally? Because I know he's done some special things, but man, him and Jordan Montgomery together, Corey Seager, are those guys. They won championships here. Corey Seager almost seems like he's supplanted himself nationally because of what he's done with the Dodgers and now the Rangers too. Bochy is. Bochy seems like in Major League Baseball, he's attained something that not very many other managers can say they've done.
And somebody brought this up, and this is fair, and I just wanted to go back to the source who said this to begin with. Winning the Masters doesn't make you immortal either. Without Googling, tell me who won a green jacket from 1970 to 1990. Obviously, my first argument would be you would want to go to a time period where we were alive and potentially watching sports for all of those. And that goes back to Jim Nantz. He said it's immortality. You achieve it, man. You have a place in history. It's permanence. It's forever. I wouldn't say that specifically for golf because I don't feel like I'm in a position to give you a historical context of, like, outside of, Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger. Like, I don't think I'm in a position to break down, like, where Bobby Lane goes versus, some other all-time greats. So I wouldn't pick this for golf, but somebody like Jim Nantz, not Bobby Lane, that's the football player. Somebody will help me out, but that proves my point. I'm not the person that
Bobby Fischer.
No, not for chess. My point
Bagger Vance.
I'm not.
Bobby Boucher.
Was Bagger Vance, that's a fictitious character, right?
Well, he's a legend.
Okay.
The legend of Bagger Vance.
That is a fair point. But from the 817, sometimes it's hard to define because Michael Phelps is on there. And I know people will be like, well, because he has the most summer gold medals. I don't think so. I think it's because of that one Olympic run and him standing back there, losing his effing mind on that relay.
While somebody else is winning it for him.
But
somebody else won that for them.
But he set that mark for just that one Olympics. I think he could have just stopped. I think Simone Biles could have just stopped competing in the Olympics. And I still think they would hold that distinction of being an immortal sports figure. So there's something else to it, Corey, and I thought about it a lot, and I could not figure it out. There's something else, and it's different on a case-by-case basis that pushes some people into that category.
Can I ask you, do you believe Hank Aaron is?
Yes.
On this day in 1974, he broke Babe Ruth's all-time home run record.
And how many people can remember not only him running the bases, but there's two jacknuts who went out there and tried to get in on his moment at a time.
That's his one shining moment.
Yes, at a time when Aaron could have definitely thought those people are going to try to kill me.
Yes.
Right?
For sure.
So
he was like, I'm going to keep running.
This is a great example for the 972. Sorry, Corey, and I know we got to go. I don't really give a damn about gymnastics, but I will never forget Carrie Strug.
That's a fact.
And it was
sometimes it's a moment.
It is a moment that sometimes
it's ingrained in our head. I didn't even see it. I was at church camp. They told us about it.
Yeah.
And I still remember where I was whenever they told us what happened.
Micah Ruzioni did not have the greatest hockey career or even close, but he will always be remembered because on one day, one special thing occurred. So I'm still fascinated. I don't know if we solved anything.
No, we didn't, but we had to talk about it.
I feel like I'm more not sure in my own brain.
My brain hurts.
But, we helped.
I got to take some classes.
Okay, coming up next, we'll try to make this easier, and we'll make it significantly more subjective. Whether it was sports related or not, what's the thing you were willing to camp out or wait a really long time in line for? We'll do that, and Going to set you up for a little bit of Rangers history that I'm going to ask Bochy about tomorrow. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Clayton dribbling on the logo. Little shot fake, drives left side of the lane, all the way to the rim. Count the bucket and the foul. Walter Clayton Jr., his first field goal comes on a rack attack.
KNC Masterpiece.
Attack.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Feel like we've all been involved in one of those. Now,
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the champions. The Florida Gators win the NCAA title. And look, man, if you want to file this under it just means more, that's great. If you want to file it under, maybe you should think about doing other things with your life. I'll accept that as well.
All right.
A ton of people camped outside of the Swamp, a restaurant in Gainesville that's 1,000 miles away from the actual game taking place last night. So they weren't camping out to get tickets or get into the game for the championship. They were camping out to get into the restaurant to watch the game. So that's a decision. And so it has begged the question, whether you're sports related or not, what's the thing you were willing to camp out for or wait in a really long line? And I just want to make this very clear. My answer is going to get judged by a lot of people as well. So the whole point is, like, whatever you did it for, not to impress everybody else.
Everybody has their own kinks.
Your thoughts,
We're
Alec?
not here to shame people for them.
I guess
that is true. From the 469, I waited in line right after the game was over for those ugly 2011 Mavs hats. From the 817, I will say there's a chance I'm going to camp out for Grand Theft Auto 6 because I want a physical copy.
Okay.
Interesting. And then from the Tolo Darren, the thing I camped out for was Pink Floyd tickets. It was so worth it.
Really?
And that's what you want to hear, right? I remember there was once, and kids back in the day, if you had to go to like Ticketmaster through Sears or Blockbuster Music or whatever, that some of us had determined an idea to go sleep overnight at Reunion Arena to be first in line.
I do remember
for tickets
that.
there.
Yes.
But luckily, we did some digging and found out that those tickets were not going to be on sale directly at Reunion Arena, and so we would have wasted our time all night doing that.
I remember going because Dillard's was the place.
Dillard's.
You would go in at Townie Mall and you would go downstairs. I didn't even know there was a downstairs until I got older. You go downstairs and you go, back into the ladies' clothing area, and then all of a sudden there's this little standing area, and they're like, "We sell tickets here." And I stood in line for about 2 hours for Dave Matthews Band tickets.
Yes,
that was it. But I will say this: I have stood in some very long lines for barbecue.
Ooh, would you stand in a long line to be the Nuggets' next head coach?
Ooh, what's it pay?
Probably a lot.
And I get to live in Denver?
Yeah, that's true.
I'd like to. I'm good with that. I'd be okay with that.
So the Denver Nuggets have fired their coach, Michael Malone, because that team has done all sorts of underachieving.
Are they in the playoffs?
They're going to be in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs? And they're firing their coach this late in the season?
I mean, if it was good enough for the Grizzlies, it's good enough for them.
He won a championship.
He did.
For them, single-handedly.
They have lost 4 in a row. Russell Westbrook is usually around to help take down a heroic Nikola Jokic effort and cause a defeat. But they could still theoretically have to be in the play-in, and so maybe they're like, "You're out." That's still pretty shocking.
What a weird year. It is shocking. We've seen multiple coaches get fired this late in the season already. I don't know what's more shocking, that or the Luka thing. I guess it's still the Luka
Probably
thing.
the Luka thing.
Sorry to bring that up.
But wait
guys.
until I add this wrinkle.
Right.
The Nuggets are promoting assistant coach David Adelson in his. I'm just kidding. It's Adelman. Adelman. I just wanted you to have that moment where you're like, hold on,
Adelsons
what?
are taking
No,
over the
I'm just
entire
kidding.
league.
It's David Adelman. I just wanted to throw that out there. But yeah, the Nuggets have fired their head coach. I'm assuming in an effort to stay out of the play-in.
I have. Thank you very much, Lucy. We really appreciate the breaking news. That was from the Adolis Garcia walk-off home run game with the Twins. That was when she gave us that audio.
Corey, I'm going to read this one to you so you can dunk all over a loyal Tolo.
Oh, no, I don't want to dunk on a loyal Tolo.
Well, fine. Then don't tell your story. From the 210, the Phantom Menace.
Okay. I'm about to dunk all over.
I told you. I knew he was going to do that.
So the Galaxy 9 is one of the coolest theaters in our young time.
Because I don't know if it still is, but they had the advertisement that it was like the biggest screen in Texas.
And it was
you're
great.
Like, yeah.
Quite honestly, it was a great theater whenever it came out. And I don't know exactly how it's rocking right now. Haven't been there in a while.
I'll tell you this. It's not that bad, and nobody goes there.
Okay.
So
I like that.
If you're looking for a theater where like they finally upgraded their seats, it's not bad.
And they upgraded seats too.
Yes, they did.
I went to go see some movie with Adrian 2 weeks before Phantom Menace was going to come out. 2 weeks before Phantom Menace was going to come out. And there were 4 tents already lined up outside. And I remember asking them, what are y'all here for? And they said, Phantom Menace. Wow. Okay. The day of the movie, Adrian goes, hey, do you want to go see this new Star Wars movie that's coming out? And I was like, yeah. Hey, do you want to take our friends? And I said, yeah, let's take this couple with us too. We show up to the place, walk past the tents, buy the tickets, and go in. And I just look at them and I'm just laughing at them the whole time. Like, why did y'all sleep here for 2 weeks? You smell bad. Why were y'all doing this for so long? It didn't make sense.
Now, I'm not saying that the 210 waited for 2 weeks. They might have just waited in a long line.
Yeah. And that being said, it was kind of a letdown for most people. All right. But barbecue. I've waited in Hurtado line.
Yep.
Snow barbecue in Central Texas has always a long line. Goldie's has a big long line too. Like, it seems like barbecue is a place where people do not mind. I know Black's in Central Texas, and then Terry Black's when we were there too. They had a super long line. So it just seems like barbecue is something people are willing to wait in a long line for.
The thing I don't love about that is the lack of guarantee. I'm fine with waiting in the line if you tell me that the thing you're waiting for will be there.
There is nothing worse than getting up to the front and they're scratching off pork ribs, or whatever it is that you've been hoping to get this whole time. You get there and they don't have it.
From the 214, I probably waited 2 hours in line for Madden 05 because it had quarterback vision. From the 903, free year of Chick-fil-A. All right, I'm going to change my answer because it was going to be about wrestling tickets, and that can still be it. But me and several of the people we worked with at the newspaper, this is after you were gone, Corey. CC's Pizza was opening a new location. I think it might have been in Murphy.
Okay.
And our office was in Plano, and they were like, you can get free pizza for a year. And you could get like one free pizza or one free buffet or whatever per week for an entire year for the first 100. So we definitely went early, and we were like people 90 through 94. So we weren't at the very end, but we were pretty close. And so, yeah, because we were guaranteed to get it. And that's the tough thing, because I see people from the 972 and the 214 shoes, specifically Jordans. It's tough to make and line up there if you don't know if you're going to get them for sure.
Oh, yeah. Hey, is Christmas time or Thanksgiving time a time where people wait in long lines right the day after Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Black Friday sales.
I used to do that.
Adrian, I know she left. She's come back with great deals.
Yes.
But I know she used to do that.
And see, I used to do that, absolutely, because there was, especially in the burgeoning days of eBay and whatnot, there was a lot of money that could be made flipping things. And I didn't have like a traditional job when I was in college.
That's right.
And that was going to be my way to kind of like supplement my income. By the way, there's a lot of people who stayed in line for Phantom Menace.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you. It was, that being said, though, did you ever, maybe it's just Dallas wasn't that, didn't have that much of a love for it. It was the opening night that I went to that movie, and there was no line for me.
That is crazy. From the, let's see, I like this, from the 903, waited in line for 3 hours for Batman in 1989 and 4 hours for Independence Day. Alec?
Wow. So movies are definitely something people feel like they're comfortable going after.
Especially if you had, and this was like, and one of the reasons you used to line up like crazy, right, is you had the ticket, but that ticket didn't guarantee where you were going to sit. Now, society's got soft and they're like, I'd like G7 and G8.
I love
That's
that.
great.
Yeah.
Stand in a line and you're like, I'm going to go see this movie that may be terrible or not, but I have lined up way in advance to make sure I don't have to sit at the front of the theater. Alec, I'm not going to read the text verbatim because it might hurt your feelings my feelings, but they anticipate your answer is going to be some dorky wrestling thing.
Wow. Actually, I was going to go with, what was it, 2017 when the first Nintendo Switch dropped. I did the midnight release at the local Best Buy. Had to stand in line for like 2 hours. And I missed the next day of school intentionally. I was quote unquote sick because me and my dad were like, we're tech dorks. So whenever that stuff comes out, we're like, we need to get our hands on it first.
Yeah.
So we can tell everybody that we got our hands on it. And stuff like that is usually what it is for me, any kind of big tech release. If I can afford it at the time, I'm going to be there at midnight whenever the doors open. But yeah, I've spent way too long sitting in line to meet wrestlers before. That's a fact of life. And I'll never get that time back. I told Chris Jericho I sat in line for like 6 hours to meet him. So
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And now you got to meet him when he just came up to the studio.
Yeah,
so
I was like, I'll never get that back.
Yeah, that was pretty neat as well. All right, so there are a lot of answers coming in for this. So they've 214. I camped out to get tickets for Journey in 1980. For the 904, I waited for Rage Against the Machine with Beastie Boys tickets. Wish I would have done that. And then somebody said 3 hours at Goldie's Barbecue
There you
in
go.
Mansfield
Yeah, I'm
and
telling
Fort
you.
Worth.
I got a question for you because I heard RJ and Bobby discuss this morning. The Islanders. Have you seen what they're doing, Kevin?
Did you say the Islanders?
The Islanders.
Okay.
They're charging $45 to print a ticket from the Ovechkin record-breaking game.
I don't like it.
And this is where, like, you used to get a free ticket stub, and you bought the ticket for it. And now they're like, hey, we know you purchased that, but if you want a printed form of it, you're going to have to pay an extra $45. And I think that is crap. I think that is a bunch of crap right there. And people are going to do it. I know, and they said also you can buy one of the warm-up pucks for like $375. And that's kind of cool. But
I do kind of get that because you're not entitled to a warm-up puck when you go to the game.
No.
I think you should be entitled to a ticket when you go to the game, but I realize that's old-timey speak right now.
This is why they did it, right? Because they know there are people. Some people are tossing those stubs away. They don't care. You just pulled out the stub that you're going to use tomorrow to talk with Bochy. But there are some people that don't just toss those stubs away and they're done with them altogether. But I don't know if this was in mind whenever everybody said we're going paperless on this. Were they like, hey, by the way, we're going to be able to make an extra $20,000 by selling these to them down the road? I don't know, but that's I hate it.
I'm with you. I do not love that.
Am I just an old man yelling at the clouds on this one?
Maybe a little bit.
All right.
But I think, at least with our audience today, you will find a lot of people that will support you. All right. Now, we're going to talk to Bruce Bochy in the morning, but I decided to go ahead and seek this information out. So this is what I really want to talk to him about tomorrow. I promise we'll ask other questions and stuff about more relevant and current Rangers. I decided to go through my stuff. Tuesday, July 7th, 1987. Here is the ticket stub. My family paid $6 whole for me to get into the game to go see the Cubs and the Padres. Maybe I'll get a close-up of that at some point. I know Carter did not expect me to just pull a ticket stub out of my wallet, which is a very fair.
I think he's on break right now.
Oh, okay. That's very fair. All right. So the whole reason I wanted to talk about this is because damn Corey, is because
giving him an out.
Corey's trying to dunk on Phantom Menace people trying to dunk on Carter. He's probably going to dunk on my story in just a minute. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Maybe.
So our Tolos helped us out with this because I referenced July 7th, 1987, Cubs and the Padres when there was a giant brawl with Eric Shao and Andre Dawson. We'll get to that in just a second. But people brought up, hey, I'm pretty sure Bochy was on that team. So I think 1987 was Boch's last year as a player in the big leagues. Now, Benito Santiago was the starter that day, but Boch...
I love the way he caught. He always had that one leg sticking out.
Way out there. But Boch was indeed part of the game, and we'll ask him about all this tomorrow. But if you have no idea what I'm talking about, maybe you weren't even born in 1987. Let's go to part one of this. Eric Shao is essentially going to drill Andre Dawson in the head.
Look out! Dawson is hit by the pitch. He got hit. Dawson hit by the pitch and sailed up and in. He might have got it up. And Dawson is down. He did. I think he was beamed by that ball. And now Sutcliffe comes out. He's after Shao. Brock grabs Sutcliffe, but now both benches empty as John Fierro tends to Andre Dawson at the plate.
All right. So there is...
Did I confirm something there? That was TV, not radio, right?
Correct.
Did you hear what the announcer did? He did a Kevin Harlan. I am describing what I see, even though I know you're watching this.
Yeah.
I am play-by-play calling the fight right now for you. And I love that.
And so I was 7 years old at the time. But I was glad I found this ticket stub because I also thought I went to a White Sox and Cubs game on the same day. Yeah. Ticket stubs did not back that up because the White Sox weren't even in town then. True. So I was glad I found this ticket stub. To me, it was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. So I'm watching this video on YouTube to kind of, I want to make sure, do the facts actually back up, what I think I remember. And so I'm watching the video and just pandemonium breaks out. Both dugouts rush out there. There's fights and everything like that. And then I thought it was over. And I was like, man, I swear I thought there was something else to it. So Andre Dawson is laying on the ground. It looks like he's dead.
He could be dead out there.
But he's not. He was okay. But it looks like for about a minute, he's dead, just laying out there. And then all of a sudden, let's take you to the next part of the audio. He wakes up and he is ready to fight.
Again. Vukovic went after him. Yeah, they're all going out now. The umpire is telling him to get out of there, go to the clubhouse. Yep. There is Cody Shao. There goes Dawson. He's going to get him. Dawson is after Shao. He heads toward the dugout. Dawson heads toward the dugout and is met at the top step and is being pushed back.
So they're like, hey, Eric Shao, get the hell off the field because Andre Dawson wants to beat your ass.
Yeah, too.
And so eventually they're like, oh, yeah, no, I'll get there. Back up. And he's like, no, the hell with this. This is happening now. And he just charges him, and you can hear when they're like, oh, he's going to get him. And so you're right. They were describing the action as it happened in front of them. And I was at this game when I was 7. It still resonates to me how crazy it was. And so when the Tolos pointed out, hey, I'm pretty sure Boch was in that game, and perhaps now we're learning in the fights.
Yeah.
I know we need to ask about contemporary Rangers things, but that is totally what I want to ask Bruce Bochy about.
I told
tomorrow.
you yesterday, Kevin, a good Boch story is always worth it, and I feel like there's going to be a story involved there if he's willing to open up about the conversation that happened too. Because sometimes he's like, oh yeah, I can't talk about this, but I feel like that's something that he can remember and go back and describe. The real question I have is, did you see yourself in the stands when you went back and watched this? Ooh. Do you remember where you were? Because you do have the stub there.
I didn't.
Did you look for yourself? Do you remember what you were wearing? You'd be like, I remember I was wearing this Cubs hat.
I didn't. They had a pretty They had a pretty tight camera shot on that. Oh, also, I'm looking on the back. $2 off of Lou Malnati's pizza.
Oh, I think that's expired.
It expires within 7 days of the game date. So, yeah, we missed that.
You love Lou Malnati's, though.
Do you think Lou Malnati's would see this and be like, you know what? You can have $2.
You could have the $2.
You've kept this ticket stub for all this since the 80s.
And then, you know what would be really good, though? They say that, and then you just pull out a whole stack of them, and you're like, great. I'm glad y'all would take this one because I essentially get a free meal off these, right?
Yes. Yeah, maybe that was...
I got $60 worth of ticket stubs here, so...
So I'm going to see about asking Boch about that tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to it tomorrow.
And I thought that was just really cool that we had that opportunity. And, you know, I'm looking at the clock and I'm thinking we might just have a little bit of time for a random sports report. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right, Alec, we're going to go choose your own adventure in the random sports report. Would you like tennis, college baseball, collectibles, or golf?
Ooh, you know me, I'm in the collecting nature now, so I want collectibles, Kevin.
And this is why you have to be careful. And this is why you have to go with people that you can trust. A former California resident pled guilty yesterday to selling $250,000 worth of fake memorabilia from athletes, actors, other celebrities in a scheme dating back to 2010.
Wow. It's a long time to have a scheme going on there.
It really is. Do you think they had any fake autographed Michael Malone stuff? And then now that he got fired, they're like, you know what? Never mind.
I do believe
for a lot. I don't know.
I do believe the YouTube is discussing whether or not Jason Kidd's going to take the Denver job next year. And
wow,
looking at all the other destinations that are opening up out there, and whether or not he'll say, you know what, I'm going after that one.
Does the ownership group keep Jason Kidd because they're like, hey, you kept your mouth shut about all of this. Thank you very much for not putting us on blast about how much you thought this trade was stupid. Or do they keep him because he's like, if you fire me, I'm going to tell everybody I had nothing to do with this. Or maybe he was complicit and they're like, we're going to fire you. There's nothing you can do about it because I know that you were in favor of this trade. Don't know.
I'm going to tell the world
Don't
about this.
know. So there is your collectible story. Corey, do you like tennis, college baseball, JV college baseball at that, or golf?
Tennis.
Okay. Glad that you said tennis because I lied. It's JV high school baseball. Billie Jean King received a Hollywood Walk of Fame star. How excited are you for her, especially since we had her on our show at the Super Bowl?
Dude, okay. Billie Jean King's story, I will admit, throughout my life, I was like, it's a side story for me. It was for a lot of other people, huge story. But when was that? 70s?
Yes.
I wasn't alive.
That's
so
true.
It was something of legend that it seemed like a cool thing. But over time, I saw how much our boss loved the fact that he got her on the show.
Yeah.
And I watched as every guest that came on after her was just in awe that she was on the show. And so for me, I'm like, oh man, there's a lot more to her royalty than I even knew of, because a lot more people have a lot more. I always respected, but I thought it was kind of a side gig kind of thing.
Interesting.
Like the king in his court and the softball guy. It was kind of a side bit to me, but it's a real thing. So this is awesome. This is cool for her. I'm excited.
Now we go to high school JV baseball, where things get real. Do you think this is too much of a punishment, or did this person just go too far? So, a high school JV baseball player has found out the hard way that peeing in your opponent's water is not just a hilarious thing that you can do. So,
I'm sorry, what?
You have the water cooler, they decided to either put it on the ground or perhaps stand up on the bench while it was already elevated to make the physics of it work out. Not sure. Don't know that answer. He decided to pee in the opponent's water cooler. Now, Alec, your initial thought, it looks like you're smiling. Do you think hilarious teenage mischief or too far?
I'm smiling because it's like, why do you think of that? If I'm thinking of pranks, that's the last thing that's coming to mind. Like, I don't know, maybe emptying the coolers or something. Like, that would be funny. That's something I would do, but I wouldn't think to actually, like, go to the bathroom. So, no, I think that's stupid.
Fill it with rocks. Fill the coolers with some rocks. And be like, haha, you don't have any water today. But they're going to ingest that into their bodies.
Yeah,
and now they have some of you in them. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants to.
Speak for yourself.
This is gross, though. Like, that's just gross.
Okay.
I do remember, however.
Oh, no.
When I was in high school, the seniors came up to us and they were like, hey, we need you during a game. We need you to go to the visitors' dugout and turn the lights on. And the first thought was, why the hell would we put the switch in the visitors' dugout? That doesn't make any sense. Second thought was, I let one of the other kids go over there because I realized we didn't have lights on our field. So one of our teammates is over in the visitors' dugout lifting bags. He's sliding them all over the place. He's looking everywhere he can to try and find it, and he can't find the switch. And he comes back over, and we're like, no, it's right over there. Everybody's all pointing it out and everything. Eventually, we had to tell him, there were no lights on our field, buddy. Just look up. You can see that. And he was like, oh, man, I feel like there's such a knucklehead on this one. But that was on our own teammate. That's a fun prank, right? That's a fun prank.
So the student admitted to the quote-unquote despicable behavior.
It is.
But authorities are like, hey, that's great. We're not done with you just quite yet. And now it also seems like the team has put a pause on playing for now because, that kind of makes sense. He is now potentially facing 15 counts of battery.
Oh.
For every person on the other team that did or could have drank the water.
See? I agree with that, actually. And I think that kids need to be smarter and more aware of that.
Now,
you can't just put your waste in somebody.
That seems fair. That seems to be what the authorities agree with.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to update our Michael Malone story. So the Nuggets, we said they fired Michael Malone. Couple of notes on this. Per Shams and ESPN research, this is tied for the latest coaching change in NBA history, matching when Hubie Brown got fired at this point in the season in 1980 for the 1980 and 81 season. To go along with that, the Denver Nuggets are firing their general manager as well. Do you know who their general manager is?
I don't.
That's totally fine, as you probably shouldn't. If you did, I'd be like, wow. It's Calvin Booth.
Really?
Calvin Booth.
Dude's immortal here.
Hey,
Lincoln.
Exactly.
No.
That's John Wilkes Booth. That is funny though. Probably never mind. But Calvin
Colin
Booth.
Farrell movie.
He is that's phone booth. Calvin Booth, one-time Dallas Mavericks playoff hero. I remember watching Game 5 against the Jazz at the Bennigans, which doesn't even exist anymore, and it's changed into like 5 or 6 different things since then when Calvin Booth was getting work done. So Calvin Booth, in the meantime, he eventually went to the Sonics, back to the Mavericks, and a whole bunch of other teams, worked his way up as an executive, was with the Nuggets when it was just 2 years ago, right? That they won the title. He has been fired today as well as Michael Malone.
A lot of changes happening in the NBA this year, dude. A lot of very weird
late
changes.
in the season. So a lot of change for the Denver Nuggets with only a few games left in the regular season.
That is wild.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, guys. Joe Milton, Fun Math, and Dire Wolves. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got C Block coming up. I wanted to read this real quick because somebody is worried. The 682, timeout. Who is Patrick Corbin and why is he starting today? This is why you got to turn it on and leave it on. We went over this several weeks ago. So Patrick Corbin is a left-hander, which is one of the reasons that he's starting today, especially in the absence or the IL stint for Jack Leiter. Jared Sandler threw this out there, and you need to follow him at Jared Sandler. Patrick Corbin has made the most MLB starts as a pitcher since 2016 and has the second most innings pitched in Major League Baseball for a starting pitcher since 2016. What? That's right.
Really?
Yes. Now,
that means he's good, right?
No, you probably shouldn't ask about the results since 2021. So he was on pace to have a solid 2020. Well, maybe not a great 2020, but it was going to be okay. But after that, he has really struggled. You can make an argument he has been one of the worst full-time pitchers in Major League Baseball. But Chris Young used the phrase innings stabilizer. So he will stay out there and use up a lot of time without having to chew up and destroy your bullpen. So there's a little short Cliff's Notes version. I guess I could have just said one or the other for Patrick Corbin. Now it's time for the C Block.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I just got this from the Rangers about Patrick Corbin. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
I'm
just joking. The opening day broadcast. Did you see the numbers on this yet?
Oh, no, I didn't.
For Rangers Sports Network saw a 51% increase in average household rating and a 44% increase or rise in households tuning in across the DFW market.
Nice.
So viewership surged across platforms, driving a 182% increase in linear viewing impressions in the DFW market. So the Rangers Sports Network partnership and streaming with Victory Plus resulted in another 179,000 viewers across the Rangers' 5-state viewing territory.
And I think everyone would agree, especially Rangers and Stars fans, is the beginning of the Victory Plus app has been a success. I know it took a while to get it available to everyone, but it has been a success in terms of broadening the amount of people who can see some of these games.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my buddy the other day was like, hey, man, should I get the Victory Plus? I was like, yeah, do it. If you don't have it and you can't steal somebody's Fubo account, then yeah, go ahead and do that. I don't know why he won't just take my Fubo account. I mean, somebody else's Fubo account. Doesn't make sense. The Pluckers list is out, ladies and gentlemen. Would you like to know where everybody is going to be on Pluckers night, on draft night?
Which one is Michael Malone going to be at?
That Michael Malone has been fired.
So I'm saying, so he's available.
He could show up. He might show up.
What about Calvin Booth?
Calvin Booth might show up.
Has a local tie. He
does
also
have a
got
local
fired.
Tie. Yeah, he has a local tie. He might show up. We haven't asked him yet. Haven't asked either one because we thought they were going to be busy.
Yeah.
But draft night, here are your Pluckers locations. In Mesquite, Sean Sharif. Because he lives in like the Sunnyvale area, so that's really close for him.
That's close to my house too.
At the Grapevine location, Eric Chiafalo.
Nice.
If you like Eric Chiafalo,
I do think he's okay.
Find him at Grapevine. In Plano.
I'm just kidding.
My hometown of Plano. Not me. Christy Scales will be there. That's I do believe she has some duties that night. at the Star, and that's the closest location to the Star. But please, if you're in the Plano area, go see our friend Christy Scales. She's wonderful. Gavin Dawson will be in Addison. Lucius will be in Arlington. That's probably the best place to be. I'll be in the Allen location. We've done the Allen location before.
Yeah.
It's a very large store, and I do believe they have velvet hammers from Peticolas. So that could be a good night. Kevin Hagelin, you will be in Dallas.
Hey,
is that the Lemon location
with Calvin Booth?
Maybe we haven't asked him yet, but maybe
find out about that.
Or is that the Lemon If it's the Lemon location, Kevin, sometimes there's been a struggle, but we pack that one in. We pack them in, so get ready for it. Fort Worth Alliance, RJ Choppy, and the most important one of the night, Fort Worth City View, our own Alec Medford.
Oh,
the little engine that does. That's what they call him.
Does he like that nickname?
I just found out about it today. So I was today years old when I found out about my nickname.
Thank you.
Your early thoughts are probably not super optimistic about it.
It's an acquired taste.
Okay.
Just like a Bloody Mary.
It'll be an absolute blast. We will all have some fun on draft night, as we always do. They're always what they do. I love this is they say, hey, if y'all get draft picks right, y'all are going to be able to win prizes. Y'all are going to be able to win specials throughout the night, and I'm looking forward to that, Kevin. So that's that.
Can I give you a quick update? It's not super
on Calvin
happy.
Booth.
No. So Octavio Dotel did in fact get rescued from the rubble this morning. However,
that is amazing.
Now, per Bob Nightingale, talking baseball and some other places, he has passed away. And the New York Post says at least 37 people have died in that nightclub collapse, which honestly, like, it's not obvious, it's not good or anything like that. But couldn't you see it being even worse? Like, can you imagine like the clubs you've been in if they essentially just collapsed? How many people could have died? So it's just really, really sad. And he was trapped in the rubble, got rescued this morning, and per multiple reports, he has passed away as well.
Jeez, man, that is terrible news to hear.
Really is.
That is terrible news to hear. Kevin, not really sure how to transition.
Sorry about that. I just thought it was a relevant update. I realize it doesn't help.
I will do my best.
Yes.
As this part of the discussion, I know this popped up a couple days ago, but I wanted to kind of discuss real quick the Patriots trading Joe Milton to the Cowboys.
Right.
He thought he should have been competing with Drake May for the starting job.
Look, and can I tell you something about that? So did a lot of other New England beat reporters early in training camp. I go back to one of the quotes that I read was, if you switched their jerseys or didn't know who was who, you would think that Joe Milton was the number 3 overall pick and Drake May was the late pick. But now obviously Drake May has found his place. They seem very optimistic about what he's going to be able to do, and there was going to be no future there for Joe Milton.
Here's from MassLive.com. What was Mike Vrabel thinking based on intel gathered from sources during the week? I love sources. Milton fancied himself a starter. He didn't see himself being given a legitimate chance to compete with Drake May. He also believed
he wasn't.
He was good enough to give May a run, if not overtake the job from him. And if that chance didn't exist, he preferred being elsewhere, somewhere he had a better chance to compete for the starter's job, which Dallas is interesting because he doesn't have a chance to compete for it, but he definitely has a chance to play because Dak has been injured frequently. And it's going to be important for him to get as many reps in training camp as possible, and for him to get as many reps in the preseason as possible as well. And that could be a good place for him to highlight his skills, maybe for another trade down the road. Maybe the Cowboys could get something better for him. I don't mind. Some people might look at this. I bet in Boston they're like, "Oh yeah, glad we got rid of that guy. You know what? He was gonna divide the locker room between Drake May and him, and he was gonna cause problems." Like that's probably the way that. But here,
that probably is what it sounds like.
I'm perfectly fine with him having that kind of feeling about himself, that kind of confidence. I want that type of confidence. Yeah. I want somebody who's thinking I should be a starter. I'm going out there and fighting every day for it because I know I deserve it, not feeling entitled for it. That's a different story. Like people who are entitled, like they're like, I deserve it because of no, you're working for it. You're fighting for it. I think that I'm perfectly happy having somebody like that in the locker room.
I still don't think I'll ever particularly understand why people aren't willing to have more open competitions. Like, okay, let's say Joe Milton was really lights out. I know the thought is, well, you were stupid for drafting Drake May at number 3. I get it. You can't eat that and just say, but now we have the better quarterback playing right now. I've never, like, I understand the economics of why it happens, but I think it's foolish.
Yeah, and even if it does come down to the people's feelings get hurt in $1 million competition. So what? If it does come down to, hey, this guy won, all right, that's fine. He beat me out on this, but I gave my best effort. And I'm going to go out there and do that every day of the week for this team. I'll be there for it. Speaking of, because those guys were drafted, our staple draft event with you, the Tolo out there, Draft 101 in our fan showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway, right here in Dallas. Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus. He's won a Super Bowl. I don't know if you've heard that.
I did know that.
He doesn't like to talk about it very much. He doesn't tell people that.
I thought he did because he's proud of it.
No, he's proud of the ring. It's a really nice looking ring, and he wants people to know during Super Bowl week, but usually he's very humble about it. Zach Wolchuk and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, they're going to be teaming up, DallasCowboys.com, for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, Kevin, I'm seeing this note here for the first time. Dinner's on us.
What?
Thanks to Whataburger. Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks to Whataburger. Kevin, do you like Whataburger?
I do.
Do you want to eat some Whataburger?
How much does it cost?
You're going to have to buy it. But you know what? It's free. Plus plenty of giveaways, completely free, and we can't wait to see you right here. Guess what? You don't even need to sign up. There's no sign-up sheet or anything like that. Sign-up genius. You don't have to do that. You don't have to mess with that. You just show up to the building and hang out and have some fun.
A week from Thursday, the 17th.
So let's get it going. All right. This is the story that's taken over my life.
Oh.
The woolly mammoth. We always talked about that. Like potentially one day maybe we could bring it back. But it looks like they've gotten the dire wolf and brought it back.
Okay. Can I pause you for just 1 second?
Yes, this is a wolf from Game of Thrones.
Alec, I need to figure this out. Did you know a dire wolf was real before this? Because I had no idea. I thought a dire wolf was just a bigger wolf that they showed in Game of Thrones with the loyalty and everything. I had no idea that was a real thing.
I only knew because my middle school age range was filled with World of Warcraft, and they're a thing in that game. And I looked it up one time. I was like, that's one of the few things in this game that was real.
Okay.
Outside of humans.
The Ben Lamb and his team at Colossal Biosciences have brought back the dire wolf. Now, my understanding from Bobby this morning is that they changed the genetic code just enough to make it kind of look like it, but not necessarily that it actually is it. But Chaffee's like, but is it 25% bigger than a regular wolf? If that's the case, then it's a dire wolf, and it's a big-time predator that's out there trying to go after some things, and it's going to take out packs of cattle on ranches, going to take out other wolves. It's the greatest hunter of all time.
So I don't always say that you should follow the advice of RJ Choppy, but this does seem like a situation where we might want to take heed of his warnings and maybe not do this.
Or do it with more extinct animals. That's the question now. Which extinct animal do we want to do next?
But isn't the whole point of the Jurassic Park movies that this is what happens when you do that?
That's dinosaurs, dude.
Uh-huh.
Do you even believe dinosaurs are real?
I do.
You ever seen one?
No.
There you go. You saw a dire wolf, though.
I believe in a lot of things I've never seen.
Valid point there. No, those are movies, Kevin. Movies usually either put out the best possible situation or the worst possible situation. Not something we're in the middle.
Okay. Can I just tell you one more critique about those movies?
Okay.
When they came out with the new ones, I like that our society had gotten so bored by going to the dinosaur park that we needed to invent new dinosaurs. That's the actual plot. They're like, we don't care anymore.
T-Rex is boring.
Yeah, we've seen your stupid dinosaurs. They're boring now. We need to make a new dinosaur.
Yes, exactly.
In 20 years. That's all it took us for us to be bored of dinosaurs.
What extinct animal do you want to come back? I nominate the saber-toothed tiger, the saber-toothed cat. I don't know why. And here's the other thing, though. It went extinct for a reason. Sometimes some things go extinct because humans moved into their location and they didn't know how to survive. They were like, what am I going to do? Or they were killed off because of it. There was a small amount of them. Sometimes they're the dodo bird and they just aren't very good at surviving. And so they end up dying. I don't know exactly what it is, but
Did they name it that after seeing a bunch of like ridiculous ways it died, or was it called that? And then
like, how is the panda bear still? You ever watch a panda bear? Those things are the clumsiest things ever.
My littlest son, still thinks that video of the baby panda bear sneezing and scaring the mama panda bear is the funniest effing thing ever. He's always like, panda video. Okay.
Pretty cute. Yeah, and you know what, Kevin? You know how much Noah loves dinosaurs?
He does.
Maybe we should bring back some dinosaurs for him. Maybe we can bring back that flying dinosaur that you didn't know the name of.
It's the Pteranodon, I believe. I feel confident in saying that. But again, I'm going to go back to the main primary message of Jurassic Park. It's not going to work out for us.
I don't know, man. Maybe this time it'll be different.
You might need to watch those movies again.
Okay, I'll check it out. But right now, I just want a dire wolf as a pet.
Look, if Choppy thinks it's a bad idea, you probably shouldn't do it. Don't you think?
You told me not to take the advice of Choppy most times.
This is one of those few times, though. If Choppy says it's too far or you shouldn't do it, I think you should take his advice.
All right, fine. If that's what you say, we'll see, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. He's not going to listen to that. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, why would ESPN do this to us? Trade offers the Mavericks could have gotten for Luka. Which would you have taken? Plus, are you going to the game tomorrow? Next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Luka backing Caruso in. Luka turns, leans, shoots, scores! A circus shot by Luka. He just threw that up there, Michael, to get the call, and the ball went in.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Been a busy day in the NBA where people are upset about this, at least on social media, and some players like CJ McCollum. Nuggets fire head coach Michael Malone. They also fired their general manager, former Mavericks playoff hero Calvin Booth. And per ESPN stats and info, this is tied for the latest NBA coach firing in history.
Really? This is wild, man. This season's been very weird to me.
That's true.
It's been a very weird season.
You go back to the Grizzlies coach getting fired, and everyone's like, wait, what the hell?
The Luka trade.
Yeah, for sure. Look, in the history of sports, or at least our sports love, this will always be the season that Luka got traded. It doesn't... Like, regardless of whatever else. But this is still pretty crazy.
It's wild, dude.
They have, 4, 5 regular season games left?
And they're in the middle of it all. Like, they're right
3.
there.
They have 3. I'm sorry, Corey. They have 3 regular season games left. They are they're in a 4-game losing streak. They're 3-7 in their last 10. They're trying, I assume, to avoid the slide that would put them in the play-in, as opposed to, they could still get the 3rd seed. Or they could be the 8th seed and have to be in the play-in.
I did see a clip of audio from the Dunk Central.
Yes.
And the quote is, Kevin, from Mike Malone. This was 2 weeks ago. They'll say, quote, coach is tripping. Nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So he's talking about his players there, and now he's no longer there.
So staying in the basketball vein, from the 682, do you think that the Nuggets owner called Nico for advice? I can't say one way or another. From the 469, wish I could go to the game tomorrow, but prices are insane. So TV at home is what it's going to be. And so Now, obviously, this can still change a lot leading up to the time of the game. But if you look at Friday's game against Toronto, which is the final home regular season game, versus the Lakers game on Wednesday, if you want to sit in the lower bowl, Friday, you can go for the low price of $160. Tomorrow, it's going to be $900.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Just to sit in the lower bowl.
To sit in the lower bowl tonight?
For tomorrow.
But for $160 for when? For typical? For Friday?
$160 for Friday's game.
For Friday? And for tomorrow?
$900.
$900?
I hear what you're saying, Corey. You want a better seat in the lower bowl. Gotcha. $225.
Good.
On Friday.
Okay.
Tomorrow?
I can do that.
$1,500.
Excuse me? $1,500?
All right. So
I will say this, Kevin.
on a budget.
I emceed an event recently, and we had tickets to this game, and that package went for a huge number.
I get it. I really do. We need to get you on.
The people did say they were going to boo Nico though the whole time.
Okay. So we need to get you on a little bit more of a budget. All right. I can do that.
Thank you.
At the end of the court on either side for Friday's game, $35.
Sweet, let's do it.
Now, if you want to go tomorrow, it is going to be $318.
That's a lot. For either end?
Yeah, either end. If you want to sit in the diagonal part, then I can get your lowest price. For the low price of $245, I can get you in the diagonal view of the court in the back of the 300s.
You said in soccer, your favorite seats are where?
One of the things is I really like sitting just a bit off the center line because you're going to be in a better position to see like some scoring strikes closer up to you, but you're still in a position in the field where you're going to see a lot of the run.
Yeah, and if you sit on either end, you never know when, like what kind of, but in basketball, it does seem like all the action's going either way.
Basketball, it would be crazy if they're like it would be like the end of the Duke game. Another steal. Houston's got it again. Like if you were sitting down at the Duke basket, you're like, the hell?
What is going on here?
So look.
All right, so
tickets are very expensive is my point.
Why is that? Why are the tickets so expensive, you think?
Because people love Luka Doncic, and we're going to talk about this more tomorrow, but I think they're just there to cheer him and to boo the hell out of Nico Harrison.
Trust in Nico.
Okay.
Maybe Jason Kidd, too.
Alec, let me ask you a question. Kevin just said that you can get a $900 ticket for that game. You get that $900 ticket, you're going to go down there on Friday. It could be $125 or something.
Yep.
I don't know what number he said.
It was $160.
Sounds
but
good.
Still.
It's almost $900 more, basically, for the ticket for the other one, right?
This is fascinating.
Yeah.
What if Luka doesn't play?
Wouldn't that be something?
The one game that he gets to come back to DFW, and Luka, because I do believe. Let's check this.
Because they're playing tonight.
They
right?
are doing a back-to-back. What if he goes out there and plays tonight, and then the Lakers say, playoffs are coming up. We don't need you to get hurt in a back-to-back. We're going to rest your legs against the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, man. And they have the Thunder tonight, too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So they want to win tonight.
I think they might be missing a lot of players for this evening already, though.
Okay. So they would need Luka tonight then. They need him tonight.
Yeah.
And since they're missing all the players, he can't. He's like, you know what? Hey, we'll get those guys back on the second half of the back-to-back. You don't need to play in Dallas. There's no way in my mind that I think that Luka won't play. Like he's got to want to do it. He's got to want to do it so that he can make shots and then stare down Dumont and Nico the entire game. Just stare them down after he makes threes in their face.
Because that feels like that would be kind of an FU to the Dallas.
I hate it. I wouldn't hate him. I mean, look, again, he did nothing wrong. Not in our eyes. But I would hate it if I paid $900 for a basketball game, and now the reason that I did it, he's not even showing.
Updates for you. Rui Hachimura, out. Maxi Kleba, out. Dorian Finney-Smith, day-to-day. Austin Reeves, day-to-day. LeBron, questionable for tonight due to a groin strain. Doncic, also questionable tonight.
Interesting.
So
he could be questionable for tonight, not play, and then maybe show up tomorrow. Or maybe he's not available for the next 2 games because of that questionability.
To your point, I would be really surprised if he didn't play tomorrow.
Yeah.
I really would have. Now, in the meantime, ESPN decided to turn the knife.
What are they doing, man?
With this article. Here's what the other teams could have and perhaps would have offered for Luka Doncic. I'm not going to go down every single one of them.
Thank you.
But I'm going to tell you a few and see if this would have made you, if it would have made it acceptable.
All right, do me a favor. Start with the best package. Which one is the biggest best package?
Well, this is a heck of a deal right here. What if I told you you could have got a young, up-and-coming player,
all right,
a star in the league, and 3 first-round draft picks?
3 first-round picks?
That's right.
Make the trade now.
Now, that is the offer that the LA Lakers could have given you. But of course they did not, and I'm going to take you. I did trick you a little bit on that one. I'm going to take you to cut number 14. This is Brian Windhorst because the proposed package would have been Anthony Davis, Austin Reeves, 2 unprotected first-round picks, and a first-round pick swap. This is what Windhorst thinks about the job we did negotiating.
I'm going to say one more thing because there's a game coming up in Dallas in a couple of days. I know we're all going to focus on Luka, as we should, but the Mavericks not getting Austin Reeves in that trade is malpractice. Austin Reeves has been, as Shannon alluded to, Austin Reeves has been awesome in this last month, especially in this last week and last couple weeks when LeBron hasn't been great. And the fact that the Mavericks didn't get Austin Reeves in that trade remains insane. And Reeves is just proving it night in and night out.
All right.
And they got talked out of that, right? Like they got.
I don't know. I have heard that as well. I've heard that as well. All right. Go to Oklahoma City. You probably wouldn't want to trade Luka to Oklahoma City, right? But if you decided you did, I get you Lou Dort, Aaron Wiggins, and some other young players. That's great. You don't really care about that. What I can also get you is 2 2025 first-round picks, a 2026 first-round pick, a 2027 first-round pick, 2 2029 first-round picks, and a 2031 first-round pick. You might think that's an insane number of first-round picks.
That's 6?
I think it's 7.
7.
And keep
7.
And keep in mind, now some of those have protections on them, but most of them are really not that bad. Keep in mind, Oklahoma City has all the draft picks, and if they could keep Shea, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren together and get Luka, they wouldn't have cared. They're like, take whatever draft pick you want. We're going to be fine. But Corey, I can see it in your face.
That would have been. I mean, I don't love Dort so much, but
okay,
those picks. Dude, I can do so much with that.
Absolutely. You could have done a lot with that. I'm going to take...
That's my future right there.
Yes.
That's my future, not we're trying to win now with injured players.
I'm going to take you to Houston. You could have gotten Dylan Brooks, 2 lottery picks in Reed Shepherd and Jabari Smith, an unprotected pick in this draft, and an unprotected pick in the 2027 draft. By the way, those picks are from Phoenix, which means you could theoretically still win the lottery if you Cooper Flag.
God.
Well, you could have. Honestly, you could theoretically do none of these things now. But I feel like you want more. Alec, don't you feel like you can see it on his face? He wants more.
He always wants more.
Yeah, ain't that the way of it?
Yeah.
All right. So you're looking,
show me something good.
You're looking for more proven commodities in the NBA. Okay, deal.
Thank you.
I take you to the Phoenix Suns, where you could have gotten Kevin Durant, their first-round pick this year, their 2027 first-round pick, and their 2029 first-round pick.
Kevin Durant, the dream for Nico, it seems, and 3 picks.
And 3 first-round picks.
And Luka doesn't land in a Lakers jersey.
Exactly.
And he lands in Phoenix, where he gets to team up with Devin Booker and hate his life.
Yes. But still... I feel like you still need a little bit more.
I want more.
All right.
Show me more.
I take you
every night
to the Boston Celtics, where the Boston Celtics could have theoretically offered you a 2031 unprotected first-round pick, a 2027 unprotected first-round pick, and Jaylen Brown.
All right, this one doesn't make any sense. I love the idea here, all right? But it doesn't make any sense to me because Jaylen Brown just won the championship. He was the leader of the team he was the MVP of the finals. He won the championship. Why would they trade a guy who just won the championship and then told all the guys out there who've been losing bets not to ever come at him? Did you hear that audio? That's really funny. He was like, all you MFers out there, if y'all lose bets and y'all try to come at me, I got something for you. It was funny. It was really funny.
And that's fair.
But Jaylen Brown, like he's still a young star. They're not doing that.
Probably not.
Nobody would. You get to the NBA Finals.
Oh, no.
The best player on your team doesn't get traded. You don't even have to win it.
All I need to point to is literally the other team that was in that NBA Finals.
Name that team.
The Dallas Mavericks. This is absolutely what they did.
I had to live through that.
So I just wanted to say ESPN felt like they dug the knife in a little bit with all these amazing packages that you could have made the trade for. In the meantime, the Lakers, as I said before, they're a massive underdog tonight. It's now at 15.5 points. So look for most of those players to sit out this evening and then be ready, I would assume, for Dallas. Also, quick side question. Do you think the rest of Luka's teammates are like, oh yeah, no, we'll be ready for you tomorrow?
We want to take down the Mavericks with you?
And they want to get him to like 50 points or, I don't know, whatever the goal is.
Dude, I don't. I'm not looking forward to it. Like, it's going to be a tough watch. It's definitely going to be a tough watch for my soul.
From the 972, trade him where he's with Devin Booker and hates his life. Dude, I just laughed out loud so hard in my office at that line. Gold. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing.
Yeah?
Maybe.
All right.
Close like Starsky and Hutch.
Ooh, okay.
That's right.
I like that. Now, are you guys surprised by the firing of Michael Malone and they're not going to extend their GM Calvin Booth, former Dallas Mavericks playoff hero? Just 3 games before the end of the regular season, it is tied for the latest coach firing in the history of the NBA.
Yes, very surprised. The only explanation I've seen so far from Shams is that they had just become convinced that it wasn't going to end well after losing 7 of the last 10.
Yeah. And they could still fall into the play-in.
Yeah, so maybe they believe that shaking it up is going to, change the vibes in the locker room, whatever, get the guys playing better. I guess it's worth a shot if you're convinced. But, I mean, the guy won you a championship. He's been there for 10 years. And why'd you have to fire the GM, too?
Yeah.
It sounds to me like maybe an assistant coach got the ear of the owner. Ooh. And he's like, hey,
and their lead assistant is stepping in as the temporary coach or whatever, interim.
I think the players were very anti the coach as well because he was anti them by the end. His last the last 20 seconds of his presser will play in Sounds of the Sports Day coming up. It's pretty hilarious. He's just calling out the players for not watching film. They don't care, all this other stuff. So I'm sure there was a lot of infighting going on.
Some quitting on each other.
If that's the case, though, and you fire the coach, how much longer does the next coach have the discipline of that room? Does he have it immediately, or is it like, hey, we're in a honeymoon phase, we're good, and then he loses it eventually pretty quickly? Because Malone seemed to have the discipline in the room for a while.
You're just trying to get apart. One playoff run. That's all you're looking for.
One little run.
Let's go win it all, and then you can do away with me.
I mean, you could tell Malone was pretty edgy.
He is very edgy.
Yeah. He'd be a guy that would definitely take an argument if you wanted to bring one to him. I think the next guy has a great chance of capitalizing on an opportunity to build momentum and excitement around the guys here as you go into the postseason. I think if you handle yourself well and earn their trust, it could be forever.
They've done an awful job building around the Joker since winning the title. I mean, they've just let talent walk out, and now you're dealing with the situation where I saw the other day when Nikola Jokic is playing on the court for the Nuggets, they have the best offensive rating in the sport. Yep. And when he's off the floor, they're dead balls last in offensive rating.
That's insane.
That's the on-off split when it comes to Jokic. He's a one-man wrecking crew, and that's it.
I mean, he's about to finish top 3 in points, rebounds, assists, and I think steals, too.
Yeah,
he's the best player in the world.
He is. I mean, he should probably be MVP again. It's just so weird. Like, I can't remember a time where we've now had, in the last 2 weeks, 2 playoff teams have fired their coaches.
Yeah.
It's just bizarre. Like, you're on the verge of the edge of the season. It's not like, these teams stink. These are 2 teams that have had pretty solid regular seasons. I know the Nuggets are in danger of falling into the play-in now, so maybe they're thinking, we got to do something. But those are 2 teams that have, one, we're saying might be the best player in the world in Jokic. Ja Morant was in that conversation a few years ago, certainly is the type of player that can take over a series, and the West is wide open. It's just, it's nuts what's going on in the NBA. What a weird year. And the Luka trade.
What? That did happen.
Maybe Nico set the trend that Western teams are giving up. Right?
A lot of people said that the Nuggets called Nico for advice on what to do in this situation. They're like, just fire him.
Well, I mean, Jokic obviously drinks a lot, and he's probably one of the main guys that's not watching film. So
I could see that because he just wants to talk to his horses back home and stuff like that. So
Didn't
he's
even
like,
want to go on the parade.
I just want to go home.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't love ball like Kobe. What are you guys doing with him?
Yeah. They should trade. Okay. Let's say for some reason Denver thought that exact same thing and they traded him over to Dallas. Then would you be okay with how things shook out? You're getting a better player.
Yes. If it went full circle that way, absolutely.
Can you imagine that team?
No,
let's say that they keep all the pieces they have. The trade was just a bunch of picks. You got Anthony Davis, Jokic, Daniel Gafford, and Lively. That's the biggest, and PJ. Man. That's the biggest team in the NBA. You're not stopping them.
We don't need guards.
Monstars.
I know. Who's running the point? You're like, my center is. My center is running the point.
Can't score on us.
Yeah, don't worry about that whatsoever. How much were you guys tuned in to the national championship last night?
Second half.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that was
the foul fest. 25? Was it 25 fouls in the second half?
Lot.
I'm just like, this game just keeps stopping. What are we doing?
And it didn't feel like they started playing way more physical in the second half. No. And then this time they're like, no, now we got to call the fouls.
At one point I went, geez. And my son Carter said, what? And I said, we're 5 minutes into the last 45 seconds of this game. And he was like, I don't understand what that means. And I showed him and explained. He was like, oh, now it makes sense.
What an unfortunate way to go out, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's terrible.
You don't even get the shot up. You just see Sampson just frozen there on the sidelines, just in awe of the disaster.
Now, I know, like, if you were really against one of these teams, that could tip the scales. But assuming all things were equal, do you root for or against the team that knocked you out?
I usually root for.
Okay.
I'd want to lose to the champion.
Because I get that logic, but then there's also part of me that, like, when Houston lost in devastatingly similar fashion to the way that Duke had just lost them on Saturday, there was a little part of me that was like, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't help anything. I'm just curious where you guys fall on that.
I can go either way on it. I think a lot of it depends on how much I already hate the organization.
Yeah.
I get that.
Circumstantial. Yeah. Like if it's the Yankees, you're probably
then you're
like,
for sure.
screw that.
The Eagles.
Yeah. Never rooting for that.
Lakers.
Yes. You've got to put the Lakers on that list.
When my team's out, I'm out.
Okay. So you just disconnect from it, right?
Completely.
Okay.
Completely.
Isn't that amazing?
It really is.
I've done it all my life.
And I know you've said that before because you dive immediately back into.
I try and figure out a way why my team was not good enough to win.
Yeah.
And I immediately go into mode of, okay, I don't care what happens the rest of the way.
All throughout your career, did people just assume then that you were like super in on the next round and they're like, hey, Broadus. Like, how long did it take them to figure out? You're like, no, I'm out.
When I didn't watch the Super Bowl, things like that.
I think it was 3 years in a row. We were like, "You're not watching the Super Bowl." He's like, "I never do."
I remember one. I mean, people were surprised. I was at the Star watching tape one time, just getting ready for the draft, and when your team, like, I remember it was a San Francisco or Green Bay, one of those things. And I'm just like, my team's out. I'm out. I don't care about what else happens. I really, really don't. So
it's a man with principles.
Yeah, just try and get better.
Colin Cap.
That really does make a lot of sense to me because you're actually putting in the work to, like, in that moment.
Yeah.
Let's figure out a way that our team can
we
be
lost
better.
and we weren't good enough, and so like when Dallas was the second overall seed in the playoffs, they get bounced by Green Bay. I wasn't interested in Green Bay going on and doing things.
Yeah.
I didn't care. Yeah.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. We will have Tim McMahon coming up at 5:20 talking about
timing.
Mavs, Lakers tomorrow night. And I just saw him on TV talking about the Mike Malone, Calvin Booth double firing in Denver. So we'll get his thoughts on that and what this game brings back into focus for us. A lot of attention back on this Luka deal.
All right.
So Tim McMahon is coming up at 5:20 to talk about that.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 to 12:30 p.m. for now, as we lead you into Rangers baseball. But you never quite know what could happen.
Boach joins us at 10:20 tomorrow.
KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the broadcast here on a Toxic Tuesday in DFW. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can, fixing to go 5 flawless. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house, reunited once again, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch, and you can text into the show on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Just leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous. It's another 4-hour show tonight. Rangers baseball coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll have Jonah Heim joining us at 3:20 for the Rangers Player Show. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to the game tonight. And hopefully some offensive production as they were frozen out. I think that's the best way to say it. In Chicago, 7-zip the final. Eovaldi velocity was down a couple of miles per hour. I mean, you can imagine. Have fun trying to pitch when it's cold enough to be snowing. I think it's weird. The probably Major League Baseball needs to do something about this. We're having games in bad weather situations.
Dude, these guys came out there in hoodies. I mean, Leote's got a hoodie on. They got the skull caps on. It's like, oh my gosh, they're playing in the tundra right now.
Sandler looked like he was ready to go skiing in the post game.
Did he have earmuffs? I thought he had earmuffs on. Or were those his headphones?
There was a lot of clothes.
There was. I don't think he had enough clothes. He was probably looking for an extra an extra jacket, maybe some mittens, some gloves. I mean, the layers.
This is where you become friends with the equipment guy.
Yeah.
Like you never want to mess with 2 people in the organization. Everybody else you'll F with. 2 people.
The equipment guy.
2 people. The equipment guy and the ticket guy.
So equipment guy has access to all the team official gear?
Yeah, like if you're struggling, you got no rain gear.
Yeah.
But you forgot to pack it or whatever. You go to your equipment guy and you go, "Hey, listen, man." He goes, "Oh, yeah, what size you wear?" "Oh, okay, great. Thanks." And then just give it back to him at the end of the day. Or if they're really super cool like the ones we have here in Dallas. No, man, just keep it.
That's yours now.
Keep it for next time. Keep it for next time.
You can have that one.
So yeah, if but you don't want to make the equipment guy or the ticket guy mad.
Well, one way or another, Sandler had a great hat on last night. Looked brand new.
Did he have a stocking cap? I didn't see the print.
It was.
He's getting
Was it
the
a Ranger one?
He's
it looked like it. It was Ranger colored, but there was so much going on, I couldn't find a logo.
Okay, see, I told him, I gave him the advice. Matter of fact, I asked him because I gave him the Green Bay Packer how to keep the feet warm. He said he did that. Feet were fine with the Vaseline on the toes. He says his hands were brutal. His hands were bad.
I'm surprised he didn't have gloves.
And he lost his stocking hat, he said, while walking around in Chicago.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
When in the Windy City?
He probably put it in his pocket when it warmed up.
I guess. It fell off, so somebody's wearing it right now. But I said, bro, just go to the equipment guy, be super nice, and he'll give you a hat.
Well, I was disappointed last night to get home and see the Rangers were already down, and then Garabito comes in and makes it worse. But, the Major League Baseball has not had a colder start since 2021. I think it is, relevant. You're in Texas. It had been warming up, so our bodies are starting to get used to warmer weather, and then you're plunged back into that cold. I just don't know if last night's game counts. It was the coldest game of Bochy's 4,000 career games as a skipper.
Isn't that insane?
And he managed in San Francisco, too, which is pretty wild.
In San Diego. So we're talking warm weather. But
he said he played in some games back in the day in Calgary when he was in the minor leagues that were actually colder. But as a skipper, as cold as it's been.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked brutal. Everybody looked uncomfortable, except in the 8th inning there. Josh Young's they're up 7-0. Young's still in the game, and he should be back tonight. I can't wait for the lineups to come out. Hopefully Young's got the juice for him.
Yes.
The Jungle Cat's ready. He looked like he was nice and warm. And then Marcus Semien was eating a cookie because his day was done by the end of the 8th inning. But they got to do better. More than 3 hits, guys. And the lefty got us, all right? 2 lefties they've played this year. It hasn't gone well.
I was going to say, speaking of uniform guys or equipment guys, they need to go get the heated vest from Amazon. Get a jersey a half size too big and put that vest on underneath, or maybe get the vest a size too small and get that thing locked. That thing will keep you toasty now. That's going to keep your core temperature 98.6.
The scuba suit. The scuba suit underneath.
Like Scuba Steve?
Yeah,
but the vest keeps the arms open. I guess you could do a tank top wetsuit
Well,
I know they do that in football when it gets super cold.
You ever seen like when they you go to SeaWorld and like the trainers there, they always got the kind of. But I think with these guys with the full like you're pushing the bobsled.
Yeah,
that suit where it's
treat it like you're going skiing in the Rockies.
Yeah, but you use it like everything, so there's no skin exposed. I think that's what maybe some of these baseball players. The pitcher for the Yankees yesterday, I forgot who it was. He had on tights, but he had the kind of tights where it zips all the way down his ankle.
Huh.
So you could see like the zipper, but he had the zipper coming out of the bottom of his pants. But he had no sleeves on. He went out there yesterday.
Gave up 6 runs or whatever.
Yeah, no sleeves at all, like trying to be tough guy. And then,
Rodon? Was it Rodon?
It was Rodon. He fell apart.
I mean, it'd be tough as a middle infielder because you got to be so quick and have range, and you don't want anything that's going to impact your ability to move.
Well, what you need, though, I think the most important thing is keeping your hands warm.
Yeah.
But you got the glove. I would wear the quarterback pouch.
There you go.
In front with the packs in it. And then, keep my hand in it, and then make sure it's tight enough to where when I'm moving around, feeling the ball, it doesn't get in the way.
Yeah.
Or if you don't want to, you could move it around to the back, to your back.
You could,
and then bring it back when you need.
I wonder if baseball won't let them, because that's a no-brainer right there to have one of those quarterback pouches.
Yeah, I would absolutely have the quarterback pouch out there if it was me.
Just for your one hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're standing there waiting on the ball and the pitch, and then you take your hand out of the pouch and be ready.
I mean, I'd get like a specialized batting glove for my glove hand, slide that baby in there. I'm good on that one. Go pouch with the other. Now I'm keeping that arm ready and ready to rock.
I might go full-time pouch, just to have a little snack in the outfield.
There you go.
A little hand warmer in there.
Yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff. Put some tater tots.
A little snack in the outfield.
Some sunflower seeds in there.
Yeah, TV putting on a show for the fans out there in the outfield.
Junior bacon cheeseburger in the pouch.
Yeah, Chief's going to break out that baked potato he had the other day.
Oh my dear God, is that chicken nuggets this guy's pulling out of his pocket?
Where's
You're dang right it is.
Is that a hot dog? Yeah, it's a bucket dog.
Get this guy mic'd up.
Got a pouch dog.
Yeah, pouch
dog.
Well, if you thought 193 was low, how about a 3 for 30 night to drive it down to 184?
We're going the right way.
9 points lower than the second worst team, which is the Braves, by the way, for batting average, and it's
Have the
very
Braves
early.
won a game yet?
They got the Marlins. They got the Marlins. So that was good for them.
Yeah,
I think Bankford's their 5th best hitter right now at 216.
Yeah.
So Corbin making his Rangers debut tonight. Hopefully the weather is more survivable. I don't know. It's gonna be 33 again. It's gonna be cold enough to snow again.
Yeah.
And tomorrow's game, kind of up in the air. But we're planning on a 12:30 pregame tomorrow afternoon with us coming on about 4:00 or so. That's the plan right
I think
now.
It's a 1:20 first pitch.
Praying for it, as a matter of fact.
Might have our first snow delay theater. Are we still doing that? Do you do snow delay theater?
With the new format, who knows? I'm assuming. What else are they going to do? They're on the network, so you got to do snow delay.
Yeah, and now you're on television as well, so you have different elements that you can work in. I mean, I think they get some man on the streets with some freezing fans.
Can they have us jump in and do the G-Bag Nation while the network still cranks out what they need to crank out for the affiliates?
Don't think so.
Wow. That'd be unfortunate. I'd love to get in here and do as much of a full show as possible tomorrow if Chicago can't handle baseball. But I'm serious. MLB should do something about this. If you want to play up there without a dome, fine. You're not getting any games in April.
Well, that's what they're doing to Tampa right now.
Yeah.
Tampa's playing all early season games. Matter of fact, they just got back home. They got 4 straight series that they're playing at home.
So there's precedent for it.
So they're trying to prevent rainouts in Tampa. So they're playing all their games early, and then Tampa's about to go on the road for a month.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but this is horrible, and it's unfitting of professional sports in 2025. I'll give you the opening day series. Okay, we'll risk it for 3 days in the month of April. If you want to be north of, say, Illinois and not have a dome, you're taking it into your own chances, and we're not going to sacrifice for it.
But
what about our bad?
What about the home field advantage? Isn't that where that comes into play? Like that's what you get, and unless the sport is different, because obviously in football it's like, yeah, you're dang right, we're the Buffalo Bills and we have a game at home in December. So if I'm the Cubs, wouldn't I be trying to feel the exact same way about that? I mean, we're not going to go to back in the day. We're not going to go to the ballpark in Arlington in the summertime because it's just an absolute beating.
We're built for this in the cold for the Cubbies.
Cubs didn't look to have a problem with it.
They did not have a problem with it, dude. They couldn't wait when they saw the look on the frozen Ranger faces walking out.
So you're saying as soon as that airplane landed there at Chicago Midway, that the door opened, we were beat?
Just put the L in the column.
We're about to get swept. Is that what you're saying?
I think there's a real chance. Who are we throwing out on the bump today? Our guy that had
Corbin.
Yeah, old Corbin.
Yeah.
That could be tough. Especially with the offense doing what it's doing.
Chances are you're going to have to be able to score 4 or more runs to win with Corbin as your starter. And I don't know how I feel about the Rangers' chances of doing that, even if the weather was perfect. But I do feel like we did our part, taking the rest of the league out of the heat. Sorry, our bad. We realized it was time to climb into the 21st century and do pro sports with comfort.
They did us a favor. We weren't going out there with that sitting out there and it's 104.
They did. I appreciate the stadium. I don't appreciate the fake grass. I think they could still have real grass, but everything else I love. Yeah. CY told us yesterday he did Corbin did a spring training at home basically, and he's like 35 years old, so he knows everything he had to do. So he just got a neighborhood catcher.
At home?
Yeah, and that's why he's good to go already. He didn't need any minor league starts. He just threw a couple simulated games. He was like, "Yes, I told you, I'm good, guys. I've been doing spring training for the last 17 years of my life.
I knows what he's doing.
I've been giving up 4 or 5 runs a start for the last decade. You don't think I can do that again?
Hey, but I'm an innings eater, baby.
What do I look like to you? Why'd you sign me? Why'd you bring me here?
Yeah, innings eater. That's what I do.
That's what I do. You want innings eaten?
They score, and I stay on the mound. That's my cheat code.
I'll give you the ball after the end of 6. We're probably going to be down 5, okay? But you won't have to use your bullpen.
Come on now.
For 2/3 of the game.
Call it a win.
How would you like to have that moniker?
I'm the innings eater.
Don't look at the score. Just look how many innings I pitched.
Hey, Pops, what was your record? I was 2-75, but
I kept those bullpen arms fresh.
Hey, Dad, what kind of player were you?
That's his best skill. Pretty good minor leaguer. Okay, so we'll find out about Josh Young here a little bit later on. What time's the lineup get released? About 3 o'clock? So
yeah, maybe like an hour or so. Trust me, I'll be on it. I'm watchdogging the hell out of this lineup release.
Jonah Heim joining us at 3:20, and Sandler's going to join us a little bit later on. Sad story out of the Dominican Republic. Nightclub had the roof collapse.
Jeez.
And 51-year-old former Astros pitcher Octavio Dotel was inside. He initially survived, and he was alive in transport to the hospital, but he died. 51 years old, former big league pitcher.
Yeah,
tragic.
Just having a good time, and the dang roof collapsed. Big NBA news at lunchtime. Mike Malone out as Nuggets coach, NBA champion in 2023. Calvin Booth out as Nuggets GM. They're 3-7 in their last 10. This is the latest firing ever for a playoff team. Is that what Hagee said?
Tied for the latest.
Tied.
I mean, but they could still be the 3 seed.
Crazy.
And you're talking about a guy 10 years on the job. Did they owe him? I don't know. I don't know the whole story of maybe how ugly it got behind the scenes. And as I said during Crosstalk, this is an edgy guy. Yeah, it might have reached a point where he had sort of worn out his welcome, and he wasn't. Doing what the organization. But when you fire him and Calvin Booth, that seems like a complete house cleaning. Who knows what it could be?
Well, the GM has sucked for the last few years. They've done nothing to help maintain a championship level team since winning it a couple of years ago. I mean, this is Nikola Jokic and a bunch of dudes, man. I mean, this is the biggest split ever when it comes to when he's on the court offensively compared to when he's off the floor. They're the best team when he's on the floor and the worst when he's off it offensively.
Is that right? That's a hell of a split.
It's really, really bad. And so I'm sure apparently Malone and the general manager had big-time beef because I don't think Malone appreciated the way they've been team building for the last 2 years or whatever.
Yeah, ESPN just reported that it was a Cold War between the two.
So instead of just getting rid of one, they said you're both out.
Like they were just MFing each other behind each other's backs, and it was just
toxic.
Yeah, it was toxic.
All right.
That kind of makes sense.
I respect that.
I thought Westbrook was a good addition. I thought that Christian Brown guy was a good draft pick.
Nice draft pick, yeah.
And to have Porter, Gordon, Murray, Westbrook, Jokic, they just don't have any depth after that. I think what happened to them and is going to happen to a lot of championship teams is once you win it, you have a level of depth on your roster that's really unsustainable. And as those guys come up for free agency, you have to be willing to go way into luxury tax land in order to keep this thing together.
No doubt.
And that's what Boston is able to do because of their wealth. Maybe in Denver, the owner doesn't have that deep pockets.
Kroenke, though. I mean, I think he's the third or fourth wealthiest owner in the NBA.
He's got 3 pro sports
A lot of
teams.
these billionaires still like to run it for profit.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean,
Golden State could be like, sure, we'll have a $300 million payroll, no problem.
Yeah.
You know, we're swimming in dough over here. But I don't know. You know, maybe they just made a decision. I think it was Bruce Brown and it was Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who were wing players that gave them defense and offense and made them 8-9 deep and was a major problem. Those guys walk, and now, you know, they're just one of the better teams in the West. Okay, Paige Becker's not the only elite women's player coming to DFW this year. Former Notre Dame guard Olivia Miles has announced she is transferring to TCU.
Good for her.
Could have been a lottery pick, but wanted to keep playing college basketball. 48% shooter last year, 40 from 3. As Mark Campbell in year 3 in Fort Worth has turned this Big 12 cellar dweller into a national power.
Remember us doing the story about them playing with all those walk-ons?
Yeah.
That was only a couple years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had to have open tryouts.
Open tryouts, yeah.
Well, Notre Dame collapsed down the stretch. They couldn't come together after their star point guard, Hannah Hidalgo, made an anti-gay relationship post last summer, which she has since apologized for, but apparently it alienated a bunch of her teammates, and as soon as they could, they were out of there. Didn't like her. They couldn't find healing ways, and as a result of it, I think the team peaked at maybe number 1 at some point in the regular season, but went out in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, that was a big surprise. That makes a lot more sense, though, getting some of that context, because they were dominant this year.
And Hidalgo's only a sophomore, so I think she's going to have to play 2 more years because she's young. She's not going to be able to get early eligible. So now they're going to try to rebuild around her at Notre Dame, which, you know, shouldn't be hard. She's a hell of a player. 22-7, I think. This Hidalgo kid.
That's strong.
There you go.
Okay, Chuck Wagon coming up next in the G-Bag of the day. Zach, what do you got for us?
Well, we've got the Kuiper 2-round mock and the Cruise Curse. That's next in the nation.
But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Capri Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. G-Bag of the day in 8 minutes. Best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, internet, so on and so forth. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's the Frankels, and it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk with his Chuck Wagon.
16 days away from the NFL draft, and we've got our annual Draft 101 events that will be on Thursday, April 17th. So it's going to be at the showroom right downstairs here, 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. We've got our Super Bowl winning scout, of course, Brian Broaddus, myself, Bobby Belt, DallasCowboys.com, of course, will be with us. We're going to have draft talk, debate, your questions. You don't have to sign up. You just show up. So 7 o'clock, I think doors going to open at 6:45.
Yeah.
So you can get in line. We'll have Whataburger. We'll have plenty of giveaways. It's completely free. So we can't wait to see you. Draft 101 a week from this Thursday right here. Should be a blast.
I'm pumped, dude. I enjoyed it last year because I got to stick around at the Star.
Yeah.
So this year will be no different. I'm going to be, once again, of course, just antagonizing you guys from the crowd.
Oh, as you should. You should. Maybe even bring some tomatoes, throw some of those at us if we just give it, we're talking about the running backs in round one. Like, losers!
Yeah.
Just, hey, throw a haymaker at us there.
It'd be good theater.
We do have a fresh mock, and I think this is supposedly Kuiper's last mock.
It is.
So what he's saying until he comes out with a mock a day before the draft and says, like, this is my actual mock. But he's sticking with what he's doing with the Dallas Cowboys here, but he's got Cam Ward going to one of the Titans. Seems like a foregone conclusion. We discussed that yesterday. Travis Hunter, the momentum's building. I'll have it 3 o'clock. What the Browns' reported plan is for him if they do take him at number 2. Is he going to play both ways? Is he a wide receiver? We'll find out. Stick around at 3. Abdul Carter, who did meet with the Giants yesterday, he's mocked to them at 3, so no Shedeur Sanders. Will Campbell, the offensive tackle of LSU. Go Tigers. Goes to the Pats at 4. What a rise for Will Campbell. Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Jacksonville. That seems like a foregone conclusion, as does Ashton Genty to the Raiders at 6. The interesting one is Shedeur Sanders falling to the Saints at 9.
Yes.
Which the Saints are now the favorite to land Shedeur Sanders.
It should be.
Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, goes right before the Cowboys. Pick 11 to the San Francisco 49ers. They could use a corner. And there might be some within the Cowboys that could be upset about that. Some might be happy about that.
Sure.
Okay, boom. That's a good one. So at number 12, Mel Kiper yet again has the Cowboys taking Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina. He admits that he was torn here. He does want to add a difference-making wide receiver next to CeeDee Lamb, but he's not sure Matthew Golden or Tet McMillan will go quite this early. Instead, He sees the Cowboys trying to improve the run game. They had a league-low 6 rushing touchdowns last year. They've got Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, but neither have the home run ability of Omari and Hampton, who can scoot through holes, and scoot is a good way to describe it, and take off despite his 221-pound frame. He's been an advocate for first-round running backs, but team owner Jerry Jones is not afraid to address this position day one, according to Mel.
Yeah, I think they're in a situation right now, and Hampton was one of the 30 visits. One of the 30 visits.
Pretty much visited with all the running backs.
This is Mel Kiper's second or third draft that he's picked Hampton.
3 in a row.
So usually you kind of feel like that maybe Mel might be onto something because he was on with the Tyler Smith one.
It sure was.
Yeah, throughout that. So
Sure
you got to
was,
always keep an eye on that. I was told that they would not take Hampton at 12.
12 is a little high.
That's, a little high.
I think Mel is hearing that the Cowboys like him. And
I'm sure they do.
He's doing his journalism opinion thing that he thinks that means they're going to take him at 12.
Yeah.
I think it means they hope he's there at 44.
I think the hope would be there. I think also they're probably doing their due diligence with the hope of, okay, these quarterbacks that are getting buzz, maybe there is an opportunity to slide back. And if you can slide back, Luther Burden's name they visited with, Hampton, Travion Henderson, the running back from Ohio State. Maybe these are candidates in a trade back option. Now you visited and you got a little more information on the players, but at 12, look, I like Hampton, and I do want to address running back. I would not love that there at number 12. There's other players that I probably would prefer to go for.
You like Hampton, but there's others that you have higher. And we all turn into really selfish people when we want them to draft the guys that we like.
Yeah,
but look, to them they might like I said, I had this guy tell me, he goes, I don't think we would take Hampton at 12, but you never know.
You never know.
You never know.
Depends.
And so that's where you go, oh, okay, well but the fact that they brought him in, I think that he is more of a trade back situation than he is take it 12 guy, if that's how you want to really play this.
Sure.
But we'll see.
Second round, and by the way, he has Tedroa McMillan falling all the way to 20 to the Denver Broncos.
He visited Denver. Actually, take that back. Not Denver. Golden went to Tampa today, and Tampa's at 19.
Yeah, he had Nick Emenwari, the safety, going to Tampa at 19.
Okay.
Golden,
that's a little rich for him, I believe.
Golden he had going to the Cardinals at 16.
Yeah.
So Golden was the second receiver, the first receiver off the board.
So Golden ahead of Tet.
Yeah, he had Golden at 16, Tet at 20.
Yeah.
And then the another quarterback, he did have a third quarterback going, Jackson Dart, 26 to the Rams, which would be pretty sexy if you're Jackson Dart going to the Rams and Sean McVay, and I get to sit for a year behind Stafford, and then maybe now I got the keys to that operation.
That'd be a really nice pick.
That'd be ideal. Do you guys buy the Todd McShay stuff about the noise around the Cowboys and Ted McMillan?
Yeah.
Noise that they
do.
like him?
Yeah.
Or they don't like him?
That they like him.
I mean, I know for sure that there are a couple people
at 12
in that building that have him as the number one wide receiver. Now, I don't know if that's a consensus. I don't know that they've got their consensus board figured out. There might be others that do like Golden. There might be others that I don't know where Igbuka and Burden fall into this. I had heard a few weeks back that Burden was the fourth of the choices, but things could have changed. They've met with him now.
Yeah.
Maybe they got some things cleared up with Burden.
I don't feel like that, even though that they never meet with Golden, I wouldn't say that he's out of the loop.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I would, the fact that they talk to all four of the top ones, I think that's a good thing.
He has two quarterbacks going in round 2. Shuck from Louisville going to the Browns at the top of the second round.
Okay,
Jalen Milroe.
We talked about that yesterday.
Then goes to the Giants at 34.
There you go.
Cowboys second round pick. He also has a Meka Igbuka sliding to the second round, going to the Jags at 36. So does Luther Burden going in the second round to the Patriots at 38, the wide receiver out of Mizzou. Cowboys at 44. He has him taking Trey Amos, the cornerback out of Ole Miss. I'd be a fan of it. I heard Bobby talking this morning. Bobby doesn't like him. I do. I'm a fan of Amos's game. Now, I could understand maybe Maxwell Hairston, the corner out of Kentucky. Maybe he'd be a better fit because I think he can kick inside. I think Amos is an outside corner. I don't know that he's got the nickel flexibility, but I am a fan. The thing is, on the board still, Brian, was Benjamin Morrison, the corner from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And you're not, I mean, I think we both love Savon Ravel, the cornerback out of East Carolina. He was still on the board. I'd much rather go Ravel in this scenario.
Yeah, I would. And I think but the people are having questions about the knee and stuff. Dr. Cooper did the surgery, by the way, on Ravel. So you'll have the knowledge of that one.
There's your
Thank you,
hockey
Wolchuk. Yeah, 2 weeks, 2 days till the draft. Stay locked with us. Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by our friends at Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations Thursday, 4/24 for our annual draft day party. It's going to be amazing. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey. What's up, boys?
I heard that last week.
Hey.
I heard that. Where's that coming from?
I kept wanting It's Fat Albert.
Hey. What's up, boys?
I'm having flashbacks.
I love it, though, bro. That's my guy. So funny to me. All right, our winner and champ so far comes from the RJ and Championship. My bad. I rushed that. Dawson, can you put some sauce on this G-Bag of the day, what it means?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The G-Bag of the day is the best audio for the world of sports, talk radio, pop culture, or the internet. We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. That's your G-Bag of the day.
There we go. Yes, our winner is from the RJ and Choppy show. Bobby Belt made a diss track again for Zach and Eric. And while you were out there, Eric, Zach voted for it, bro.
Straight up voted for it.
Just voted for it, yeah.
I voted for it.
Yeah, boy. Watch your guy.
Trying to throw the sword down and just
but watch your guy.
wave the white flag.
I don't know. You might have to pat him down when he walks into the room now.
I can't figure out if it was a beta move or an alpha move, because it shows strength. Like, oh, yeah, cool. I can recognize that.
I was moving.
You're not threatened by this.
You got a pretty good song.
Yeah.
I heard your little song.
There you go. Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
I was going for the alpha move, but then we had to play it again for LA Live. I'm like, I'm not voting for this again.
Okay.
Screw this.
All right, here we go.
It had to be you guys.
Had to be
Had to
you.
be the nosebleeds. I thought we were cool. Okay.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stop and blare this music as I get into my story time. Zach and Eric blew it when they stopped Young Belted just for time. Burned a bit to know that they would go and pick a fight with me. I'll tourniquet these hoes because I know just how to stop a bleed. Let me start with Wolchuk and I'll send him to his mommy's arms. He thinks that he's LeBron, but let's be honest, can't play Bronny's part. Bron's a hit so hard he'll probably leave here with a busted lip. I'll post that shit on YouTube and I'll title it a custom vid. Damn. Got me feeling like a too brute. Bet this should go 5 times and you have to hear it every day. Got that nostril plug, now the other one is trying to bleed. I forgot his name like he's out here repping Micah P. Does he ever talk? I just don't know how Brody got this far. Probably should go back to selling all those busted lemon cars. G-Bag of the decade, get your vote right, she a follow. And get the EpiPen because these nuts you about to...
Yeah.
Ring him up.
Disrespectful.
Hell, dude, I hate how good it is.
The lemon cars.
It angers me. Yeah, the lemon car was good.
Man.
She a swallow. Heard that one before, but still packs a punch.
You heard that before?
Heard it before, but it still
I
packs
hope you
a
folded
punch.
that fool up. I hope you folded him up. Whoever said that to you.
Yeah. No, we had to put out some fires.
Okay,
back
at least
in the
some
day.
words or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little pushback.
A little something,
Can
man.
we talk?
I just imagine Bobby rapping this in front of his wife before he records it.
Oh, yeah.
What you thinking?
Yeah.
The
You like how I
daughters.
did this here?
Yeah.
You like that double entendre, babe?
Do you know what et tu brute means? Sugar?
No, I just had to Google it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, bro. All right, let's see. A resident of Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. We're going to a city council meeting right here. They're having a lot of issues in the city, per this resident. He says, and he's blaming it all on the mayor, Ed Brown, because that fool is a Cowboys fan.
Oh, Eddie.
Yeah.
This is what happened, guys, residents of Upper Darby Township, when you elect the Cowboys fan to your government. 29 years of losing with this team. What do you expect with the leadership? This is a Cowboys fan. This guy follows the Cowboys. You see what type of leadership they have, and that's what you put your trust in. A Cowboys fan. Sickening.
Yeah. Seems petty, but I don't think I'd vote for an Eagles fan.
I sure would not.
Certainly wouldn't vote for anything Patrick Dumont wants to put out there for us to possibly vote on or against.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect if you want to be a mayor in whatever town in a rival city of whatever you're a fan of, you gotta
that
commit.
quiet.
Are you either going to be the mayor or are you going to be a fan of this team?
Right.
You got to throw in your fan card if you're going to go for the mayor spot.
Absolutely.
You just gotta heel turn that thing. No,
Yeah.
I am an Eagles fan. How about that?
You got to be a man of the people.
Just lie about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, lie about it. You're a politician
Oh,
anyway.
I did.
You know,
I lied every day.
It's in your
Yeah.
DNA as a politician, right?
You're a damn politician. Lie about it, bro. part of the job.
Where'd you tell him you were from, Brian?
Waco, Austin, Midlothian. I told him every place in Texas but Dallas.
Rockwall.
From all over.
Yeah. I told him every place.
Have you ever heard of Brownsville?
Yeah.
It's pretty far down there.
Yeah. Made him look it up.
I got a mean case of cottonmouth.
Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry.
I'm talking about mean. It's right there in the back of the throat. I keep it's not going away.
Little burn. That's tough.
And we know Carter won't make a water run for you.
My heart breaks for you.
You keep crushing this water. It's just not going away. I'm gonna call the plug. Like, hey man, what is this?
What'd you give me?
What the hell is this, by the way? All right, Steph Curry post game. The Warriors got beat by the Rockets last night, right? Am I,
2 nights ago.
Sunday.
2 nights ago?
Uh-huh.
Shoot, man.
Oh, it's bad.
That's weed.
Well, he
We'll
was
be talking about that game for a long time.
It's physical. It was very physical. He was asked about his back and forth with the Rockets head coach, Ume Udoka. The one, ain't that the guy that fumbled Nia Long?
He did. He did.
He was up there in Boston running through him, bro. He was running through him.
Popular guy.
Yeah, he had a little back and forth with Steph Curry, and they asked him about it in the post game up there with Draymond.
So, it is what it is.
Say to you, or I guess what was that conversation the cameras caught entering halftime?
He had made a reservation at International Smoke, and then he canceled it, and so I was kind of upset with him, and we went back and forth on that. Plug. Yeah, I know. You're in the business now.
He show up to Mesquite either, so it was hot.
He made a reservation at International Smoke and then canceled. Didn't want none of this smoke. Double entendre right there because Steph Curry owns a restaurant called International Smoke.
That's a hell of a plug right there.
It's a plug and a shot at the man.
Yeah.
He canceled his reservation at this smoke. He ain't want none of this.
That's impressive.
Heat I had for him.
I hope they play in the playoffs because they did lock him down. Steph Curry just stopped shooting.
It was like a historically bad night.
Yeah. I was like, is Steph okay? Did he get old? Right?
Yeah.
Over like walking around looking at his shoes.
Looking at your shoes.
Yeah. I mean, what's going on? He's tied.
Yeah.
They did the same thing to Jimmy Butler. Like Butler shot 5 times. This Rockets defense is different, dude.
It is real.
Yeah.
It is real.
Do you feel
And
like
they
we
crossed
needed
the
our?
line.
Do you feel like we needed our overlapper guy for this press conference?
Oh, yeah.
And get the Kelsey's in there.
Oh, bro, you didn't hear the exhibit stuff. I'll play one clip for you in LA Live.
Dude, it was so good.
I listened
That
to
is so exhibit. If he would have been part of that post game, that would have been even better.
He would have died. Yeah, I listened to a whole hour of exhibit while cleaning the house. He was doing an interview, and it was just the whole time, bro.
That's great.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, Steph was on a run where he'd scored like 35 and 38,
he got
40
5,
something. He
yeah.
got 3.
3.
Guy had 3 points the other night.
That's crazy. Dude.
All right, what do you say? Time to vote?
Yeah, we can do that.
Is it Bob Belt, our current champion, one time looking for 2? Is it the Upper Darby, Pennsylvania citizen calling out their Cowboys mayor? Or is it Steph Curry?
All he said was, he's a Cowboys fan. He follows the Cowboys. Think about it.
Hell, you elected a Cowboys fan.
I rest my case.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm going to vote for Bobby Belt. Chief, how about you?
I like that Steph Curry smoke right there.
Yeah, it was a good line.
I thought that was great.
Shoot, man. The Upper Darby guy.
Oh.
Talking about the Cowboys
Still
fan.
tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, buddy.
Coach.
Yeah, this Bobby's a hot potato on this little list. Everybody trying to stay away from
Well, I don't know what's funnier, just to end it now, or take him to 4 times and make him honorary once again.
I did like that bid.
That would be a funny
So
one.
I rescind my vote. I vote for Bob.
Do it again.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
Vote rescinded. You voted for the mayor?
I did. No, I voted for Steph.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so we're at 2-1 now, Wolchuk. That was the coach? What'd you say, coach?
Yeah, I'm going to go with coach. I'm going to stick with that one.
Which one's the coach one?
Udoka.
Yeah, he went over there.
Steph and coach.
yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Bobby
Canceled his reservation with this smoke.
By a score of 3-1, and still G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Bobby Belt, who you can hear weekdays with Sean and RJ, 6 to 10. Yeah, weekday mornings here on The Fan. Okay, Sans is going to join us. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. We'll talk Rangers baseball with Jared next in the nation.
Coming up Wednesday.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Mayonnaise?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Mayonnaise.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jonah Himes coming up at 3:20. It's time now for Jared Sandler to join us and give us a Rangers preview, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And blue is a good color to describe Chicago in many ways. Sands, how are we doing? Any warmer today?
No, it's not. And I guess the real key is the wind. And I'm told that the wind should have a similar pattern today, which means going in from left. That's not a good thing. But no, it's game time temperature should be around 34 degrees like it was last night.
So do you think the cold's a legit excuse for how they struggled?
Yesterday or like so far this year?
Oh, yesterday.
It's not. It certainly is a fair explanation. Now the Cubs scored 7 runs, right? And while you could say, well, they're used to it, and yes, they are used to playing in colder weather than the Rangers. 34 degrees is pretty extreme. That's not the norm. I think one of the fun nuggets from the game time temperature yesterday, it was colder yesterday than it was for the puck drop of the Winter Classic that was held at Wrigley Field a few months ago. So, I mean, it was extreme. I think at the end of the day, the Cubs just, they did some little things a little bit better with the opportunities they had on the bases. And Justin Steele was really, really good. Now, Justin Steele's not pitching tonight. Jamison Tyone is. And not that he's not a good pitcher, but, this is a guy that the Rangers should at least have some opportunities against. But they're not going to be able to rely on the long ball. And, the Rangers offense has not gone off to a good start at all. Part of the reason why they have won 8 games is that while they aren't getting a ton of hits, a relatively high percentage of their hits have left the yard. And so that's just not going to be a strategy that will pay dividends here tonight if the wind is blowing in again from left field like it was last night.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the good news is he's not a lefty ace tonight, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you, it's not like Justin Steele's got overpowering stuff. His fastball must play up because he makes 91 miles an hour look like 97 with the swings he gets from hitters. But, yeah, I mean, he's, Jamison Tyone is not as good as Justin Steele. And I would just say that in general right now, the lineup, especially without Josh Young, who they will have tonight but didn't have last night, the lineup is probably a little better equipped to face a righty than they are a lefty at this present time with, who they have healthy and who's hitting and who's not.
What are we thinking about the Patrick Corbin debut? Expectations for him tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, the hope is that he'll be able to give the team at least 5 innings, hopefully 6 innings regularly. It's not as important tonight because their bullpen is actually pretty well rested, but it doesn't mean you can't still save bullets. One thing he brings that the Rangers don't have with Cody Bradford hurt is a left-handed pitcher who can throw multiple innings, be it in a long relief role or in Patrick Corbin's case as the starter, which, there's value there. And then, obviously you look at his numbers and, I mean, I'm not going to try and convince you that his baseball reference page from the last couple of years at the back of his baseball card is going to paint a masterpiece. He has not been very good, but the Rangers feel like he's made some adjustments and that those adjustments, specifically his cutter against righties, which is something he started doing more of in the second half last year, that those adjustments are going to pay dividends. And then the other thing is he's not the strikeout pitcher he used to be. And so the Nationals had one of the worst defenses behind them the last couple of years. The Rangers are hoping that, to some degree, having a better defense will help him. But I think the primary objective for Patrick Corbin is going to be to, give this team innings, and when he hands the ball over to Bruce Bochy, that they still have a chance to win. No one's going to look for him to be an ace or an all-star or anything like that.
What's the big picture perspective here on Cody Bradford as the club just announced the transactions? They transferred him to the 60-day IL with that elbow sprain. Opening day, KNC's out there. It seemed like we got good news on Cody Bradford. Has it not been positive news? Well, what are you hearing about him?
Well, maybe we find out differently today, but the 60-day IL thing is more just procedural. He wasn't going to be ready within the 60 days, but you just don't typically make those moves unless you need to. So, you're going to leave a guy, in his case as a pitcher, on the 15-day IL until you need to clear a 40-man spot, which they did, or they needed to do by, purchasing Caleb Bosley's contract. He's going to be up as Gerson Garabito's option. So, Zach, it could be nothing. It could be, hey, this was the time we actually needed a 40-man spot, and so we put him on the 60. He's probably, I think, unless the timeline has changed, a week or so away from starting to play catch. And so my guess is that there won't be an update until he starts playing catch, but maybe that timeline got moved up. Maybe he played catch and it didn't go well. We haven't spoken to Boch yet or gotten any sort of update. So I guess it is possible, but it is also possible that this is nothing and it's just a procedural thing, like I mentioned.
Jared, you have a outstanding relationship with a lot of people in that clubhouse, but mainly one with when you're talking with the shortstop there. And I was just curious about with Corey Seager, when he's going through a rough patch like this, is he a guy that changes the way he is in the clubhouse, or is he a guy you just stay away from, or how does that dynamic work when you're trying to maybe approach him and talk to him?
No, yeah, I mean, I think he's the same guy. I mean, he's still, playing cards and talking crap and, being the same, having the same kind of way about him. I thought you were about asking, is he someone who tinkers a lot with his swing in these situations? And I think, with Corey, it's all about body positioning. And I think he's been tinkering a lot with, getting his body in the right place to get off his best swing. But no, I mean, to your question, no, I mean, he's the same guy. Now, Corey is incredibly competitive, and he came from the Dodgers where they won a lot. And so he expects to win. And winning a regular season game is better than losing, but you're not going to see Corey, want to throw a party just because they won a regular season game. Now, in the same token, when the team is losing, that's going to fire him up in a not a bad way, like it's negative, but he's not going to be fired up in a positive way. So if he's struggling and the team's losing, he's going to carry some of that burden. If he's struggling and the team's winning, I don't think you're going to see Corey upset because he understands how the game goes and he's going to go through stretches. And so because the team's 8-3, I don't think it's been as much of a burden on him as it would be if they were 3-8.
Jared, what's the plan tomorrow with a 1:20 start if it's snowing and raining in the middle of the afternoon? Are we going to jump in here and do a show after all tomorrow?
That's a good question. I think I'm pretty sure both teams have an off day on Thursday. So it's possible, given that this is the only time the Rangers are playing the Cubs this season, that they would try and take advantage of that mutual off day on Thursday. They could also obviously push it to the second half. But yeah, I don't know. I think because of the mutual off day, it's very possible they might be a little quicker to call the game. But from what I've been told, they like to open the gates at Wrigley and sell some food and sell some beer before any decisions are made. So I don't know how early that decision will be made.
Are we going to get official word on Josh Young, or did you just give it to us? Is he backing in the lineup?
Yeah, he's been activated. The lineup hasn't come out. I would assume he's in the lineup, but he has been activated off the IL, so he should be in there, ready to go tonight.
Thanks, Jared. Have a great night, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow afterwards.
Sounds good, fellas. Take care.
He is at Jared Sandler here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. NFL news of the daytime, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
All right, should we be bracing for playoff format changes? Howie's at it again, and this draft guru explains why he mocked this receiver to the Cowboys. That's next.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We're 20 minutes away from Jonah Heim as we open hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers catcher, World Series champ, going to join us here for the Rangers Player Show. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
All right, so we got some new names here. Well, really just one new name, but just more details on the Cowboys' 30 visits. Shefty had Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. He's visiting today and Tuesday with the Green Bay Packers. He spent Friday and Saturday visiting with the Cowboys, so hopefully that visit went well. We've got Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to work out for NFL teams next Monday, 10 a.m. in Ann Arbor, now that he's fully healed from a hamstring injury.
Good for him. There you go.
So hopefully he runs.
Good time
and
there.
We'll get a time.
There we go.
Because all of a sudden, if he runs well, now it's like, all right, well, we're going to feel maybe a little differently about you.
Yeah.
And then Mike Garafolo reporting Georgia edge, Michael Williams, who is a consensus first-round pick, currently touring the NFC West, visited with the 49ers yesterday. In Seattle today. He's going to head to Arizona tomorrow, and he's also visited with the Cowboys, the Patriots, the Jets, Bucks, and Saints. So that's another player that we didn't know for sure had visited with the Cowboys, but now we do.
Yeah.
Thanks to Mike Garafolo. So Michael Williams, the edge out of Georgia, another 30 visit that we can mark off there, baby.
Yeah, that's Mimbu from Missouri is a visit.
Okay.
I didn't know if we talked about that.
No, we haven't. We have not.
And Pierce from Tennessee, the edge, a visit as well.
So, yeah, today I saw Nick Harris and several others were talking about James Pierce. And that makes sense because Pierce, one of the premier pass rushers in this class.
Mm-hmm.
I worry about his ability to set the edge and defend the run, but certainly he's got a rare traits when it comes to being able to bend the speed off the edge. But
yeah.
He's apparently got a lot of off-the-field stuff.
There's some stuff you need to sit down and talk with him about.
Yes. So important to meet with him. That might be a guy that falls out of the first round. That could end up being a 44 Randy Gregory type situation there for the Cowboys as well. So getting a lot of new information as we get closer and closer to draft time. Daniel Jeremiah does an excellent job with the NFL Network. Used to be a scout in the league, was with the Philadelphia Eagles. He was on Yahoo Sports, and he recently had mocked Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas, to the Cowboys, and he explained that decision.
But I got a lot of grief when I had Matthew Golden going to the Dallas Cowboys with the 12th pick. And for me, it just, first of all, they need some excitement and some juice here. And I think he can bring that. I think he's a perfect complement to CeeDee Lamb with what he can do. He can get over the top. He can create some more space. I think I've had arguments with GMs about this. Some GMs don't think he's, and you've looked at him too, so I'll get your take on it. They kind of dinged him on route running, and I'm like, I have no concerns. I don't have concerns with his route running at all. Now, there's some stuff he can clean up and polish a little bit, but I didn't see anything that was limiting in terms of, of the tightness that bothered me at all. And I think he's somebody that stays, feet in the ground through the catch. He's got really, really strong, reliable hands. And then on top of that, I got somebody that can really track the ball down the field and go get it. So I thought he would be a good complement to CeeDee Lamb.
I agree with DJ there in terms of I think he is a good route runner. He creates a lot of separation. Yeah.
He can sell routes. I've seen him take corners and even before we knew he was running in the 4.29s, that you could see corners that play against him are terrified of his speed.
He puts a lot of pressure on you.
So what happens is he's closing cushion and then he breaks.
Yeah.
And now you're left like trying to catch your breath to try and get to him. I think he does a great job of selling routes. Like he's like the go and he's pushing, and then he'll just break back downhill or break down to the quarterback. The comeback routes and stuff like that. I don't see a bad route runner here. I really, really don't.
Well, that's encouraging then, because there's no question the need for an explosive weapon.
Yeah.
And multiple, really. But this is a good place to start. If he checks all the other boxes off of being a legit wide receiver, that speed factor is huge right now. They have a huge void there other than Turpin.
They do. And his ability to break without losing momentum.
Pivot. He
is. Golden's a really good player.
Are sure.
The hands are strong. The only, my big question is like, what? He's never a 1,000-yard receiver in college. Just weird. Like the production wasn't quite as good as the player to me is.
This is all happening because of that final 4-game stretch, right? That playoff stretch for him was just
there's a lot of
dynamic.
people that got on the tape with him late and started. If you watch the playoff games, they're outstanding. But throughout the season. I mean, he made some plays in the Michigan game. I think that was the second game of the year and stuff. So, if you kind of go back and watch his history this season, there's signs of him being a very, very productive receiver. But you got to those playoff games when it really, really mattered, and Quinn Ewers was looking for him.
Yeah.
Everybody was talking about Bond. Throw the ball to Bond. Bond. I'm like, who's this number 2 making all the plays? That was golden.
Yep.
When Bond was falling apart and jumping for balls that he didn't have to, and they're banging off his chest, this kid was making plays. Maybe the quarterback play too wasn't as always favorable for this guy.
I know Texas fans feel like, man, Golden would have put up way better numbers. Ewers was kind of holding it all back.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. I mean, I feel like Burden has a little bit of that last year too, because he was open down the field, and there was just a disconnect with his quarterback play, and there was injuries last year at Mizzou. So I think quarterback play probably was a big reason he had a down year last year compared to the season before as well. Now, Howie Roseman's always one of these guys. You got to keep an eye on the damn Eagles, and it's annoying from a perspective of an NFC East rival. Here was Adam Schefter talking about Howie, and is he about to do this crap again in the draft?
Because I will guarantee you right now, we're going to get a trade or two out of the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know for who, I don't know for what, I don't know when it'll happen. But they ain't going to make 20 picks in the next 2 drafts. That ain't happening, okay? So the question is how they're going to allocate their draft resources, how they're going to move around, who they're going to add, but they will be moving and shaking as they usually do in Philadelphia.
I don't know if it's a player. That's what I mean. They traded a first-round pick for A.J. Brown a couple years ago. Worked out pretty darn well there.
What a bold move, though, for Schefter to say the team with 20 picks over the next 2 years might flip a couple.
Might end up moving.
Because he's still right even when they swap a 5th and a 6th or whatever.
That's true. It is a very broad statement. I don't know for what, I don't know for who, but they're not picking 20 times in the next 2 years.
Thanks, Shefty.
They might pick because they're going to have all the contracts and stuff. They might need
to fill out the rest of that roster.
Might need some help.
Schefter on with the Morning Boys tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. Looking forward to Adam Schefter. Hopefully he's giving us some awesome, juicy draft nugs. Now, speaking of those nugs, here's what the plan is for the Cleveland Browns if they were to draft Travis Hunter. You ready for this, Brian Broaddus?
Go ahead.
Here is Andrew Berry, their general manager. In terms of Travis Hunter, corner or receiver, the answer is yes. He can play both, and I think that is what makes him special. But we would see him as a receiver primarily first, but I think what makes him a bit of a unicorn is that he can do both at a high level. So wide out first, and honestly, this is a team that doesn't need a whole lot of corner help right now because you've got Denzel Ward, you've got Greg Newsome, you've got Emerson Jr.
Wait a minute, we're trading Greg Newsome, aren't we, according to our guy up there? Any part of the Dak package?
Bruce Drennan. That's true.
Well, yeah. If you're right. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do end up.
Maybe they don't have a corner. Yeah.
Maybe because they've got Dak throwing to Travis Hunter, and then they'll need Travis Hunter to play corner because of Newsome's gone. That's a great point, guys. You're right, 100%.
Big question is, do they have a punt returner? Am I right, Walchuk?
Yeah, or a kick returner.
Yeah.
I don't know. They might not have one of those, Brian. They might not.
They might not.
And if you don't need him at corner, what do you say?
Yeah.
That would be they could use a playmaking wide receiver next to Jerry Jeudy.
They absolutely could. I think if somebody were to work him at just one position, there's a lot of people that were critical of that workout he had in Colorado. Was he really running routes?
Some of those routes were hilarious.
Yeah, it's like
he was kind of screwing around a little bit.
I think it was one of those things, and people are saying that it was such a late addition that he was going to work out that they threw that thing together, and maybe they were trying to show his elite quickness, off the line and stuff like that. But there's people in the league that like saying, "What routes were we running there? We didn't really get anything out of that." And I was like, why don't you just watch the tape and you could see the routes? And they're like, okay, smart ass, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, Travis Hunter, I do believe either way he's going to be awesome. But I'd like to see if he can pull off this two-way thing. If he can't, all right. But for Cleveland, that's a place where like a really good football player could go and be wasted, like with Myles Garrett. And I hope that does not happen to Travis Hunter. Rooting for the best for him. Now, Kyle Shanahan said today that Christian McCaffrey, fully healthy, all right? He's doing great. But at the same time, we're going to take a running back this year. We're prepared for that, and you hope to address it every single year. They did trade Jordan Mason to Minnesota. They took Isaac Guerrero from Louisville in the 4th round last year. They also brought back Patrick Taylor, who is another veteran piece. Now, why is this of note? Well, the Niners are right ahead of you in the draft order. So you look at the Cowboys being a team that wants to take a running back. If they don't do it in the 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round, you got to kind of pay attention to the Niners here, who all of a sudden might also be interested in a running back, and could they go ahead and pick your guy right before you're on the clock?
Absolutely, you got to be aware of that. Maybe it forces you to trade up a couple of picks
maybe
there in the 3rd round or something like that. But until the Niners take a running back, you can't rest.
No, screw them. Okay, this was we talked a little bit during the owners' meetings about this, but the playoff format change. So the NFL is actually, right now they've tabled the conversations, but there's 3 legitimate offers that are on the table for next year when it comes to the playoff format. If the Lions' approval goes through, the 7 teams in each conference would still consist of 4 division champs, 3 wildcard teams. However, the big change is that the teams would be seeded by who has the best record, okay? So you're still automatically in if you win your division, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be hosting a playoff game. It all depends on the record. So last year, for instance, it would have been Lions, Eagles, Bucks, Rams, Vikings, Commanders, Packers. Those would have been your 7 seeds in the NFC. This year, if they were to change this moving forward, it would have been a situation where, like the Cowboys, who were going on the road playing Tampa Bay a few years ago, they'd ended up getting to host that game even though Tampa Bay won the division. Now, they do have a modified version of this, which the NFL might choose to lean with. You can't get every team to agree on the rule change. That's when you start to compromise. You have the modifications. You end up saying, unless you finish with a losing record, the division winner that finishes with a losing record is now unable to host a playoff game. So if you're 9-8, cool, whatever. But if you're 8-9 like Tampa was, or you're 7-9 like Seattle was several years back when Marshawn Lynch did the hold Medee, then you're not hosting a playoff game. So if that were the case, it would only have been utilized, I think, 4 times over the last 25 years. So this would be one where NFL owners would be like, okay, I mean, the odds of this happening, it's not high, but you probably shouldn't be rewarded with a home game if you have a losing record and you won your division. So maybe that's where we compromise on this.
Yeah, the whole division thing, I think it's outdated. You don't need it anymore. So I would be looking for ways to minimize it. You have the history and the tradition of those rivalries, but I'd be much more interested in a balanced schedule. It's just too lopsided. Teams are facing such different difficulty levels throughout the 17 games, and it's really unnecessary. Chuck, and I think the divisions are a part of the problem.
Well, Major League Baseball has had success with that the last 2 years, moving to the more balanced schedule.
Yeah.
Maybe that is something. I mean, we do have some excellent rivalries in the league, but you're right. I mean, it can be a huge benefit if you're in a division that just stinks. There's 6 games in that division.
There's 7 playoff spots that are up for grabs, and I don't think I should be punished just because my historical rivals happen to be going through banner seasons. Sure. I'm still good, right? Let me get in this thing. And I absolutely shouldn't have to go on the road to play a team that's flipping 7-10 because they played with dumpster fires.
No. We got another basketball player going to try his hand at playing tight end.
Oh, okay. When was the last time we saw? Was Jimmy Graham the last one we saw really doing this?
Well, probably the last one that was good, I would say. We had, Rico Gathers, Baylor.
Oh, that's
he
was drafted. Yeah, he was drafted.
They tried that out. The Carolina Panthers, though, they're taking a flyer on a rookie center, basketball center, that is, as they signed Coastal Carolina's Colin Granger, who's going to make the transition to tight end. He's 6'9", 235 pounds. This past year, he averaged 7 points, 4 boards a game. He's a Georgia native. And he started at Western Carolina, then transferred to Coastal Carolina. So he's joining a tight end room with Tommy Tremble, who broke out last year, Texas Jatavian Sanders, who they drafted a year ago. They've still got Jordan Matthews. You remember Jordan Matthews, former wide receiver of the Eagles?
Yeah.
He's sticking around, and he's made the transition to tight end to prolong his career. Yeah, that's freaking nuts.
Dude,
it is. That's amazing. But it is not unheard of. I mean, Gates, Tony Gonzalez, Jimmy Graham. There's been a lot of success with this.
But at this size, though, at 6'9", I mean, this dude's going to have to put some weight on. And I love the idea of a 5'10" Bryce Young throwing a touchdown to a 6'9", whatever the hell this guy's name is.
Oh, my goodness. We got to get side-by-sides with him and Bryce Young.
That would have to be the largest height discrepancy from a pass to a touchdown reception from quarterback to receiver.
They got to stand back to back, man. We got to get photos of this.
5'10" to 6'9".
6'9". We're like, whoo, that's awesome.
That would be Drew Brees to Jimmy Graham, right?
Well, Graham was like 6'6".
Oh, was he that? I didn't know.
Maybe
Brees was like
6'7", and Brees I think is listed at 6 foot.
Right around there.
Yeah.
And then the last thing here, Stephon Diggs is going to wear number 8 for New England. I don't know, for whatever. Like, I'm just looking at the picture here. It just
how many teams he's been with?
Not a wide receiver number.
Looks weird to me.
Lamar Jackson's about to come for him, dude.
Yeah.
You can't wear number 8.
Dale
Got a
Jr.
lawsuit for you.
Dale Jr. showing up.
Yeah. I don't. It just doesn't look right.
That's a goofy one right there.
Diggs at number 8. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. But we'll see. Maybe once he's out there playing, running around, it'll change.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Next segment on the back half, we'll have chance for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening, but Rangers catcher Jonah Heim is set to join you next. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Let's start.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back on your home of the Rangers. It's time for the Rangers Player Show. Today featuring Jonah Heim, Rangers catcher, World Series champion. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It is the Frankels. And segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Jonah, the Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, one of the most clutch hitters in baseball. I think OPS with runners in scoring position over the last 3 years, he's like 28th in the game.
Yes, sir.
Walk-off game-winning hit Sunday as catcher Jonah Heim joins you now on the Fan. Afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. Good. How are you?
Oh, we're doing good, man. We were feeling for you last night watching the game on television. What's that like playing in that kind of cold?
Yeah, it's a little different than being under the roof in Globe Life, but both teams got to play through it, so we just got to find a way to stay warm. And luckily I got to DH last night, so I spent most of my time in the cage staying warm. But, yeah, we're acclimated and we're ready to go tonight.
It never bothers a guy from Buffalo, right? That's a spring day for you, right?
Yeah, it's a nice summer day back home.
Yeah.
You know what I was wondering about with the catchers? Because you got to get in that squat. Like for a guy like me, getting in that squat takes some energy. So that would warm me up, you know? But I wondered for you guys, is it so easy because you've been doing it for so long that's just like sitting on a chair? What do you say?
Yeah, that's pretty normal for us. We like to joke around and say that's more comfortable than just standing up. So when we're tired or fatigued, that's the stance we like to get into.
How do you like playing at Wrigley?
It's cool. Whenever you get a chance to come to the historic ballparks around the country, it's pretty special. So not my first time I've been here. I think I joked this morning that I don't think I've ever played a game above 40 degrees here since I played here. But no, it's awesome. You get to experience the culture and the history that it is. So it's a lot of fun.
You got another walk-off the other night. You've got 5 career walk-offs. Do you have them ranked? Do you have a favorite one?
Not really. I mean, each one's pretty special in its own right. Obviously, the one last year on opening day is pretty special. And I know the one when I had back-to-back walk-off homers on back-to-back nights, it's pretty special because it kind of sets history, and it doesn't happen often. But and honestly, anyway, I can just help this team win. It's special to me, and try to keep it going.
Do you feel more dialed in those big moments? Are you more present? What do you think is the key for you having this success in these huge moments?
I mean, yeah, I think you try to in those situations you try to keep it as normal as possible, and obviously it's heightened. You want one swing and the game's over and you're a hero, but. You just try not to do too much. I feel like if you go out there and try to hit an 800-foot homer, then results aren't going to be in your favor. So I just try to keep it simple, try to stay within myself, and just play the game.
Maybe even more impressive than the walk-off, though, was that stolen base you had. I mean, goodness gracious, Jonah, showing off the wheels.
I know. It must have been a good off season. Did a couple extra sprints, and we've had the mindset all year of being aggressive on the bases and trying to create chaos. So got a good tip from the first base coach and took advantage of it.
Hey, Jonah, we've seen, you've played every game that you could play as far as, being behind the plate and the number of games in a row. But physically and maybe mentally, having Higgy there now with you, is that kind of, in a way, you look at it as, man, this helps me a little bit, as opposed to, hey, I've got to go out there and I'm taking foul tips and having to do all this and that. Does having him with you kind of put your mind at ease a little bit?
Yeah, it's been great. We've built a great relationship, and it's good. The games that I'm not in there playing, I don't have to worry about maybe going in to pinch hit or to catch because he's solid offensively and defensively. So it's kind of like a 1A, 1B situation where
Sure.
there's not one starter and one backup. We're both capable of going out there and playing every day, and we just take it as whoever gets that opportunity to play that day, we're gonna give it our all and help this team win.
Jonah, you've had a lot of success in your career as a defensive catcher and throwing out guys. I guess early on in the season, I know Boach was talking about this last night, the focus on holding runners and then maybe giving the catchers, as from a pitching perspective, an easier opportunity to be able to throw guys out because you've been stolen on more than usual early on this year. Well, what are those conversations like? How do you go ahead and correct that?
Yeah, it's just trying to find a solution to get these guys comfortable on the mound of being quick, but also we gotta try to control the clock. The clock brings a huge element into this, and guys are still adjusting, trying to figure it out. I think the biggest emphasis we have is the pitcher making a good pitch, trying to get the hitter out. So if we can combine all that, then we'll be just fine. But it's a learning process. We're all trying to figure it out. I think we're making good steps and good strides. So I think we'll be just fine.
Jonah Heim here with you on your home of the Rangers. Do you remember hitting a grand slam against Shohei Ohtani? What was that like?
I do. It seems like forever ago, but yeah, I mean, he's a great player, and you see he does something special each and every day. So yeah, and at the time it was just another homer, but pretty special looking back on it.
With the Dodgers coming in with everything that they've done, being the champs and spending all that money and buying up all the players, do you guys like circle that on your calendars, or is that just going to be like another one of 162 as well next weekend?
No, it's just another game for us. They're a great team. They got a lot of great players, but honestly, we're just focused on today, and then when that comes, we'll be focused on that day. But there's a lot of good teams around this league, a lot of good players, so we're going to take each and every game and keep that same focus no matter what.
What are you grubbing on out in Chicago? You going deep dish? You hitting the Chicago Dogs? What's the move?
I don't want to stir any pots here, but I mean, I'm from Buffalo, so we like I'm a big thin crust pizza guy. So
there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Now, being from Buffalo, how big of a Bills fan are you?
Huge, big Bills fan. Been all my life. A lot of misery. We get so close, and then just can never get across that big game, but I have faith, and maybe next year will be the year.
What do you want her to do in the draft?
I mean, you can never get too many weapons for Josh Allen, but also defense wins championships, so I don't think they can go in a bad route.
You've been in Texas long enough now. You know Texans love their ranch. So when you go out for wings, that's like a sin in Buffalo. Have you gotten used to that, or are you still like, what the hell are you doing asking for ranch?
No, actually, I am a ranch guy.
Okay.
Religiously, I don't like blue cheese. I know I'll take a lot of flack for that, but just something about moldy cheese I can't get part of.
You won't get any flack here in the G-Bag Nation. We love that. That's fantastic. Now, from a Bills fan standpoint, the Mafia, have you ever jumped off of Winnebago onto a table of fire?
No, I don't think they would like that too much. The Rangers organization would like that too much.
Well, you're a champion. Like, you should be going in there and sprinkling some of that Jonah Heim Texas Rangers championship dust on your guys, maybe giving them a pregame speech in the locker room or something, Jonah.
Yeah, I've always tried to get up there, but Buffalo winners aren't my thing. I'd rather stay back in Texas.
A wise man.
Try not to survive in negative degrees.
So when it comes to Higgy, I know Brian asked you about that relationship, but were you a little ticked off you weren't in the starting lineup there for opening day?
No, I mean it is what it is. We're trying to win games, and Bochy makes the lineup, and he thought that was our best lineup to win. So I'm just going to take my opportunities whenever I get the chance, and Higgy deserved it. I mean, he had a really good spring, and we're trying to win every game, so that's what it shakes out to be.
So the lineup's not quite out yet, but if you were catching a pitcher for the first time maybe in your career, what goes into the preparations for that?
Yeah, you just kind of gotta talk to the guy, see what he likes to throw, see how he likes to pitch, and then everything kind of comes down to the pregame bullpen, see what's working, see shapes of pitches, and then go from there.
Well, thanks, Jonah. Congrats on all your success. Thanks for the World Series run. That was amazing. We look forward to your next walk-off, and give him hell tonight. We'll be pulling for you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, guys.
There he goes, Jonah Heim, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yes, it's always good. Every Tuesday, 3:20 here, unless they have an earlier game. Like last week, we talked with Jack Leiter at 2:20. That was fun. But Jonah Heim and the Rangers getting set to visit the Cubbies here. Pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. As they were frozen out last night, 7-zip, probably explode tonight. Message for Dak on his podcast here from Michael Irvin on the Joe Milton trade. Don't give this kid a chance, Dak. You better stay healthy, stay ready, and stay on the football field. Shades of LaShawn McCoy there.
Yeah.
I was surprised to see that from the playmaker. I don't believe Milton will be a Dak replacement. I think it's a pretty long shot, but I mean, watching the highlights from Milton, they're impressive. He's got better mobility, better arm cannon, right? The decision making, I think, is something that doesn't pop up on film, but that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, just not a lot of experience there, and he's not always accurate, and that's the thing that they But if here's your hope that, and let's see, Ken Dorsey helped Josh Allen in Buffalo.
Sure did.
You got Ken Dorsey on your staff here in Dallas, and not as the quarterback coach or anything. I think it's like just an offensive assistant. So to me, maybe this is where Joe Milton gets to spend a lot of time with Ken Dorsey, and that they can work on some of the things. I've said this, when you watch Joe Milton throw, and I get it. I get why he has so much power to him. When he throws, he really steps into it. I mean, he's striding in that front leg, left leg, striding into it. And I mean, that he's bringing the body, the arm, everything with him. And I'm interested.
Do you think he would de-emphasize that step and that lean forward in hopes of getting more accuracy?
Maybe that Ken Dorsey will try and balance him up a little better.
Huh.
And so I think there's your hope right there that you did have some success. We had a lot of questions about Josh Allen and his accuracy. And they were able to make some tweaks to his throwing motion in order for him to become a more accurate. Now, some of the decision making and stuff was crazy. Josh Allen still does some crazy things with the ball, but if you can harness that arm and have him with better body mechanics, maybe you got something here.
Well, he's a guy that I think is a great idea to speculate on. Fifth rounder for this guy who's got potential. Let's see.
Absolutely.
Better fifth round giveaway or send off a pick than pick somebody like Riley Leonard or somebody like that is not going to play or not going to help you.
He was asked about Dak. Somebody at .com got a quote on him, said, it's great. He's a great person. My second time meeting him. Looks forward to learning from him. So, looks like, the other question here that I wanted to get you was, though, is he better than Will Grier? Now, I think that's the first thing I got to see going into Oxnard could you be the clear backup?
No, I think he could beat Will Grier out. I think you could do a lot more with this guy than Will Grier. Will Grier, there's some limits to his game, the mobility, the arm talent. You might have hit on a guy that's got some similar traits to what Milroe, not the running aspect, but when you talk about the arm strength and things like that, and the mobility in the pocket, the ability to elude. He doesn't have the speed or the burst to run away, but he does have the ability to move around and throw the ball on the move. And I think that's something that you have to take into account.
As of now, the player I'm most interested in watching in Oxnard, we'll see after the draft here in 2 weeks and 2 days. Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the Pluckers locations here in DFW for a draft night party. Clarence Hill tweeted that Agent Zero is returning. Stay tuned. It ain't about Rowdy anymore. Hook him.
There we go.
See, Chief was on this. I almost tweeted at him at Chill to say, hey, listen, we were talking about this last week, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're late.
We
to the
had
party.
it.
Maybe it's
We're going to have to figure out, though, when we get to Oxnard or something, we got to get the backstory on why he was setting up like an April 3rd announcement, and then it just never came.
He said he fell asleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Supposedly.
But he's awake now, and there hasn't been a follow-up tweet on his account.
Interesting.
Just engagement farming for no good reason. Hey, you're DeMarvion Overshown, so you can do what you want. Just get back on the field, man. We love you.
Yeah, it's quite a cliffhanger there. Maybe we'll get the dramatic conclusion at some point here this offseason. Brian, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to do another game with the 30 visits with Zach. Could we trade back with these players? Let's do that next.
Yeah. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Welcome back, Nation. Krusty's Corner in just a second. Champions League action. Arsenal now leads Real Madrid 3-0, 86th minute there. Declan Rice with 2 30-yard free kick goals. Unbelievable strikes as they're up 3-0. This is the quarterfinal, leg 1 of 2 in the Champions League. Bayern just equalized against Inter there in Germany. Here's Brian. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. How about that? A 16 seconds on soccer lead-in for you, buddy.
How about that, man? I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. You think we need to do something?
I get the obituary for the lead-in for mine.
Today, 4 people froze to death.
Yeah.
Let's go to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup.
How you feeling, Lucius? Come on down.
Rangers lose 7-0. Lucius, let's go to the Pimp Cup.
Hell is frozen over.
Do you think we need to work on our wall placement? Or,
Yes. Yeah. Guy on the outside wall in that first goal was a little chicken.
Was it? Did we?
Yeah.
Did we turn? We
He was
turned
turning
away
to the side and jumping in. I think he got behind the second guy.
Oh, really?
It's tough.
We need to work on the placement of the wall, maybe the setting of the wall,
I mean, there was some pretty good English on it.
or get some better.
Some more courageous wall pieces might have helped, but man, he
Taller
whipped
wallers?
that thing around. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah. All right. Good deal. Champions League. Do you? We try and watch it when we're here.
Yeah.
But we kind of look at the final. Isn't that kind of where we're at, though?
Oh, yeah.
That we always just kind of worry about the final, right?
Yeah. Wake me up when we get to the final, I think, is typically the American approach to the Champions League. It's it's soccer's Super Bowl equivalent.
Yeah.
They haven't made it super easy to watch now. They've got on the streaming services.
Yeah.
So if we're here in the studio, unless it's like the final and they've got it on CBS 11.
Yeah.
Used to be when it was on FS1, you knew exactly where to get it.
That's a good
There
point.
needs to be some sort of a reckoning for sports fans, and I support everybody's ability to do what they want with their business, but their businesses are going to be in trouble. Like it's getting harder and harder to find these games.
Yeah.
You need people to watch your games in order to justify it. So I think they'll get it figured out before too long, especially after that Diamond Sports thing last year, where they were just like, we don't want to pay you guys anymore for these games, so we're done.
Can I ask one more soccer question, if
Absolutely.
you don't mind, here in the corner? When you're, I'll tell you one of the reasons why I do like watching soccer. I know exactly how long it's going to be on.
That is pretty cool, isn't it?
You just know, okay, there might be some stoppage time. There might be, but generally, you know exactly what your time commitment is.
We'll be in and out of here in 2 hours max.
Yeah. That's what I kind of was just. I always like. Okay, if U.S. is playing tonight, all right, I know I need 2 hours to watch this thing.
Yeah.
So and soccer in general. So I do applaud for that. All right, well, Chuck, I do need your help.
Okay,
Dawson,
what do we
Chief,
got?
You guys can do what you need to do. Watch
Go
soccer.
take a leak?
No, yeah, watch
All
soccer. Do what you have to do. No,
Rude.
I'm just kidding.
They're going to Diet Coke.
Yeah, seriously.
Fair enough.
You got 2 of them right here. Absolutely. Go get you one. All right. Hey, Woolchuck.
Yeah.
Okay, we got these 30 visits. I think I got 16 names, right? I'm going to run down these names for you, that what we have. And I know we've talked about, but I want to get your approach on this. Are the guys I'm going to give you, would you take at 12, or these trade back guys?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I want to get your. I want to go through them, and I want you to tell me, guy you would consider at 12,
Or
or
backing out.
or we're trading back to get these guys. All right, you ready?
Yep.
How about Mimbu from Missouri?
I would take him at 12.
Okay. So that's a no question for you right there.
Yeah, I think there's a risk involved if you want to move back. I don't know that you're going to get him. And I don't know that he's even going to be there at 12. So if you were and you value him like that, I
Right.
think that he's a player you just need to stay put and you need to go ahead and take him.
So you would go ahead and take him at 12.
Yes.
I like what you did there. I think you're absolutely right, even though he might be gone beforehand. How about Pierce from Tennessee, who we've just learned?
That would be a back. I'll go ahead and trade back for Pierce.
He's an edge, edge from Tennessee.
And I don't know that he's going to go round 1 because of some of the off-the-field concerns with him. I also don't know if you can really line up and play with both him and Micah Parsons on the same defense. It is a very tantalizing thing to think of them rushing the passer together.
Mm-hmm.
It's also terrifying because I am going to line up and run right at both of them and say, prove you can stop me. And I don't think they can.
You just don't. You absolutely just don't.
He's 6'4", 245. He's an athletic freak. And he has a rare ability to get to the passer. The burst off the snap's explosive.
Yeah.
But he does get pushed around, and I worry about him being able to set the edge against the run.
Mykel Williams, the edge from Georgia.
For me personally,
stay or trade back.
That would be a trade back.
Okay. And why?
I would stay in and take Mike Green. I just have other players that I like more than Williams. I think Williams is a good player. Physically, he's everything you want in an edge rusher. But right now, he is a better run defender than he is a pass rusher, which I'm cool with. This team struggled to stop the run.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that he is going to be a good player in the league. But can you develop some of the pass rushing traits with him? He does show the ability to win with some multiple rushes, the bull rush, the swim move. He's got some speed off the line. It's a little inconsistent. He flashed against Texas.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't see the pass rush ability consistently with him. But an outstanding player against the run. I would rather just try and get some more value, take him later on in the teens if I could.
We mentioned Hampton, the running back from North Carolina. Stand there and take him or trade back?
That's a trade back. It's a trade back for me. I think 12 is a little too high, a little too rich. I don't think I'd be considering any of the running backs besides Genty there at number 12.
And he was a Dallas Day guy. I'm not including him in this list.
Sure.
But he would be a guy you would stand in there and pick.
And
right?
I like Hampton. I kind of like Travion Henderson and Caleb Johnson a little more.
Okay. And you look at Junkins and Henderson, who they both brought in as guys you would consider at 44, right?
Yeah. Now Henderson might sneak into the first round because of the speed there. Some
Right.
teams might like, is this Jahmyr Gibbs? But yeah, I'd love Henderson at 44.
Chet McMillan, wide receiver.
I'd stay in and pick him.
Okay. Is he one of your, how many of those guys would you have like that? I mean, just a no-brainer. Is he just a no-brainer?
He's a no-brainer for me.
So
I've got him as
him-
the fourth best player on my board.
So give me your top four then.
Top four for me: Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Ashton Genty, Tet McMillan.
Wow, you got him in pretty high company there.
Yep.
Okay. How about Luther Burden, wide receiver, Missouri? Would you stand there and pick him at 12, or would he be a trade back for you guy?
That'd be a trade back for me. I do love the explosiveness, and I mean, I question a little bit about his ability to win down the field, the contested catches. I think he can do it. He did it 2 years ago. Last year, it was probably more quarterback play, and I'm unfairly putting that on him. But I just like Igbuka and Golden a little bit more than Burden, so I'd move back to try and see if I could get some more assets.
Okay, how about Ibuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State? Stand there and take him at 12 or trade back?
I'd be fine staying and taking Ibuka at 12 personally. I think he's a safe player. I think he's helping you in the running game because him and Ayomanor out of Stanford, I think, are the two best blocking wide receivers. He's a tremendous route runner. I think he's going to be a good pro. But you probably could get him later. I think you could go ahead and trade back and still be able to get him. I mean, a lot of mocks have him going in the 20s. Hell, today, Mel Kiper had him going in the second round.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he doesn't. I think he does have the explosiveness.
Yeah.
You've seen him take screens and go 60 yards to the house.
Sure.
But for whatever reason, he's not being talked about in the same mold as a Golden or a Burden. I think it's a disservice to the player.
Do you think he's one of the most underrated players in this draft?
Yeah, I do. I think it's because it kind of goes with really his entire career at college.
Yeah,
He
he's
was always
disrespected because he's always been the number two,
He's
right?
always had to be second fiddle, but he's not even. He's a 1A. He's not even a 2. I love Igbuka.
Banks, the offensive tackle guard from Texas. Would you stand there and pick him at 12, or is he a trade back?
I'd personally trade back.
Okay. Reason?
I've just got some questions on him. I wouldn't mind the pick at all. It's offensive line. And he was a starter for a while at Texas, was very, very productive. He moves exceptionally well. He's a good athlete for that size. I've got Simmons and Will Campbell ahead of him. And Membu 20 years old. I think he's a right side player already. You don't have to worry about that.
Sure.
Like, what are you going to do with Kelvin Banks? Are you kicking him over to right guard? Are you moving Tyler Guyton? I think I'd rather just go ahead and see it. If he slides to me, I'd feel great about it.
How about Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Mississippi?
That's a trade back. I don't think Walter Nolan for me. I've got a 2 on him, and I've got a lot of other defensive tackles ahead of him. I think the Cowboys probably are big fans, and I could be so wrong about him. You see what scouts would love and coaches would love with the explosiveness, the ability to rush the passer and get upfield, but it's too inconsistent for me.
How about Reville, the cornerback from East Carolina?
Had he not had the ACL, I'd stay at 12 and take him. I think he could be the best corner in the draft. But in this scenario, that would be a trade back. I think he's a target at 44, and he might be able to get there.
Do you feel like, though, that you worry about him with him coming off the knee the way it is and stuff like that?
You just don't know. And how long is it going to take him? Yeah, exactly.
Him or Barron, if you had to.
Barron. I'd stay in at 12 and take Barron.
You would stay at 12 and take Barron. If in fact. Are you surprised they didn't visit Golden so far that we know about?
Yes, I am, considering they've met with all the other top receivers.
I kind of feel like, though, that Golden is still in the mix, even though if they don't visit him.
Yeah.
By the way.
I mean, they were at the Texas Pro Day. Yeah. They probably got a little bit of info on him.
So you're pretty much you're trade back in a lot of these scenarios. You're going to stay for Mimbow. You're going to stay for McMillan. You're going to stay for Ibuka. That's kind of where you're at right now in these 30 visits, right?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you on some.
Now
of these.
You got to get a trade partner.
Yeah,
so,
no, absolutely,
I mean, hey,
absolutely.
It might be wishful thinking.
But those are the guys you're willing. If they brought in, if they picked one of those guys at 12, you'd be absolutely elated.
I'd be pumped.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there.
Well, thank you, boys.
Joe, thank you.
All right, there it is.
It's a bang up job, gentlemen.
Thanks, man.
Brought to you by Reliant Air
Enjoy
Conditioning.
your rest.
It was incredible, dude. I'm ready to throw heat now.
Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Okay, speaking of throwing heat, Chief, you up next here?
Yeah, Sports Hodgepodge. We begin prepping our bodies for Masters Weekend. We have your viral sports clip of the day, plus a nefarious college sports prank goes awry next in the nation.
But, man, are you ready to feel unstoppable again like maybe you did in your earlier years?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
action on 105.3 The Fan going up till 6 o'clock tonight. Rangers pregame's going to be on. First pitch 6:40 as Patrick Corbin makes his debut. We'll have more on the Rangers a little bit later on. You just missed Jonah Heim back there at 3:20. If you want to go back and listen with Twitch or YouTube or the Odyssey app, instant rewind functionality is available for you right now. Here's the Chief with some sports, Brian.
Okay, I teased a Go ahead, Broadus. What do you got?
No, I was just, I was kind of taken back a little bit by Jonah Heim's just disdain for blue cheese.
I love it. That's a guy who knows what's up. That's a guy who's familiar with the product. He's not just looking at it.
That's a guy with a couple young kids. That's what that is.
Probably.
That's what
blue
that
cheese
is.
with hot wings is delicious.
It's a guy with good taste buds.
He's from Buffalo. He should know better.
Well, I apologize.
It's overpowering mold taste to me. I can't believe you guys actually like that.
I don't taste
Especially
any
if you have
mold.
some really spicy buffalo flavored hot wings,
There
it
you
kind of
go,
goes
Lucius.
good together.
There
I'm a
you go,
French guy,
Lucius.
but I can do it both.
It's a perfect pairing.
Lucius,
But only with the buffalo, right, Lucius?
Only with the buffalo.
You're not
I'm
blue
doing
cheese
it.
and
what are
lemon
you trying to
pepper.
do
Absolutely
over there?
not.
He told you spicy wings, bro. Take his word for it.
Yeah, I just
What
wanted
are
to
you
clarify.
trying to lead the witness over there?
Just wanted to clarify.
No, but you're not going to be doing honey barbecue with blue cheese.
Fellas, I did, amongst other things in the tease, mention
That might be fire, though.
All right, you know what? Screw it. Let's try it. Let's go for
Barbecue
it.
with the blue joints?
Oh, wait a minute. That might be good.
I've always dipped that in ranch, but maybe I dabble a little bit.
Hey, should we do wings on Friday for Friday lunch?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And bring in do the honey barbecue we're talking about with the blue cheese.
Maybe a little Pluckers Gold Rush action.
Go
I don't
for
know,
it,
dude. Just spitballing. It's a
Okay.
win-win.
All right, we'll
You
go
love that
for it.
Pluckers
We got
Gold
it. We got
Rush.
it covered.
We're going to bookmark the sports break gone awry. We got other stuff to address here. First, we have to address what's going on in Denver. Their head coach and general manager out with the Nuggets on the doorstep of the postseason. They're falling apart. And this was Michael Malone's. I don't think he knew it at the time, but this was his final words about his team to the media.
It was a brutally honest message, and the guys that are full won't hear it. They'll say coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will, because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film. And
there you go. Gonna have to show them the film. They're not just gonna go watch that film themselves. You have to put it in front of them.
Show it to them.
You have to force it. You have to lock them into a chair, and you have to lock their eyelids open, and that's the only way that film will be consumed.
And we were all worried about Ted McMillan.
You can make it to the NBA without watching film.
Yeah.
As long as you have the Joker on your team, you can at least look respectable.
Yeah.
So from that's the window into what was going on. I think right there, that's Malone disappointed with the players that Calvin Booth, the GM, the Mavs legend Calvin Booth, had been giving him.
Absolutely.
He wanted, a different type of player, a harder working,
ownership got them both.
more conscious. I don't know.
They didn't side with one or the other. They said, "Okay, you're both gone."
Yeah.
That's
You guys are both unprofessional.
Yeah.
You were trying to get each other fired.
Yeah.
How about this? I don't want either one of
You know what? You both get out.
Oh, it's like when you tell on your sibling, you both get in trouble?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
You're both punished.
Ultimate backfire. You're both grounded. Go to your room.
What was I doing?
Hey, congratulations to the Gators. They are your men's natty champions in the world of college basketball, despite the fact that I had the Houston Cougars winning it all in my bracket.
What
so
idiots.
That's a huge letdown. Shout out to the Florida Gator student body, though, because they had the poles greased in Gainesville. They didn't stop them.
Wow, they got up.
They found a way to get up there. I saw a video of a dude in a walking boot on a telephone pole. Okay, so even folks that were questionable coming in to the national championship, walking boot and all, I saw the crutches were laid out there at the bottom, and this dude was all the way up on a grease pole. Just very impressive what you can do at the height of championship.
Must not have
euphoria.
been that good Diddy grease,
That's right.
It wasn't
the baby oil. I think
No.
they went with some Crisco or something.
Yeah. So like peanut oil or something like that.
Which is a stay away for me. You tell me the pole's greased. That's not a pole I'm getting on.
I want nothing to do with that. You know, I probably have a lucky
pole?
T-shirt on I'm wearing for the game. I don't want to soil this thing, but that's embarrassing. I mean, if you get contracted to grease the poles and you got Gators fans climbing them at all hours of the night, you failed.
You got guys with crutches and ace bandages up on the poles, man. Get some new grease in Gainesville.
You know what's shocking about the Gator fans?
What's that?
They had interviews before the game of what they would do to win this national championship.
Dude, you should have sent that over. That sounds like it's a pretty good content.
You'd have to bleep a lot of it.
I believe
that's
it.
perfect.
And
you know how good I am at putting bleeps in.
moms were involved.
Oh, yeah.
Moms were involved. They
Moms.
sacrificed moms?
Moms were involved for this one.
Yeah, I believe it, dude.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Sounds promising.
Yeah.
Shout out to Walter Clayton Jr. of the Florida Gators. 134 points, 42 free throws made, 20 threes made, 20 assists, 3 blocks, 6 wins in the tournament. In the last 20 years, only 2 other D1 players have hit all those marks over any 6-game span. He's really good. That's Steph Curry and Damian Lillard.
Holy
Ladies and
cow.
gentlemen, those are the 2 players that did it. They did it in the regular season, though. He did it on the biggest of stages. That was absolutely fantastic. Speaking of fantastic, have you seen the viral sports clip of the day featuring Caitlin Clark from her Iowa days?
Yeah.
That's pretty
This is
awesome.
one of the most epic things I've ever seen. She was on Letterman's talk show talking about the mythical practice where she went absolutely berserk, and it was actually versus, it was when she was at Iowa, and they had like a practice squad of just volunteer student dudes that would show up to give the female team a look at practice. And so the dudes team is apparently up, according to Caitlin Clark, up by like 15 points. And then she just locks in and allegedly goes 22 points in 2 minutes. We've never seen the footage of this until now. Now there's some cut-ups of it. It's not the whole thing, but there's like a 60-second cut-up clip on Twitter right now that you can see of her from that practice just going scorched in a way that I am not familiar with. I mean, really at any level with any player. She's like going full court, pull up like 5 feet behind the 3-point line, right in someone's eye. She hits 5 threes in a row, 15 points. It's 22 points in 2 minutes. It's one of the coolest clips I've ever seen where she is just absolutely on fire. She could miss nothing, and it didn't matter how she was contorted or how far away from the basket she was or what dude was in her face right there when she pulled up. It was just buckets, dude. One of the coolest clips I've ever seen.
It's a lot to isolate there.
22 points in 2 minutes. A lot to isolate there. You harvest some gold.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the last 2 or 3 that she's
Caitlin Clark
hitting,
will do that to you, man. She will. She gets excited.
They're essentially 30-foot runners from beyond the logo.
It's like full speed, pull up, off dribble, bang.
Off made free throws.
It is pretty incredible.
The defense is set, and they're like, oh, you're set. I'm just going to shoot from here. While, you know, I think maybe a handful of times I've been in a gym and I had this feeling for 5 minutes that I couldn't miss, you know. She probably feels that like 3 times a week.
Right.
But, you know, watching that, I wonder if, you know, she could get into a hyper aggressive mode like that and create must see TV in the WNBA. You know, because I want to see her try to recreate some of that and try to go for 40 or 50 in some of these games.
Go full Steph
to get
Curry.
some tune-ins. I think that's going to happen. You're going to see that. I mean, we're 1 year into her professional career, and she was already just outstanding. She had moments where she was ridiculous. I think we'll get plenty of WNBA Caitlin Clark moments where you're just in absolute awe, the same way we are of like Steph or something like that, Damian Lillard, when these guys just get absolutely scorching hot. Now, I also wanted to address, I'm sure you guys mentioned it yesterday, Alex Ovechkin, now the greatest scorer in NHL history. On Sunday, Ovechkin had the most single-day sales by an NHL player in the history of Fanatics.
Wow.
So congratulations to him. But what's most impressive, because when you talk about guys at the height of any sport being the best in the business, you know that doesn't happen by accident, right? Like these guys are grinders in a way that we could never even fathom. The 1% of the 1%. Alex Ovechkin is one of these guys. LeBron James, who knows what he's spending on his body, but he's dedicated. Derrick Henry, we're watching him right now. He's running hills and doing ridiculous things. These guys, it's not by accident, but I believe we have our first ever outlier when it comes to the best in the world. Did you guys see the Ovechkin diet? How he preps his dad bod to go be historical in the world of NHL and be better than the great one?
I didn't, but I
Budweiser involved?
did see he was like immediately just pounding beers.
Yeah, that's his MO. He's synonymous with beer drinking. His championship parade speech is one of the most legendary ones.
He went on
Not that you can understand a word that he's saying, but you can just feel the energy and the excitement coming out of his toothless mouth. It's incredible. And so I saw his diet, and when you look at him, you don't imagine this is a guy that's like LeBron level dialed. I mean, it's not like he's just got this incredible DNA where he can just consume whatever he wants and he still looks like a picture perfect athlete. This dude just leans into the fact that I don't have to be ripped up and chiseled to be the best in the business. So we're talking about Diet Pepsi on the bench during games. That's how he hydrates. That'll keep the caffeine going. I like that. Move over Bobby Boucher.
Yep.
Make a place for that delicious Diet Pepsi. Now it's Diet Pepsi, not Diet Coke. Thought we might have a Dawson situation brewing, but not quite there. To each their own. On game days, going with a large plate of chicken parm.
And I always thought that was a day before. I thought you were hydrating for the game tomorrow. You were fueling up your carb loading today for tomorrow's game. Because you get the itis after. I mean, who doesn't take a nap after a chicken parm?
Yeah, it's a big meal. I wouldn't want that.
I don't care if you have the cubicle on the couch at the dinner table.
Maybe he doesn't have the spaghetti on the side.
Yeah, you might not go with the pasta and the bread.
You don't go with the bread and pasta. Yeah.
Now, this is where I get frustrated. He eats Subway sandwiches and flaming hot crunchy Cheetos on team flights.
I think he's a sponsor for Subway. Or he has been.
That's the only explanation for this.
Yeah.
With all the sandwich opportunities you have, you're Alex Ovechkin. You can do whatever you want on that plane, dude. And you're going with a fake tuna sandwich?
There's no way that hot chip flavor is good for athletic performance.
No.
That's got to affect you on a molecular level.
Or the airplane plumbing situation either. But they've probably adapted over the years. Now, for dessert, we're going with a Russian vodka and some beer. That's Alex Ovechkin. That's how he became the greatest scorer in NHL history. And it's more impressive than anything. I'd rather read this and hear this about him than all these super dialed, just buttoned up, detail-oriented competitors that sacrifice everything in the world just to be the best in the business. He's like, I don't even have to do that, dude.
Dude gets it.
I got a beer belly. I got Cheeto belly. I got Subway breath. I got Pepsi. I'm sweating Pepsi, as a matter of fact. It doesn't matter. That's a goal. I'm a champion. Now, as we prep our body for the Masters.
The Masters.
By the way, we have a no-hitter alert going on in Cleveland today.
All right.
Ben Lively on the hill.
Oh, we're only the fifth?
He just got through the fifth.
All right.
No hits.
So I'm sure Broadus is familiar with this. Maybe all of you are. But I have the 15 things that a Masters champion gets.
Yes.
The jacket.
I know this.
Green jacket. Ding.
Trophy.
Nice work, Walchuk. You do get an
Small
engraving.
trophy.
You get your name engraved on the Masters trophy.
Yep.
But then you do also get a replica of the trophy, which is like roughly 40%
cool.
size of the original.
Yeah, the big trophy stays in the clubhouse. You get a little trophy.
You get
to take
You get the
home.
mini trophy.
You get a Masters gold medal.
You get a medal.
3.5-inch medal, features raised image of the clubhouse on the front.
You get a locket, too, for your wife.
You get a gold locket. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Don't lose that locket.
Supposed to go to your wife. Beautiful gold locket. Opens 3 ways and has a silhouette of the clubhouse. Looks pretty nifty.
You get to become an honorary member?
Well, you get the invitation to the Champions dinner, as we know. You get the honorary membership to Augusta, so you're officially members of the club. You can return whenever you want, bring guests, do your thing.
Just forever?
Forever.
You could come back. You get to come back and play no matter what, too.
Yeah. Now, you get a locker in the Champions locker room. That's pretty sick.
You share lockers. That's interesting to me. Like the Champions lockers, they all, like Scotty Schefter, I believe, shares a locker with, I think it's Ben Hogan.
How big are these lockers?
They only have so many of them?
They only have, it's our guy here. It's Byron Nelson. Scotty shares a locker with Byron Nelson, who's no longer with us. And there's another champ. There's 3 guys that are all in this locker.
Oh, Charles Cootie.
Charles Cootie is the other one, yeah.
Oh, the Cootie.
The Cootster.
Yeah.
Chuck Cootie, what a legend. Champions only range as well, so past winners have access to the members range during Masters Week, while all other participants use the flashy tournament practice facility.
$70 million practice facility.
It's not very long or fancy, they say, but it does offer privacy to past winners as you're prepping for the next tourney. Lifetime invitation to the Masters, of course. You get a buttload of points, which is great. You get
how many now
$3.6 million. That was the prize for Scotty Scheffler last year. 10 years ago, Bubba Thompson, help me. Bubba got $1.6 million.
Bubba Watson.
Bubba Watson, thank you.
Yeah.
30 years ago, it was $360K, and 60 years ago, when it was Arnold Palmer, it was $20K.
Yeah.
So
think about it. Probably war bonds before that.
So it'll probably be close to $4 million this year. It's 3.6 last year. You get a 5-year major exemption, of course. You get the 5-year PGA Tour exemption as well, and then you get a special tee time each year. The past champion is allowed to bring a guest to play on the Sunday before the Masters. So Scotty enjoyed a round at Augusta with his mom. Over the weekend.
Yeah.
So that's what a once in a lifetime opportunity there. So that's what you get when you're a Masters champion.
I love it. Yeah, I saw earlier today they're still making fun of Bubba Watson's dinner from the 2013 Masters because it was like so bad. They said it was something that you could like get at a county fair or something like that.
Corn dogs and
I was trying to look it up real quick. I forgot what was actually on that menu, but maybe we'll get it next. Top 10 at 4:20 coming up here with Woolchuck, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Okay, we were just talking about wings. We had a baseball player that had some bad wings, and he is joining the top 10 bizarre sports injuries list. What is the most bizarre injury you've ever had? And we'll hear Micah Parsons' visit to Alabama. That's next in the nation.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Phone the gnome now at 972-968-8888. Willard Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, truckwreck.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And here he is, your Wooly Bully, Zach with an H.
All right, we're going to get into these bizarre injuries because it just keeps getting weirder. We've got a now bad wings injury we got to get into here with Cody Bellinger. Quick Stars Nuggets for you. They are in action tonight at home against Vancouver. Will be Casey DeSmith will be starting in goal tonight. DeBoer said there is a game-time decision to the forward group, but did not say who. Defense will be the same. That's according to Leah Simakopoulos, who does an excellent work with the Dallas Morning News, friend of the show. Also, Pete DeBoer said Tyler Seguin really, really close. He's still not full contact yet, but we've seen him skating. Stars can clinch the 2 seed in the Central tonight with a victory. Now, last night, Winnipeg did win. They beat St. Louis. They ended the Blues' 12-game win streak. They got a 3-1 win. So Dallas now needs to win out. They need Winnipeg to lose 2 of its last 4 against Dallas, Chicago, Edmonton, and Anaheim. So it's unlikely that the Stars are going to be able to catch Winnipeg, but you never know. There's still just a little bit of a glimmer of hope.
Colorado,
so we can
huh?
Cross our fingers. But yeah, it's most likely going to be Dallas and Colorado, first round. Wow. And we're just going to have to kick Colorado's ass, right? Ugh. Send them home packing. Yeah. Before we dive into the list here, this was part of Micah Parsons' podcast. I believe this is actually probably from back at the Super Bowl when he had Derrick Henry with him, but it was an awesome story. And Micah is with Derrick Henry, who obviously went to Alabama, and Micah went to Penn State, but he did take a visit to Bama. And, well, this is how that experience went.
Why didn't you go to Bama? What was it? I'm going to tell you right now, and this is the God honest truth. I went to Bama for 4 days. I went out there. I said, let me go see what it's like down south. I'm from up north. It was so hot. The workout conditions was so treacherous that I said, there's no way in hell I can survive up here.
That's real. I ain't gonna lie.
when I was in high school, I went for a workout. And I looked at that workout, and I was like, I don't know. Yo, I saw the workout, and I said, I'm good. They was like, come to our morning workout. We want you to see how we work. They must have thought that was going to get me. You know what I mean? I showed up, 6 a.m. They did like 31 10s. I said, oh, my God. And then they did extra if you left early. It was something like you know what I mean? Like
you telling the truth because I've done 31 10s before, so you ain't lying.
Yeah. So I was like, maybe that was just a hard day. You know how it is, like especially hard on Wednesday and Thursdays. Take it off. They said come back at 6. We work out again. I said okay. Came back at 6 in the morning. Y'all did like 10 40s in a row. Y'all had to come in within the same time frame.
Yeah.
I was like, dang, they really work over here. I appreciate it. I definitely get better. But then by the weekend, it was just like, I don't think I can make it. It was just too much. I just said, it ain't for me. Bam, it ain't for everybody.
Man, just the work that Saban was putting those guys through. That's how you become a dynasty.
Sounds like people that went to try out for the New England Patriots during the Belichick days. I think that's what you want to hear about your football team, that some people come in and say it's too hard, but the guys we have love it. And I think you can win in other ways, but that's what I'd rather the Cowboys be like. And I wish Micah Parsons had embraced that.
Man, I did like the delivery. I thought the way he told that story, though, was great.
It's a good story.
It was good. Now, here's Cody Bellinger as we get into our top 10 today. Have you just ever had like a really weird, embarrassing, bizarre sports injury? And here's the latest. Yankees outfielder Cody Bellinger, right now he was ruled out for their game against the Tigers due to food poisoning. He said he had bad wings. That has triggered his illness. Now, I have never had bad wings. I've gotten food poisoning once, and it was bad fajitas.
What?
Yeah. Oh. The beef or the chicken?
Tijuana.
I think it was chicken.
Yeah, that poultry will get you, man.
I think it was chicken.
What?
Yep. It. And I'm not going to say the name of the place, but I'll never go back there again.
Bobby would.
I got poisoned at the fillet because of the chicken.
No.
Yeah, or it might have been a weird cheese situation, but yeah, that got me bad. The food poisoning stuff is tough. I actually really feel for Cody Bellinger right now. If this is true food poisoning, he's been on the ride of his life for the last 24 hours.
Some bad
a porcelain ride.
It's insane. The chills, the vomiting, the diarrhea. It really feels like it might be coming to an end right now, and then suddenly it's over, and you wake up in a pool of your own sweat. Like, what just happened?
Yeah,
I had hallucinations.
Terrible. It is awful. So we've just had a ridiculous amount of sports, weird, bizarre injuries here. We had the Nuggets forward, Aaron Gordon. Christmas didn't go as planned. He'd have 21 stitches after he was bitten by a dog on his right shooting hand and face on the holiday. That's awful. That's going to ruin your Christmas right there.
Yeah.
21 stitches.
That's why I don't get any dogs that could murder me. That's my line. I want to know that at full size, I could drop a knee on you and send you to the backyard.
You just go with the little dogs?
Yeah, pugs are my favorite.
Pugs.
The least dangerous dog out there.
One of the funniest ever was Bill Gramatica. When he was playing for the Cardinals back in 2001, he hits a routine field goal, puts his team up 3-0 in the first quarter of a mid-December matchup against the Giants. Then he jumps up and down in celebration, lands awkwardly, tears his ACL.
The celebration injuries are certainly
gosh.
up there with the most embarrassing.
What was our guy, our pitcher Diaz, in the World Baseball Classic? They won that game and they were jumping around home plate.
Yeah, that's right.
And he tore up his knee.
Yeah, that was a bad one. Oh my gosh, did I? That 214 back in the nosebleeds. Did you remember I had that Popeyes spicy sandwich when it first came out, and you were like raving about it. You need to try it, and I had left it out
on the dashboard of the car.
No, it was at home. Did that give me food poisoning? That might have 214. That might be really good recall on your part.
I just feel like
just bad
if you had it,
whiskey.
you
That's just user error. I mean, I
never
shouldn't
forget
eat
it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have eaten it.
You probably just use it as an excuse to get a free day off.
I mean,
don't remember it.
Those times, dude, there were no days off. We were double duty.
I remember that.
This is
Slinging
day by
chicken
day.
and
Lemon cars and everything.
going 11-1 after Ranger games. We were lemon carring it. Yeah, it was
I liked
crazy.
my lemon truck you sold me. I missed my lemon truck.
Hey, that was a damn good lemon.
Yeah,
it was a theft worthy
It's
lemon.
beautiful. Just sour enough.
Lady was downstairs out there in the security area. I just walked by, just shook my head.
Chris Hansen.
Those YouTube videos weren't going to watch themselves, bro. Just give her a damn break.
That's true.
Yeah.
Chris Hansen, not the former Bachelor host,
No.
but the Jacksonville Jags kicker.
Yeah.
he brought an axe and an oak stump into the locker room.
Yeah.
This was Jack Del Rio, their head coach,
Jack
to
Del
remind
Rio,
the squad just to keep chopping wood.
Yeah.
So the Jags punter, Chris Hansen, accidentally gashed himself while wielding the axe, and he missed the remainder of the season as a result.
Oh, that's horrible.
That's
embarrassing,
that's only
too.
like a punter, too, that would
Listen,
happen to.
childlike.
That's bad.
If you don't know your way around a full-sized axe or sledgehammer,
just stay away.
Leave it alone.
What kind of adult isn't an axe man? You know, at some point you realize this is where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah.
Well, all that other stuff is fun.
I doubt Broadus has ever swung an axe. You know,
I was
doesn't even know
axe
his own
throwing.
line. Oh, you were an axe thrower.
I've thrown axes.
You ever been
before.
one of those axe throwing little places? I don't even know they were popping for a while.
I did it on a retreat. Like it was part of the come throw an axe, and you're worried about that thing bouncing off the thing and coming back at you. Can I say a real quick one?
You had a retreat?
Yeah, we had the Cowboys.
You had to walk across coal or something like that.
Cowboys,
too?
they took
Do
us.
trust falls.
Yeah, well, no, they never.
Bonding.
Yeah.
What?
I'm like way too heavy to be caught. You know, like people like, okay, catch him. No, they could let me hit flat on the ground. But no, the Cowboys. We used to do these bonding things. Yeah, we had to go on these trips.
Coal?
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, what?
It's crazy. But anyway, how about this?
Why do you think they've done so much winning over the last 30 years?
Eddie Gossage, remember him at the Texas Motor Speedway? I saw him do this. I was over there for media day one time. J.R. Hildebrand is a driver, and they set up an obstacle course with the Navy SEAL guys. So they had these drivers running through this obstacle course. Hildebrand jumps over the sawhorse thing, comes down and just blows out his knee.
Ooh. Whoopsie.
He's there for a promotional event. Like he's got to drive like in a couple of weeks, like Texas Motor Speedway.
Better learn how to drive left-footed.
Guy blows out. He's laying on the ground. I'm standing next to Eddie Gossage, and he goes, "Oh my God, what happened?" He goes, "I think he just tore his ACL. I've seen him."
Oh my goodness.
I think he just tore it. And he's like, "No, he didn't." I'm like, "I think he did." And they did. They had to wheel him out of there. The guy couldn't drive the rest of the year.
That's awful.
Ouch.
Because he got hurt in a promotional deal. They had these drivers trying to okay, be a Navy SEAL.
Well, it's like the guy was at the Cleveland Cavaliers game last week. They had the
Hawks
promotion.
game.
Yeah, the Hawks game. He tears his ACL going for like a layup. I mean, God, that's embarrassing. That's awful. Sammy
The other
Sosa.
dude knew he had it in the bag too. The other guy, he was like, "Oh, I gotta go now." He's on the ground.
This is my time.
Yeah, he did not stop that
Take
other
full
guy.
advantage. This is pretty embarrassing, but sneezes are violent. Sammy Sosa sneezed so hard that he strained his back.
Broken rib. Oh, back injury. That's what it was.
Yeah, the back. Oh, my back. Clint Barnes of the Colorado Rockies. When the unthinkable happened, he was hitting .329, breakout season 2005, fell and broke his collarbone while carrying a package of deer meat that was given to him by his teammate Todd Helton. He would go on to miss 3 months and finish the season hitting .289. That's bad luck. Mikhail Yuzny, I might have butchered his name, Miami Masters tennis tournament back in 2008. He smashed his forehead with his racket 3 times, drawing blood. Then he ended up winning the match.
Did he really?
So maybe if it weren't for that, that'd be the way.
Got himself sorted out.
Brandon Inge in 2008, he was adjusting a pillow behind his 3-year-old son's head when the pillow somehow pulled an oblique muscle. He landed on the 15-day IL.
That's a fake report.
That's awful.
That's fake.
No one's buying that.
Oh, man. Kendrys Morales of the Angels hits a walk-off grand slam against the Mariners back in 2010 when he reaches home plate, jumps into the middle of the Angels' teammates in celebration, breaks his lower leg when he landed. Had to miss the remainder of the season. That's awful. Dustin Penner of the Kings. The pancakes that former Kings forward Dustin Penner's wife makes must be delicious, but he suffered back spasms while eating them back in 2012. Fortunately, he only ended up missing 1 game. How do you get back spasms eating pancakes? That's a ball sacking.
Yeah, a lot of these do. They're fudging the details.
I mean, I do believe some of the back stuff because that can be real tricky. I threw my back out once, taking Remy out of her car seat. You know, maybe 15 pounds of resistance. It's just a bad timing reach thing, I think, sometimes.
At a certain age, you can just say, huh?
Yeah.
And that's it. That's your back.
Dawson.
What'd you say? Oh,
Dawson. One time I was pushing a basket at Tom Thumb.
Yep, that happened too.
Doubled over, couldn't move.
Good Lord.
Oh, when the
It's coming for you guys too.
Had to wheel me out to the car.
Yeah, it's not funny.
Antonio Brown.
Reach over, put it on the seatbelt. Next thing you know, you stuck like that in that position for a minute.
I was laying in a hotel parking lot after I tried to get that car seat out. Like right in the front,
dude.
you know, where you load up the luggage.
Yeah.
I walked right out of those sliding doors and tried to lift her up, and I was done. I had to drive home like 4 hours later. This was in San Antonio.
That's
unbelievable.
Awful. That's awful. You did have AB with the frostbite deal after
the summer frostbite,
used the
right?
improper foot protection at a French cryotherapy clinic back in 2019. That's pretty embarrassing. That looked disgusting.
Oh
too.
yeah, frostbite in the month of July.
That'll happen to you.
Zach Plesac fractured his thumb because he aggressively ripped off his shirt.
Oh, no, dude.
Yeah, that's a bad one. That's
Eric
former
at a party.
Indians pitcher.
Who was the guy that tore his labrum throwing the garbage bags into the dumpster?
I don't know.
I think that was Broadus at a crawfish boil.
I think
my right shoulder's on fire right now.
That might have been
because of that.
Jeff Kent, but I also think Jeff Kent like fell off his truck. He was washing his truck, standing on the top or something.
NASCAR driver Jimmy Johnson, apparently from the 540, broke his wrist surfing on top of a golf cart.
Yeah,
that's dangerous.
Yeah, he did that.
Sergio Kindle cracked his head falling down the stairs. I mean, it ruined his career. That dude was amazing from the 469. A lot of good ones. The last one though, David Njoku, the fire.
Oh, the fire.
That was a scary
Fireface.
deal. Very scary deal. And then he showed up wearing the mask.
JPP.
Yeah, with the fireworks. Yeah, dude.
Dang.
A lot of
Man,
crazy
he took
stuff.
fingers off.
He had a Simpsons hand when it was over with.
Man.
I still remember that story. I thought there's no way this is real. It was real.
Me and my remaining 7 fingers are doing all right.
He's doing the Star Trek thing.
Live long and prosper.
Halloween, Dr. Spock.
Sounds of the Sports Day coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
I can't believe CY did this to my guy yesterday. That's next.
I have to chat Frankles with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. That's when we ring up the Frankles, and they work on our behalf to make sure we don't settle for less.
that?
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
It's our staple draft event with you, the Tolo. It's Draft 101, Thursday, April 17th, in our van showroom, 4131 North Central Expressway in Dallas. Our Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broadus, Zach Wolchuk, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell team up with DallasCowboys.com for a night of draft talk, debate, and questions. Not only that, dinner's on us, thanks to Whataburger. Plus plenty of Cowboys giveaways, completely free, and we can't wait to see you for Draft 101 on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell, y'all. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Tim McMahon, ESPN NBA writer, coming up here in 30 minutes. He's going to join us at 5:20. Brian's been reading his book, and
it's really good.
He's going to help us preview Mavs-Lakers, which is now tomorrow night at the AAC. Here's the Chief with some sounds.
Yeah, sounds of the sports day. We start with Charles Barkley, who addressed a large crowd in San Antonio for the Final Four. This was a cell phone recording, so I hope the audio is good enough, but he continues to double and triple down on the large females in San Antonio.
I want to seriously, San Antonio, y'all put on a major great show. And I want to say this. Thank you. And yes, y'all got some big bitches here.
That's how he walked it off. Y'all got some big B's here in front of, crowd of thousands and thousands. Got some boos, but mostly laughter there. So
is this
Charles
like an
Barkley.
official TNT event, or
I don't know exactly. I'm thinking it was an official Final Four event. Like there was a big stage, big presentation, but it was just an audience member that recorded on their cell phone there. So Charles, man, he's not shy,
No,
and he's not going to be
doubling, tripling down.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you think TNT was tapping him on the shoulder?
No.
I do. Hey, man, could you not call them bees?
Maybe the bee thing was a little over the line. Maybe it was funny when you're like, you got big women because you've been eating all those churros.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah.
But it wasn't funny.
Can you call them heifers next time?
That's more appropriate.
Biggins, maybe?
A little fluffy.
877-881-1053. What should Charles Barkley have said in reference to the big women in San Antonio instead of the B word? Now, here's John Gruden. He's got his quarterback class. It's back. His QB camp. He's got Will Howard in the mix here from Ohio State, but he references a time back at K-State where I guess Will Howard liked to do the shotgunning a beer celebration with his center.
Okay.
And John Gruden's just lying his balls off here.
What is this you're doing here? What are you laughing
That's
at?
my boy. That's my boy Gilly, man. It
What
was
are you
his
guys
idea.
doing? Drinking beer here?
He's a
What
little
is it you're
shotgun,
doing?
little shotgun celebration. You know?
What's a shotgun?
Twist a hole in the beverage and shoot that thing through the bottom, and that was my center.
What is this
shotgun.
here?
This is a little QB power.
Oh, I
play
mean, what
right
is
there.
this here?
Just giving.
Stand up, show me that, what it is. Serious, I want young quarterbacks to do this.
So he liked the celebration. He wanted Will Howard to stand up in real time in the classroom and demonstrate the celebration where he's acting like he's shotgunning a beer. But John Gruden acting like he has no idea what shotgunning a beer is. Give me a break. I bet Broadus was shotgunning beers with Gruden at Hooters in Tampa, Florida at some point over the last 30 years.
We weren't shotgunning, but it was like pitchers.
Was shotgunning a thing for you in your age?
Yeah.
Like,
you just take you take your car keys.
Yeah.
Take your car keys and sometimes you'd make a terrible hole and then but you didn't care. But yeah, that shotgunning was something.
I thought shotgunning a beer was like since beer began.
Oh yeah, no, it was always something that we did before Cowboy games. Like you're standing out in the parking lot, and you're having
when
the
you were a
tailgate.
scout.
Well, this is before I was doing scouting stuff. But yeah, you always were shotgunning beers. That's always been a common thing. He's lying to you.
He's absolutely lying.
Yeah, he's lying to you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad you agree because John Gruden.
I never shotgun a beer with him, but I've had pitchers of beer with him before.
A wild man like that, he has shotgunned thousands of beers in his day.
Yeah.
I think he was just trying to get him to demonstrate a little bit more, trying to play it up for the bit.
No, I was out yesterday. You guys had a hell of a program. Went back and listened to the CY interview, as one would. And I couldn't believe the disrespect that he showed our guy Broadus when Broadus was just trying to offer up one of his fingers to our guy Jack Leiter.
So rude.
Hasn't been that awkward.
If he needs any extra fingers or anything like that, I'd be happy to give mine up so he can continue to pitch.
How hard does your finger throw a fastball?
I'll tell you what, I will do anything to get Jack Leiter the ability to go back out there and pitch. He's just done such a great job.
We don't want your 68-mile-an-hour fastballs. We want his 100 miles.
See why? It's just it's a finger, right? It's a finger. It has skin on it, right?
He's telling you to keep your damn finger, Brian.
So no, I appreciate the offer. I'll let Jack know.
I'm sure he'll be real happy about that.
I mean, all you're trying to do is just put it all out there, doing whatever it takes for the team.
I'm trying
You're
to help
willing
us
to
win.
be a 9-finger man to make sure Jack Leiter's on the bump throwing heat.
Ronnie
the fact
Lott
that he
did it.
would question your velocity is pretty
rude.
Is pretty ridiculous.
I think that shows you why he's such a great general manager, executive vice, or executive
true.
president.
He can just hear by the sound of your voice that you don't have
that-
gas.
that I have no ability to help Jack Leiter with the finger.
I think your finger could get the job done though. I mean, you were a long snapper. I was
See,
about to
that's
jump
what-
in
I
there
wanted-
and
I
start
wanted to-
saying,
Are all
I
5
wanted to
fingers
say
that important?
Oh,
I don't
snapping?
Couldn't a
You have-
4-finger guy get it done?
No, you have to. Like when I used to snap, my middle finger on my left hand was my guide finger. Like when you snapped it, you put it down the seam of the ball. So yeah, that's what I would. So yeah, you have to have all your fingers to snap.
It was a 6-finger lid.
I didn't feel like any guest had made it more awkward with Broadus since he tried to give away Eric Kendrick's secrets during our Cowboys player show.
That was awkward.
But I think what you heard is just CY leaning heavily, maybe overcorrecting towards, we believe in our guys. We don't need your finger. Jack Leiter's fine. All of our guys are going to hit. I mean, freaking Marcus Simeon's going to be a silver slugger this year,
Yeah.
Jock Peterson, what are you guys talking about, man? He's going to be hitting 300 by the end of the month. I think it's just overdoing the we believe in our guys, and that's the one time where interviewing guys could get tricky, right? Because they're not operating in reality.
Right.
Not that giving Jack Leiter a finger is reality, but you're defending your guys. These are the must-lie situations that you talk about in sports. You don't think CY's losing a ton of sleep every night over this damn lineup? Couldn't hit for Jack Squaw last year. 11 games in, they just got shut out. They're scoring like 2.8 runs a game. Yes, this is the time where a guy like CY earns his money by stressing out like mad over what's not happening with that lineup right now.
I just love that my guy Broadus is a foxhole guy, willing to do whatever it takes to get the team over the top.
For you.
That's good stuff. 903 says I'm actually a 9-finger man if Broadus wants to give me his.
Okay.
Sure. Which finger does he need?
Yeah, it's a good question, 903. Which finger are you down?
And how'd you lose it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there was
interesting.
I remember there was a kid, his last name was Petty John. I know that. And he had 4 fingers in high school.
Petty
and
John.
You really couldn't tell just by the naked eye, and then you shake his hand, and you can there's a different depth factor.
Was it natural?
It was just born with a 4-finger hand.
Did you kind of feel like when you were shaking his hand that you caught him short? When you ever shook hands with somebody and you catch it short?
Oh, it's so awkward.
And you want to reshake their hand.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, wait, what happened
You
there?
ever done the handshake redo with somebody? You guys just own it right there and say, hey, let's
All
try
the
that
time.
again?
I've
Or
done
do you
it.
just let that awkwardness
That's why
sit?
that fist bump is always the best.
The fist bump is the
Just
move.
go with it.
903's without his pinky, by the way. So that's all it takes.
You give up the pinky?
Well, thank you, everybody. We got one more hour to go. LA Live coming up next with Lucius Alexander. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Let's see. It's the Toxic Tuesday, man. I got a few toxic clips that happened just yesterday. How about that?
Looking forward to that. First, want to chat with you about my.
Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Fourth and final hour of today's G-Bag Nation. We have Rangers pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. Time now for Lucius Alexander and LA Live. Into the Pimp Cup we go.
Let's get into a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
Give me some oxygen.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Do you know what's missing from this LeBron-Jordan GOAT debate? I think you can really tell who gave the game their all by the condition of their children. LeBron had kids that were in college, they were in commercials, they were in the NBA, clearly good, well-adjusted children. He dedicated too much time to fatherhood, time that could have been spent on the game. You know who was locked the in? Jordan. His kids are cokeheads, ketamine heads, getting arrested for DUI, swimming in white bitches. That kids, he was locked into the game. That's how you become the GOAT.
That's how you become the GOAT.
That's how you become the GOAT, bro.
That is a sports take.
Let's go. That is a hot take right there, bro.
That's good.
This is LA Live for Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Welcome, people. Welcome, Tolos. Welcome, first-time listeners and last-time listeners. How you doing?
Salute.
Yeah. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. 'Tis the season to go see those folks. Man, I see those, not this particular company, but I see the roofing guys working in my neighborhood, and they're taking these heavy 80-pound like shingles up that ladder. You can see that ladder shaking a little bit. God dog it, boy. That's some work. That is some work, man.
They're unbelievable, really. I mean, the balance, the strength.
That might be one of the hardest jobs out here.
Yeah.
It really might be one of the hardest jobs. And send some love to Houston's Emmanuel Sharp. Those 2 turnovers in the last.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Dude, did you hear the stories of him crying in the back? Apparently he was wailing.
I get it, dog.
Yeah.
He jumped up.
That was me. It was me.
It was.
Yeah.
He jumped up and put the ball in the floor. The dude was, jumped, left the air, and come on,
he
man.
had to choose. Am I going to get this swatted? He should have thrown it off, dude.
Yes.
Or shot it or something, bro.
Yeah.
He'll never forget that for the rest of his life, man. So send that boy some energy.
Yeah, he needs it.
Yeah, it really does. And for Eric, so Saturday, I was cleaning the house, listening to Shade 45, and they had Exhibit on with the overlapping.
Yes.
They also had Jay Farrow on, and Jay Farrow does, great impersonations. He's a comedian and whatnot, so we're going to add another guy to the Overlapping Hall of Fame. Who's on the list?
The Kelsey brothers.
Yeah, the
Kelsey brothers for sure.
Yeah. Sean and RJ.
Oh, might be me right there after that one. Yeah, Sean and RJ too, bro. That's funny. Okay, so they're going to tell a story. Let's see. Jay Farrow's going to do a Denzel Washington impersonation. He's going to be talking about the movie Gladiator. Pay attention to the Exhibit's laugh here. Mr. Eric played this yesterday for you.
Never forget Denzel Washington in Glory when they
You made a lot of money in Gladiator too, huh?
Yeah, I did. There was a lot of Romanesque things happening.
Oh, that's what that is?
That's right. It's a lot of Romanesque things happening. That's what was going down. That's what they did back. It was
They're going to give him the Oscar for that.
That's right. It was like Diddy, current day. That's what it was. That's right. Hey, look, that's what it is. It's just all about whatever they wanted. Hey, they see somebody off the street. They see a booty, whatever booty they like. They just pick it up. They walk off and they say, "Thou, 'tis a thee," and they and then all of a sudden, your cheeks are clapped. There's nothing you can do. That's right. You're in a cast.
Hollywood. That's Hollywood.
That's Hollywood. Right?
Bro, come on.
The laugh is incredible.
Come on, man. I want to replace that laugh. Remember the Joker laugh when he fell down the building?
Yeah.
Goodness. The whole 45 minutes, huh? He's just
dying, bro.
He doesn't even say anything. He starts laughing.
You don't have to say anything. Also, I was listening to Cameron and Mace this morning, and I said, you know what? This might not be the over-laughing Hall of Fame, but it's definitely like a goofy-ass laugh.
I got too many titles. If you go with Cold Cam, and now...
I'm going to add Cameron to the little laugh.
Yeah, put him in there. He definitely deserves a nomination.
I'll put that in there. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all. Find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is Bobby, right? Still Bobby?
Yes, sir.
It's Bobby.
Yeah.
Bobby Belt dropped a diss track for Eric and Zach, and they voted for it.
It had to be you guys. Had to be the nosebleeds. I thought we were cool. Okay.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Stop and blare this music as I get into my story time. Zach and Eric blew it when they stopped Young Belted just for time. Burned a bit to know that they would go and pick a fight with me. I'll tourniquet these hoes because I know just how to stop a bleed. Let me start with Wolchuk and I'll send him to his mommy's arms. He thinks that he's LeBron, but let's be honest, can't play Bronny's part. Bron's that hit so hard he'll probably leave here with a busted lip. I'll post that shit on YouTube and I'll title it a custom vid. Damn. Got me feeling like that too brute. Bet that you should go 5 times and you have to hear it every day. Got that nostril plug, now the other one is trying to bleed. I forgot his name like he's out here repping Micah P. Does he ever talk? I just don't know how Brody got this far. Probably should go back to selling all those busted lemon cars. G-Bag of the decade, get your vote right, she a follow. And get the EpiPen because these nuts you about to...
It's just been playing over and over in my head for the last 3 days.
Jamming out to it in the car.
Like, man, this hit's really nice. I wish this wasn't about me.
Yep. Wish it wasn't good.
Yeah, how about that? All right, man. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Be careful on your ride home. I see it's all packed out there, man.
Yeah,
it is packed on these streets.
It is.
As always. Dallas, you be showing out on this traffic, I tell you what. How do y'all feel about tuna?
I mean, if it's grade A, top tier, kind of mercury free to some extent, gosh, I love tuna, dude.
Okay, you down with tuna?
Big time.
Tuna sandwiches and all the other stuff?
Yes,
You eat a tuna sandwich?
I'm about the tuna. I'll do the canned tuna.
You do the canned tuna?
Absolutely.
That's brutal.
There we go.
I think the canned tuna fish is horrible, but seared ahi, if you want to talk about that kind of like a tuna steak
Oh, yeah,
on
that's
the grill,
100%. Yeah,
unbelievable.
No,
It tastes like steak.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's different. How about you, Broadus?
All about the tuna.
Okay, you're cool with tuna. Canned tuna.
I will eat it if you doll it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Salad.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta add some things to it, but straight out of the can, not a chance.
I didn't know tuna was so controversial.
Yeah.
It was Sunday afternoon. I was watching just YouTube, and Lil Boosie came up.
Oh.
And Boosie is famous for his tuna.
Okay.
Making tuna. Boosie tuna, man.
Like tuna melt or?
Everybody love my tuna, man. Not just canned tuna.
Oh, wow.
Mayo, pickles,
There you go.
onions,
Yeah,
hard-boiled
gherkins. Yeah, there
eggs,
you go.
all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
You know,
there you
mix
go.
it up, eat
There
it with
you
some Ritz crackers or whatever you got to do.
Fire, dude.
Yeah,
I like to put mustard in it, too. I'll put a little
Put
mustard
the
in there.
mustard in there,
Yep.
salt and pepper,
Yep.
seasoning salt, Old Bay, whatever you got going on.
Maybe a
There
little
you go.
lemon. Squeeze a little lemon in
Come
there.
on, okay,
See, you're
Eric.
dolling it up.
There's really a lot that you can put in there. Matthew McConaughey had a viral one a little while ago.
Okay, see.
He's emptying it out.
Yeah, I was craving it Sunday afternoon, man, so I told my old lady, and she was like, oh, that's peasants' food.
This ain't sardines.
Yeah, peasants' food.
That's crazy.
I had to look at her. I was like, well, you know, we're peasants right now. I don't know if you looked at the tax return.
Yeah.
I don't know
What
if
we
you've seen
just
that
spent on
statement.
this vacation we just spent.
How about that? We aren't peasants.
Time to teach you a lesson in self-awareness, sugar.
How about that? Yeah, so Little Boosie makes a sandwich, you know, a Boosie sandwich, a Boosie fish sandwich, if you will. How about that?
Boosie fish.
A Boosie fish. Oh, I'll let him tell you real quick. He likes to brag about it.
Got the Boosie world famous tuna.
Tuna, man.
We gonna do it with the bread, the Ritz, or the mini Doritos.
Oh, mini Doritos.
Hey, don't play with me. In this tuna I do, if I won't stretch it, and for a lot of people, I boil noodles and put noodles in them.
Noodles.
No season on the noodles, just regular noodles.
Like hamburger helper, but tuna helper?
Okay.
Ooh.
And tuna pasta.
Yeah.
Ball them up till they swollen.
Swollen.
They thin, but they swollen. They soft. Telling you, bro, I'm hard, bro.
Oh.
Little kids love my tuna. Kids. Kids don't eat everything, bro. I'm telling you.
No.
Especially not my kids. Little kids love my tuna.
Yeah, so I went and made me some tuna.
Yeah.
It was fire with that good bread. I had some good bread.
Yeah.
It was fire.
It hits, man.
And the person that called it peasants food was looking for it the next day.
Yeah.
She was looking for it the next day.
She asked for a bite.
She see me with the Ritz crackers, and I was dipping that joint in there. Tearing them up. She's like, "Hey, did you finish that tuna?" Scratching her neck. You finished that tuna? Where's it at?
That was peasants
Yeah,
food.
I thought it was peasants food. How about that?
Like a tuna melt, bro, or like we'll make like a tuna quesadilla kind of situation.
I'm scared of the tuna melt because it's warm.
Okay, see the idea of the tuna itself not being cold.
It might be great for all I know.
I hear you.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I just
Tuna
want.
noodle casserole. It's good.
And I like how nobody said tuna fish. We just called it tuna.
Just a tuna.
Just tuna.
Just tuna.
Tuna.
If you had the fish, then it sounds gross.
It's that. Well, yeah, that. And like my man says right here.
You can't. Why do we say tuna fish? We don't say chicken bird. That's what I'm saying.
We don't say chicken bird.
Chicken bird.
That's awesome.
That's good.
Then we don't say chicken bird. Okay?
So it's just tuna.
It's just tuna.
Just-
If
that's
it's
it?
just chicken, it's just tuna.
So you don't eat tuna fish?
I don't eat tuna fish. I just eat tuna. You know what I'm saying? Let's stop being redundant. Stop being redundant. 2025.
Not wrong.
I'll get on board with that campaign.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
Good point.
The chicken burgers.
That's awesome.
Let's see what else we got going on. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Toxic Tuesday. The LA Dodgers went to the White House to celebrate their championship.
They did.
Has anyone been to the White House in this?
No.
Only you?
No,
Not me.
Me and Broadus, I guess. Hey. That's awesome, man.
Broadus likes to go there in January.
Yep.
Early January. Maybe the 6th.
Yeah, some Viking horns on his head.
Get out of my way.
Stop the steal.
Well,
I think he put that on his license plate.
Have like a bear skin.
Yeah.
On
He had a crawfish boil out there that day, man. He was ready.
He
was partying. He was feeding everyone.
Tailgating.
All right, let's get together here. Let's go.
Passing around the blue dolphins.
Where's Nancy? I just want to talk to her. I just want to talk. Tell her to come outside. We just want to talk.
Where's Nancy?
Where's Nancy? Well, first off, there's peace on the earth and goodwill towards man because Mookie Betts, who did not show up when the Red Sox won, he did not show up to the White House.
Yeah.
He said he will not miss this time. President Trump went over there, shook his hand. There's peace on earth now. They pieced it up.
Mookie, that guy can play, can he? I mean, unbelievable. You really, Mookie is. I've been watching it. I don't want to say I watched him when he was on Boston, but I did. I didn't think that was a particularly good trade when they made it, and I happened to be right.
Of course, he said he happened to be right.
He was right.
And you can buy a hat that says I'm right.
Go look it up. I told you I was right.
Yep.
Speaking of shaking hands, he also shook hands with Dodger Max Muncy.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. Big fan.
And Max Muncy, I want to congratulate Max.
That's it.
Max. Come here, Max.
Come here, Max.
Arms are very strong when I touch them. Oh. I'm used to shaking politicians and hitting their arms like Jello, and now it's like steel. All these guys.
Keller High School's own Max Muncy.
Shook hands with the press right there.
Yep.
Yeah. And the press called him strong. Hey, you're so strong. Let me feel your arms. Great arms.
He's one of those big home run hitters, isn't he?
Yeah.
What did he give Ohtani off his desk?
I didn't see that part.
Ohtani.
I seen him go into the office, but I didn't click on the video and see what happened there.
Ohtani stood to his right, and he gave him something out off his desk. I thought he was going to give him like a pen.
It's crazy because the president's usually on the receiving end of Oval Office.
Well, they got.
I think it was a pardon for his gambling, actually.
You come here, come on.
It's a pardon for gambling.
That's the one.
I need another intern. You gotta get what you're saying. No, but President Trump was highly impressed with Shohei Ohtani.
He was.
He was highly impressed with him, and I am highly impressed with Shohei Ohtani's interpreter. That's my guy.
New guy, right?
Taking the fall.
No, the one that took the fall. That's a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
That's my guy. The one that took the alleged fall.
eBay.
No problem.
Mizahara.
Yeah, is that his name?
I think so.
Mizahara. Let's see. Before we get out of here, President Trump declined to introduce any of the senators in the room that were liberals.
The Democrats from California.
Like them.
Congratulations, Brian. And others, we have a couple of senators here. I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce.
Damn.
Over the course of this amazing...
Oh, time out, bro. That is so rude. You got the L.A. Dodgers laughing at you now. You a senator, bro. You know what I'm saying? You minding your business.
Yeah.
Trump cracks a joke and the L.A. Dodgers looking at you like, you already won the genetic lottery, bro. Don't laugh at me.
A couple of senators here. I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team...
He's laughing at himself.
I didn't think it was that big a deal, actually.
Do this all the time.
Yeah, I just when he touched
See how I do the AP writers.
all right, man. Yeah, that's some toxic stuff, but it was still fun and whatnot. And don't be hating on Tuna out here. Tuna is fire.
Yeah.
Fire. My name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be black tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise on a bucket naked Wednesday. Holla, peace.
There he goes. Lucius Alexander. Now, usually LA Live's 5:40 every night, but we're heading for early Rangers baseball today, so we're going to take you commercial free to the top. Sports all the way through. We'll get a proper round triple. We'll update you on everything that's been developing in your sports day coming up next here in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fired, a pretty big surprise. Why'd they feel like they had to do this now?
Well, I was told that Josh Kroenke, the guy in the ownership group, explained it this way. He felt that the plane was crashing and that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth couldn't fix the situation because they were too worried about their egos and their own power struggle. So there had been a season-long power struggle really going back even before this season between Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. They both ended up losing because they both ended up out of their jobs. And they're going to turn things over to a long-time assistant, David Adelman, and see if that can kind of salvage a situation that, again, the Nuggets ownership group had turned sour and was destined for a likely first-round exit. The timing is awfully strange, but apparently this is something that they were thinking about doing before the All-Star break. The Nuggets won 8 straight games going into the break, so tough to pull the trigger at that time. But a pretty blatantly disrespectful way to fire the most successful coach in franchise history and the guy who won a championship just 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well said, man. Well, Book's been out a couple of weeks now. How's the reaction been for you?
Yeah, I think the people that have read it have reacted favorably, and then there's a lot of people who haven't read it who don't like it. So I'll take that.
What was Luka's reaction to the whole book situation?
Honestly, I have not heard from Luka. I don't anticipate hearing from Luka. When I first started working on the book, I had heard that he was not thrilled about that, and I think he relaxed when I made it clear to his people that this was not going to be about delving into his personal life or poking my nose in his personal business. It was a book about basketball and the business of basketball, and that's what I stuck to. And there was a lot of fascinating basketball and business of basketball during Luka's time in Dallas. I got to tell you, as I was writing the book, there was a lot of time I thought that this thing might end in the trade of Luka, but I never imagined it would be because the Mavericks decided to dump him. I mean, the whole book is kind of about the pressure on a franchise when you draft a prodigy through the prism of Luka and the Mavericks, and this, build it or they might leave kind of situation. And I never thought Luka wanted to leave Dallas, but I did think that possibility might kind of punch him in the face, especially when they had a tank at the end of the season after the Kyrie trade. But they managed to succeed in the mission despite all kinds of twists and turns. And they went to the finals last year. And then, I'm still flabbergasted about the decision to dump the guy before the very next trade deadline. But it happened, and here we are. And Luka is coming back to Dallas next week, but he ain't staying very long. Just a little in and out.
Unbelievable. It's Tim McMahon here with you on The Fan. I guess 6 weeks later, it's still surreal. Tim, I wanted to get your thoughts on what you think about some of those haters out there, and I think it's got to be frustrating for you because you do this job so well, the journalism, the toughness, the respect that you get from everybody out there in the game. But so many people have the opinion that maybe you were doing this to be a mouthpiece for Nico or some other nefarious motive. What do you have to say about those folks?
I mean, listen, I'm not going to try to change the opinion of people who clearly aren't listening or reading. It is what it is. I had a big party here. Broadus was there. There was not a whole lot of extra room, so I don't need any more friends, I don't think. So I'm okay with all that.
Yeah, Tim, the book is incredible. The attention to detail that even like the interviews that you had with these people, what they've told you about the background information, the stories, it really is. Congratulations on it. I'm halfway finished with it. I have a hard time of putting it down. It's just that good.
Well, I appreciate you, Brother Broadus. And all it took me was about 8 or 10 free beers, and then suddenly you were on my side.
Well, you did write one in my description to me that you said thank you for not killing me that time when we worked together at ESPN, because you and I did get nose to nose one time, and I said but I remember going back to you and saying, listen, I'm glad you didn't kill me.
Yeah, my money be on Tim.
Yeah, I as I look back on that, Tim, you would have just pummeled me that day, but I appreciate you not doing that.
I doubt that. I did not learn football at LSU, so I'm not sure that was one that I wanted to, a fight that I wanted to pick. But we both survived that.
We did.
Somehow, some way, just like somehow, those guys have survived working with you for all this time. But, I'm glad that everybody's okay.
Well, the only thing that surprises me about that story is it only took 8 to 10 beers there for Broadus.
Yeah.
Usually it takes much more for us.
I might be underestimating.
Tim, I wanted to pick your brain on the cultural differences here with some of these now. We got European, international superstars. Jokic, we saw after he won with Denver. All he wanted to do was get the hell back home. He's like, oh my gosh, we got to have a parade. And Mark Cuban was just talking with Stephen A. about maybe not understanding the cultural differences with Luka. I mean, how much of that do you think played a role? And then moving forward, teams are going to have to understand the way of life is different compared to maybe what we're used to seeing the Jordans and the Kobes in America.
I heard Cuban say that, and I don't know if it was cultural differences that led to this divide between Luka and Nico. Nico obviously wants to compare everybody, every star, to Kobe Bryant. Luka, frankly, has a different approach. Would you like? But here's one reason I say I don't think it's a cultural thing. Basically, you're talking about this maniacal commitment to diet and conditioning. Well, last I checked, Dirk's from Europe.
Yeah.
Did Dirk not epitomize that? That so I think these are individuals. Look, there are American guys. I don't know, Shaq. I understand Patrick Dumont used him as an example of a guy with incredible work ethic, but simple fact is Shaq is American, and he played his way into shape every single year. He was also just unbelievable talent and was an all-time great despite that. And again, I've said it 100 times, the conditioning concerns with Luka are legitimate concerns. They were concerns in the pre-draft process. They've been concerns throughout the course of his career. And throughout the course of his career, which he should just be entering his prime now, he's been a 5-time first-team All-NBA selection. He's led the league in scoring. You know, he took a team to the finals a couple of years after taking a completely different supporting cast to the conference finals. You know, this is not a guy who we're looking at and saying, hey, he has the potential to become something. He is proven to be a perennial MVP candidate. So is he perfect? No. Does he have flaws? Yes, they're obvious. But, I mean, I can't sit here and argue that the flaws outweigh the incredibly historic production that this guy's had. And, you know, you can't say, hey, you can't win with that guy when, yeah, you can and you have.
It's Tim McMahon here with you from ESPN on the Fan.
Hey, Tim, I don't know if I asked you this. I know I didn't ask you at the book signing, though, but is there people within the Mavericks organization that could have stepped in and maybe change the direction? Is there people in the front office that could have, that could have had a voice and said, listen, you're making a mistake, Nico, doing this? Or was it people just that fearful of their jobs with Nico?
I can't speak on the behind-the-scenes conversations with absolute certainty, so I just want to clarify that.
Sure.
What I can tell you is I don't believe this was a unanimous decision. I do believe that there were people who, tried to prevent it from happening.
Okay.
Now, also, very intentionally, Mark Cuban was completely cut out of not just these conversations, but all basketball matters for the Mavericks since basically the day that the ink dried on him selling the franchise, or the majority share of the franchise. We all know this deal doesn't happen if Mark Cuban's still in control, but despite what he said at the time, and if you believe him, despite what was promised to him, he has zero control in basketball operations. He has no more say than any other rich dude who has courtside season tickets. And that was clear well before this deal and, crystal clear after the deal. Cuban tried to talk Nico out of it, but the deal was done by the time they gave Cuban a heads up.
Sure.
Patrick Dumont, obviously, he has veto power. He didn't solicit the opinion of anybody else.
Yeah.
He just, he gave Nico free rein. Dumont, who's been the owner of an NBA franchise for a little over a year now, didn't feel like it was, necessary to gauge Cuban's opinion on the matter. Didn't feel like it was necessary to, give Dirk a call and say, hey, what do you think of this?
Sure.
If either of those things would have happened, maybe the deal doesn't happen. Maybe the trade doesn't go down. But again, this is a situation where Patrick Dumont has given Nico Harrison the ultimate trust, and Nico wanted to get this deal done. He made it happen, and, they both said time will tell if it's right. The early returns obviously haven't been kind, and then just the simple math isn't very favorable. By Nico's own words, you've created a 3 to 4 year time frame for a franchise that, in successfully building a contender around Luka, gave up the first round capital in 27, 28, 29, and 30. I took a long time to get through college, but if I'm starting to add that up, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
No, not at all. ESPN's Tim McMahon with us here in the G-Bag Nation. In regards to tomorrow night, it'll be the second night of a back-to-back for the Lakers. It looks like Luka's playing tonight. Is there any chance that he doesn't play tomorrow?
I mean, I guess there's a chance. I cannot imagine if Luka, leaves Oklahoma City healthy that he wouldn't play and try to rip the Mavs' hearts out tomorrow night. I'll say this, he has played, I believe, in the last couple of back-to-backs for the Lakers. They had him, LeBron, and some others listed as questionable tonight. If they were going to decide to rest those guys one game or the other, I think it's pretty obvious it would have been tonight in OKC. But they're playing for seeding. I mean, it is a tightly packed group from 3 to 8. The Lakers are leading that pack right now, and, I'm sure they'd like to hang on to the third seed if possible, but I just can't imagine Luka sitting out, sitting in street clothes in his return game to Dallas. That would, you know what? You never say never, because I couldn't imagine that they'd trade him before the deadline coming off the finals appearance. That'd be pretty stunning.
What do you expect fan reaction to be like?
So, one, it'll be a full house, which has not been the norm lately. Two, you're going to have whatever it holds, 19,000 and change, that are all wanting to see Luka put on an absolute show. And look, you guys, you interactive fans, you live here, you understand, I think, what's likely to be the mixed emotions of a lot of people that are going to be in those seats tomorrow night, where you've got lifelong Mavs fans that are questioning their loyalty to a franchise. That was kind of, in recent history, the last generation plus, the whole concept of the franchise has been based on loyalty with superstars, and obviously that's not the case now. So I think you've got a lot of Mavs fans that are thinking, are we more Luka fans than Mavs fans at this point? Are we adopting the Lakers? And then you've got the people who are still like, hey, I'm a hardcore Mavs fan, but I'm always going to love that guy. I always say, like, Luka's flaws are very apparent, but Mavs fans, by and large, are either fiercely protective of him or extremely forgiving of him, and they all absolutely love the guy. And so I think tomorrow is going to be a surreal combination of a celebration of 6.5 spectacular seasons, and the morning that it wasn't much, much more than that they didn't get 16, 18, however many years he plays in the league, that, in the minds of fans, and I think rationally so, Luka's time in Dallas was cut short way before it needed to be.
What type of pregame tribute stuff do you expect?
I don't know if it'll be, obviously he's going to get a huge roar when he's introduced. I am told that there's a tribute video that has been prepared. I don't know when exactly that will play. But the Mavs as an organization are in a really awkward place with this, because you decided to trade him. You decided to dump him. And frankly, as an organization, you decided to publicly kind of humiliate him on the way out the door. And so now you're going to bring him back and have a lovey-dovey celebration. There's going to be some pretty extreme awkwardness involved here.
Yeah, it feels like the organization is just in a weird place in general. I mean, you talked about this timeline now. I mean, how do you envision this thing moving forward? The three bigs, the defense, and the defense wins championships line that Nico sold. The defense hadn't been there so far. I mean, how do you see this thing playing out into the offseason with Kyrie? Any other moves they can try to add to this thing?
Well, look, the Kyrie torn ACL was obviously an extremely unfortunate development and a disastrous development, because any hopes of competing for anything meaningful this season went kaput that night, and it really, really, really puts a major dent into next season. Like, we don't know how much time Kyrie's going to miss next season. We don't know when he's going to come back. We don't know if he's going to be able to get back to being the Kyrie that we saw this year, last year, for most of his career at any point next season. But if you've created a 3 to 4 year time frame, the first year is kaput, the second year is in serious jeopardy. Man, that's rough. And obviously, hey, they've got to find another guy who can be kind of a primary ball handler and creator for whatever time that Kyrie misses next season. And then Nico's history is that he takes big swings in the trade market. I have been told that the Mavericks won't be aggressive in the market for Kevin Durant. I don't know if I necessarily believe that. To be clear, I'm not reporting that they won't be. I'm just saying that I've been told they won't be. But, there are times where you're told stuff that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true.
Tim, we've taken you really long already. If you got to go, just hang up on us. We appreciate it. I just had a few more. Do you think Nico would want Jokic?
I think any general manager in his right mind would want Jokic.
But do you think Nico would?
I would assume that. I mean, I think I kind of understand where you're going with that.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Okay. I guess actually winning the championship is the proof that I can get it done despite all my flaws.
Well, And look, like, again, I've been accused of being a Nico mouthpiece, as silly as that is. I think if I'm putting myself in his shoes, I would explain that Joker has made the kind of commitment to conditioning that Luka has. And the Joker did make that adjustment early in his career when he dropped a bunch of weight and, kept it off. And, the durability has been there, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, I'll also point out, getting myself out of supposed Nico mouthpiece mode, that Luka played more minutes than anybody in the league last year when you combine regular season and playoffs. So has he had his bumps and bruises? Yes. Is the calf strain a concern? There's been 4 of them, 28 months, sure. But, if you're going to trade somebody because you think his body's breaking down and you're trading for another superstar who has a durability injury, a history of durability concerns, 86 years older, again, there's a lot of situations here where the math ain't mathing.
Yes, sir. Well, we love it. We appreciate you, and have fun covering this thing tomorrow. We look forward to your reports.
I appreciate it, fellas. Adios, amigos.
Salute. Tim McMahon, ESPN, longtime ESPN guy. The book, The Wonder Boy, available on Amazon now. And yeah, I mean, what Brada said, what Tim said, it's the best historical account of everything that's gone into Luka.
It is,
even if you don't want to read about the controversy.
No, even if you don't want to read about the controversy, but he tells you the story with Rick Carlisle, Vegas Bob, with Donnie Nelson. I mean, there are so many things that are interesting in this book that he is able to kind of tie up the loose ends.
But my prediction for tomorrow, this is going to be closure. I think for some people, after this, it's going to be a lot easier just to sort of move on.
Yeah.
And, not spend as much time talking about it. But ultimately, I think this becomes a Cowboys, Rangers, Stars town, right? I think there's going to be a core base of Mavs fans that are going to keep watching, and salute to those guys for keeping this thing alive, Yeah. But I don't think it makes a return to credibility, at least until the 2030s. Like when Tim McMahon said 4 years, I absolutely agree. I don't think you're going to have a chance to put this thing back together. And I can't imagine, the meeting that's going to happen in that Adelson family when they realize what their idiot son-in-law did and the billions of dollars that I think it's going to cost them over the next decade. I don't think that's a stretch.
Absolutely.
Because it's going to become irrelevant here. It's going to go back to like the 80s where the Mavs were irrelevant on the NBA national scale. That's what you're looking at, and you're not even going to be able to compete to try to be a playoff team. It's going to be, you're terrible. Your draft pick, which is in the top 5, is going to another team because you wanted Porzingis or something like this over the last couple of years.
Sucks.
And, to me, that's a situation where it's impossible to find hope out of, So tomorrow's the end. I'm so pissed at Nico. I think I would just be red in the face if I saw him in the street because of what he's taken away from the Dallas sports scene. And I imagine eventually he'll be fired, or maybe they'll sell the team out of lack of interest here in DFW. I don't know how much of a viable product it is. They treated the fans like they were casino customers, that you could just abuse them and they're going to keep coming back. And I think now they are going to get their first massive lesson in what it is to be a pro sports owner. But, tomorrow night, Luka in town, and as Tim said, it'll be a sellout. I'm sure the TV ratings will be great. Mm-hmm. Okay, Texas freshman Trey Johnson out of Lake Highlands announcing he's going to the draft as expected, projected top 5 pick. SEC Freshman of the Year, 20 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists per game. He shot 37 from 3 and helped put Texas in the tournament. Check this out. He's 6'6" with a 6'10" wingspan, prototype for an NBA 2 guard. And he's an incredible playmaker as well, slashing, the dribbling. It's all there.
This draft sounds like it might be okay, huh? I mean,
it's supposed to be a good draft.
Pretty deeper than most that we've had. I haven't looked at, but it just sounds like there's a lot of quality players in this thing for some reason.
Former Notre Dame guard Olivia Miles transferring to TCU out of South Bend. So a big win for one of the best programs in the country right now out of TCU. Salute to everybody involved in that program. You guys have been doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
And I think they made it to the Elite 8 this year, which is the farthest they had ever been. Yeah. Okay, how about some baseball news as we approach our final descent here into the Rangers pregame show, which is coming up at 6 o'clock here with Jared Sandler. Evan Carter left today's game in the bottom of the 8th inning for Round Rock.
Fingers.
He squared up to bunt and caught a ball off the finger, and now trainers are looking at his hand. Hopefully he's all right.
Hopefully.
But this story not going well. I think the best thing you can say about him in the 6 games he's played, he's walked 5 times. So he's trying to go back to being the patient full count Carter that was tormenting pitchers by just refusing to swing at anything that's not a strike. And I think that's probably a good idea for him. But another injury. Whew. That's bad luck. Josh Smith at first base tonight.
Kind of crazy that happens to big leaguers too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You lay the bunt down and bam, it's right there on your fingers.
Yeah.
You think that's like little league guys or
People can't bunt.
just enter to the game.
Yeah.
People can't bunt.
People can't, honestly. I mean, I'm watching all these baseball games now.
A lefty like him with that speed, he should be able to bunt.
Well, he's going lefty on lefty, and he's probably overthinking it because he can't hit the lefties.
It is amazing that and I was at the game the other day, and guys are trying to square around and bunt, and they're fouling them off. They're missing them. It's just crazy how that these teams cannot bunt anymore.
He was up against a lefty today when this happened?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And that's the whole point of him being down there.
Yeah, take hacks, bro.
Well, up till this game, they had sat him against good left-handed pitchers. They want to put him in against right-handed pitchers and crappy left-handed pitchers so he can try to get his confidence going.
Yeah,
so he's only played in 6 of their 9 games. Oh, I don't know. It's possible Evan Carter's played his last big league game. Josh Smith, first